Podium Publishing presents Servant, the Dark God, Book 1, written by John D. Brown, performed by Alex Wyndham. Dedication for Nellie. Epigraph. The Goat King danced the crags by day. At night he came to feed, and dupe the foolish farmers' wives to hold his monstrous breed. The husbands sought to hunt him down and take him as he lay, but the wily king, with a wicked touch, stole their souls away. 1. The Hunt. Barg, the harvest master and butcher of the village of Plum, stood in the crisp light of early morning with a number of men, waiting to murder his friend, the smith's wife, and their 2 children. Oh, none of them called it murder, but all knew that's where this would lead. And what choice did they have? The villagers had been joined by others in the district and divided into groups positioned around the smiths. One group hid behind the millers. Another, this one led by Barg, kept itself behind Galson's barn. The third waited in a small grove on the outskirts of the village. The men with Barg stood for an hour, checking the buckles of what armor they had, wrestling with the shock of the matter, and waiting for the signal in silence. At first, a handful of the outsiders had boasted of what they'd do. "Mark me," said a Macadian wearing the turquoise of the Vargon clan. His Vargon accent was plain, rolling his R's much too long. "I will land one of the first 5 strokes." Barg cut off a handful of his hair with a knife to show his mourning for what was about to occur. "You'll be one of the first 5 he guts." He grasped another handful of hair and sawed through it. "What do you know?" the Vargon said. "I know that today I will help kill a man who saved my life." He cast another clump of shorn hair to the ground. "The smith is a roaring lion. You had best beware." The Vargon said nothing in return. But what could he say? He was only trying to cover his fears. Sparrow the smith was a formidable warrior, and if the accusations against him were true, then it was certain some of those who had gathered today would die. The approaching dawn silvered the fields and thatched roofs about the village and set the roosters to crowing. The cattle in the paddocks began to low. A stray dog outside the alewife's barked at a snake trying to get to the tall grass. And down in the south field, a few straggling deer decided it was now time to leave the fields and find cover. The men knew their signal was only minutes away. On the side of the village closest to the forest and Galson's, the smith's daughter, Sugar, stood in her barn feeding the family's 2 horses and heard the jingle of a trap bell in the garden. The sound was followed by the panic cry of a hare. Nothing ever got away from one of Sugar's traps, and from the sound of the ringing, this creature was big. All that commotion was sure to bring Midnight and Sky, her family's dogs. She trained them to leave her game alone, but these 2 liked to bend the rules whenever they could. So Sugar put down the hay fork and told Fancy, their mare, she'd return later. Sot, their draft horse, had already had his fill and had moved out to the watering trough. Then she picked up her smothering sack and stepped out of the barn and into the yard with her bare feet. The village homes looked like fat ships floating amidst a sea of grain. But it was not a quiet sea. Dar had flung both doors to the smithy open and stood at the forge hammering away at his work. Farmer Galson's cattle bellowed. They were the noisiest bunch of cattle in the whole district. Sugar saw them bunched up at the far end of their paddock waiting for one of Galson's grandsons to open the gate so they could go to the watering pond. But that was odd. Someone should have let them out long ago. Beyond the paddock gate stood the thatch-roofed homes for Farmer Galson, his children, and his adult grandchildren, almost a village all by itself. The soft yellow light of hearth fires still shone in many of the windows. Outside, one of the wives made her way back from the privy in a pale nightgown. She held a wailing babe on her hip. The woman looked up, and Sugar waved across the field at her, but the woman did not wave back. Instead, she dashed for her house. Maybe she hadn't seen Sugar. But then again, maybe she had. Some of the Galsons thought they rode a lord's high horse, and that included the boys who had begun to court her. Sugar walked to the garden, opened the gate, and stepped under the arch of climbing rose. The lemony scent from its pink blooms lay heavy in the air. She walked along the shadowed rows of vegetables until she came to the peas and salad greens. There, she found a large hare, a blacktail that was going to make a fine breakfast. It was easiest just to brain them with a stout stick, but she didn't want to chance ruining the fur about the throat, so she readied the smothering sack and approached the animal. This part of the garden was still wet with yesterday's watering, and the soil stuck to the bottoms of her bare feet. When she got close, the hair began to kick in earnest. It was a monster, 12 pounds at least. She threw the sack over it to protect her from its kicking and clawing, and quickly held its hind and headquarters in place. It cried out in distress, but she kneeled on its side and pushed the air out of its lungs. She pushed until she knew she'd start breaking its ribs, then waited for it to suffocate. The giant hair struggled underneath her for a minute or so, and then lay very still. Sugar removed the snare noose from its leg. The hair felt dead, but she'd been tricked before. A number of years ago, before her moon cycles had come upon her, she'd picked up a hair and carried it into the house and laid it on the cutting stone. The whole time it had lain in her hands like a limp rag, but the second she began to cut, it jumped up, knocked the knife right out of her hand, flew off the table and bolted out the open door, all to her father's delight. She didn't want to repeat, and so she continued to press this hair. Across the paddocks, the Galsons' dogs began to bark. They were joined by another group down by the millers. The dogs would often bark this way when travellers passed through. Sugar looked up to see what was causing the commotion. A wide line of men on the far side of Galson's paddocks marched out from behind the barn. They marched in battle order with bows and spears, their helmets gleaming in the early morning light. Those with spears also carried shields painted with a grotesque boar's head circled by a ring of orange. It was the mark of the Fear Noi clan of Mokad. It was not uncommon to see such things. All men, Macadian and Coromite, were required to regularly attend their clan musters, but something about this was not right. She turned and saw another line coming up from the millers. Then she realized these men were converging, but not on the practice field. No, they seemed on a direct course for her house. 2. King's Collar. Fear ran up Sugar's back. Not only were these men converging, but none of them wore the armbands that distinguished friend from foe during the practice musters. Sugar stood, trying to get a better view. The hair that had lain beneath her bucked free of the smothering sack. It bolted down the row of peas, pushed through a hole she'd missed in their fence, and fled to the short hedgerow that grew along a portion of Galson's paddock. The men continued to march toward the house. She could see the intricate Macadian tattoos around their wrists and forearms. She could see beards and naked chins under their helmets, but they were too far away for their eyes to be anything but dark pits. She ran to the back door and flung it open. Mother was bent at the hearth, building up a cooking fire. She startled when Sugar rushed in.
God, you do that just to set my heart leaping in my throat, don't you? There are men dressed for battle in Galson's field, said Sugar. Others down by the millers. Was there a muster today?
Mother picked up the bowl the potter had thrown just for Cotton, her infant brother who had been stolen the previous season.
I'm sure I would have heard something.
At that moment, Dar opened the front door. As the days turned hotter, Dar had taken to wearing as little as possible. He stood there bare-chested with the morning at his back, smelling like charcoal smoke. His massive back and arms glistened with the morning sweat. "Purity," he said to Mother. "This beard is going to be the death of me. I'm sick of the braids catching fire. I'm not going back to the smithy until it's shaved off." Sugar saw that 2 of his braids were indeed singed.
Ach,
Mother said, undoing the shutter latch.
They're so handsome on you. Half the men in this village would give a finger for such a beard.
"I don't want their fingers," said Dar. "They can have the beard for free." Mother walked to the back door and looked outside.
That's odd,
she said. Dar spoke to Sugar. "I heard the hair trap. All this time I've been lusting after beef. Why can't you catch one of Galson's steers? I'd even settle for one of the old ones."
There's the matter of Farmer Galson,
said Sugar. "Bah," said Dar, dismissing the farmer. "Make a trap for Galson as well."
Sparrow, said Mother, did you forget today's muster?
"None that I know of." He walked over to her, but instead of looking out the doorway, he reached out with one of his massive arms and grabbed her around the waist. Then he nuzzled into her side and took a nibble.
Stop, she said, and pushed at him. Sparrow, what are those men doing?
Dar looked outside. Midnight and Sky began barking out front. Sugar looked through the front door Dar had left open.
There's another group coming down the lane.
Not 2 months ago, a group of Fear Noi beat a Coromite woman until they'd ruined one eye and half her teeth. But Dar said that wouldn't happen here. The louts that had beaten the woman were upland Fear Noi. Their kind didn't have sway in the village of Plum, and Dar had the assurances of the territory lord on that. However, Sugar wasn't so sure. Years ago, a war had been fought between Coram and Mokad across the sea. The glory of Coram lost the ability to protect some of his territories, including his settlements in the new lands. The Macadians thought they could come and easily take the settlements as booty, but the Coromite colonists surprised them. They fought for 8 years until Mokad realized it would be wiser to come to an agreement than spend more blood and treasure. When the lords of the Coromite clans in the New Lands signed the treaty in Whitecliff, they promised to submit to Macadian rule only if they were guaranteed certain rights. The treaty had worked for a while, but that was some time ago. Now there were far more Macadians in the New Lands than there were Coromites. Of the 9 Macadian clans with holdings here, a few, like the Shoka, got along with their Coromite neighbors, but many had begun to argue against the old treaty, and the ones Sugar heard arguing with the most vehemence were members of the Fiannoy clan. Mother had wanted to move out of the Fiannoy lands for the last 2 years, but Dar had a bond he was working off. If they'd left, the territory lord would have simply hunted him down.
"They're surrounding us,"
Sugar said. The men were close enough for Sugar to see the set of their mouths was bitter as garden rue. She felt for her knife. When Sugar was a child, a gang of 4 village boys had tormented her until Dar confronted the boys' parents. But that didn't end the issue. So Dar took it to the village council. He demanded the boys come fight her one-on-one. Mother was furious, taking him to task for making Sugar fight his battles, but Dar stood his ground. Dar himself was a fighter, and for 1 week he sparred with Sugar, preparing her as best he could. Then the boys had come, some grinning, some all business. They brought most of the village with them. And in the wedge field, surrounded by grandmothers, children and dogs, Sugar had taken a beating. But the boys had not left unscathed either. There was a black eye, a bloody nose. She kicked one so hard in the gut that he'd vomited in the grass. Afterwards, some of the villagers cheered for her. A few of the fathers of the boys who had started it all came and made peace. Dar was satisfied. Mother was not. She would not speak to him for 2 weeks. But even with her heavy fury on him, Dar did not give up Sugar's lessons. "There are those who act," he said, "and those who are acted upon. I'm not ever going to leave you in a position again where you have no choice." 2 years later, when her moon cycles came, Mother convinced Dar he was ruining her chances of a good marriage, for what boy wanted to bed a bruiser? So he stopped teaching her how to use her feet and hands as weapons, and began to teach her knives. That was a number of years ago. She'd never used the knife Dar forged for her protection and made her wear, not to draw a man's blood. Although she had let a few of the boys she'd been introduced to at Corumtown know she wore it. But mostly she'd used the knife around the yard in her chores. Now, even though she knew it would be useless against a host of men, she was glad she had it. Mother turned to her. "Get Fancy saddled." Sugar moved to obey, but Dar held his hand up. "No. Running will only raise their suspicions or prod them to act. This might be nothing. Leave it to me. I know how to handle these men."
"And then it will be too late," said Mother.
"Woman," said Dar in warning. Then he walked out the front door. When he was only a few paces into the yard, Mother turned to Sugar.
"You get Fancy. Do you want saddlebags?" asked Sugar. "All I want is a horse. The Fiannoy are not what they once were. Too many have become oath-breakers, turning their backs on the promises made in Whitecliff."
Sugar dashed out the back door. The troops in Farmer Galson's fields had fanned out and were now walking as a line toward the house. Legs, her younger blind brother, stood in front of the chicken house, his head cocked at an odd angle and looking off into space, as he did when he paid fierce attention to every sound and smell. His wild hair stood up. In his arm, he held a basket of onions and eggs.
"Legs," she said. "Get in here." "I can hear men," he said. "Move," she said.
Holding the eggs to the bottom of the basket, Legs jogged for the back door. He needed no stick to navigate the house and yard. If he knew a place, he could walk about as if he were sighted. It was only when he was in a new place that he might stumble, or when things were lying out of place, and so they had all learned to be very tidy. Sugar ran to the barn and flung open the door. The mare nickered. Sugar grabbed the harness, slipped it over Fancy's head and fitted the bridle in her mouth. Then she led the horse out and tied her to the post by the back door. The Fiannoy stood with their hideous shields only a few paces beyond the chicken house. They'd formed up into a loose circle that ringed both the house and smithy. "Mark the horse," one of the soldiers said. For a moment, Sugar thought they were going to shoot Fancy, but the men just stood there. Sugar rushed into the house and shut the door behind her. She ran to her mother, who stood in the doorway to the front yard.
"Fancy's not going to be enough," she said.
Mother's gaze was fixed on Dar out in the yard, but she reached out and smoothed Sugar's hair.
"You did just fine. Now, if anything happens, you and Legs need to be ready to ride. You'll have the most cover in the woods, so it's straight through Galson's fields, low on Fancy's neck, and if someone stands in your way, you ride them down."
Fear seized Sugar's heart. Had it really come to this?
"What about you and Dar?" "You ride them down," said Mother. "You fleet a horse."
Mother had always told her that if anything happened, she was to flee into the Shoka lands and find the farmer many called Horse. But how would she ride through that ring of men? They'd fill her or Fancy full of arrows before she galloped a rod.
"Do you hear me?"
asked Mother.
"Yes,"
Sugar said. She looked past Dar at the soldiers out front. They'd stopped a number of paces beyond him. Those with bows had strung them, and that was something fearful, because keeping a bow strung all the time only ruined the bow. You never strung your bow unless you were going to use it. Midnight and Sky barked at the men until Dar whistled sharply and called them back to his side. 2 men on horseback rode to the front of the line and faced Dar. The leader, with the orange and blue patterns painted onto his armor, was the territory lord, a man everyone called the Crab for his ruddy complexion. Next to him sat the district lord. Behind them stood Barg, the butcher and harvest master of the village, holding his spear. Dar bowed to the Crab. "My lord," he said with a grin, "have you at last come to wrestle your humble servant?" The Crab did not smile in return. "Sparrow, smith of Plum," he said, "you have been accused of dark magic. We are here to take you and yours to prove that you are whole and without spot." Dark magic? Sugar did not believe she'd heard him correctly. "What?" said Dar. "If you're clean," said the Crab, "you need not fear the ordeal." An ordeal was designed to flush out Sleth. Supposedly, when such a creature was on the point of death or overwhelming pain, through drowning or torture, it would multiply its strength with its dark magic to save itself, and thus reveal its true nature. But how anyone could think her family was among such was impossible to fathom. Sleth were those who had given themselves over to regret, the one creator of 7 who, when he'd seen what the 7 of them had wrought, recognized that it was flawed and despised the work of his hands. To those who came into his twisted power, he gave horrible gifts, unnatural strength and appetites, odd growths and manifestations of beasts, and the power, with a touch, to steal fire and soul. The stories of Sleth and the hunts the righteous led against them were legion. The Crab reached into a pouch tied to the front of his saddle and pulled out a thin collar, almost a necklace. "I have here a king's collar. I want you to put it on." He tossed it. The collar shimmered in the early morning light, and then landed in the dust 2/3 of the way between the Crab and Dar. "When it's about your neck, you will bind your wife and children in chains." He motioned to a man behind him, who brought up a number of leg and neck irons and tossed them to join the collar. A king's collar was a magical thing, wrought by a special order of divines called canes. It not only prevented a person from working magic, but it weakened them and made them easy to handle. Sugar realized the men did not come closer and bind the family themselves because they feared some kind of evil trick. "This is ridiculous," said Dar. The Crab's horse danced to the side a few steps. Then the district lord tossed a large sack towards Dar. It landed heavily on the ground. "The contents of that sack were found last evening on the banks of the Green by a group of mothers and children doing their laundry. Open it." Dar walked over to the sack, squatted down, and pulled the mouth open. "Whose child is that in the sack, Master Sparrow?" Mother took in a sharp breath. Dar hesitated for a moment, then gently worked the body out. He knelt there for quite some time, not moving, not saying a word. Then Sugar knew who was in that sack. She could feel it from the crown of her head to her toes. Her fear fled and she raced out the door. Dar turned and motioned for her to stay. "Get back." But it was too late. Sugar saw the baby that Dar had exposed. It was Cotton, her little brother. Little Cotton, stolen out of his crib earlier this spring, by Woodikin or slavers or wild dogs, nobody knew. Yet here he was. She came closer and saw that the body was bloated and partially decomposed. It had the lighter coromite colouring and Cotton's curly hair. Cotton, their bonny little honey man. Then Dar opened the sack wider and slid the body of a stork out. From the uncommon kidney-shaped spot of dark feathers on its shoulder, she knew it was Lanky, the young stork with a wounded wing that she and Legs had found. They'd wrapped him up in Legs' tunic and brought him home, careful to avoid the sharp yellow beak. Mother had nursed him back to health, and when Cotton was born, it seemed to think he was its brother. Mother was always shooing it away from him for fear of that long beak, and the stork would go, but only to perch on a fence post or the limb of one of the trees. It pestered them for weeks. Lanky had disappeared the same day Cotton did. Sugar had thought the mad bird had finally departed because Cotton had gone. But this was awful. Somebody had taken both and killed them. Dar turned the bird over. Something was wrong with the carcass. Sugar looked closer. The bird had wings and feathers, but where the talons of the right leg should have been, a misshapen human foot curled. And where short feathers should have graced the beast's head, patches of long blonde hair grew. And underneath that hair lay what surely was a small, twisted but human-shaped ear. Sugar's sickness turned to revulsion. Look closely at the foot of the child, said the crab. Notice the nails. Notice also the few patches on its back. That's not matted hair. It's the beginnings of chick down. Dar stood, horrified. And now, said the crab, you will put on the collar and chains.
Sugar,
Mother called, but Sugar was rooted to the spot. Dar found his voice. You think we are soul eaters? You think we would spend our child's soul like this? What I know, said the district lord, is that someone buried these two, and when the recent floods came, the waters opened the grave, tasted its contents, and spat them out.
My cotton was stolen, said Mother.
Yes, yes, said the crab, snatched by one of the woodikin and taken to the swamps or into the wildwood over the mountains. It's a fine story, but here he is. It was common enough for the divines of the many glorydoms to draw the fire that fueled the days of a man's life, but not the soul, never the soul. Sleth, on the other hand, stole fire and soul from men and beasts. Sleth stole from humans, but because animals couldn't tell their secrets, Sleth stole most often from them. The singular nature of the soul was what gave each type of living being its distinct attributes. Consuming bits of another's soul transferred random aspects of that soul, aspects that manifested themselves in mind and body, slowly twisting the ones that had consumed it. So if one had stolen fire from his goat, then he would also have traces of that goat soul in the drawer, and over time, that soul would manifest itself. Such a thief might develop the nubs of horns on his head, or a slit iris in his eyes. If one had stolen from fish, he might one day find patches of scales instead of skin. Someone who stole from his cattle might be inflamed with lust by a heifer in estrus. Someone who had stolen from a bird. But this was all wrong. How could a babe steal soul? You cannot controvert the manifestations of slith work upon both bodies, said the crab. Nor can you claim the child is not yours. The other Coromite children who died last season have all been dug up and accounted for, and no other has gone missing. The bowmen trained their arrows on Dar's heart. Some pointed their arrows at Sugar and Mother. Barg spoke up. You haven't been sick in many years, and the tale your wife tells is suspect. Your dogs were in the yard the day your child went missing, this she swears, yet she also says they did not bark. He motioned at Midnight and Sky. We all heard today how they react to strangers. There could have been some charm put upon them, but it could also be the one snagging an otherwise well-spun lie. Purity does not lie, said Dar. Then you have nothing to fear from the ordeal, said the crab. My lord, said Dar, I respect your office, but you are no divine. An ordeal? Master Sparrow, said the crab. Would you rather I let a mob deal with the problem? This is what prudence demands. Now, pick up the collar. There's not one of you that can revive us if the ordeal turns fatal. Let us wait for a divine. That is not an option. Of course it was, but they thought Dar was Sleth, and everyone knew you did not bargain with Sleth. You never gave them any quarter. Sleth were both fearsome and wily and too quick to escape their bonds. You live with me all these years, and suddenly conclude I'm one who could devour his own children. Dar pointed at Barg. Who was it last autumn, after those bloody battles on the Fingers, that cast aside prudence and rode back at night to an island crawling with bone faces to save 3 doomed friends? It had been Dar who had rode back, Dar who had saved, among others, Barg the Butcher. Sugar looked into the faces of the soldiers. There were a number she recognized. Some had laughed with Dar in the yard, others had eaten at their table. Many of the villagers of Plum had drunk ale and been entertained by Leg singing his ditties. All had accepted the water he drew and delivered to the villagers as they worked in the fields, him leading his goat and cart, feeling the road as he went with his stick. But those smiling faces were gone. They were replaced by faces grim and fixed on their purpose. Mother grabbed her arm and pulled her back toward the house. I've drunk and danced with you, said Dar. I've shoed your horses. I probably fashioned most of those spearheads. You've nothing to fear from me. My heart is clean and fresh as well water, and you all know it. What we know is that all the evidence points here, said the crab. And now we've come to the end of our discussion. If we were uplanders bent on murder, you would already be dead. I've done more than give you the benefit of the doubt. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Pick up the collar and irons. You will kill us and learn nothing. Zun, said Barg, using the title of honor meant for warriors who were equals. Just pick up the cursed irons. Dar did not move. Bowman, said the crab. Ready yourselves. The bowmen knocked their arrows and prepared to draw their strings. Those with crossbows raised their weapons and took aim. Sugar could not believe her eyes. Mother pulled Sugar back to the doorway of the house. Dar glanced at Mother. Some communication passed between them that Sugar could not decipher. The crab raised his arm to signal the bowman. Let all here witness that Sparrow, smith of the village of Plum, has refused an ordeal. Stop, said Dar. Stop! I'll take your wretched collar and irons. But you know only divines can conduct hunts. The only reason you haven't killed us already is so that you can avoid the fines levied on mobs like this. Let it be known that on this day, the laws of the glory of Mockad have been set aside. Your blatant disobedience will be made known, and your own divines will come to collect the debt of blood. The divines would come, and they would punish these men, for the laws on this matter were clear and ruthlessly enforced. No man could take upon himself even the slightest part of the honor of a divine. But the divines would come too late. Dar walked forward and picked up the collar and irons. They would almost surely use water for the ordeal, and Sugar's family would drown. She'd once touched the cold, bloated body of a boy who had drowned. She envisioned Legs as that boy, and panic ran through her. Dar examined the irons and said, "It looks like your smithing is as bad as your judgment. I'll need a hammer to assemble these pieces properly." "Those pieces are just fine," said the district lord. Mother turned to Legs and in a quiet voice said, "Get the shutters. Slowly now." Dar began walking toward Mother and the open doorway. Legs closed the shutters on the front of the house, then moved to the back. "Stop!" the district lord shouted. Dar stopped only a few paces from the front step and looked back. "Put on the collar!" the district lord commanded. "Of course," said Dar. But he dropped the irons in the grass instead and dashed for the house. Mother stepped back from the doorway and pulled Sugar inside with her. A cry of alarm rose from the soldiers. "Shoot him!" commanded the crab. "Shoot!" 3. The Courage of Women. The bows hummed, the arrows streaked across the yard. Dar took 3, 4 strides and leapt to the porch. An arrow struck him in the back below the ribs. Another flew like an angry insect into the house above Sugar's head and struck the wall behind her. "Sparrow!" Mother called. Dar's momentum carried him into the house, and Mother slammed the door shut. A second volley of arrows struck the door. One of the men cried out, "I got him! I got him!" Mother pulled the crossbar on the door in place. Outside, Midnight and Sky barked viciously. More bows thrummed outside, and the dogs' barks turned to screams. "Kill it!" someone called. A moment later, the dogs fell silent. Dar winced and looked down at his side. The arrow had not gone into the thick of his back, only cut the flesh on the side, but the blood still spilled from him like water. He pressed his hand to the wound. "Those blackhearts," he said. He pulled his hand away, wet with blood. "Get me a wrap," he said to Mother. "All these years and they treat me like some feral animal." Mother took a knife to her dress and cut a long strip. She was furious. "We should have ridden when I first suggested it. Why you can't listen to me, I'll never know." "Well, you won't have to fret about that much longer, will you?" Mother made the final cut, then came and tied it around Dar to cover and hold the wound. When Dar took his hand away, it was dark red. Heavy drops of blood fell to the floor. "Did you get your mother's horse?" Dar asked Sugar. "I did," she said, and the enormity of that single number almost overwhelmed her. One horse was not enough for all 4 of them. She cursed herself for not having thought to get Sot. Dar nodded. "It's enough." From outside they heard the crab yelling at his men. "I want all here to witness that Sparrow has refused the proving. Fire the smithy and the house!" Moments later, Sugar heard arrows snake into the thatch above their heads. Those would have their points wrapped and burning with pitch-soaked rags. "Fetch me my armor," said Dar. "What are we going to do?" asked Sugar. Dar looked down into her eyes. "You, my dear, along with Mother and Legs, are going to ride Fancy out of here." "You fool," said Mother. "It's too late for that." Sugar thought Mother had said that in anger, but when Sugar looked up, she could see Mother was not angry. She was racked with grief. "I'm going to draw them away from the bag," Dar said, and took Mother's hand. "It's not too late, not for a fool to remedy his foolishness. You 3 will ride away and not look back." "I don't want to ride away," said Sugar. "Besides, where can we go that they won't find us?" "Mother will know," said Dar. "Now, fetch me my tunic." Sugar hesitated, but Mother nodded, so she ran and brought the quilted tunic and helped Dar tie it shut. Then Mother dressed him into the mail tunic that extended down to his thighs. Dar couldn't rout so many men. They were all going to die, yet Dar made her cinch the buckles on his breastplate as if he were dressing for parade. Legs found his way over and grasped Dar's wrist. Fear shone plainly on his face. Dar took Legs' hand and kissed it. "Be brave, Shen, son of Sparrow, son of Sparrow, son of Shen." Shen was Legs' given name, the name of a powerful ancestor whose stories Dar loved to tell. Dar pressed Legs's hand to his cheek and ruffled his wild hair. "You're going to be fine," he said.
"I know when you lie, Dar,"
Legs said. "You're going to be fine," Dar said more firmly. Mother and Sugar finished buckling the breastplate about him. The fire on the roof began to pop and crackle loudly. Smoke filtered in through the shutters.
"Peer out the back and tell me what you can see,"
said Mother. Sugar looked out a small hole in the shutter and surveyed their garden. Fancy neighed nervously and clopped about, trying to pull free from the post. She said,
"The soldiers are still standing out by the fence. In fact, they've backed up."
"Did you see their faces?" asked Dar. "Half of them are petrified. Those are not children out there. I should be stuck like a pincushion with arrows. But their fear has affected their aim. Would that I were a soul-eater, then this whole so-called hunt would be a risk. With average luck, I kill the lot of them and green our garden with their blood." Mother came away from the window.
"Perhaps we can make the break together,"
she said to Dar.
"The children and I will ride off first, and in the confusion of them chasing us, you can get on Sot."
Dar fastened his helmet on. "It's too risky. We need to split them. I should have run to the smithy to draw them away from you, but none of the pieces there would have fit me well. No armor there but what's made for these short horse-armed Macadians." Smoke hung about the room in hazy streaks. Heat began to press down upon them like they were loaves in an oven. "It's time," Dar said. He took Legs's face in his hands and kissed his cheek, embraced him, then kissed him again. He did the same to Sugar, but when he went to release her, she could not let him go. She would not. Lord, she would rather die with him. She had her knife. Had he not taught her how to fight? "You are a delight and a solace," he said. "We named you perfectly. Take care of your brother." Then he gently forced Sugar away. He stood and looked at Mother with a fierce light in his eyes. "I could never have found a better woman," he said, "even in your arguing."
"You get ready to ride,"
Mother said. "We're not going to be able to make the break together," said Dar. "It won't work." Mother's demeanor had changed. She seemed oddly calm.
"Sparrow, my heart, haven't you learned yet that I'm always right?"
What was Mother thinking? Then Sugar realized she had given up. She'd always said that if her babies died, she wanted to go with them. Sugar saw this logic extended to Dar as well. And perhaps that was right. They would all die together. "No," said Dar. "We'll not take that route. We'll not walk into their spears and arrows without a struggle. If they want my blood and the blood of my fine wife and children, then they will pay for it. You're feeling battle dread. Hold your course until it passes. You have a chance, Purity, a slim one. Don't throw it away."
"I'm not talking of giving up,"
said Mother.
"We do have a chance, but not in this way. They'll cut you down before those out back even know what's happening. You're a mighty man, Master Sparrow, but even you cannot stand against 50 spears."
Dar's face was full of confusion. "What better plan is there?"
"I will face them."
Dar's face softened. "That, love, is my task. Now ready yourself." He turned, but Mother grasped him by the shoulder and held him back.
"I will face them,"
she said calmly. Had she gone mad with panic and grief? "Purity," Dar said. "Love." He removed her hand and tried to stride to the door, but Mother grasped him again. "No," he said, and removed her hand. But she took him by the rim of his breastplate with both hands, and, like a man heaving a sack of meal, threw him across the room. He stumbled over a chair and slammed into the far wall. Many men had come from far and wide to wrestle Dar. Few had thrown him. None had handled him with such force. Dar looked at Mother, his face full of shock. Then he righted himself and strode for the door. Mother planted herself in his path. He tried to push her out of the way, but could not budge her. He renewed his efforts, his arms and neck straining, but it was to no avail. His expression turned from shock to angry determination. He took a step back and lunged at her, but Mother simply stepped out of his way and with one sweep of her foot took his legs out from underneath him. Mother reached down and grabbed the haft of his war maul.
"I will face them,"
she said calmly.
"Take off your armor so you can ride more easily."
Dar grasped the head of the maul. "Purity," he said.
"I will draw them to me," she said, "and you will ride with the children. It will be best that way. They will not be orphaned or caught and sold as chattel. You can provide for and protect them as I never could."
"I don't understand," Dar said.
"Yes, you do,"
she said, and then she tugged them all out of his grip. Sugar was confused, alarmed. Where did Mother get such strength? Mother turned to her.
"The way to the woods will be clear. Be ready to fly."
Then she walked to the front door and put her hand on the crossbar. She paused, taking them all in with her gaze.
"I will be waiting for you in brightness." She lifted the bar, and in one fluid motion she flung open the door and raced outside. Clouds of smoke billowed in. The roar of the fire above them surged. Out back, Fancy cried with wild panic. Luckily, neither Sugar nor Legs were standing anywhere within the line of sight from the doorway, for moments later more than a dozen arrows hissed through the smoke, some sticking into the walls, others glancing off a table or chair. Dar stood to go after her, and 2 arrows struck him. One glanced off his breastplate, the other hit him in the mail over his thigh. He grunted at the second, but it didn't have an armor-piercing head, and the arrow fell away. "Purity!" Dad roared and raced after her. But when he got to the door, he stopped in shock. He coughed at the smoke and squatted to get under it. "Go," he said, with a look of wonder on his face. "Dar," said Sugar, and rushed to shut the door. But as she reached the door, she saw what Dar was looking at. Mother had already reached the soldiers. 2 men lay on the grass. One was dead. The other screamed out at the wound that had nearly taken his leg. She moved like a snake, like the wind. She was graceful and absolutely horrible. She swung into another man's wooden shield and sent it flying. He cried out and stumbled backward, but before he could reach the ground, she smashed in the side of his head. Sugar could not believe her eyes. She would not. Such speed and power was unnatural. "Purity," said Dar, horror and disbelief written in his face. The great bulk of the men were falling back, some stumbling over each other. In his retreat, one of the bowmen loosed an arrow, but it flew wide of Mother and struck one of his fellows. Another man charged her with a spear, but she swung them all with blinding speed and cleaved the spear in 2. The crab yelled for his men to stand and close ranks. Mother was about to put the whole mob on the run, but 2 men yelled and rushed her from behind, their javelins held high. "Mother!" Sugar yelled. Mother turned just as they cast them. She dodged one, but the other caught her in the shoulder and knocked her back. "No!" Dar roared. He had been in shock, but fury now burned in his eyes. Mother removed the javelin and defended herself from the sword blows of the man who had thrown it. A dozen archers came running round the corner from the back of the house. They began to form a line. Mother would not be able to dodge their arrows. The flames rumbled overhead. "Get to Fancy," Dar commanded, "and ride." Then he rose and stepped out onto the porch and put his helmet upon his head. Someone shouted out a warning, and the mob turned to look. Dar stood in his dark, shining armor, the fire raging above his head, the smoke pouring off the roof. The men in the yard froze. "You've met the mistress," Dar bellowed. "Now face the master." A man dropped his spear, panic shining in his wide eyes. Dar roared and charged into the fray. "Dar!" Sugar called after him. He had no weapon, and at first Sugar thought that he too would fly into the soldiers as Mother had, with that awful strength and speed. But Dar did not show any sign of dark magic. He charged as a normal man would, an actor playing a role. But the soldiers did not see through Dar's bluff, and they began to scatter. Just then, the crab yelled out and galloped across Sugar's view toward her parents, his sword held high and at the ready. The house burned like a furnace. The heat began to scorch her lungs with each breath, and she dropped to the floor. Dar ran to one of the dead men and picked up his spear. Then he turned just in time to meet the crab's charge. Dar yelled and shoved the spear into the neck of the crab's mount. The horse screamed, reared, and threw its rider. "Sugar!" Legs called out. She turned and saw him holding his bleeding hand to his chest. She had been wrong. One of the arrows had indeed found a mark. Fight with Mother or Dar, or help Legs? "Open the door!" she shouted. "I can't," he said. He could, but was too frightened to do anything. The Wisterwife charm he always kept about his neck had fallen out of his tunic. Sugar hoped the Wisterwives were indeed looking out for them, but the Wisterwives would be able to do nothing if they let the house burn down on top of them. Sugar tore herself from the battle that raged out front and crawled to her brother. "What's happening?" he asked. "We're going to the woods," Sugar said. And then she didn't know where. "To horse?" Legs asked. "To horse," she confirmed. "I'll get you up on Fancy's back, and then we'll ride." She threw open the back door, but Fancy was gone. She looked out through the haze and billows of smoke to the edges of the yard. No Fancy, but no soldiers either. They all must have run to the front of the house to join the battle. A log above them made a deafening burst. "Take my hand," said Sugar. "We're going to run to the pond and then through the woods to the river. Are you ready?" There was an immense whoosh, and the heat at Sugar's back seemed to increase tenfold. "Now," she said, and she and Legs bolted from the house and raced down the path between the barn and the pheasant house. They had visited the new pond many times, for Legs loved the feel of the sun-heated water. Legs knew this route, and so Sugar only needed to keep hold of his hand and call out his orientation points as they came to them. They ran past the garden and privy to Mother's pheasant house. Far to her right, 3 of the soldiers fled the battle. She looked back, hoping to see that Mother and Da had scattered the small army. The whole roof of the house raged with fire. The immense flames wheezed and roared dozens of feet into the sky. Beyond the house, Da and Mother stood side by side. With one hand, Mother pressed her wound. In the other, she held a sword. Da held an axe and shield. It appeared they had put the soldiers to flight. But then, the soldiers stopped and turned, forming a line. They weren't fleeing. They were making a space so that the bowmen could shoot without killing a number of their own. Mother tried to charge the line, but Da stepped in front of her to stand between her and the soldiers. The bowmen loosed their arrows. These did not fly wide this time, and despite Da shielding her from most of the shafts, Mother fell to earth. Da's battle cry sounded over the raging of the fire. He too charged. The arrows did not penetrate his armor, but a multitude of spears did. A shout of triumph rose up from the mob. Legs tugged on her. "Sugar!" The soldiers converged upon Da like a pack of wild dogs. She watched their weapons rise and fall. Some began to run toward Mother, but the crab shouted and brandished his sword to keep them away. It was a nightmare, but Sugar couldn't tear her eyes from it. A man raised a black sword, a fire blade from the temple, high over Da. "No," she thought. "No." Then the man swung the sword down like he was chopping a mighty block of wood and hacked Da's head from his body. Then he turned to Mother. She could not move, could not breathe. The crab waved the black-bladed man away from Mother. Next to him, a number of soldiers pointed at her and Legs. "Sugar," said Legs, "why are we stopped?" She realized he had been asking her that over and over, but his voice seemed to come from a great distance. She could barely hear him. It seemed she was watching the whole scene from a great distance. "It's too hot," said Legs, and tugged at her. It was hot. The house fire blazed into the sky. The heat, even at this distance, burned her face. She took a step back. Legs followed. She took another, then tore her eyes from the scene and broke into a jog. "To the woods, straight through Gelson's fields," Mother had said. She glanced back and saw a number of soldiers running toward them. "To the pond," she said, her voice sounding strange to her ears. "Over the fence and to the pond." Hand in hand, they ran across Gelson's paddock. She felt the knife at her waist, the knife Da had given her. A voice in the back of her mind told her to fight, but the voice was small, so very small. She saw Fancy lying in the grass, arrows sticking from her, but Sugar only noted it. Her mind was filled with the image of Mother and Da and that terrible black blade. Twice Legs stumbled because of her inattention. When they reached the pond, Sugar looked back. Soldiers ran through Gelson's paddock toward them. On the far edge of a paddock, the district lord rode atop his horse looking for a gate through. In front of her were the woods. Sugar knew them well. She'd played hide-and-seek here and foraged for acorns and firewood. She'd hidden here from the village boys before Da taught her how to fight. These woods were old, and in many places did not allow enough light to the ground to support much more than mushrooms. But mushrooms wouldn't hide them, and even if they had cover, the mob would bring dogs. So Sugar decided they would take the creek for their path. She and Legs had a small craft that they sometimes floated on. They would ride the water downstream, and just before they reached the confluence with the main river, they would leave the craft and escape into the woods on the other side. Sugar looked down at the Wisterwife charm Legs wore about his neck. Wisterwives were servants of the 7 creators. It was said that even Regret, the creator who wanted to destroy the world, was served by them. But neither Mother nor Da had ever seen the creature that had left this charm. "Let's hope the Wisterwife is watching us," she said. Sugar looked back one last time to where Da and Mother had fallen. Da's body still lay upon the ground, but 2 of the soldiers were binding Mother's hands. Was she alive then? Sugar paused to make sure, but there were too many men coming after her and Legs, and the looks on their faces made it plain they were bent on murder. The thought flickered through her mind that this was hopeless. She and Legs weren't going to escape. But she quickly pushed that idea aside and faced the woods. "You've done this 100 times, brother. It's over the bluff, to the creek, and then the river." 4. Pray. Hunger lay under the towering fat spruce that grew in his glade, and felt some small thing, a very small thing, scratching about the grass on his chest. The mother had said not to devour the men, but she'd never said anything about small things. So he cracked one eye and spied the creature. It was The name floated away. He grunted. The names always floated away. His thoughts continually ran from him. Everything fled before his appetite. Hunger could smell the creature's fire, its tasty little fire. Not much, not enough for a meal, but enough to taste.
He watched the creature grasp a stalk of grass on his chest and bend the ragged head of seeds to its mouth. But before it could take a bite, hunger snatched the creature up. The little thing struggled, but in moments hunger separated it. The mother had shown him how to do that down in her cave. Fire, soul, and flesh. These three vitalities made up all living things, even him with his body of earth and grass. The mother had shown him what bound the parts all together, and then she taught him how to pick and pry until the binding unraveled in his hands. Of course, there were some things he had not yet been able to separate, but the little thing he had in his hands, he knew its secrets. The tiny body he cast away, the fire he bolted, increasing the hours of his life. But the soul he nibbled oh so slowly, for it was sweet with thought and fear. Above him, a swarm of insects made their comforting click and buzz. Farther up, the tops of the ancient spruce trees moved with a gust of wind. He could smell the fire in the trees, but their binding resisted him. It was very hard to steal from trees, and he thought this must be because they had a hunger greater than his. Why else would they hold it so fiercely? The wind gusted again, and the scent that it carried made him pause. Could it be? He opened his mouth to smell it better. A stink. He stretched wide his great maw and felt the scent fill him, felt it pool alongside his tongue and down his throat. He began to tremble in anticipation. Magic, the stink of human magic. "Mother," he called. "Mother!" He caught the scent before, but each time he followed it, the trail had vanished before he could find the source. The mother had told him that was to be expected. He was still young, still growing into his powers. She said she'd made him to smell and see for her, and so there was no doubt that's what he'd do. It was just a matter of time. He called again. "It's strong this time, strong like a river." Words came into his mind. "Yes, and can you smell a human female in it?" Hunger could. "You are ripening," the mother said. "You are ready. Find the female who wields the powers. Bring her and her brood to me." "Will you give me some?" he asked. "No," she said. "I'll eat them then," he said. "I'll eat them all." "You'll bring them to me, and I'll know if you take a bite." "I'll eat them," he said, but he knew he wouldn't. Hunger wanted to taste their souls. He craved their thoughts. Even the thoughts of a little thing full of fear tasted good. So what must it be like to feed on a human? But if he did, the mother would know, and she would hurt him. She would send him to the others who had asked her if they might lick and nibble bits of him. No, he wouldn't tempt himself. He would find the woman and her brood and carry them back whole. Hunger stood, dirt falling from him to the ground, and lumbered out of his dark glade toward the source of the scent. Barg did not want to stand watch around the burning ruin of Sparrow's house. Not in the dark, not on this night. The hunt had gutted Sparrow, his horses, pigs, fowl, and dogs, every living thing. All of the organs went into the raging fires of the Smithian home, followed shortly thereafter by the chopped parts of the various carcasses. Normally a criminal's flesh would be left to the vultures and foxes and beasts of the woods, and if no beast would touch it, there were always plenty of maggots. But the hunt dared not leave Sparrow to such a fate. No trace of him could remain. His bones, if any survived the fire, would be scattered on the sea. They'd obtained a fire sword from the temple in Whitecliff and used it on Sparrow and his beasts, and that gave them some comfort, because a fire sword forged by the Canes severed more than flesh. But they had no seeker, no divine with the powers to hunt Sleth, to confirm that the soul had fled, and the soul of such a man would be full of wrath. It would linger about. It might even try to possess and ride some weakened man or beast in an effort to extract vengeance. No, Barg did not want to go out, but some things had to be done. He got up off the floor in front of his hearth. The cups and stones of a game of transfer lay before him. His daughter had just taken her turn and ruined his next move. Their censer of godsweed had stopped smoking, so he picked up the tongs and fetched a hot coal from the fire. He put the coal in the censer and blew until the weed began to smoke again. They'd burned godsweed until the air was thick with it, burned it in every room as proof against the souls of the dead. Even so, Barg did not feel safe. They'd done a wicked thing today, killing the smith. Everyone had said he'd fought with the strength of 20 men, but Barg had seen it. He'd been there with his spear, and he knew Sparrow had not shown the workings of Slethery. The smith was clean, may the Six bless him, which was all the more reason for his soul to seek justice. The smith's wife, however, She was something else. She'd probably trapped Sparrow, trapped him like a spider. And like a spider, one day she would have eaten him. The clan lord had demanded they keep her alive for questioning, for bait. They placed the king's collar they'd taken from the royal house around her neck, laid her in the back of a wagon, and taken her away to the healers. And it was a good thing, for those that were sent to chase the girl and boy had searched past the river. They'd scoured the woods all the way to the swamps. Lords, they'd even used dogs. But they found nothing. It was impossible. A girl and a blind boy. But the hunt had come back before dark, haggard and empty-handed. That right there was evidence the children knew her wicked ways. No, Barg did not feel safe. But he wasn't a coward. He felt a great welling satisfaction. For when others had run today, he had stood his ground, and the crab had noted it. Barg wasn't going to ruin that honor tonight. He looked at his daughter. She grew brighter each day. He was actually trying to win this game against her and failing. He turned to his oldest son. "You're going to have to take my place," he said.
"Why should you go?" asked his wife. "Nobody else will be there. Nobody would dare."
She sat at the table, braiding the youngest boy's hair for bed. "They will," he said. "They're counting on me. But I'll be back soon enough. And I think I know a way to take this whole bloody mess off your mind. We'll go fishing tomorrow." She looked at him in disbelief.
"Fishing?"
He leaned in close, then whispered in her ear so the children couldn't hear. "Happy plans will put the children at ease." She looked down and said nothing. Barg kissed her gently on the cheek. Then he considered his girl and 2 boys. The firelight sparkled in their dark eyes. To think that they had played with that woman's hatchlings. "I'll be back soon enough," he assured them. "We're taking quarter watches, is all." Then he belted on his sword and picked up his spear. Foss, their hunting dog, rose to go with him, and Barg opened the door. The smoke in the room curled out into the night. Barg pointed at the children. "You do your chores and get to bed, and when you wake up in the morning, we'll be off."
"To the river or the beach?"
asked his oldest. They loved the beach. It would be a long day, but it would give them something to think about. "The beach," he said. "We'll roast crabs." Then he shut the door behind him. He took a long drink of water from the bucket at the well, then set off down the path that led to the smith's ruin, Foss padding along at his side. Smoke from the fires still hung heavily in the air. At the other end of the village, the last remains of Sparrow's house smouldered. The fires had burned low, but they still cast enough light to silhouette the barn and outbuildings of the house next to Barg's. Barg glanced back at his house a few times as he walked. The shutters were latched and snug. His wife had barred the door. They would be fine. As Barg got closer to the site, he looked about for the others. There were supposed to be 10 men on each watch. Perhaps they were all bunched up behind the barn. But when he rounded the corner of the barn, he found his wife had been right. Nobody was there. A few small fires still lit the last remains of Sparrow's house and smithy. Barg skirted around a wide area of ash and burning coals, for the whole mess still produced a blistering heat. A small flame rose at the edge of a blackened log close to him, only to disappear moments later. He paused. All was silent except for the crackling and popping of the fire. He looked at the surrounding houses of the village. Cowards. He'd roused them out of bed, every one. Then something moved in the shadows at the edge of where the house had stood. Barg peered into the swallowing darkness. A tall man moved aside a charcoal log, kicking up sparks. It looked like the miller. He reached into the hot coals and pulled something out. "Ah!" Barg called to him. "It's good to see there's more than one stout-heart among us." Foss stopped and began to growl. Then the man straightened up and turned, and Barg got a look at him in the firelight. That was not the miller. He was taller than anyone Barg had ever seen. But his arms and legs weren't proportioned like a man's. They were thicker than they should be. And his face, it was all wrong. He had a mouth that was dark, ragged and huge, a mouth that seemed to crack his head in two. That was no man. A tuft of hair on the creature's arm caught fire. It flamed brightly, then receded into red and yellow sparks that fell to the ground. And Barg realized it wasn't hair. It was grass. Patches all along its arm had burned, some of them still full of dull red sparks. A clump of smouldering grass fell from the creature's arm to the ground. Barg saw what the creature held. It was Sparrow's scorched leg, reduced almost completely to bone. The creature flung Sparrow's leg aside and began to walk toward Barg. The ashes and coals of the smithy stood between them, but the creature did not walk around them. It walked straight into the blistering coals, over a tangle of charcoal logs and through one of the remaining fires. The long, ragged grass about its legs began to burn and smoke, but the creature did not waver or cry out. Gods, Barg thought. Keep your calm, keep your calm. The thing's mouth gaped like a cavern. Its eyes. Lord, where were its eyes? And then he saw them, two pits all askew. Filthy rot. Filthy twisted rot. Regret himself had sent this thing. Barg brought his spear up, took 2 steps, and with all his might yelled and hurled the weapon. The creature did not flinch or step aside, and the spear buried itself in the creature's chest. "To arms!" Barg shouted and unsheathed his sword. "We're attacked! To arms! To arms!" There would be others here shortly, and together they would dispatch this monster. All Barg had to do was keep his courage, keep it like he'd done this morning, and not run away. The creature strode on as if nothing had happened. It plucked the spear out of its chest, like a man plucking straw from his tunic, and flung it into the ashes. Foss surged forward to the edge of the coals, but Barg took a step backward. He glanced at the homes. Nobody had emerged. It was just him and his sword. The creature strode forward. Gods, but it was huge. Barg took another step back, and then he turned and fled. Foss stayed back. He snarled, barked, then let out a huge yelp. A moment later, Barg heard the dog running. Barg glanced back. Foss was stretched out, galloping for his life. Behind him, the creature loped after them both, a thin line of fire burning up one of its sides. Foss passed Barg and ran toward the house. Barg turned and realized he was running the wrong way. He was running away from the other houses in help. But to go back to the houses meant he would have to run back toward the beast. Then the door to his house opened. The firelight shone into the night, silhouetting his wife standing in the doorway. "No!" he yelled. "Go back!" But he knew it was too late. The creature surely would have seen her, which meant that now, even if Barg were to change his direction, the monster might not follow him. "Get the children!" he yelled as he ran into the yard. "Barg!" his wife said in alarm. Then her face twisted in horror, and she backed into the house. The creature chuffed behind him. Barg spun around, holding his sword at the ready. The thing stood not 10 paces away. The fire had risen and burned its shoulder and head. Courage, Barg told himself. All he needed was a bit of courage. There was movement in the village. Men began to shout, but they ran the wrong way. They ran to the smiths. "To me!" he cried. "To me!" The creature opened its mouth wide and drew in a hoarse breath. It turned its head toward the door of the house. Barg thought of his daughter, his son, his excellent wife just behind the door. "No, you won't," said Barg. "You filthy abomination, you'll feel my steel first." Then he let out a yell, and for the second time today charged, his blade held high. The creature turned back to face him. Barg brought his blade down in a cut that would have cleaved a man from collarbone to belly. But the creature simply grabbed the blade in mid-swing, reached out with its free, rough hand, and took Barg by the face. Barg struggled in its stony grasp, and then he was slipping, twisting, falling into another place entirely. Miles away, Sugar crouched in the moon shadows at the edge of the forest and looked across the river at the farmstead of Hogan the Coromite, the man she knew as Horse. "Is the water deep?" whispered Legs. "I don't know," said Sugar. "Do you think he'll help?" "This is where Mother sent us," said Sugar. But in her heart, she knew the chances of him helping them were slim. If Horse harbored them, he put his whole family at risk. But if he delivered them to the hunt, he, even as a Coromite, would earn a fortune. "I think I'm wicked," said Legs. "You're not wicked," said Sugar. "I should have listened to the Wister wife." "What are you talking about?" "Sometimes, when I held the charm, she would call to me like I was lost." Sugar looked at her brother. She'd never heard of such a thing. "She called to you?" "In my mind, I could see her. She was beautiful. And sometimes I could see something else with her, something made of earth, dark and wild and—" Sugar waited while Legs found the words. "Something in her voice," he said. "It was horrible and wonderful. Every time I heard her, fear stabbed me because I didn't want someone to think I was like old Chance. I didn't want to be mad and taken to the altars for hearing voices in my head. And so I never answered. She said that the fullness of time had come. She promised to make me whole, promised all sorts of things, lunatic promises, but I was too scared. I think she wanted to help." She thought of Mother and her horrible speed, her terrible secrets. All this time they thought the Wisterwife charm was a blessing, a gift. It was an annual ritual for most people to fashion a creator's wreath and hang it above their door to draw the blessings of the Wisterwives. The wreaths were fashioned with rock and leaf, feathers and bones.
Many set out a gift of food or cast it upon the waters. But regret had his servants as well. So who knew what this charm really was? That charm could be anything. You think it was real? I don't know what to think. His voice caught. Sugar couldn't see his tears in the darkness, but he held his head in the way he always did when he was in pain. Sugar wanted to cry with him, wanted to feel overwhelming grief. But she was empty, as desolate as rock, and that pained her as much as anything else. What kind of daughter was it that had no tears for the butchering of her parents? And what kind of daughter was it that ran? She'd had her knife the whole time. Furthermore, she'd been trained how to use it. Dar always said you were an uncanny judge of character, said Sugar. If your heart tells you to be afraid, then let's trust it. Dar would have. Legs leaned into her, and she took him into an embrace, putting his face in her neck and stroking his hair. Things to act, and things to be acted upon. She had a knife. Lord, she'd had at least 6, for there were a number in the kitchen. She could have done something. She could have sent Legs to the pheasant house, gone around back herself and surprised that line of bowmen. She could have distracted a whole group of men. She might have tipped the battle. Why? Why had she run? And if she hadn't run, if, beyond hope, she'd tipped the battle, what then? She'd seen Mother, seen her horrible power. Legs gently pulled away. Will we talk to Horse? They had no tools to survive in the wild. Besides, an army of hunters would be combing the outer woods, expecting them to run there. If Horse helped them, and that was a desperate if, then maybe they might be able to survive until all but the most patient hunters gave up dreams of bounty and went back to their normal labors. If she and Legs survived that long, that's when they would escape. I don't know, said Sugar. Let's just take this one step at a time. Right now, we need to find where they ford this river.
5. Thieves. Tarlan, son of Horse, sat at the wooden table in nothing but his underwear because he had no pants. Somehow, during the middle of the night, they had walked off the peg where he'd hung them, and he'd searched high and low. The last of their cheese was missing as well. The cheese he could explain. If you were hungry and a thief, then a cheese would be a handy meal to take. But it was not the regular poverty-stricken thief who roamed miles off the main roads, risked entering a house, and passed up many other fine and more expensive goods to steal a pair of boys' dirty trousers hanging on a peg in the loft. No, there wasn't a thief in the world who would do that, but there was an older brother and a sister who would. Tarlan had 2 pairs of pants to his name, and he wasn't about to ruin his good pair by working in them. He needed his work pants, and to get those, he needed leverage. The good news was that he knew exactly which items could provide that leverage. It only took a few moments to find and hide them. Then he went back to the house, cut 3 slices of dark bread, and put them on a plate in the middle of the table next to the salted lard. River, his sister, came in first from outside, carrying a massive armload of rose stems clustered with fat rose hips. Tarlan sighed. She had 15 bushels of the stuff in the back already. Were they going to make rosehip syrup for the whole district? And he knew he'd be the one that would have to cut each and every hip and remove the seeds so her syrup didn't end up tasting like chalk. It was a thorny business, even if he did wear gloves. River walked to the back of the room to deposit her load and returned. Blood spattered her apron. A thick spray ran from her cheek to throat. What happened to you? Black John, she said. The cow that was bred by that rogue bull. Her water broke last night, but the calf was too big. She shook her head. John's brother-in-law from Bain cut into her this morning and made a mess of it. Did she die? Asked Tarlan. Not yet, said River. But such a wound, even with old Nan's poultice, would take a divine's hand to keep it from corruption. River had been apprenticed to Nan, who had midwifed as many cattle as she had humans. That's where River saw how to take a calf that was too big by cutting in from the side. That's where she'd learned about the virtues of everything from pennyroyal to seeding by moonlight. She could have learned far more, but old Nan went out late in a rainstorm one night and tumbled down a steep slope to her death. Even so, if River said the wound was bad, it was bad. And the calf? Asked Tarlan. Saved, she said. For now. She took off her bloody apron and hung it on a peg on the wall. Under the apron, River was wearing her work pants, which would have been a much easier mark for a clothing thief since River's room was on the first floor of the house. Of course, she'd only point out that nobody would look for pants in a girl's room, which was true for most women, but River wasn't most women. She wore pants to everything but the dances and festivals, and even then she threatened to do so. Skirts were a bother in the field, she said, a bother on a horse and a bother when hunting, and nobody was going to tell River otherwise. Tarlan gave his bloody sister his most pleasant smile. She looked at his bare chest and legs.
"Where are your clothes?"
"That's a good question," said Tarlan. River shook her head and went to the cupboard to get her pot of honey. She searched about, then turned around, looking like she'd lost something. Surprise, surprise. There was nothing like her cinnamon honey. It was not the thick amber that most of the honeycrafters sold. This honey was thin and clear and tasted like moonlight. River got it from a lovesick dyer who lived on the far side of the settlements and liked her despite her pants. He said the honey came from bees that made their hives in the cliffs there. He had also said that his love for her flowed like the nectar of the pale green flowers that clung to the cliffs, that she was his flower and he her bee, and that their pollinations would be more wild and splendid than anything a pot could contain. He'd said a lot of things, all of which proved that the dyer knew nothing of women. At least not River. She had smiled at the dyer's sentiments, but that didn't make the dyer any less of an idiot or his hands less blue. River was not a girl one with declarations of wild and amorous pollinations or delicious gifts, even if the gift was honey so rare it cost 3 weeks' worth of labor. Kay, Tarlan's older brother, walked in next, with flecks of barley stalks caught in his tunic. Kay was built like a bull. In the summer, he looked even more like one because he shaved his hair short. He did it, he said, to keep his head cool and make it easy to clean, but it also allowed him to show off the thick muscles in his neck. He walked over to the bedroom and retrieved his bow and archer's bag. The bow was made with wood, horn, and sinew, and it was so powerful only someone with his massive strength could draw it more than half a dozen times. Dar, because of his strength and size, was sometimes called Horse. Kay, having inherited all of Dar's muscle, had picked up the name of Little Horse. But he wasn't a horse. That was too noble a creature. Kay was a bull, no doubt about it. Tarlan, of course, inherited all the wit in the family, but nobody seemed to value that. He was never referred to as the Bright One or that great blaze of brains. Instead, he got names like Twig and Hogan's Runt. Kay sat at the table. His bow was blackened with charcoal and linseed oil, and then covered with a good layer of goose fat and beeswax to protect it from the wet. Kay had always been an excellent archer, Dar had seen to that, but Kay was now something more. He'd proven last year in the battles with the Bone Faces that he was an efficient killer as well. He pulled out his crock of goose fat to rub in yet another layer, then looked back into the bag. "Hey," he said, and opened the mouth of the sack wider to fish about in its contents. "Lose something?" Tarlan asked. "Where are my new bowstrings?" Kay asked. "Strange," said Tarlan. "All sorts of things going missing today." He tusked. "What a negligent bunch we must be." It took River about 2 seconds to catch on. "I want my honey," she said. "I want my trousers," said Tarlan. Kay looked up from his sack. "You took my strings. You took my trousers. What would I want with those?" asked Kay. "What would I want with your bowstrings? They don't fit my bow." River put her hands on her hips. "That honey has a special—" "Oh, don't act like you're offended for the dyer," Tarlan said, and began to work his way toward the door. "Who said anything about him?" River asked. "That honey's imbued with vitality. Now hand it over." "Pants first," said Tarlan. He continued to move until he stood between them and the doorway. Kay narrowed his eyes. River cocked her head, threatening a fight. She tightened the yellow sash she used as a belt. This is what she did when she wanted to run. Then Tarlan's brother and sister exchanged an evil glance, and Tarlan knew if he stood where he was a moment more, they'd have him. "Trousers," he demanded. Then he dashed out of the house in his bare feet and underwear and into the yard. To his surprise, Tarlan found Nettle, his cousin, opening the door to the smokehouse to get something to eat. He was supposed to be on patrol with his father, but Tarlan didn't care what he was supposed to be doing. He was here now and could even the odds in this fight. Kay and River charged out of the house. At this point, River was the one to worry about. In addition to being a healer, she was a thrower, deadly with spoons, pots, and sticks at 20 yards. She could whip off a wooden garden clog and fling it with ferocious aim at your head before you'd taken 5 steps. Tarlan knew he had the bumps to prove it. He darted left. 1 moment later, a short length of firewood flew past his head. Tarlan thanked his instincts and darted right, passing Nettle. "Trip them!" Tarlan called back. Nettle, the Macadian traitor, did no such thing. He cut a link from one of the hanging sausage chains, took a fat bite, and stood back to enjoy the show. Tarlan raced toward the woods beyond, but River had the angle on him and sprinted to cut him off. Thank the six she hadn't had time to pick up anything but a stick. Tarlan veered toward the garden. "Pick up the pace!" Nettle called out. "They're gaining on you!" "Coward!" Tarlan yelled back. He dashed around the garden fence, turned to avoid Kay, ran back toward the house, and found himself boxed in between the midden and the barn. He had 2 choices. He could make a run at one of them and hope to blow by, or he could go up the old walnut tree and hope they would stay at the bottom and do nothing more than shout insults and threats up at him. He wouldn't get by Kay in his long arms. Talon had enough room to get by River, but she was daring him, grinning at him to just try. He made his decision. Dar had fashioned a wooden slab bench and put this bench under the giant walnut tree, just to the right of the trunk. Talon ran for the bench. When he was close enough, he took one running step to the bench and the next to an old knob sticking out about 5 feet up the trunk. He followed the momentum upwards, grabbed a branch, pulled himself up, and stood on a fat arm of the tree well out of reach of his brother and sister. "That's about the dumbest place you could have chosen," said Kay. Talon climbed a few branches higher and looked down at the two of them. "The joke's up." "We don't have your hog-worn trousers," said Kay. "You're the one who loses things on a regular basis." Talon did not lose things on a regular basis. Kay bent over and picked up a number of rocks. "You come out of that tree or I'll knock you out," said Kay. "No," said Talon. "I think you need to give up your childish games." But Kay threw a rock instead. Talon ducked. The rock flew straight and true and would have made a pretty bruise, but a small branch stood in the way and sent the rock wide. God, he needed to put more branches between him and those rocks, so Talon scrambled up the tree until the branches were no bigger than his thumb. He couldn't see Kay or River from this height. Nettle stood over by the well, finishing his sausage, using one hand to shade his eyes from the sun. "You smelly bum!" Talon called down. "Do something!" "Jump!" shouted Nettle. "He's coming up!" Talon heard the leaves rustling below as someone ascended toward him. Nettle was a fine one to stand there and call out impossible instructions. Talon must have been at least 40 feet up in the air. There was nothing else around the tree but the barn, and that was much too far away, which meant he had nowhere to go. Kay was right. Running up this tree had been idiotic. Down below, Kay pulled himself up into the tree. Talon did not want to be at his brother's mercy at this height. Then he thought he saw a path through the limbs that just might let him get around that big bull. Talon descended, scooting to the right. Kay climbed, circling to the left, until they were only separated by a couple of branches. "I'm going to give you one last chance," Kay said. He looked up at Talon like a dog that had just cornered a rabbit. Talon scuffed the branch he stood on and sent small particles of bark down into Kay's face. Kay ducked to keep the bark out of his eyes, and Talon made his move. All he needed to do was get to a branch 4 feet below him and to the right. It would be a quick climb from there to the ground. He swung down, but Kay had been expecting the move, and suddenly he was grabbing at Talon's leg. Talon moved out onto his branch. Kay followed. Talon jumped for another branch. He grabbed it with both hands, pulled himself upward, but before he could get a leg up, the branch popped and swung him to the side. It was dead and rotted. Talon looked for something else to grab, and then the branch popped again and broke entirely from the tree. Talon reached out, grabbing for anything, but it was too late, and then he was falling head first. He yelled. He saw Kay's face, then a wide open space beyond with nothing between him and the ground but a branch that would most assuredly break his neck. 6. Staghome. If this fall lamed Talon, he'd be good for nothing but the war weaves. An image of him at the wizard's altar in Whitecliff flashed in his mind. The divine draining away his fire, the essence that fueled the days of his life, so it could be used by a better vessel, by a dreadman. The dreadman would give Talon homage for the gift, but Talon didn't want any homage. He yelled again, a long, "No!" A twig poked Talon's eye. Then his ankle caught, and Talon swung into the center of the tree and smacked his head. Kay grunted. "Grab a branch," he said. Talon looked up. It felt like a piece of bark the size of his thumbnail was stuck in his eye. He blinked, but could barely see. He blinked again and found his ankle was caught, not in a fork of 2 branches, but in Kay's iron grip. Kay bent over a branch holding onto Talon, his face set in determination. "You're slipping," he said. Talon twisted around, found a branch and grasped it with both hands. "I've got it, let go!" But Kay did not let go. He repositioned his grip and said, "You'll hang here until you tell us where you've hidden our stuff." Talon's eye ran like a river. "What about my trousers?" "God," said Kay, "if I come across your trousers, I'm going to burn them. Then you'll have something to yell about." "Oi, what's going on here?" It was Dar, standing at the base of the tree. "They've taken my work trousers," said Talon. "Is that so?" Dar asked Kay. Talon still hung mostly upside down, the blood rushing to his head. "It is not," said Kay. "You 3, Dar sighed. "Today I come out of the barn to find one of you hanging naked in a tree. What am I going to find tomorrow? Get down, both of you." Kay looked down at Talon. "You're lucky." Then he flung Talon's legs away. Tarlan clutched the branch. His body swung around like a festival acrobat's. His grip on the branch slid. Then he reached out with one foot and caught another branch to stand on. Tarlan steadied himself and blinked to clear his vision. Kay said, "You should thank me for saving your neck." "You're the one that put me here," Tarlan said. "I'm the one who didn't murder you," he said, and then descended to the ground. Murder indeed. Tarlan watched Kay go and realized the truth was he had been lucky. His heart was still thumping, thinking about how narrowly he'd missed a broken neck, and Kay had held him like he was nothing more than a sack of potatoes. Tarlan shook his head. Why couldn't he have gotten at least half of Kay's strength? He sighed. It was going to be annoyingly inconvenient to have to wear his fine pair of pants to work in, and at week's end, when he cleaned them and hung them out to dry, he'd have to sit around in his underclothes and bat the biting flies away. And if Kay and River hadn't taken his pants, then who had? Tarlan climbed out of the tree and stood before Dar. "Did you look for the pants in the barn?" Dar asked. Of course he'd looked in the barn. He'd looked everywhere. I'm not going to ruin my good pair. Then work in a leaf skirt. I'm not buying any material for another pair. Nothing in heaven or earth will make me feed negligence. I wasn't negligent. It doesn't matter anyway, said Dar. You're not going out to the fields just yet. Put on your good trousers and get peppercorns. You're going to the village to get some hens from old Mole the Fowler. I've had too many days without eggs. Last night you said you wanted to see us up and in the fields with the barley. Well, I'm saying right now that I want some hens, and you're going to get them. Shall I go along? Asked Nettle. No, said Dar. You're getting back on your horse to take a message to the Creek Widow. The one who told you not to come around? What other one is there? Asked Dar. He held out a sealed letter to Nettle. The Creek Widow was a Macadian woman with a tenancy of almost 20 acres. She had been a family friend for years, but this last summer she had ordered Dar out of her house and off her land. And try as Tarlan might, he could not get Dar to tell him why. Tarlan suspected it had something to do with her perennial efforts to marry Dar off. Half the time Tarlan thought she wanted Dar herself. But Dar was stubborn, and Tarlan was happy about that. While she cooked food fit for a divine, she was bossy and a bit odd, talking to vegetables and rocks and always smelling a little like a goat. Was this letter an indication that Dar was making up? Paper, said Nettle, a tease in his eye. You must be serious. He held the letter up to the sun as if trying to read it. You break that seal, Dar said, and I'll have your hide. I wouldn't dare touch it, said Nettle. Then go, said Dar. He shooed them both away. Be gone, and hurry back. I don't want to lose any of that barley. Tarlan pushed the cart and the empty chicken baskets through the 3 miles of the muggy woods to Stagholm. When he finally broke out onto the broad valley, he was so refreshed by the sunlight and breeze, so soothed by the smooth, sun-warmed dirt of the road under his bare feet, that he didn't immediately notice the fields and orchards. Instead, he basked in the glory of the day, and the fact that not only had he escaped being maimed this morning, but he'd also avoided a number of hours sweating in the barley. The peppercorns hung in a pouch around his neck. It had been 2 years since any merchant had sold peppercorns in the new lands, and the value of pepper had risen. Tarlan hoped the alewife's daughter was selling her vegetables again. She was a looker, that one, with her dark hair, jade eyes, and the fabulous lines of her long neck. During his last visit, he'd ended up returning to her table thrice, buying a bunch of carrots each time, just so he could fix her features in his mind. And it hadn't all been one-sided. She had glanced his way when he stood across the road eating some of her wares. Tarlan's reverie of the alewife's daughter broke when he pushed the cart past an orchard of apple trees bent with clusters of red and yellow fruit. There should have been children climbing with baskets in the top of those trees. Instead, the apple baskets lay scattered on the ground. Across from the orchard, a yearling calf bawled outside a field. The calf searched along the fence, separating it from its mother and a dozen others who stood with their noses down among the ripe white oats mixed with peas. There should have been a harvest master there promising someone a proper beating for letting the cattle in, but there wasn't even a beggar to chase the greedy guts out. How could that be? Tarlan searched the fence lines and long rock walls. He searched the fields. Nothing but a small carpet of blackbirds picking through a swathe of barley that had been harvested and left to lie where it fell. There wasn't a body to be seen. It was as if the villagers had fled the fields. Alarm scuttled like a crab up his neck. This was the fat season for pillaging. Of course, the Bonefaces hadn't attacked Stagholm or any of the surrounding villages for years, but that's precisely why Stagholm would be a perfect target. The villagers would have grown overly secure, just as Tarlan had. What's more, the Bonefaces took more than livestock and goods. They took men, women, and children.
Lords, he thought, if one of those bone faces got him, he'd wish he had fallen out of that tree and broken his back. He scanned the fields again, this time looking for signs of a raiding party. It was said that when the bone faces kidnapped you for their slave ships, they cut off the pinky finger of your right hand. Then, with some black and feral magic, they used your finger to bind you to them. And so perverting was the binding that you never once wanted to escape, but only desired to serve your master every day that blood flowed in your veins. One of the first things they'd ask you to do, which you would do with joy, was to trick your own kin into their traps. And so it was that whole families disappeared. Some were enslaved, and others were sent to the fearsome altars of Ishgar as sacrifices, for the bone faces were a bloody people. But Talon figured those slaughtered on the altars met with a better end. For if the rumors were true, the bone-face bindings were strong enough to compel a slave beyond this life and into the world of the dead. He imagined the fate of his pinky. The bone-face slave masters hung the fingers of their most valued slaves about their necks. The rest they locked up in a special room. And when guests came to call, especially if the slave master was wealthy, with dozens of formidable slaves listed among his assets, he would take his guests into the finger room and show off his collection of desiccated and rotting digits, just as a good Coromite wife might show off her collection of dishes or lace. And there was no sign of struggle in the fields. The clans sent patrols along the coastlines during the harvest season. Last year there had been battles, but those had been far out on the Finger Islands, not the mainland settlements. Nothing this year. But it had to be the bone faces. What else would make the villagers flee the fields on such a fine day for work? God, but how he wished Dar and Kay were here with him. If he only had his bow, that would improve his odds. Dar, a Coromite bowmaster, had taught his sons well. Talon could shoot 8 arrows a minute, and not to simply fill the sky with a haphazard rain of death. No, Talon could fire at that speed and hit where he was aiming. But he didn't have his bow. All he had was his knife and a pile of chicken baskets, which meant he'd have to slice open his own neck if the bone-faced blighters got to him. But he wasn't going to be turned into a villain, nor would he allow himself to be used as feed for their terrible gods. Talon thought he might be able to lose any pursuers in the thickness of the woods, but who was to say they hadn't already circled behind him? Besides, the safety of the village with its embankment walls was much closer. Smoke trailed into the sky from behind the walls of the village, but it was thin, not the thick smoke of burning homes. Upon the timber and earthen wall, he saw the glint of 3 men wearing helmets and carrying spears. The gate stood closed, which only confirmed his assessment of the situation. Talon looked back at the woods once more. He searched along the tree line, following the river that snaked its way through the valley, but saw no shallow-bottomed ship's mast. Perhaps they had landed farther downriver. Perhaps the village had been forewarned and the raiders had yet to attack. He quickened his pace. He did not want to be caught outside the gates. The cart and chicken baskets clattered along the dirt road as he went. He watched the shadows and trees. He kept an eye on the fields. He prepared himself, at the first sign, to run. He passed 2 large wicker creels on the bank of the river. One had toppled over. Its lid hung loose, and a tangle of fat brown eels wriggled their way back toward the water. The sight raised the hackles on the back of his neck, and Talon began to run. Down the dirt road he went, and then over the bridge. On the far side of the bridge, one of the chicken baskets bounced off, but Talon paid it no mind and let it lay in the grass where it fell on the side of the road. He didn't stop until he stood outside the gates. The Macadian guards up on the wall were not looking out. They were looking in. The beefheads weren't going to see any threat coming that way. "Hoy!" Talon called. The 3 guards turned. One was that maggot Roddick, the cartwright's son who had tormented Talon with rotten plums when he was a boy. "Let me in," said Talon. "You," said Roddick in disgust, "stay right where you are." 7. Chase. Technically, a Macadian village couldn't refuse entrance to Talon just because he was a Coromite. Refuge was one of the few mutual promises made in Whitecliff. But that didn't mean they would open to him. Roddick yelled down to those within. This village had fallen once, before it had a wall. The Bonefaces had rowed 2 of their small galleys up the river to a bend at the edge of the fields. They attacked just before dawn, setting the homes ablaze, running many good men through with their curved swords, and stealing anything of value, including 15 young girls. The next year, the village built the wall. The wall had been made by digging a wide ditch and throwing up an embankment of earth about 3 times the height of a tall man. Timber spikes had been planted into that steep slope and at the bottom of the ditch. Grass and tall thistle now hid many of the spikes, but any host charging up that hill would find the spikes' power to impale undiminished. And if the host reached the top, they'd face a timber palisade and tower. The timbers had been new when Talon was a boy.
Pale yellow lichen now clung to much of the wood, but it was sturdy nevertheless. He expected they'd be happy to give him a bow and set him up on the wall with Roddick. But there were no raiders, no sign of any struggle whatsoever, so why had they closed the gates? The crossbar that held the gates closed scraped. Then the gates swung open. Out walked half a dozen Macadian men holding their scythes, sickles, and forks like weapons. About half had shaved their heads and dyed their scalps with henna, witnessing they performed their harvest worship. Tarlin glanced over his shoulder, fearing the Bonefaces had decided to attack. But there were no Bonefaces, only the river glistening in the sun and the fields of grain beyond rolling with the breeze. When he turned back, one of the beefheads on the wall was stringing his bow. "It's one of Horgan's half-breeds," said Farmer Tilth. He held his hay-fork before him as if Tarlin were the Dark One himself. "What are you doing here, boy?" asked Tilth. "I've come to trade with Mole," said Tarlin. "He's spying," Roddick called from above. "Spying?" "Cast your weapons from you," Roddick commanded, "then lie down in the dirt." "What a bum-brain. Why would I want to spy on you?" Tarlin yelled up at Roddick. "And I don't have any weapons, unless you think I might kill someone with these chicken baskets." "Give yourself up," said Tilth. Longlark, the cooper's son, stood next to Tilth. He tied a cattle noose at the end of one rope. Tarlin looked at the men. There were the Early brothers, the one-eyed Tanner and his two sons, and the young Hayward who had killed a worm not 2 weeks ago and received the intricate tattoo around the wrist of his right hand that signified he was no longer a boy, but a man of the Shoka clan. These people knew him. The men began to fan out. "I'm honoured," said Tarlin, "but isn't this a bit much for a runt like me?" "He's going to run," Roddick called. "I'm not running," said Tarlin. "Come on, son," Tilth said. They approached him like one might a boar caught in a trap, careful and bent on injury. Tarlin spotted the lazy-eyed Sabin among them, relishing every moment of this. That boy had never liked Tarlin. A flash of orange caught Tarlin's eye, and he spotted a tall, bald man with an enormous black beard standing in the gateway. He was an official, wrapped in the blue and orange sash of the Macadian Fear Noi clan. Fear shot through him, and Tarlin took a step back. The Fear Noi had provoked a number of fights these last years. They killed a number of Coramites to boot. Well, that was not to say the Coramites hadn't defended themselves, but everyone knew that Coramite and Fear Noi didn't mix. Lords, Fear Noi didn't mix with half the Macadian clans, especially not the Shoka of Stagholm. But there stood that Fear Noi official, acting like he owned the place, and here the Shoka village men had their tools pointed at him as if he were a rabid bat. "I'm here for chickens," he protested. It was then that Longlark broke from the pack and set himself to throw his noose. Tarlin hesitated for a fraction of a second. Longlark adjusted his grip. "By the farting lord of pigs," Tarlin thought, "I've done nothing at all." Coramites had been dragged behind horses before. Not here, of course, in a Shoka village. Not yet. But these were Macadians, after all. Fear Noi, Vargon, or Shoka, did it matter which clan they belonged to? He looked into their eyes and saw it did not. Tarlin took a step backwards. Longlark swung his noose back. In his mind's eye, Tarlin saw himself hanging from the village wall with that noose around his neck. The thought jolted him, and despite his earlier protestations, he turned tail and ran. A shout rose up behind him so full of menace that it almost loosed his bowels. He stretched his stride, expecting that noose to fall about his shoulders or to catch an arrow in his back. He ran like a thief, like a rabbit coursed by dogs. He ran with the speed only fear and bewilderment bring. He sprinted back over the bridge and thought he saw the flash of an arrow out the corner of his eye. He needed to make the woods, the only place where he might have a chance to lose these madmen. Back up the road he ran, the dirt hard under his bare feet. Tarlin was not the fastest runner in the district, but he wasn't the slowest either. He knew he should measure his pace, but that lazy-eyed Sabin was back there with his shaved head and violent speed, and Tarlin sprinted for all he was worth. He could hear the man behind him, and pushed himself until his breath came in ragged gasps, and his legs began to burn. By the time he reached the oat field the rogue cows had broken into, his lungs and legs could go no farther, and he had to stop. He panted and turned. Sabin, a look of murder in his eyes, was almost upon him. Movement farther up the road drew his attention, a rider galloping toward him on a horse. They were boxing him in. Lords, but he had to make the woods. 2 more ragged breaths, and he hopped the fence on his left, and the field stones piled up next to it, and struggled up a fallow field of knee-high grass. The tall grass pulled at his feet, the slope sapped his strength, but neither seemed to slow Sabin. The woods stood only a few paces away. Tarlin glanced back to see Sabin reach out with his long tattooed arm for Tarlin's hair. River loved Tarlin's hair, loved it long, and at that moment he wished he'd never listened to her and her stupid appraisals of men. Sabin grabbed a handful of Talon's hair, yanked and brought Talon up short and then backward to the ground. Talon scrabbled to his knees, but Sabin kicked his side and knocked the breath right out of him. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Sabin kicked at Talon's face, but Talon curled up and the blow glanced off the back of his head. When his body finally remembered it had lungs, the rest of the men were rushing up the hill. Someone struck him with a staff, another kick caught him in the hip. Talon tried to get up and lunge out of the circle, but before he could get his legs, one of the Tanner's boys landed a blow to Talon's head that dazed him and knocked away all sense of balance. He turned, falling, and saw a sea of men. Someone kicked him in the back, and the pain took his breath away. Someone else went for his neck. Talon brought his arms up to shield his face. "Where's that rope?" one of them shouted. Talon tried to roll over. "Out of the way!" someone else shouted. "Now you'll get it, half-breed," a man said. The blows lessened, and then stopped. Talon glanced up. Sabin stood above him, lifting what must have been a 40-pound fieldstone the colour of fresh liver. He raised it high, preparing to break Talon's head like a gourd. 8. Bounty. Talon rolled away, trying to escape Sabin's stone. "Hold!" someone shouted. A horse snorted. Talon tried to dart through the legs of the men surrounding him and was flung back to the ground. He froze, cringed, waiting for the crushing stone. But it did not fall. 20 stripes, Sabin, a man said. "I swear it." Talon glanced up. The men were not looking at him. They were looking at the bailiff of Stagholm, who sat upon his dappled grey horse, glaring at Sabin. It was he who had been the rider bearing down on him from the other direction. Sabin hesitated, and then, almost in defiance, he dropped the stone perilously close to Talon's head. "That," said the bailiff, pointing at Sabin, "has just made you my riding horse." The bailiff was not a large man, but he was strong and fearless in battle. His face was shaven close, which revealed 3 scars where a bear had tried to take off his jaw. But it was his eyes, as pale as the horse upon which he rode, that fixed Talon's gaze. Those eyes had scared Talon as a boy. He had thought the man was full of evil. Father had convinced Talon otherwise, but faced with those eyes, Talon could never maintain his certainty. The bailiff directed that hard gaze at the other men. "What is this here? Why are the fields empty?" "There are Coromite sleth about," someone said. Sleth? Soul-eaters? Had Talon heard that right? "This one ran like a monster," one of the men said. "Yes," said the bailiff, "but it appears you caught him anyway." Talon looked up at the bailiff, but a wave of pain and nausea slammed into him, and he was forced to turn and vomit into the grass. He hurt everywhere. "Get up," said the bailiff. Talon gagged once more, spit, and took 3 breaths to steady himself. Then he got to one knee, feeling all dizzy and trembling. Something was running out of his nose. He wiped his face with his sleeve, expecting blood, but it was nothing more than snot. There was a ringing in his ears, and he didn't know if he could stand. But he did know one thing. He would not show weakness, not in front of these men. God, these arrogant Macadian garlic-eaters. This would go to the Coromite Council, and the Council would take it to the Shoka Lords. He was within his Whitecliff rights. Every one of these men should pay. And that was enough to take the edge off the flood of tears pushing up within. Talon stood. He almost toppled over, but then his dizziness seemed to recede. 2 other horsemen rode up from the village and joined the bailiff. One was the bald Fiernoy he had seen at the gate. His black beard and eyebrows were even bushier than they had first appeared. His Macadian wrist tattoo with its boar's tusk had been extended up his forearm, showing not only his clan, but also the military order to which he belonged. The other Fiernoy was a small man, a messenger. He rode a horse that was lathered and blowing from a long gallop. The bearded Fiernoy shifted on his saddle, and the leather creaked under him. "We tried to find you, Zoo," he said to the bailiff. "There's been a sleth hunt, and it appears that things have taken a turn for the worse." The bailiff turned. A sleth hunt? The messenger eyed Talon, then addressed the bailiff. "We identified the parents of the abomination pulled from the river. Yesterday, our forces closed in on Sparrow, the Coromite mastersmith of the village of Plum. But things did not go as well as planned. His 2 hatchlings escaped, and then some sleth spawn came back and slaughtered a family in the village." Except for the buzzing in Talon's head, there was dead silence. Sleth, he thought. What are these men doing wasting their time chasing me? They should be out. Then his brain processed that last statement. There was sleth among the Coromites, among Talon's people. "We have reports," the messenger continued, "that they were spotted in this district, a Coromite girl and her blind brother." He turned to the men.
There's a sizable bounty for any who bring them in, dead or alive, a miller's annual wage. The reports of Sleth that sailors brought this spring had been noised about the whole district, driving people to put double bars on their doors. A Sleth wife taken in Mockad had filed her teeth into sharp fangs. Her captors all thought it was to make her more fearsome in battle, but the hunters discovered the true reason when they broke open her smokehouse and found the bodies of 4 men hanging butchered and half-cured. And that was just this year. There were stories of Sleth stealing your soul away, then walking about in your body. Sleth growing horns, growing gills so they could swim in close and drag unsuspecting fishermen into the watery depths. Sleth were forever stealing sisters, wives, and husbands to use in unnumbered abominations. If these men thought he was associated with Sleth, or was this simply another Fearnoy scheme? He realized it didn't matter at this point. If these men thought he associated with such evil, then his life floated like a piece of duff over a bonfire. The bailiff turned to Tarlan. "What are you doing here?" "Trading chickens, Zoo," said Tarlan. "That was my crime." "Then why did you run?" asked the Fearnoy. What a stupid question. "It's hard to tell," said Tarlan. "I'm usually quite solid when facing a charge of Macadian villagers." Of course, stupidity was bred into the Fearnoy. Their clan were forever trying to stir all the others up to push the Coramites into the sea. It was probably that man who had started this whole thing. Sabin clopped Tarlan on the head and sent him reeling to his knees. "Respect your betters." Tarlan steadied himself and stood again. The right side of his ribcage pained him. He took in a large breath, expecting to feel the sharp pain of a broken bone. There was a twinge, but it didn't feel like it came from a break. However, his one battered eye was swelling shut. He looked at the bailiff. "I'm sorry, Zoo. Let me restate." "No," said the bailiff. "There's no need to restate." His face was full of pent-up anger. "There soon won't be any chickens, Tarlan. There will be nothing for you Coramites. Your clans squander opportunity after opportunity. You can't keep yourselves clean, can you?" "Zoo," said Tarlan, "all I did was come for lairs, and these men, without provocation, set upon me." "You ought to press him," the Fearnoy suggested. "Who knows how wide their network is? And think about it. I'm told this skinny thing is a half-breed, but he's not just any old mongrel. This one's connected to high places, given special treatment. I'm told Argoth is going to adopt him into his family and give him a chance to earn the wrist of a Shoka man." He spat at Tarlan's feet. "This one can walk about and spy without being given a second glance." It was true Uncle Argoth and Dar had recently talked about marrying Tarlan to a Macadian. It wasn't necessary for him to be adopted into a Macadian family to do so, but it would smooth the process. However, there were some who thought it a scandal. Even among the Shoka of Stagholm, there were still a few who still wondered how Tarlan's mother, a Macadian of some station, could willingly debase herself and foul her offspring by marrying and mating Dar, a full Coramite. There were those who saw her untimely death as a confirmation of that poor choice. Nevertheless, Uncle Argoth was determined to make him a full member of the clan, wrist tattoo and all. "Are you spying?" asked the bailiff. "Zoo," said Tarlan, "I mean no disrespect, but what would the purpose of such spying be? I have no idea what this is about." "Don't feign ignorance," the Fearnoy growled. "I am what you see," Tarlan said to the bailiff. "Nothing more." "He's lying," said the Fearnoy. "Take him and press the truth out." The bailiff turned to the Fearnoy. "This is Shoka land, not Fearnoy. Your news has caused trouble enough. I won't let it bring murder to my fields." "Killing a Coramite isn't murder." "It is here," the bailiff spat. The Fearnoy licked his fat lips and shook his head in disgust, but he made no reply. Tarlan addressed the bailiff. "You know my family. Surely you can't think I'm one of them." "I can think anything I want," said the bailiff. "I stake my reputation vouching for you and yours, but your actions have begun to stain me." "No, Zoo, not mine. We carry no stain." The bailiff knew him. Dar had given his boy a foundling wildcat. He taught the bailiff himself a better way of drawing his bow, and in return the bailiff had invited Dar on many a hunt. Surely the bailiff's vision would not be clouded with Fearnoy rubbish. The bailiff looked at Tarlan as if he were weighing him. "I find no cause to accuse this boy," the bailiff finally said. "Not today." Tarlan bowed himself in gratitude. "Zoo, you are clear-sighted and wise." "Then prove me right. Packs of bounty hunters will begin to stalk these woods, but if a Coramite were to bring the hatchlings in, that would say something, wouldn't it?" "Yes," said the Fearnoy. "It will say that Coramites, like crows, feed on the carrion of their own kind. It proves nothing." Anger flashed up in Tarlan. Fearnoy did nothing but pick and feed on the work of others. He knew he should keep his mouth shut, but he couldn't help himself. The words were leaping out before he knew what he was saying. "Well, Zoo," said Tarlan,
At least we're willing to make something useful of our carrion. It appears the fear noise simply lets theirs parade about full of maggots and stink. Anger flushed the fear noise face, and he kicked his horse forward to get at Talon. Talon cringed, but the bailiff grabbed the fear noise reins and pulled the horse up short. "He'll take that back," said the fear noise. "I won't stand for this, Shockland or no." The bailiff turned to Talon. "This is the last time you can expect protection from your own stupidity. Apologize." "Yes," said Talon. "Of course." He faced the fear noise and stood as tall as he could muster. "Zoo, I've been knocked half out of my mind. I apologize. Such untruths are only given voice by fools." "Rot," said the fear noise. Then he wrenched the reins away from the bailiff. "Your territory lord will hear about this." "I have no doubt," said the bailiff. The bailiff turned to Talon, his pale eyes sending a trembling up Talon's back. "There's going to come a time, Talon, when there will be no one to hold such men back, and the Coromanites will be purged. It might already be too late. Now, you go and tell your Dar I expect him to order the Coromanites in my district. I expect assurances. And know this, we'll be picking over every rock and stone. And by the Goat King's hairy arse, we'll make no distinction between those who harbour hatchlings and those who practice the abominable arts. Now go." Talon nodded. "Thank you, sir," he said, and began to push past two of the men to go back to the bridge to fetch his cart. "Where are you going?" the bailiff demanded. "My cart," said Talon. "I just gave you an order." Talon paused. He could see no sympathy on the faces of the men, nor was he stupid. The bailiff had just stood up for him, and Talon wasn't going to throw that back in his face. He'd simply have to come back for the cart and baskets later and hope nobody had stolen them. "Directly home," said Talon, changing his course. "That's where I'm going." The bailiff only looked at him with those pale eyes. Talon walked across the field toward the trail. He hurt all over, but he could walk. He could breathe, and that was something to be thankful for. He remembered the peppercorns and felt to make sure the bag was still hanging from his neck. They were still there, and that too was something to be thankful for. As he departed, he heard the bailiff lecturing his men, but he was so rattled he couldn't focus on what the man was saying. Talon crossed the fence and walked out onto the trail that led back to his home. The wood rose up in front of him. That rotted fear noise said the hatchlings had been seen in this district. If Talon were running, the woods is where he would go. But he couldn't imagine they would be here. Not right here. Of all the miles upon miles of woodland available, why would the Sleth hatchlings choose this little section of the district right here in front of him? The chances were so remote that it wasn't worth thinking about. But his heart wasn't listening to his mind. It was said that Sleth needed to feed often on the fire of other men, and a lone stripling walking in the cover of thick wood was a perfect target. Furthermore, Sleth never came alone. There was always a big nest of them. So it was likely that there was more than this one family, which meant there were probably adults, full of the dark art, looking for those hatchlings as well. And even if the Sleth didn't find him, then there were the bounty hunters the bailiff had mentioned. Only the fiercest of men took it upon themselves to hunt Sleth, and because these Sleth had been found among Koromites, the hunter would suspect every Koromite that came along, and he did not want to fall into their hands for questioning. He glanced at the bailiff and the man making their way back toward the village, and shook his head. Mobs and monsters. Being chased about by Cairn River now seemed a pretty thing. He faced the woods again. He didn't have much choice. Besides, even if someone were waiting behind a bend in ambush, standing here like a coward wasn't going to improve his odds. He searched the ground for a sturdy stick and a few good throwing stones, and then Talon entered the wood. He made a firm resolve not to run, but the farther he got into the dark old wood, the more he felt like a fat worm sinking on a hook into the water. A fat worm that had already been worked over. He catalogued his pains. There were 2 spots on his head that hurt to touch them. There was his eye that was now almost swollen shut. His ribs smarted. His kidneys, he was sure, had been abused. Lords, even his toes protested. He looked down, saw a smart bruise on his left foot, and realized someone must have stomped it. But these were physical pains. They would heal. At least he hoped they would, especially the blows to his brain. The Sleth, on the other hand, were different, and he couldn't tell what would be worse, to be taken by the bone faces and forced into a 9-fingered enslavement, or to be kept in storage like a living carcass, to be feasted upon or twisted into something unnatural. At least with the bone faces, he'd die a man. And how could he follow the bailiff's suggestion and bring in the hatchlings, the children of these Sleth? A proper Sleth hunt required 100 men. It required a divine. What could one runt do? If he had his bow, he might be able to do something. That is, if the Sleth didn't know the arrow was coming. He'd heard once at an alehouse that Sleth could whisper to arrows, but Talon didn't believe that. And it didn't matter anyway because he didn't have his bow. He was defenseless but for the stick and cluster of stones he held in his hands. The thing to do now was get back to Dar and the others as quickly as he could and alert them. The distant thock of a branch breaking sounded off to his right, and then a squirrel chittered a warning. Tarlan took another step and heard footfalls. His heart leapt up into his throat. Something was in these woods. But he told himself the sound was from nothing more than a falling branch. He told himself to stand upright and walk like a man. He tried to act calm. The last thing prey should do is act like prey. Then came a grunt and a high keening. Something moving toward him, scuffling through the leaves on the forest floor. You are not prey, he told himself. You are not prey. But he quickened his step nevertheless. Something dark flashed in the corner of his eye. He began to jog and swore something immediately moved toward him. He turned, and it hid behind the trunk of a tree. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and the only thing he could think was run. Tarlan turned to the trail, abandoned all pretense, and ignoring his injuries, did exactly that. Not once did he look back. He dared not look back. He couldn't afford to smack into a branch or step wrong, or most especially see the face of the thing that was surely behind him. He knew if he saw the beast, his courage was likely to completely desert him. At that point, it would be impossible to do anything but cringe upon the ground like a cornered rabbit. So it was eyes to the front, even when the woods broke before him, and he saw the river below and the farm stretching away from him on the far side. Tarlan ran down to the river, stumbled through the shallow water of the ford, and scrabbled up the other side. Only when he reached the smoke shed did he stop and turn, and with much panting, search the woods. Nothing. Nothing at all. The Sleth children, if there had ever been any, must have been one-legged pigeons. No regular monsters would have let him escape alive. Of course, there probably hadn't been a thing in those woods besides squirrels and mice. The sound he'd heard was most certainly somebody's renegade pig. Coward, he told himself, and bent over, resting his hands on his knees. He was such a coward. Where's the handcart? Tarlan turned. Dar sat in the shady side of the barn, sharpening his scythe. Relief washed through Tarlan at the sight of his great horse of a father. Back at the bridge, said Tarlan. He took a breath. Ah, that's what I like to see. A boy who races home to work and leaves the chickens to fend for themselves. Dar, said Tarlan. The bailiff wants you. We're mowing the fields now. The bailiff can wait. Then he stopped and looked at Tarlan more closely. Is that blood? What happened to your face? Tarlan poured out everything that had happened, including his run through the woods. As the story progressed, Dar stroked the braids of his beard with increasing anger. When Tarlan finished, Dar set his scythe aside and stood. Are you going? It appears I am, said Dar. Should we bring our bows? Asked Tarlan. Or would billhooks be better? Billhooks? Asked Dar. In case we're attacked. Dar grunted. You're going out to glean. We've got fields that need stacking. But the hatchlings, said Tarlan. The hatchlings, said Dar. Son, did you not learn anything from your adventure this morning? Even if the children were Sleth, the greater risk is being mistaken for a soul-eater by an idiot with hunt fever. We're talking about 2 children, however ferocious they may be. Dar shook his head. You said a Fearnoy rider brought the message. That's the problem right there. Shouldn't we at least give the warning some credit until we find out otherwise? Sparrow was a good man, said Dar. He heaved a great sigh. Tarlan had not known the smith very well. However, he'd always wondered about his name. He thought it funny that such a mighty man would be named for such a little bird. Tarlan, Kay, and Nettle were named after noteworthy ancestors. His sister was named so she might be granted all the qualities, the strength, life, purpose of a river. But Sparrow? Tarlan had found out that the Smith's family had a long line of sparrows, all named after an actual bird that had saved one of the family's progenitors from drowning. He'd always wanted to hear that tale, but now he wasn't so sure. A great weariness seemed to descend upon Dar. You could search this whole land. You could search the whole 9 clans, and not find sparrows better. But he was Sleth, said Tarlan. Dar shook his head. If Sparrow was Sleth, then fish swim in the deep blue sky. He turned to Tarlan. Do you still have the peppercorns? Tarlan nodded. Give 'em here. Tarlan removed the pouch and necklace from around his neck and handed them over. Dar put the pouch around his own neck, then said, Get out to the field and help with the stacking. It looks like I'm going to fetch us some heads and go talk to the bailiff. You're going alone? Yes, he said, and headed for the barn. After a few steps, he called back. By the way, I found your pants wadded up under your bed. They're lying on the table. I looked under my bed, said Tarlan. Dar shrugged. They were there, plain as day. That was impossible. Tarlan had moved his bed out. He would have seen them. Tarlan turned and went into the house to get his old pants. These were stained, thanks to the stag-home idiots, with blood and grass, and would take an hour of washing to get them clean. When he came back outside, Dar had Iron Boy saddled. Dar's unstrung hunting bow stood in the leather bow bag strapped along Iron Boy's side. He should have been taking his war bow. I'll be back before dark, Dar said. He secured what he called the hog behind the saddle. The hog was an axe with a handle about as thick as 4 fingers and a shaft as long as Tarlan's arm. The head was not broad like a timber axe, but short and narrow, with a blade at one end and a pick at the other. But it was used for other things. An archer needed a weapon for close work. He needed something for when he exhausted his supply of arrows. The hog could pierce armor when wielded by a man half Dar's size, and Dar had killed 3 bonefaces last year with it. But he did not reverence it as many men would. Most of the time he used it to break up the bee propolis in the hives or chop kindling. If you find any slith, said Dar, be sure to tell him you're tough and gamey and not at all fit for dinner. A little bit of a smile softened his grim expression. Easy for you to say, said Tarlan. We're going to be fine, Tarlan, he said. Don't worry about a thing. He picked up the reins and led Iron Boy away. Tarlan watched him go, then scanned the woods and swallowed. 9. Hatchling. Tarlan worked with his brother and sister until midday. His swollen eye hadn't improved much, nor had many of the aches from the beating he'd taken at Stagholm, but work was work. He stood, took off his wide-brimmed straw hat, wiped his brow, and gingerly felt his ribs. Nettle had returned from taking his message to the Creek widow long ago. He and Tarlan were hauling 3 windrows of dried bracken off the hill. Nettle threw another pitchfork full onto the wagon bed and said, You're going to milk that all day, aren't you? You let the early brothers kick you, and then we'll talk. Nettle shrugged. Tarlan ignored him and looked for Dar, who had not yet returned, and then eyed the woods. He'd been eyeing them every chance he got, but after hours of vigilance and seeing nothing more exciting than 3 boars rooting for acorns in the distance, he began to think less of the dangers of Sleth and more on the promised bounty. The reward was a miller's annual wage. God, he could buy a kish bow for that. And why couldn't a Coromite bring them in? Why couldn't he bring them in? Sleth were wily and dangerous and strong. It was said Sleth had animal strength and could twist your head off as easily as a housewife could twist the head off a chicken. So maybe he'd need help. But they were, after all, only children, not full Sleth. Tarlan put his hat back on and joined Nettle in the work again. They piled the wagon high with another 12 forkfuls of bracken, then took it to the last haystacking site. Prince Conroy, their red rooster, clambered up on top, surveying the world as the wagon moved along. In the meadow, River and Kay turned the rows of cut grass with their hay forks so it could finish drying. A flock of blackbirds followed behind, picking through the grass for a meal. Tarlan and Nettle spread a thick layer of the long fronds at the base of this last site for the hay they'd used this winter to feed their horse, cattle, and small flock of sheep. A thick bracken base kept a dry layer between the hay and ground. They'd also cut enough for lining bundles of foodstuff, for the rats did not like chewing through it because it made their mouths sore. When they'd finished the last stacking site, Nettle said, I'm hungry. You're always hungry, said Tarlan, you stinking Macadian garlic eater. Coromite goat lover, Nettle shot back. Tarlan smiled. This name-calling had been their joke for some time now, and with the possibility of Tarlan being adopted into Argoth's clan as a member by privilege but not blood, it took on a new meaning. I'll start on that acre your Dar wants cleared for the oats next spring, said Nettle. You get some food. I thought you were supposed to be patrolling the coastline with your Dar today anyway, not here eating up all our food. No, the captain wouldn't let me come on patrol. Nettle referred to his father this way when he was dissatisfied with him. He made some excuse again. He's just trying to protect you, said Tarlan. I don't want protection. Half of the men resent me because they've been ordered behind my back to keep me safe, so instead of being a full member of the patrol, I'm a burden. To the other half, I'm nothing but a joke. They might as well bring along an infant in arms. You don't know what they're thinking. I can read a man's eyes, said Nettle. I've heard their whispers and seen their patronizing smiles. He shook his head in disgust. Tarlan didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. Of course, why court death when you didn't have to? He was happy he didn't have patrol duties, and was about to say this when Nettle looked at him honestly.
I envy you, Nettle said.
Me? Asked Tarlan.
Nettle had everything. Looks, wealth, good blood. He might not be a giant like Dar or Kay, but he was larger than Tarlan, and he had a father who was a captain in the Shoka clan. Not you exactly, Nettle said, and grinned. But your Dar trusts you. You have your braid, he treats you like a man. You almost have your life taken, and he simply dusts you off and sends you out to the fields to work. If it's damage you want, said Tarlan, let me find a stick. I'd be happy to give you a good thrashing, especially since you failed to come to my aid this morning. See, said Nettle, my passivity is becoming habitual. I'm sick to death of being coddled. I want to do something real. No, he didn't, Tarlan thought. There's no joy in being on the receiving end of the stick. The acre that needs to be cleared is real, said Tarlan. And don't worry about the stumps. We'll just plough around them. When they're good and rotted, they'll come out just fine. Nettle shook his head, frustrated. You don't know what it's like. Obviously, Tarlan said. We're almost out of water, Nettle said. Tarlan picked up the hoggin and found Nettle was right. He turned and saw something move back by the house. A chill ran down his spine. He looked closer, but saw nothing. There were stories of one Sleth lord who had lain in wait for his victims in their cellars. Tarlan and the others had been working out in the fields since before noon. That was plenty of time for hatchlings to move about and hide in a cellar. What are you doing? Asked Nettle. I thought you were going to get some food. He was getting spooked is what he was doing. He screwed up his courage. I was just thinking about what we're going to have for a snack, he said, then strode toward the house as quickly as his injuries would let him, hoggin slung around his arm. Prince Conroy jumped off the wagon and accompanied him back. Conroy was fierce beyond all reckoning. To rodents, that was, or cats or weasels. Lately he'd been giving the squirrels what for, but it was his violence with rats that had won him his name. The real Conroy was a prince of story who had scoured his city of a nasty infestation of rats. Tarlan's Prince Conroy loved nothing more than to drop like a stone upon a rodent, skewer it with his talons, and then peck it to a bloody pulp. There were other roosters that would fly into an attack when they felt threatened, or one of their hens screamed, and many chickens might snatch up a mouse and run off with the prize to eat it. But Conroy, it seemed, went looking for rats. He was, in his rat hunting, better than a dog. Of course, he wouldn't be much against Sleth. Conroy darted ahead of Tarlan to chase a white and black butterfly, following it into the tall weeds. The barn, old house and smoke shed stretched away from Tarlan like a crooked arm on his left, while the pig pen, garden and privy stretched out on his right. As he approached the barn, something made a scuffle by the woodstack alongside the far wall. Tarlan's heart jumped, and he realized he had no weapon but the hoggin. "Conroy?" he called. He made the trill and yip that always brought the rooster. When Conroy came running, Tarlan looked down at the bird. "It's time to earn your keep," he said, and pointed to the side of the barn to where the wood was stacked. They'd gone rat hunting like this many times before. He made another trill and yip, and Conroy dashed around the corner of the barn. Tarlan waited, and heard nothing. He shook his head. This would go down well in the stories. The mighty hunter stays back and sends his rooster in to deal with the danger. Tarlan took a deep breath and marched around the barn so he could get a good look down the wall. Conroy stood alone, eyeing the woodpile. So it was a rat. Tarlan walked down to the spot where Conroy was and kicked the wood. He expected to hear a scrabble of tiny claws. What he heard instead was someone running away from the back of the barn. Tarlan's heart quickened again, and he thought that maybe he should back away. But that isn't what a man would do. He'd been recognized by the Coromide Council and granted a man's braid to hang from his belt. The Coromides didn't proclaim their clan or male rights by elaborate tattoos like the Macadians did. One small tattoo was sufficient. Your clan was in your blood. What more did you need? Your male rights were things you earned or lost by your actions. Tarlan's braid, which was only to be worn at formal occasions, was kept in a box with those of Kay and Dar. It was a simple leather braid with 3 silver beads. Other men with greater capacities extended their belts and added discs. Some were worn from a shoulder. But regardless of the rights granted, the braid was a privilege that could be taken away, not a right to be painted on. Action, Tarlan told himself, defines the man. And this man was not going to run back to the meadow, he was going to investigate. He took a bracing breath, then strode to the back of the barn, giving the corner a wide berth just in case something was there. Conroy lingered for a moment, eyeing the woodstack, and then trotted after Tarlan. Tarlan rounded the corner and found nothing. He let out a breath of relief and then caught movement out of the corner of his eye. He turned toward it and watched someone's back and one of their legs disappear behind the old house. His whole body went on alert.
"Samesh," he said. Samesh was the alesot's son. Dar had caught him once stealing meat from the smoke shed, but instead of putting some fear into the boy, Dar told him if he wanted meat, he'd have to bring something to trade. So from that day on, Samesh slinked in and out of their place with his trade. Sometimes it was fair, other times it wasn't. He'd once taken a rope and left a small bowl of blueberries for it. The blueberries had been delicious, but they weren't worth half the value of that rope. Tarlan told his Dar he was only fostering dishonesty. Samesh needed to be taught a lesson. But Dar, referring to the many bruises Samesh often seemed to have, said he had received far too many of those kinds of lessons already. Tarlan picked up a short cudgel from the woodpile and walked toward the old house. "Samesh, come out or I'll thrash the stumps with you." There was no answer. "An honest trader doesn't skulk." Something scuffled behind the old house. He paused and listened, but all was quiet. Something was there. Then he realized the back of the figure he'd seen was too small to be that of an adult, too small even for Samesh. "Who are you?" said Tarlan. "Come out." Of course, maybe he didn't want them to come out. He glanced out at the meadow. Kay and River were too far away to be of any help, and if this were a hatchling, who knew what it might do? He wished he had his dogs. Then he realized he hadn't seen them at all for some time, and that was odd. Where were the dogs? Tarlan called for them. Moments later, Blue appeared from behind the old house, exactly where the skulker had disappeared. Blue wagged his tail and gave a happy bark. Conroy made a low sound and hopped a few paces away. Then, with a great deal of noisy flapping, he flew up to the roof of the smoke shed. Despite Tarlan's attempts to make them reconcile, the bird and the dog did not get along. The dog's warren lay underneath the old house on the far side. Blue must have been there the whole time, but he should have barked to whoever was here. Tarlan took a few steps, again giving the corner a wide berth, and peered down the side of the old house. He saw nothing but Queen wriggling her way out of the mouth of the warren they'd dug underneath the house. Perhaps whoever it was had run around. Tarlan darted back to see between the old house and the barn. If it was Samesh, he'd clobber him. This was no time to be running about stealing meat. But Tarlan found nothing. So he yelled and ran about the old house itself. Halfway around, he reversed directions to trick whoever it was. Blue thought it was some game and followed him with playful woofs. Tarlan raced back to where he'd begun. There was nothing, nobody. Yet Tarlan had seen someone. He wasn't imagining it. He looked down at Blue. What good was a dog that didn't bark? "You're a fine fellow," said Tarlan. Blue licked Tarlan's hand, then wiggled his way between Tarlan's legs. Tarlan groaned and shook his head. Overfed and underworked, that's what that dog was. Tarlan pushed Blue away and gave him the eye. Then he walked over to the side of the old house where he'd seen the figure disappear. The line of the woods was a good 30 yards from here. It would have to have been an exceedingly lively creature to cover that distance between the time Tarlan had heard that last noise and seen Blue, and it would have had to run very quietly. That ruled out Samesh. God, he gripped the cudgel tighter. He thought of the sod roof. The edges were low enough for someone to climb. They could be up there getting ready to spring. Tarlan spun around and scampered back. There was nothing on the roof. He circled the whole house again, scanning the ground for footprints. Nothing. He took a step back, and out of the corner of his eye saw something in the grass. One of their painted wooden spoons lying at an odd angle. He bent over and picked it up. Soft bits of fresh barley porridge still clung to it. Whoever or whatever it was had been in the house and dropped it here. Tarlan scanned the yard about him. The Sleth hatchlings were here, in the woods, watching. Tarlan was sure of it. He studied the woods and backed away. For some reason the dogs hadn't barked, hadn't even smelled the intruder when it was only a few paces away. It was said that Sleth had some power over beasts. Tarlan cast a wary glance down at Blue and Queen. Could they have been subverted? He studied the dogs, but could see nothing that might reveal the truth of it. Tarlan retreated back to the well. He could run or bluff, but running was not proving a good choice today, so he kept an eye about and drew the first bucket of water. His heart raced, but you had to fight fear, had to fake courage sometimes until it came of its own accord. Children, Dar had said, only children. Tarlan needed to show this visitor he wasn't scared. So he set the bucket on the side of the well, cleared his throat, and said, "One of these days, you beast-loving tanner's pot, we're going to catch you and let you join your mother in the cage." He waited for a response. "You've come to the wrong farm, you yeasty boil." Tarlan poured the water into the hoggin, then dropped the bucket back down into the well. He scanned the tree line again.
If the thing charged at him out of the woods, it would catch him before he got to the pig pen. But then if the hatchling were going to attack him, it could have done it earlier. "Slethchild," Tarlan called out, "as you can plainly see, I do not fear you, nor do we fear your abominable depredations." He realized his talk had taken the edge off his fear, so he continued. "You want something to eat, eh? Come out and I'll feed you. How about a mouldy crust of bread eaten and shat out by our pig for supper?" No response, only the leaves of the trees swaying in the small breeze. This hatchling wasn't so fearsome, he thought, and had the bailiff not said that a Coromite should bring the hatchlings in? Something shifted inside him. His fear deserted him, and he suddenly wasn't thinking about what the hatchlings might do to him. He was thinking of what he could do with them, what they could do for him. And he suddenly realized that the villagers this morning had come after him, probably not out of fear, but dreaming of a fat bounty, dreaming of this very opportunity. If he were adopted into the Shoka, he would still be a Coromite, still owe duties to his ancestors. Being a Shoka by privilege did not change your blood. But Tarlan didn't know if the adoption would really change his prospects. He'd still be a half-breed in most people's eyes. However, if he could catch these hatchlings, it might not only mitigate some of the ill will against his people, but it might also prove the quality of Dar's line, prove the quality of Tarlan's breeding. Those villagers could dream all they wanted. They weren't going to get the bounty. Oh no. He thought of the tales of the heroes who had hunted Sleth. Not all of them were from the ranks of the high and mighty. Maybe a little Coromite could win a spot in the chronicles. He could see himself purchasing that fine Kishman's bow, made of wood, horn, and sinew. There wasn't a people who could make better bows than the Kish. He could purchase a quiver, worked with yellow and scarlet thread. But why settle for a bow? He'd get himself a horse. Tarlan drew up a third bucket, emptied it into the hoggin, and replaced the lid. He addressed the old sod house. "Every soul worth his salt will be hunting your clay-brained trail. You're going to end up a boiled cabbage no matter what you do." He paused. "You should never have begun with the dark art, but turn yourself into me and you'll avoid a wicked beating. That's a promise you'll not get from any other quarter." There was no answer, only the voices of Kay and Nettle in the distance. He realized then if the hatchling were an angry thing, it would kill Tarlan and stop his mouth. But it was either stupid or scared, for it had thrown away a perfectly good chance. Or maybe it was waiting for its master, the one that slew the butcher's family in the village of Plum. That thought sent chills up his spine. That was a creature no lone Coromite would take. But he wasn't going to let the fear of such things overcome him. It obviously wasn't here now. And standing at the well all day wasn't going to do him any good either. So he walked to the house with as much ease as he could muster and fetched some cheese and apples. When he came back out, he paused. "You're a fool to refuse my offer," Tarlan called. There was no response, so he hefted the hoggin onto his shoulder, gave the farm one last glance, and headed back out to the fields. This time Blue and Queen came with him, Conroy bringing up the rear. It was clear he wasn't going to be able to talk the hatchlings into giving themselves up, which meant he'd have to catch them. He wasn't going to be able to corner them like normal animals. Oh no, he was going to need something entirely different. Tarlan distributed the apples and cheese and passed the water to Kay. Nettle sat on the trunk of a tree Kay and River had just felled. Next to him leaned the two-man saw. A strand of Tarlan's hair fell into his face. After Sabin's yank this morning, Tarlan was about ready to have Nettle hack it all off with his knife, but he undid the leather strap holding it, gathered his hair up, and retied it. Then he turned to Nettle. "You said you wanted to do something real. Well, we've got ourselves a whale of an opportunity." Nettle plopped a hunk of cheese into his mouth. "What do you mean?" Tarlan faced the three of them. "I spotted the trouser thief." "Somebody actually stole your pants?" asked Nettle. Kay rolled his eyes. "Not somebody," said Tarlan. "The hatchling, and we're going to get bounty." Nettle blinked. "What are you talking about?" asked Kay. Tarlan related what had happened back at the house. "We need to alert the bailiff or territory lord," said Nettle. No, that's exactly what we shouldn't do. We don't want some idiot Mercadian getting the reward." "Excuse me," said Nettle. "I don't think Mercadians were the problem this time." "I'm not talking about you," said Tarlan. "You know that isn't what I mean. Think about what people will say when a Coromite brings them in." "They said we're not for Coromite," said Kay. "That isn't the point," said Tarlan. "We have an opportunity." "Did you see more than a leg?" asked River. "Did you see this thief's face?" "No." "Then it could have been anybody. It could have been a beggar. Could have been some stranger passing through. Nobody can run that fast." "Come on," said Kay. "We'd all love to catch us a hatchling, but it takes 50 men to conduct a proper hunt." "Not to catch children," said Tarlan. "Besides, I've worked it out. All we need is a counterweight and a rope." "Have you forgotten Dar's last words?" asked River. This is how innocent people get killed. Somebody was there, said Tarlan. Then we keep our wits about us, said River, and our eyes open. And our knives at the ready, said Nettle. He narrowed his eyes at Tarlan. This isn't one of your pig-brained jokes, is it? No pigs, said Tarlan, and I don't intend on getting close enough to use a knife. I'm perfectly happy to use my bow. At the far end of the dog warren, underneath the sod house, Sugar lay still as stone, her back pressed into the dirt wall. She hugged Legs to her chest. Above her head, a monstrous yellow spider scuttled along the underside of the floorboards. I think he's gone, said Legs. I can only hear the breeze. She was hungry and thirsty. Her hair was full of dirt and filth. She had taken great comfort in the dogs, but now realized how childish that was. We're not safe, she said. This place is not safe. 10. Battle. Captain Argoth kept himself hidden behind a screen made by an immense rock and a thick clump of blackberry briar. With him on this side of the steep ravine were 15 of the best fighters the Shukka had. The same number had concealed themselves on the other side of the ravine. All lay in wait, their bows ready. The mouth of the ravine opened up onto a wide meadow, deep with brown and dark green grasses. A stream ran through the meadow and out of sight, behind a thick grove of river birch on the far end. Argoth looked at the group with him, gauging them. There were a few young men here of Nettle's age. He wondered, should he have brought the boy? Nettle was eager, he was of age, and when he demanded to know why he couldn't come, Argoth had no answer. Nettle was skilled, but he just wasn't ready. A fly landed on Argoth's lips, and he shooed it away. It was almost midday. Where was Varro? It was past time. He and his ridiculously streaked beard should have ridden into view long ago, leading their quarry into the trap. Argoth was just about ready to break position and organize a search when Varro burst from behind the grove of river birch, riding his spotted steed at full gallop. Moments later, a dozen riders rounded the same corner, their horses stretched out, racing to catch him. Most of them wore helmets and shaped leather cuirasses, festooned with various furs. One man rode with a mail tunic, another was bare-chested. All had their faces painted white and black, all of them bone-faced rot. Varro splashed across the stream, then cut through the deep meadow grass, making straight for the steep ravine where Argoth and the rest of the men waited. Argoth gave the hand signal to get ready, and his men knocked their arrows. Each man clutched 4 others in the hand that held their bow. A band of bone-faces had been sallying forth from this quarter, and it was time to be rid of them and find out if they were on their own or scouts for a larger raiding party. Their goal was to kill most of these dung heaps, but keep 1 or 2 for the Shukka warlord to question. This was going to be like shooting rabbits in a hutch. Varro closed half the distance to the ravine, but then his horse stumbled and rolled, throwing Varro wide into the tall brown and green meadow grass. The horse screamed and struggled to its feet, but it couldn't stand straight. One of its forelegs was broken. Argoth winced. It must have stepped into a fox or ground squirrel hole. The horse limped, but Varro was up, running, cutting his way through the tall grass. His pursuers gained on him, but not by much. Varro was a dreadman, one of those upon whom the divine had bestowed a weave of might. He ran with the speed of that weave, flying through the meadow with enormous quick strides. He was fast to begin with, and his weave doubled, almost tripled the liveliness with which he ran. But then he slowed. What was he doing? This wasn't time for tricks. All he needed to do was run into the ravine. Varro slowed even further, slowed to the speed of a normal man. He glanced back over his shoulder, and when he turned back around, Argoth could see from his expression that something was terribly wrong. Varro wasn't going to make the ravine. He wasn't going to make it out of the meadow. Argoth rose. "Mount up," he called. "Mount up!" It was possible the bone faces had a dreadman among them, but he wouldn't be one of those in heavy armor. Dreadmen only wore such when they were sure to be fighting their own kind. In most battles it was speed they desired. Brutal, blinding speed. Argoth put away his doubts about sending Nettle to help Hogan with his harvest. This type of battle would have thrown the boy into a situation he was not prepared for. Exactly the type of situation into which he'd put his son, of a different wife and in a different land, so many years ago. In one step he mounted his stallion. Then he gave him his heels and was flying down the narrow trail, hugging his steed's thick neck, dodging branches all the way to the bottom of the ravine. By the time Argoth galloped out of the ravine, holding his bow and guiding his horse with his knees, the bonefaces had surrounded Varro and beat him to the ground. He lay on his face with 2 men holding him down. Argoth could not tell if he was alive or dead. The bare-chested man knelt at Varro's feet, binding them with a rope. The man's face, from his white forehead to the crack of his mouth, had been painted black. From his lower lip down was white.
Argoth let out his battle cry, and guessed if they had a dreadman, it would be the bare-chested one. None of them wore insignia, but that one had the hard-cut look of one who used a weave. The bone faces turned. Argoth stood a little higher in his stirrups and released his first arrow. He immediately took the second from the clutch he held in his bow hand. The first arrow would have skewered a normal man, but Barechest dodged to the side, and the arrow flew past into the lower leg of the rider behind him, pinning the rider's leg to his horse. The horse reared and screamed. A volley of arrows from the 30 behind Argoth whispered past. 2 of the raiders fell to the ground and writhed. More horses screamed and bolted. Argoth raised his fist and made the sign for a split attack. There were 2 ways to deal with dreadmen. Either you smashed their support, or you ignored the support and hoped you got the dreadman before he could build his fire. Argoth chose the second. He signalled 10 of his men to attack the regular bone faces, and he hoped with all his might they were indeed all regulars. Then he broke off with his remaining 20 men. The 2 who had been holding Varro to the ground grabbed the reins of their horses and tried to mount. One took an arrow in the back and fell. The other made his saddle. The end of the rope that held Varro was bound to the pommel of the saddle of a third rider. The rider put his heels to his horse and shot away. Varro yanked about and began to drag behind. But thank the creators, the man only dragged Varro a few yards before he cut him loose to gain speed. Argoth focused on the dreadman. The man had not attempted to mount his horse. That, and the fact that none had been able to catch Varro before, meant that his horse had not been multiplied. Barechest ran through the grass with a wild speed toward the wood. They couldn't let that happen. With the cover of bushes and branches, he'd effectively reduced the odds from 1 to 20 to 1 to 2 or 3, and that would be suicide for Argoth's men. Argoth raced his steed, gave him full rein, but it wasn't enough. The man was too fast. Argoth's men loosed another volley of arrows, but within 2 strides the dreadman stopped, turned, and all the arrows flew long. Then the dreadman rushed at them, sword drawn. It was a simple tactic, and Argoth saw it for what it was, but they didn't have time to adjust. Within seconds they were upon him, still holding their bows. The dreadman entered their charge on the far side, away from Argoth, and drew his sword. Steel flashed. 2 horses stumbled and cried out. The dreadman turned, pulled a third man from his saddle. Then the dreadman running alongside jumped onto the mount's back and guided it close to another of Argoth's men. Another flash of steel. An arm fell to the ground. The dreadman turned to another, threw a knife into the rump of the man's mount. When the horse cried out and stumbled, the dreadman leapt with his sword and severed the man's head from his body. By the time Argoth shoved his bow into the hooks behind his saddle and drew his sword, the dreadman had either killed, dismounted, or incapacitated 4 others. The remaining riders separated so the dreadman would be forced to commit to one target, allowing the others to regroup. At that moment, the dreadman could have made his move toward the wood, but he didn't. He rode after the closest man. Brash, foolish. This one was a risk-taker. Argoth wheeled his horse toward Barechest and gathered the fire of his days. He didn't need a gift from the divines to multiply his strength and speed, for Argoth knew the law of the divines, or at least a part of it. But none of his men would see it that way. The divines had proclaimed and enforced their lies for so long that none knew the truth when they saw it. According to the divines, any power wielded outside their control was slethery, and since the divines held the power, who was to gainsay them? It was true many who had used the law on their own became abominations and horrors, but even the divines were not immune to that. It was true that many Sleth stole life from others, but so did the divines. In fact, not only did the divines steal fire, they stole soul. That was the difference between the secret order Argoth followed and that of the divines. It was the divines who were the Sleth. But who knew that secret? Not even his men would believe him if he told it to them, which meant that if he was exposed, they would kill him. They'd be bound to, they'd be compelled to, for in their minds he would present the worst danger they could imagine. And they would have been right 17 years ago before he found the order. But that was all behind him now. He was a changed man. The order had opened his eyes. It was going to be risky going up against this foe, for who would believe a regular soldier, even one as skilled as he was, could best a dreadman? Nevertheless, he gathered his fire, that spark of life that animated a man. Once he had enough of it gathered, he could expend it all in a rush, multiplying his natural abilities. Of course, it wasn't without cost. A man only had so much fire, and when it was gone, the soul and body quickly separated from each other. But Argoth had decided long ago that there were things for which he'd trade the limited days of his life. Those close to him, including the men of his company, were worth such a sacrifice. But it took time to gather enough fire to make any difference, and he didn't have time. The dreadman galloped even with the hindquarters of another of Argoth's riders. He raised his sword and slashed the animal's rump. The horse faltered, and the dreadman pulled even with the rider. The rider parried 2 blows from the dreadman, but the third took him square in the face, knocking him into the grass. This couldn't continue. The dreadman would kill them all. Argoth cried out a challenge. The dreadman saw him and turned his horse. Argoth was not fully multiplied, but he didn't care. This bare-chested piece of rot was going to be strung up with his own guts. The Dreadman put his heels into his horse, and within a few strides he and Argoth rode full gallop at each other. Relish gleamed in the Dreadman's eye. Then the diseased goat-lover grinned. Laugh now, Argoth thought, because your joy is at an end. He took his sword in his left hand, drew his bodkin, and then, with all the strength he could muster, threw it. The bodkin flashed in the sun. The Dreadman saw it and tried to swerve, but the blade buried itself in the horse just below its shoulder. The horse stumbled and cast the Dreadman off balance, but he didn't have time to leap away. Argoth swung his sword in a backhanded arc that sliced the man in the side. The Dreadman cried out and fell. It was not a mortal blow, but it was a start. Argoth pulled his reins and turned around for another charge. He put his heels into the horse's flanks and shot forth, sword held ready to strike. And that's when the Dreadman made his second mistake. He should have run. Instead, he turned to face Argoth. One of Argoth's men had kept his bow, and it took only a moment for him to draw, release, and speed the shaft deep into the Dreadman's back. The Dreadman arched, twisted. A second arrow followed the first and struck him in the ribs. Then Argoth thundered down upon him. The Dreadman turned, the joy replaced by hate. He raised his sword, but it was too late, and Argoth drove his own weapon deep into the man's chest and left it there. He galloped a number of yards further and turned his horse, waiting for the Dreadman to fall. When he did, Argoth's remaining men converged. Argoth whistled and signaled for a portion of those remaining to find and help the 10 who had split off from the main group to chase the others. The man would hack the Dreadman's head off to ensure he was dead. Then they would remove his weave, although none would dare claim it. It was impossible to know what traps might be worked into any given weave by looking at it, and even if the man knew the weave had no traps, they would still handle it with great care. Weaves were endowments, created by a special order of divines called canes, and bestowed upon a man or woman for a special task. Sometimes the divines bestowed a weave upon a group, a family, or company of men who shared its use. There were many different types of weaves. Some were crowns, others armbands, others necklaces or piercings. There was even one made by the Mungo divines that was a coat of grass. Some weaves were given for healing, some for sight, some to allow its bearer to speak to the dead. Some needed a lawmaster to use them. Others, called wild weaves, could be used by anyone. Varro had been given one of these, a ring that would magnify its bearer for war. Whatever the purpose of the weave, only those included in its covenant could wear it, and then they were allowed to use only the specific weave given them by the divine. To use a weave outside a specific covenant was high treason and punished by death. Argoth turned to ride back to Varro. Just a little over a year ago, Varro had been recommended by the Shulka warlord to become a Dreadman. It was a great honor to him and his family, but it was also a burden. Dreadmen wielded immense powers, but they were expected to fight more frequently and with greater valor. Placing oneself in so many battles exposed a man to enormous risk, even for a Dreadman. And so it was that while a weave might claim a long genealogy of heroes, those heroes often very quickly ended up maimed or dead. Argoth hoped Varro had escaped that fate today. He was one of the best men Argoth had ever commanded, and that was well before Varro had been called to the Covenant. A bone-face with a wounded leg tried to crawl away through the grass. Argoth motioned at the man and said, "Bind him for questioning." Then he went to Varro, dismounted, and knelt at his side. Varro was more than just another fine asset. He was a friend who was now bleeding from a deep slice in his gut. He obviously had not gone down without a fight. Argoth wanted to use Varro's bodkin to loosen the bindings on his wrists and ankles, but it was not in its sheath, so he looked about and found a stick instead. Then he used it to work loose Varro's knots. Varro groaned and looked up at Argoth. "Are you alive, man?" Argoth asked. It was a joke among his troops to ask this, for if the man were dead, it was said Argoth would reach through to the other side and punish the man for slacking. Not even death would hide his men from discipline and drilling. "Only a scratch, mind you," Varro said, and winced. "I believe I've got a jig," another wince, "or two yet in me." Argoth smiled grimly. The cut into Varro's bowels might prove to be his death. Yet another life consumed by this weave. "What were you doing, running like that?" Argoth demanded. "The weave," said Varro. "It failed." But that was impossible. Argoth picked up Varro's hand and looked at his ring. The ring was gold, cursed gold, not black with magic, not even grey. Grass, silver or gold, it didn't matter what the weaves were made of. When the canes drew fire into them, the device turned black as a crow. The more power that went into it, the blacker the weave, but this one was now nothing more than a ring. Argoth finished untying Varro. It was possible to damage a weave so that it leaked fire. Argoth asked Varro if he might remove it, and Varro consented.
Argoth held it up in the light, acting like he was inspecting it, and probed it with his own magic. There was no flaw. The fire had simply been used up. The magic was gone. There were only 3 other such weaves among the 9 clans with any blackening at all. All the rest had run dry, and Argoth could not fill them. Not because he didn't know the secrets. He knew the forbidden law, and had secretly bled his fire into a number of weaves. He'd bled fire into this one, but he simply didn't have any more fire to give. He'd already sacrificed enough fire to reduce his life by tens of years. Measuring the fire of a man's days was an inexact art. He feared if he gave any more, he would forfeit his life. And he couldn't gather fire publicly. The clans would rise up and kill him for that. "There will be more," said Varro. "What are we going to do?" He meant the bone faces, coming in the dead of night with only a crust of moon in the sky, dozens of galleys scraping up on the beach. They would come, their dark faces painted white as bone. They would come like they had for the last 4 years. Except this time they would easily overpower the force of the 9 clans, because the new lands had no divines. All they needed was one fire wizard, a divine who could fill their weaves of might. But they had none, which meant they also had no dreadmen. "Mockhead will send a divine," he told Varro. "Why would they abandon us? Now, muster your strength. We'll get you back to the fort and have the surgeon look at you." The bone faces had come last year with dozens of dreadmen in their armies. Only Argoth's sea fire had saved the 9 clans, but it would not save them this year. The bone faces knew about the fire that burned on water. They would not make the same mistake of letting their ships be caught on the sea. But even if they did, with dreadmen at their oars, they would easily outdistance the clan galleys. His ships might be able to spew fire, but they'd never catch their prey. Argoth cursed. Lumen, the land's only divine, had disappeared last year, and Mockad had not sent a replacement. Unless the boy Glory of Mockad, the overlord of the Mockadian divines, sent help, those in the new lands would stand unmultiplied before their enemies, and they would fall. The boy Glory had failed to subdue the islands of the Kartong, failed to heed the advice and prepare for the famine that blasted Mockad a few years ago, failed to protect them against the bone faces. Weren't his failures proof enough that the creators had nothing to do with the selection and raising of glories and divines? Argoth ordered his men to make a litter. Gut wounds were evil and tended toward corruption. They could only wait and see if Varro would survive. Of course, if they'd had a divine or a working healing weave, they might be able to better Varro's odds. Argoth was tempted to work some law right now on Varro, but knew it would be unwise. So he stood and turned to the 3 bone faces lying on the ground. He needed information, and he needed it now. He commanded that the 2 prisoners who seemed likely to survive their wounds be stripped and bound to a tree at the edge of the meadow. While the prisoners were being dragged off, he helped Varro onto the litter. At that moment, a company of men on horse galloped out of the ravine and into the meadow. Argoth turned. He immediately saw it was Shim, the warlord of the Shoka, Argoth's clan. When they came closer, he saw that Bossa, a captain from the Vargon clan, rode with them. Shim pulled his large chestnut horse up in front of Argoth. It was slicked with sweat and tossed its head. Shim was not a large man, but wiry, weathered like an old post, and cunning as a snake. His voice was as dry and raspy as old weeds. "Always in haste," Shim said. "Can you never wait for us?" "I don't know if that's possible," said Argoth. "I believe it's in my lord's nature to be like a blister, always showing up when the work is done." Shim grinned. Bossa, who grew the short-haired moustache on both sides of his mouth down to his jaw, laughed. But Argoth did not feel the humor of his own joke. "Varro's weave is as gold and shiny as a lady's ring." Shim's face soured. He grunted. He motioned at the bone-faced prisoners with his chin. "At least I'm not too late for that." He turned in his saddle and addressed one of those behind him. "Bring my tools." Then he rode to the prisoners who were each tied up at a tree. A moment later, his man brought him a leather bag. Shim removed a pair of tooth pliers from the bag and turned to the bone-face who seemed to be holding out the best. One of Shim's men spoke the bone-face language. Shim turned to him. "Tell him I want to know where their island base is. Tell him he's got one chance." The translator relayed the message. When he finished, the bone-face spat at Shim. Shim narrowed his dark eyes. "So be it," he said. He turned to his captain. "Get the wedge." The captain withdrew from the bag a brass wedge used to force a man's mouth. Argoth took the bone-face by the hair to steady his head, then worked the wedge into the man's mouth. With the man's mouth open, Shim gripped one of the bone-face's molars with his pliers. The man groaned and bucked, but Shim was not a man to play games. The bone-faces had slaughtered thousands for no other reason than that they could. Shim squeezed the pliers, and with a sharp yank pulled the tooth out. The bone-face cried out.
His head lolled down with the pain. Blood mixed with saliva and drooled out the corner of his mouth. He looked up, rage in his eyes. Shim held the bloody tooth out for him to see. "I'm fully prepared to hold you prisoner for a future exchange, but it's going to cost you some information. I'm not a man that will be delayed." The translator relayed the message in that sour, bone-faced tongue. The bone-face replied. The translator arched an eyebrow. "He says only a woman would think of taking a tooth." Shim simply shook his head. "Perhaps we should cut off something more important to him." He pointed at the man's groin. "Tell him we'll take one, and if he still doesn't talk, we'll take the other." The translator relayed the message. Argoth looked at the second man. Shim's performance was having its intended effect upon him. "Where is your ship?" asked Argoth. The translator spoke. At that moment, a messenger rode into the meadow at full gallop. He called out to two soldiers searching the saddlebags of a bone-faced horse for the location of the warlord. One pointed in Shim's direction. The messenger galloped through the tall grass to Shim and pulled up to a halt. "What is it now?" Shim asked. The messenger looked down at the prisoner. "My lord," he said, "may I suggest a more private place?" Shim sighed. "Probably more council instructions. Very well." He turned to one of the men with him and pointed at the bone-face who had lost a tooth. "Lay out all our tools for them to see. A little think should do them good." "Forgive me, Lord," the messenger said, "but I was asked to give the message to Lord Bossa as well." "Very well," said Shim. He turned to Bossa and Argoth. "Why don't you both come?" They walked a number of yards away and stood in the grass. "What is it then?" asked Shim. His voice was so dry it made Argoth thirsty. "Sleth have attacked the village of Plum," said the messenger. Argoth tensed. That was where Purity, one of the members of the Order, lived. Had she been exposed? Lords, had she revealed the Order? The messenger then related to the three of them how the territory lord of the Fear Noi had organized a hunt, how the children of Sparrow the Smith had escaped, and how a nightmare creature had killed one of the families in the village. With every word, Argoth's heart sank. When the messenger finished, Shim told him to take a message to the lords of the Fear Noi and dismiss the man. When the messenger rode off, Shim whistled through his teeth. Bossa grunted and stroked his moustache the way he did when he was in deep thought. "What do you think?" asked Shim. "Yet another Fear Noi scheme to purge the 9 clans of the Kuramites, or have the Bonefaces begun to move their wizards?" Bossa shook his head. "I do not trust the Fear Noi, but even they wouldn't make something like this up." He spoke in the common Macadian, but his Vargon accent was still thick, rolling his R's and turning his V's into F's. He sighed. "Dreadmen with failing weaves, Koramite spies, Sleth. We're a kingdom of dust. Perhaps it's time to flee these shores." Shim's anger rose. "Flee? By all that's holy, I will stand my ground. I've spilt my blood here, side children on these hills. I will triumph or die trying. I will hear no talk of flight." "There are young ones with full lives ahead of them," said Bossa. Argoth knew Bossa was thinking of his own children. The Bonefaces would make them chattel. They would rape the women and force those they thought were pretty into being concubines. And when they had finished, they would draw the fire of the people to build their armies. They would levy taxes of fire until people began dropping like flies. "Perhaps it isn't Bonefaces at all," said Bossa. "Maybe the Stone Whites have produced this." Argoth wondered. The Stone White ruins had never been fully explored. When the first settlers had arrived in this land, they found a number of ridges and cliffs riddled with the ruins of extensive warrens. The Teeth, a 6-mile ridge of limestone hills that looked from a distance like the maw of some fearsome fanged animals, was the biggest. These weren't nasty holes in the ground, but long passages with many chambers. Over the years, many parts had eroded and fallen in. Pools of water stood in what once must have been grand halls. Bats littered the floors in many chambers with mounds of excrement. But what was left showed that the mysterious race had carved with intelligence. For lack of any other name, the settlers called the vanished race Stone Whites. Nobody had seen a living Stone White. The carvings and bones found in the warrens gave a good idea of what the creatures looked like. They walked upright, some with the long hair of a muskox, but they were clearly not any breed of human. Their heads were too long for that, as were the short tusks found in a few of the skulls. Some said the Stone Whites were the same type of creature that inhabited the desolate solitudes in the lands of Kish. The Kish called those creatures Ungar, but Argoth had tracked one many years ago, back in his dark days. He'd never caught the creature, but he had glimpsed it, and it looked nothing like what was carved in the walls of the Stone White caves. Some saw evidence the Stone Whites had worshipped regret and claimed the other 6 creators had obliterated them for their wickedness. This had led Coromite and Macadian parents to tell dreadful tales of stone whites to their children to keep them obedient. But if the stone whites had been so wicked, so dedicated to undoing the creation, then why had they delighted in carving so many beautiful things of the world above their lairs? Argoth had seen people vacate a land because of pestilence or drought. Perhaps this same thing happened to these ancient inhabitants. Argoth suspected the Widukin, who inhabited the wild lands beyond the Gap, knew the true tale, for Widukin were recorded in at least one of the carvings. But humans had not been able to extend their borders much into the wild lands. But even if they could learn how to survive in those places, there was too much hate between human and Widukin. It was true that what looked to be records had been found in the stone white caves, but nobody could interpret the language. It was as foreign as the tongue of fishes. The stone whites were a race whose history had been swallowed up by time. Yet something did live in the caves. The warrens were uncanny places. Odd lights were seen in some of the windows. It was said some passageways whispered. But that did not deter the curious. A scattering of treasure was found along with the bones of odd beasts. But as the first settlers delved deeper, people began to enter and never return.
"Nothing has ever come out of the ruins but bats and snakes," said Shim.
"That's not true," said Bossa.
Shim waved off his objection. "If anything lives in those warrens, then it's had decades of opportunities to come out and feed. Someone would have seen it before. No, this is something else."
"Whatever it is," said Argoth, "it finds us in a precarious state of affairs. We can only hope for an embassy from Mokkad."
"Mokkad," said Shim in disgust. "Our lords in Mokkad will send nothing. The war with Nilium has them on their hind legs. Any new divine they might have raised has been sent to fight. If they were going to help us, they would have sent a divine months ago. No, we cannot count on them."
He rubbed a weathered hand across the stubble of his jaw in frustration. Then he paused.
"But that doesn't mean we're lost. Sometimes extreme situations demand extreme measures."
He put his hand on Argoth's shoulder. "What measures?" demanded Bossa. "What have we left undone?"
Shim looked meaningfully at Argoth. "There are ways to combat both dreadmen and wizards, aren't there, Captain? There are alliances that can be made."
"Alliances?" asked Bossa.
"Mungo will not lend their wizards to help us. I'm not talking about that type of an alliance. If the events at the village of Plum were not the result of some bone-faced plot, then that means there are—"
He paused to find the right words.
"Other powers abroad."
Shim had come perilously close to speaking treason. But then Shim was always one to take risks. Shim's eyes glittered in his leather face. Argoth knew that look. He'd seen it 100 times as he and Shim had fought and drunk and laughed together. Neither Bossa nor Argoth spoke.
"Such things would require great delicacy," Shim continued. "What are you talking about?" Bossa asked. "Allying with Sleth?"
Shim shrugged.
Bossa was indignant. "Lords, man, I'd rather die, rather run every member of my house through with my own sword than join myself with Abomination."
Shim said,
"Our good captain here saved us last year with his sea fire. Of course, the Bonefaces obviously have adjusted their tactics. Still, he might save us again. So I'm not talking about casting our lot with monsters."
He cocked an eyebrow at Argoth.
"Or am I?"
A warning shot through Argoth like lightning. Shim knew. At the very least, he suspected. What was Shim doing? Talk like this would get Argoth killed. Bossa turned to Argoth with a look of disbelief and indignation on his face.
"What's he going on about?"
Argoth had done all he could not to reveal his lore, to make his fighting look like that of an unmultiplied man. He stroked his neck and felt the husk of the brilliant blue beetle one of his daughters had found and made into a necklace for him. She and her sisters, his son, his courageous wife, they would bear the brunt of the violence that would be directed against him. Even if some individuals in the clans trusted him, many more would fear him, and they would exercise their fears upon his children. Argoth relaxed, looked as surprised as he could muster.
"Lord Shim, I do not know what you suggest." "Don't you?"
asked Shim. Argoth looked at his lord, his friend. Well, as much of a friend as one might have and still keep the kind of secrets Argoth did. He bowed his head.
"I am sorry, Lord. I truly wish I knew how to help."
11. Hunters. Dar returned in the early evening and whistled Tarlin and the others in from the fields. Tarlin was more than happy to oblige. Most of the injuries from the villagers had receded to a dull throb, but one close to his kidney had not. It hurt every time he tried to stand straight. They loaded the saws, axe, billhooks, hoggin, and bush knives into a pushcart and began to walk back, Prince Conroy following behind. As they approached the yard, Conroy must have heard the new hens, for he let out a squawk, made an end run about the dogs, and raced to the yard. Tarlan put away his tools and joined his father. Conroy stood on the handcart, eyeing 4 golden hens in their baskets and vocalizing whatever thoughts roosters did to their new ladies. "Only 4?" asked Kay. "I thought we had enough for 6. Has Mole raised his prices?" "No," said Dar. "Mole's in a bad way, so I advanced him a payment for a load of goose down and a few hat feathers." "Did you see anything in the woods?" asked Tarlan. "In fact, I did." Dar paused and took on an air of one about to tell a harrowing story. "Trees. There were lots of trees." Kay laughed. Tarlan shook his head and sighed. "Of course, there was that one hatchling swinging about on a vine, but he wasn't bothering anybody." Dar's joking in the face of danger had worked when Tarlan was younger, but this wasn't funny. Tarlan had almost been brained into oblivion this morning. A monster was running about and people had died. "Your trees are nothing," said Kay, and pointed at Tarlan. "The mighty hunter here saw one in the yard." "Did you now?" asked Dar. "Oh, yes," said Kay. "He got a fine view of its leg and wicked bum." Tarlan folded his arms. "I also found a spoon wet with fresh porridge." "I wondered where that had fallen," said Dar. "I got to the barn this morning with my bowl but no spoon, and I knew I'd put one in." So much for the spoon. "I saw somebody," Tarlan said. "I'm sure you did," said Dar. But Tarlan could see he was going to give him the same lecture River had, and so he decided not to push it. Still, something odd was going on. If they didn't want to take him seriously, fine. He'd follow the evidence and find the truth of it on his own. "Come on, Nettle," he said. "Let's go check the weirs." Nettle handed his hayfork to Kay with a smile and followed Tarlan down to the river. The river ran so low at this time of year that the gravel bars stood high and dry. Frogs croaked back and forth to each other from the edges of the slower pools. There were a number of fish caught in the weirs. Tarlan fetched 8 pan-sized trout out, and then he and Nettle took the fish back to the house. They filleted them, throwing the bones and guts into a bucket for the garden. Tarlan looked over the meadow where they kept their mule. That person he'd seen today, if it was a hatchling, could be out there in the shadows of the forest line right now looking at him, and he'd never know it, and the dogs were clearly not going to be any help. Tarlan said to Nettle, "I've been working this through. I'm thinking a snare is the way to go. We have a bunch of hunters working the whole district. Let them beat the bushes. We'll sit back and let the hatchlings walk right into their own doom." "If it was a hatchling today," Nettle said, "I don't know that a snare will hold them for long." "We'll have to be ready," Tarlan said. "Have to have our bows at hand and shoot first. There can be no hesitation." Nettle nodded. They went in the house and laid the fish fillets on the table. Kay sat in his chair, mending a tear in his tunic. He looked up at the fish. "You've got to make it hard for me, don't you?" he said. Kay was beginning yet another fast to purify his heart. He'd started fasting after the battles last year where one of his best friends had fallen and been taken by the Bonefaces. The Bonefaces hadn't removed his finger and enthralled him, nor had they fed him to their gods. Instead, they put out his eyes, shredded his ears, broke his feet so he'd be lame for the rest of his life, and cut off his manhood. Then they left him by the side of the road to die or tell his tale. Kay had killed with a ferocious rage after that, and even though there was something new in Kay's eye that scared him, Tarlan still wished he could be like his brother. And then Kay began to fast, and ruined it. At first his fasts consisted of passing up red meat. Now he would go without food or water for a day, sometimes 2. Tarlan didn't understand all the fuss. It was right and good to defend home and hearth. It was right to take pleasure in the death of an enemy. When he brought up this obvious fact to Kay, his brother had said, "Yes, but what happens when you begin to relish it like a roasted apple? What happens when you cannot slake the hate?" And so Kay fasted. But the fasting didn't appear to give Kay any new insight. The only thing it produced, as far as Tarlan could see, was a loud stomach and a short temper. Besides, Dar had killed and he didn't fast. Tarlan jiggled the basket of fish a bit. "They're going to be tasty," he said. "Are you sure you can't wait? Given what's happened, I'd feel more comfortable with you at full strength." "You've got to get the weeds when they're small," said Kay. Tarlan grunted. There were things about Kay he just couldn't understand. He went back out to the well to wash up. Dar had picked up this Macadian washing habit from Mother. Tarlan wondered if Dar demanded they clean themselves because he truly believed in cleanliness, or because it was his way of remembering her. Either way, Tarlan wouldn't eat until he'd scrubbed with soap. A large basin sat on a table next to the well. Dar had lined the ground around the well with bricks. He'd also laid a brick path from the well to the house. Another was half built from the house to the privy, all to keep the boarded floor of their house clean. Tarlan took off his shirt and scrubbed his arms, neck and chest. He dumped a bucket of cold water over his head, and that's when he saw the footprint in the soft dirt at the edge of the bricks. He walked to the edge of the bricks and looked down. There were 3 footprints heading away from the well toward the old sod house. The prints weren't deep. In fact, you had to be standing just right to see them, but they were most assuredly there.
Nettle, he said.
Nettle was slick with soap. Tarlan pointed at the footprint.
What do you make of these?
Nettle walked over. He took a wet cloth, wiped his chest, and looked down.
They're not mine or yours, Tarlan said.
The toes looked a little long, Nettle said. Long toes made Tarlan think of the Woodakin. When the first settlers arrived in these lands, they found a number of small, hairy creatures sitting in a wild apple tree eating fruit. The first settlers had considered the creatures pests, but over time, things had turned deadly, for the Woodakin were not simple and dumb brutes. There had been much bloodshed between the first people and the tribes of the Woodakin.
Woodakin?
Tarlan asked.
No, Nettle said. This foot is too fat, and the toes aren't nearly long enough. They're human.
Our prints are too small for any of us, said Tarlan.
So it could be the Sleth children or someone else. If it is Sleth, you know we're bound by law to report it to the authorities and have them take all the glory and the reward. I'm just saying, we need to think this through. What's there to think? We get my Dar out here and execute a plan. We're not talking about some ancient Sleth, we're talking about children. I know, said Nettle, but I also know you don't give some things enough time. You jump to conclusions. Look at your father's spoon. Are you saying you don't want to help? No, said Nettle, I'm in. But we need to have a solid plan, not some half-baked thing. This one-legged hatchling snare scheme of yours is about as good as your running up the tree to escape Kay and River. This is one print, one hatchling. How many others might there be? We have to take that into account.
Nettle had a point, but sometimes you didn't have time to reconnoiter and strategize.
If you'd been in my shoes this morning, said Tarlan, River and Kay would have had you before the chase began because you'd still be deciding which way to run. Sometimes what's required is immediate action. Yes, just do the first thing that comes to mind. That'll win wars and conquer nations.
Nettle heard a lot from his father and his man about battle, but just because his father was a man of battle tactics didn't elevate Nettle to the same level.
You only get a perfect plan after the fact, Nettle. A good plan, boldly executed now, is far better than a perfect one next week. If they're Sleth, said Nettle, then a hasty plan will get us both killed. I just want to make sure we do this thing in a way that will show everyone what we're capable of, not a way that backfires on us.
Nettle was right, but that didn't make his resistance any less annoying.
Fine. Are you going to help me look for more spoor, or are you just going to stand there dripping on the bricks?
Tarlan and Nettle found 2 other sets of prints, one by the privy and the second in the mud by the pig pen. Nettle had just measured the one by the pig pen with his hand and concluded they had found prints that belonged to 2 different people, not one, when a man spoke from behind them.
What have you got there, boys?
Tarlan jumped. A huge soldier stood only a few paces away. 2 others stood behind him. The one in front had a dark beard that was long and unkempt like the fur of a shaggy dog. A blue hand was painted on the right breast of his cuirass. Each of the 9 clans had many orders. The blue hand was one of the smaller Fear Noi orders, but it was not made up of common men. This was an armsman, a professional soldier. His military belt with its ornate buckle and honor discs confirmed it. Only an armsman was allowed to wear that belt and the leather apron straps signifying his seniority. The other 2 men carried the blue hand on their armor as well. Tarlan looked at the lead armsman's wrist. It was marked with a tusk tattoo that extended up his forearm, the same design as the tattoo on the Fear Noi that had sicked the Stagholm villagers on him. Tarlan had expected some reprisal from the Fear Noi at Stagholm, but he thought it would come as a fine levied by the Shukar authorities. He didn't think the Fear Noi at the village would send his men, certainly not so quickly.
Boy, the armsman said, I asked you a question.
We don't have anything, Zoo, Tarlan said. Just talking about some wildcat tracks we found over the hill today. The man looked down at the prints Tarlan and Nettle had been discussing and took a step to get a clearer view. The dogs began to bark. Moments later, a number of soldiers filtered out of the woods on one side of the farm. A few others approached from the fields on the other side.
Nothing terrible needs to happen here today, said the armsman. We just need your cooperation. You ought to start by calling your dogs before they get hurt.
Tarlan didn't believe a word of it. Someone was going to get hurt. Something valuable was going to be taken. The cords of the muscles on the soldiers' arms and necks stood out. Most soldiers were levied from the ranks of the common people for a battle or watch, but it was always temporary. They served and then went back to their lives. Commoners practiced regularly, it was true, but that couldn't be compared to the armsman who did nothing but practice war. And not only was he an armsman, but the dark feathers in the tubes on either side of his untied helmet marked him as someone who held authority. Not a leader of 100, but a hammer, someone marked for his performance in battle, someone who had proved himself and was marked for others to follow. Tarlan suspected this one had probably killed many men. The armsman had tied a piece of black cloth around his left upper arm. It signified he was a sleth hunter. "Call your dogs," the man said again. Tarlan whistled for the dogs, but they only barked more viciously. Nettle looked up at the armsman and put his hands on his hips. "You have no authority here. This is Shulka land." It was rude for Nettle to address the armsman without the formal zoo, even if Uncle Argoth, as a captain of the Shoka, outranked this man. The man grinned a surprisingly rot-free smile. Then he stepped up to Nettle and backhanded him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Tarlan turned to help Nettle up, but Nettle only pushed his hand away. When he gained his feet, his face was red, eyes tearing from the pain of the man's blow. The armsman drew his sword and pointed it at Nettle. "Argoth's gate, aren't you? Well, I'd watch what I said. None of Daddy's men are here to keep you from stubbing your toe, and we wouldn't want any accidents." Nettle clenched his jaw in anger. He was going to say something, but Tarlan cut him off. "What do you want to?" "You're going to round everyone up. I want them standing by the well." Suddenly, Queen's and Blue's barking rose to a pitch by the old sod house, and then one of them screamed. "I told you to call your dogs," the armsman said. "Blue!" Tarlan yelled. "Queen!" Tarlan ran toward the old house. 3 soldiers stood in the yard between the old house and the new one. One stood with a drawn sword over Blue. Blue cried out in pain, eyes wide, and tried to scrabble away from the man, but the dog's back legs were injured. Blood ran out of a wound in his hindquarters. Queen stood back, cowering. When she saw Tarlan, her courage rose, and she barked at the soldiers again. Kay and River rushed out of the house to the yard, looks of concern and alarm on their faces, River still wearing her cooking apron. Dar strode out of the barn with the hog in his hand, then saw the soldiers. "What's going on here?" he asked. "You'll put that down," said the big armsman, "and tie your other dog up." Dar turned to the armsman. "Who are you?" "I'm here in the name of the council. You will stand an account." "I'll do no such thing, not to the likes of you." The big armsman grinned. "Oh, I think you will." The 2 soldiers with him raised crossbows and pointed them at Dar. Then the soldiers by the privy and the others over by Tarlan fanned out in a wide semicircle around Dar and the others. Dar looked at the soldiers, looked at the lead armsman. "Drop it," the armsman said. Dar tossed the hog to the ground, then motioned at Tarlan with his chin. "Put the dogs in the barn." "Get Queen," Tarlan said to Nettle, then rushed forward to Blue. He knelt next to him. Blood matted the dog's fur and blackened the dust. "It's okay," Tarlan said, and stroked him across the brow. Blue tried to lick his leg and let out another cry of pain. "It's okay," Tarlan said again, then slipped his hands under the dog. Blue cried out and turned to nip at Tarlan, but Tarlan murmured gentle words, stood, and carried him to the barn and laid him on a pile of fresh straw. Nettle came in moments later with Queen and tied her to a post. "Fear no rot," said Nettle. Tarlan ignored him and smoothed Blue's head and neck. "You're going to be all right, boy. How are we going to stop the bleeding?" "Compress it," said Nettle. One of the other armsmen appeared in the barn doorway. "You two, get out here." Blue whined, but these armsmen had violence in their eyes, so Tarlan stroked Blue's head once more, then got up and followed Nettle outside. "Over there." The man pointed with his sword at the well. Tarlan and Nettle moved to the well, the armsman right behind them. "Zun," Dar said to the big armsman, "you cannot come onto my land and threaten me." "Actually, Koromite," the armsman said, flinging that word at Dar instead of returning the proper title. "It's not your land. You can't hunt here. The council has opened up the restrictions. Hunters are allowed free rein." Dar paused. "Then I'll need to see your token." The big man pointed to his armband. "Are you blind?" "Any fool could put on a band," said Dar. "That means nothing. You need a token, even when restrictions are eased. In these lands, it's the bailiff that determines who will hunt. I've already spoken to him about it." "Listen to this clever Koromite," said the man. "It's Shoka business, not yours. If you want to search us, you'll have to come back with the bailiff's token." The man grinned and dropped his gaze like Dar had made some joke. He glanced at his men. "I believe this woman is begging me to plough her field." He turned back to Dar. "Are you begging me to plough your field? Would you allow just any band of men who came along free access to your home, especially when they demanded its sword point?" "You need to move on," said Dar. "No," said the man. He rolled his shoulders to loosen them. "Actually, we don't. Now, I've given you an opportunity, but it seems you insist." He walked forward. "I know who you are, Zun." He used the title in obvious mockery. "You think you're something, a master archer, but you're nothing more than a high and mighty camp lady." Among some soldiers, bowmen were considered lesser warriors because they fought from a distance, and sometimes included women and boys in their ranks. To these soldiers, real warriors stood their ground and faced the men they would kill. Of course, others didn't share that opinion, and Dar had proven himself many times in battle. Besides, bowmen played a vital role, which this armsman's crossbow men were demonstrating at this very moment, but he obviously wasn't smart enough to see that. The armsman stopped 2 paces from Dar and raised his sword to point at Dar's chest. "A camp lady, commanding his handful of cowards. Except, oops, you forgot your bow." He paused. "You know, all this resistance just makes me wonder what you're hiding." Fear rose in Tarlan. This wasn't going to end well. He didn't know what to do. If he said something about the footprints and sighting earlier, he could get the whole family in trouble. If he did nothing, who knew what this Fearnoy would do? Dar looked the man levelly in the eye. "This has nothing to do with hiding. It has everything to do with order. You come back with a token, and you can pry into every cranny. That's the law, and you know it. Don't lecture me, Koromat. These are the facts. One of your own was practicing the dark arts, and one of you is harboring—" "Ridiculous," said Dar. The man raised his sword to Dar's neck. "Don't interrupt me again. We're going to search this place. Then maybe you'll make us some dinner. Afterward, if we feel like it, your tasty daughter there will entertain us." Tarlan's heart began to beat in his throat. What was Dar doing talking to the armsman like that? "This is why hunts are regulated," Dar said. "Now, you goat lover, you're going to move on." "No," Tarlan thought. The armsman narrowed his eyes in anger. "I'm done with that mouth," he said, and lunged to skewer Dar in the throat. But Dar moved. One moment he was standing heron still, the next he dodged to the side, and, as the armsman lunged past, delivered a kick to the man's sword hand with such violence that the sword leapt from the man's hand and flew to the dust a number of yards away. The big armsman gasped, clutched his hand. Dar delivered another kick to the side of the man's leg that sent him to one knee. "Shoot him!" one of the other armsmen cried. One of the crossbowmen pulled his trigger. The bow thunked, the dart sped out. Dar dove over the armsman's back, rolled away, and came up in a crouch. The dart struck the side of the house. The other armsman aimed and pulled his trigger. The dart flew, but Dar lunged back to the big fallen armsman, and the dart flew past and into the wood. "Get him!" one of the armsmen shouted. But Dar took the big armsman's knife from his sheath, ripped off his helmet, and then held him by a fistful of his shaggy long hair, with a knife at the side of his neck where one deep cut would slice the artery. "Back up!" Dar commanded. "You!" The armsman Tarlan had forgotten was behind him took Tarlan by the hair and pressed a knife to his back. "Two can play that!" the armsman yelled. "Throw down that knife, you buggered Koromat, or I skewer this boy!" Dar turned to look at him. "I'll poke him," the armsman said. "I'll poke him!" Each time the armsman said it, the pitch of his voice rose, and the knife point pushed a little harder into his back. There was a deep thud, like the sound of a stick hitting a melon, and the man suddenly slackened his grip and fell to the ground. Tarlan turned. Nettle stood holding a hunk of firewood like a club. "Good work," Tarlan said. "Get his sword," Nettle said. Tarlan bent over and snatched the sword from the dirt. It was heavy and didn't feel right in his hands. He picked up the man's dagger and tossed it to Nettle. Then he felt his back where the man had pricked him. When he pulled his hand away, blood stained his fingers. "You call your men off," Dar said to the big armsman. "You tell them to drop their weapons." "You're dead, Koromat," the big armsman said. He tried to break Dar's grip, but Dar simply pushed the knife closer. "Now," Dar commanded. "We can take them," one of the other armsmen said. The other 5 armsmen spread out a bit and moved forward. Kay darted out, grabbed the hog, and stood to face them. Kay might be able to hold his own against one of these armsmen, but there were 6. Tarlan wasn't going to be of much use. River backed up to the house. Tarlan knew she was going for her bow, but by the time she got in, strung it, and came back out, these men would already be upon Tarlan and the others. Dar stabbed the big armsman's shoulder, then put the blade back to the side of the man's neck. The big man cried out in pain. Blood began to soak into the cloth of his tunic. "One more step, and this big fellow bleeds out in my yard," Dar said. "Put them down," the armsman called out. The armsman hesitated. Dar pressed the knife closer. Blood welled up on the armsman's neck. "Drop them," the leader bellowed. The men hesitated, then reluctantly dropped their swords. "Everything," said Dar, "and kick them away." "Do it," the leader said. His face was red and strained, a massive vein standing out on his forehead. The men threw their daggers after their swords. The 2 with the crossbows added their weapons. "River, Nettle," Dar said. "Bows." River and Nettle dashed into the house to retrieve the bows. Dar stood the big man up. A few moments later, River and Nettle returned. They tossed a bone quiver to Kay and another to Talon. Talon caught his, strung his bow, and then knocked an arrow. Dar shoved the big man away. The armsman stumbled forward a number of steps. Dar said, "I'm going to give you 10 seconds to get across that stream. Then I don't want to see you here ever again. You can make complaints to the Shoka warlord to get your weapons back." The man looked at the arrows pointing at him. "You're going to pay for this, goat lover." Dar took a quick step toward him. The man raised his arm in defense, but Dar was too quick. He punched the man once, twice in the face, and folded his nose to the side. The armsman yelled out. Dar stepped forward and kneed him hard in the groin. The man doubled over in pain and dropped to one knee. Blood ran out of his nose, into his moustache and beard. Dar grabbed him by the hair and wrenched his head back. "Am I going to see you again?" The man sucked in great breaths. "No, son," he managed at last. This time there was no mockery in the tone. "No. Because if I do," said Dar, "I'm just going to assume you're one of those men who hasn't got the sense to know when to leave well enough alone. And there's only one way to deal with those types. Do you understand?" "Yes," he said. "Good," said Dar. "You're a big man, a fine asset. I'm sure your Fëanor commanders would hate to lose one with your good sense. And just in case you change your mind, I'm going to alert the Shoka warlord that there's someone lost on his lands." Then Dar released him, looked at the other hunters, and began his count. "1," he said. These weren't cowards, but Talon could see they knew they'd been beaten. The big man got to his feet, holding his nose, the blood darkening his unkempt beard. But he didn't say a word. He limped off toward the stream. 2 others helped the man Nettle had brained. Talon and his family followed a comfortable distance behind the man, stopping at the crest of the stream bank. Talon kept his bow up, but didn't dare to keep his arrow fully drawn lest he accidentally loose it and strike one of them. Dar may have beaten the leader, but the presence of these men still frightened him. The possible consequences of this altercation frightened him even more. You couldn't shame part of an order and not expect the rest to rise up against you. Who knew what string of events this had initiated? The hunters splashed across the creek. On the other side, one of them turned. It appeared he was going to say something, but before he could speak, Kay's bow hummed. The man dodged to the side, but Kay hadn't been aiming to hit him. The arrow sped past and sunk into a tree. "Keep moving!" Kay shouted. The man climbed to his feet. "Don't badger them," said Dar. But Kay had another arrow knocked. "I won't. I'll just maim a few." "Kay," Dar warned. The armsmen hurried to the woods. Just before they disappeared round a bend, one of them turned and gestured an insult. Then he too turned and slipped into the trees. "Those men will be back," said Talon, "and they'll bring the rest of their cohort with them." "There's no cohort," said Dar. "This wasn't a military mission. If it had been, we would have seen many more, and it would have been led properly. These were opportunists, nothing more." "Someone ought to follow them anyway," said Kay, "just to be sure." Dar nodded. "But you use that bow only as a last resort. We blew the fire out of them. I don't want you stoking it up again." "They won't even know I'm there," Kay said, then loped after the men. "River," said Dar, "I need you to scout the hills around the farm. I don't want any more surprises." "Yes," she said. Dar turned to Talon and Nettle. "And you two, go see to that dog." 12. The Mother. Hunger stood upon the cliff. Hundreds of feet below him, a river surged. He knew its name, the Lion. He knew many names now, all of them taken from the villager named Barg, and more would grow in him over the next few days as he finished digesting the soul of this man. But he wanted no more. At first, each name had been a delight and thrill. Each had added to a building ecstasy. But then it all changed horribly. The image of the girl he killed in the village of Plum, the son, the pretty wife, they rose in him again. Those images swelled like a tide of grief, and he floundered in it like one drowning because it was not the girl, the son, the wife, but his girl, his son, his lovely, precious wife. Somehow, in some wicked way, he was the villager Barg, twisted beyond all reckoning. It made no sense, but new words tumbled into him every hour, new ideas. In some inexplicable way, he'd mixed with the villager like copper and tin mixed to make bronze. He was hunger and Barg, and all the small things he had eaten, a rat, 2 lazy dogs, a multitude of insects, a horse. After devouring Barg, he had reached out, and with his own rough hands wrenched the life from his daughter. He'd separated her, taking her fire and soul and casting her body aside. He'd swallowed her whole. But he hadn't eaten her like he had Barg. He'd swallowed her into the place the mother had told him to.
But he could have chosen not to. He could have run away. The image of his wife's back breaking, of her folding over like a stick of wood, took his vision away. Lords, he could have spared her, his son and little Rose. Oh, sweet little Rose. His grief stretched wide, and he roared at the confusion and pain. But hunger had no tears, no way to purge the pain, and he could not escape. The souls of his family struggled within him, imprisoned inside that place the mother had made. They would not get out. Could not. Even he didn't know how to release them. That was the power of the mother. So he could not open his stomach directly. But perhaps there was another way. He looked down at his legs and arms. Earth and grass. It was not right. It was not his body. He could feel worms burrowing through his limbs. This morning he pulled away chunks of the grass growing on his legs and stomach and dug in. He was nothing more than dirt and sticks and stone. There was a name for what he was, but it floated away from him. Nevertheless, it was a body, and bodies could be broken, and would that then not break the binding within him and set his family free? Hunger knew he must die. The river surged at the bottom of the gorge below him. If he broke himself upon the rocks below, perhaps he could undo the horror. It would not bring him back as a father or husband, but perhaps it would release their souls, and they could find a way to continue in the world of the dead. The Lion was a treacherous river and had drowned many men. He spotted a run of thick rapids and marked it as his target. He would break upon the rocks there and sink to the bottom. In time, the rushing waters would carry his body out to sea. A voice came into his mind. "Stop," it said. It was the mother reaching out to him. "This will do you no good. Have you not learned yet to trust me? I told you to not eat the humans, but you disobeyed." He felt her pull, felt the pain only she could give him. But maybe she could ease his grief. Maybe she could ease his yearning and emptiness. Maybe she wouldn't punish him. Hunger looked at the waters below and hesitated. She would hurt him. She would be furious. "I only ate one. Only one. And he didn't have any stink. You said not to taste the ones with stink." "You're right. That is what I said. And you did well to cease your frenzy. Come back to me." "It hurts," he said. "I only ate one, but even this one hurts." "Of course. Don't you see?" she said. "It's the man you ate that's riding you, filling your mind with these thoughts. The filthy man. You've given him power over you." The man wasn't filthy. The man was hunger. It was he himself. "I am an—" He paused. And then the word came to him, tumbled in with the weight of a massive stone. "I am an abomination," he said. "Let me go." "Come to me," she said. "I will give you rest. I will show you how to eat these men and not suffer." Her pull was not overwhelming here, not like in her cave, but he could feel the ease only she could give him. He almost turned then, almost returned to her. But hunger now knew the name for what he was, and that thing was not meant for this world. "Come to me," she repeated. "No," he said. "You made me, not the man. You are the river of darkness, but I choose one of light." Then he stepped back, and before he could change his mind, before she could say another word, he charged the chasm, and with a mighty leap flung himself into the yawning gorge. A satisfaction washed over him, for at least this deed was right. He plummeted in silence. He knew he should feel a giddiness, a rising thrill or panic. A man would feel that, and that's what he had been. But all he felt was the black hunger of his heart. Then the surging river rushed up at him, and he crashed violently into the rocks. Part of his body slipped away. He waited for the breaking to continue, waited to dissolve and disperse like sediment, waited to die. The water pushed him off the rocks, and he tumbled into the torrent, bounced off another stone, turned in the rush. He waited for another part to slip away, but the rushing current simply carried him along. He waited and waited, then realized his mistake. Dirt. Cursed, rotten dirt. How could you kill dirt? He hadn't even felt the pain of impact. He sank into the river's depths, scraping, rolling, bumping along the bottom as the water ran its turbulent path. Maybe the river would carry him out to sea. He might walk in the depths there, might even be eaten by a leviathan. Surely such a beast could kill him. Or maybe it would avoid him altogether, for what creature of the sea ate dirt? The force of the water soon lessened, and he found himself in a deep eddy, deposited in the shadow of an overhanging rock. He lay in a bed of sand at the bottom of this calm nook of the river.
A school of large trout eyed him in the dark green and blue depths. Far above them, the sun shone like a pale dot. Maybe he could lie here forever, let the river cover him up with sand and mud. But if he did, his family would lie here with him, imprisoned in his gut. He needed help, and of the 7 creators, there was only one he thought might answer.
Regret,
he prayed in his mind.
Deliver me. Destroy this creation. Dissolve me forever.
But it was not regret that answered him.
If you will not learn obedience through pleasure, said the mother, then you will learn it through pain.
Hunger braced himself. He didn't know what magical bond she held him with, but she could always find him, and she could deliver a white-hot flame that burned all thought from his mind.
Come to me,
she said. Then she did something. She pushed at him, and Hunger found himself rolling over to get his footing. The trout darted out to the bright water, then into the shadows farther away. But he stopped himself.
No,
he said.
Never again.
You can fight me, she said, but in the end, you will obey. It is your nature. She pushed again, and Hunger found himself looking for a path up out of the riverbed. He took 2 steps, and stopped. She pushed again. He took another few steps.
I will cost you,
Hunger said.
I will fight you every bit of the way.
There was a pause, and he felt the first trickle of the pain. A trickle that grew into a raging fire. It hurt, it seared, it rose in him and consumed him in a soundless scream. When Hunger regained his senses, he found himself still under the water, lying on a stretch of river stones somewhere downriver. It took all his might, but he pushed himself up.
Who?
He said.
Do you see? I can withstand your pain. Perhaps you will always beat me, but it will cost you attention and time. I will take that from you. I will force you to always think of me, so you can think of nothing else.
There was a pause. He felt her push. He took a step, and then another. He tried to fight her, but she flooded him with ease. He could trust her. She was good, and if he asked very carefully with much obedience, she would release those he had so horribly imprisoned. Hunger turned and climbed up the steep, slippery rocks of the bank of the riverbed, up out of the water and into the sunshine. When his strength returned, he began to run along the banks, leaping between massive boulders, back toward the mother and her caves. Hunger entered the warrens and smelled the mother in the darkness. The warrens were full of her. She smelled of rock and sweet, clean magic. She was smaller than he was, but quick and strong. He'd felt her sharp teeth and powerful hands. He'd seen her. She rarely left the caves, but she'd ventured forth with him a time or two, walking abroad in the night. He'd also seen her in the smallest of light that found its way into the depths from the mouth of the cave. She was pale, pale as a mushroom, pale as the moon. He didn't know what she was. She had 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. She had a muzzle, which the villagers did not. Her skin was covered with fur as smooth and soft as the small things he had eaten, the mice and squirrels, the rat. His ease grew as he travelled deeper into the inky depths. Her powers were always stronger when she was close. He felt along the walls as he walked, smelled the scent of rock and water and the strange beasts that lived in the bowels of this mountain. When he came to the carving that marked the hole leading to the lower chambers, he climbed down. Then it was up over a small slope and across a bridge that spanned the cold waters of the underground river. He found her in the warm room, surrounded by her light. But now he considered that light as if for the first time. It wasn't just light. It was... the word was ribbons. It was ribbons of light, ribbons flowing around her, circling her limbs. Living ribbons of light, wriggling like the snake he'd eaten. And then he saw that her appearance was changed. She no longer had a muzzle, nor was she covered in soft fur. The mother was human and beautiful, so stunning it took his breath away. He wondered and marveled at the change. He looked closer at her. She looked like his wife.
Lovely?
He asked.
Come here,
she said. The ribbons of light reached out to him and circled his arm, caressed his neck, wreathed his head, a continual shimmer. What do you want? She asked. He only wanted to be here with her, but deep in his mind he knew there was something else. And then the nightmare of his family struggled past her overwhelming beauty and stared him in the face. She'd asked him what he wanted.
Freedom,
he said. She laughed.
You need a servant, he said, but you don't need me. I will find you another, and you will give me this boon. You will dissolve this body and let me go. And the souls inside you? She asked. Freedom, he said. Freedom for his children, for his wife. Her face flickered like smoke, and he saw her intent. Alarm shot through him. No, he said, and took a step back. But she grabbed him by the arm, and such was the power of her ease that his panic lost its grip. In the back of his mind he knew he should run, but he could not. She thrust her other hand into his sodden chest, reaching deep into him with that powerful hand, and grasped the part of him that held his family. With a yank she broke them free, his bright daughter, his handsome son, his admirable wife, and withdrew his monster's heart. With all his might, hunger fought her ease and succeeded in grasping her hand. She held his heart and stomach all in one. It was a weave of willows that smelled of magic. He'd been there when she'd made these weaves. He himself had fetched the thin, flexible willow branches she used for such weaving. They smelled of her magic. His body was packed with stomachs, empty stomachs waiting to be filled. But this one was not empty. In this one, hunger could feel the souls of his family caught like moths in a wicker web. The mother pushed at him and yanked her hand away. You stupid thing, she said. I will devour them. No, he begged. Please. Then help me prepare for the harvest. Bring me the ones that stink, all those that could fight against me. Bring me the young male that would be their leader. This is your duty, and when you have fulfilled that duty, you will receive the boon you seek. The pull of her dazzling beauty and the desires for his family tugged against each other. He wanted to obey her, but he also knew she was lying. She would not keep her promise to free his loved ones. Then something she just said sparked an idea in his mind. She had spoken of a harvest before, but he had not known then what the word meant. Why do you want to harvest? I am strong. I can serve you as the harvest master, and you can let these go. Her anger seemed to flow away at this offer, and her countenance smiled upon him. It has been too long since any in my family have handled humans. So facile. This made no sense to Hunger, and he could not tell if she had been talking to him or herself. You do not understand, she said. This herd of humans is mine. Mine by right. It was my mother's before me, and will produce for my daughters. But humans rebel against the natural order of things. It has ever been so. And if they would rebel against me, then think what they'd do if one such as yourself was set to watch over and harvest them. No. Humans do best when one of their own sits at their head. Your place is to cull the herd, nothing more. A part of Hunger recoiled at this information. Harvesting humans, but not for flesh. No, she taught him to unravel things, and he knew what she wanted to harvest. A wave of her ease washed over him. What did it matter what she wanted, or if she lied? She was so beautiful, so kind. His alarm faded away. They are hidden, the ones that stink. Hidden so even the mother who stole this herd from my ancestors could not find them. But you have been created to root them out. A word came to him for the ones that stink. Sleth. That was their name. And he immediately knew where the men had taken one of them. He'd learned this not from following any scent trail, for the scent had ended in the fires. No, that knowledge had been one of the first things that had tumbled into him from Barg. Purity Sleth was going to be held in a stone cage in Whitecliff. He also knew that if he caught her, he could catch the rest of them, because Sleth would do anything to keep their secrets. They would hunt and kill their own to keep them quiet, which meant he could use Purity as bait. If I find them, he asked, will you spare these? Your kind is so weak. How you ever overpowered the mothers, I will never know. Will you spare them? You have 2 nights, she said. She held up the stomach that contained his family. If you fail, know that I and my daughters are hungry, and these firstlings will be prepared for our feast. 13. Snare. Blue wouldn't let Tarlan near the wound, so he watched as the dog licked until the bleeding stopped, knowing that if corruption set in and spread, they would have to put him down. He stroked Blue's head. He couldn't believe Blue had been stabbed. He couldn't believe his family had run off a hammer of stinking Firnoy armsmen, which was both wonderful and terrible. It was wonderful because he couldn't wait to tell the story in Corumtown. It was terrible because Dar was wrong. Those men would be back. Tarlan stood and looked down at Blue. There's nothing else we can do for him. We can catch those hatchlings, Nettle said. Aye, that we can, and then rub it in the faces of those Firnoy. Tarlan imagined how that would be and exited the barn.
He and Nettle walked across the yard to the house and found Kay sitting at the table, propping himself up with his elbows. Dar stood at the hearth, 3 large red onions roasting on a pile of embers there. A pot of porridge hung from a crane over a cooking fire. The fish they'd filleted earlier was sizzling in yet another pan. Dar poked at them with a knife. The ends of his beard braids were tucked into the collar of his tunic to keep them from getting into the fire or falling into the food. "Shouldn't River be back by now?" asked Tarlin. Dar swung the crane and the pot of barley that hung from it out of the hearth. "Don't you worry about River. She'll be fine." Dar was probably right. River could take care of herself. She might not be as strong as Kay, but she knew woodcraft. She had her bow, and if it came to it, he doubted any but a dreadman could run her down. Dar lifted the pot off the crane with a hook and brought it to the table. He took off the lid and dropped a large spoonful into each of their bowls, and then he put a small chunk of butter onto the top. They rarely ate their porridge in the sweet mungo style. "By the time you've eaten that, the fish and onions will be ready." Tarlin turned to Kay. "What did you find?" "I followed the armsmen to their mounts," said Kay. "Then I followed them to the edge of the forest. They're headed out to Fear Noilands." That could mean the armsmen had given up or were going to make an official complaint, but Tarlin doubted that was the case. Dar had just humiliated a hammer. That surely wouldn't go unpunished. "They're probably circling round or going to gather a mob," said Tarlin. He turned to Dar. "We're sitting here like a bunch of cattle." "We'll watch," said Dar. "And it's true somebody needs to go talk to the bailiff, but it's too late now. I don't want anyone out past dark with the country full of imbeciles like those who showed up today. There's nothing else we can do at the moment." But that wasn't true. The armsmen weren't the real threat. Sleth were. Tarlin looked at Nettle, who was chewing a huge mouthful of the porridge. They discussed their plans, but he didn't want to blurt them out now. Dar needed to first see the prince. Only then would he listen. Dar walked back to the hearth. He grabbed the small frying pan from the wall. He put a knifeful of lard in it and stuck the pan next to the andiron above the coals. When the lard melted and began to sizzle, he pulled a large brown egg from a basket next to the hearth, cracked it, and dropped the contents into the pan. "Where did you get that?" asked Kay. "Mo," said Dar. "I got half a dozen." He grinned. "And if you're polite and grovel like a proper son, I might say one for you when you end your fast. But you must promise to help me. We're going to be treating our 4 new ladies like fat Macadian city wives for the next few weeks. We'll need grasshoppers and sliced squash every day." Dar was so quick to get back to his meal that he was overlooking the obvious. "Dar," said Tarlin, "there is something we can do right now. We can solve the root of the problem." "You're not going to reconcile Coramites with Fear Noi," said Dar and turned back to his pan. "We're oil and water." He added a strip of fat back to his egg and let it all sizzle. "I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about the hatchlings." Kay groaned. "Oh, here he goes again about a monster running about the woods wanting his pants to cover up its naked bum." "They've got Sleth caged in Whitecliff," said Tarlin, "and you seem to think the world is as safe as a pie bake." "Perhaps the woman in Whitecliff isn't as dangerous as you think," said Dar. "What's needed now are calm heads." "I agree," said Tarlin, "and I am calm. But what you need to know is that not only did I see one of them in broad daylight, but we've got its footprints in the yard." Dar and Kay followed Tarlin out to the footprints. The sun had sunk low, but there was still enough light to see by. In fact, the angle of the light made the track clearer. He led them to the one by the old sod-roofed house, and then finally brought them to the one by the pig pen. "That's too small for Samesh," said Tarlin. He put his foot next to it to make the point. Kay stretched out one of his massive arms to scratch a spot on his back. "Looks like we've got ourselves a killer." "Oh, come on," said Tarlin. "Look at it." A horsefly landed on Dar's arm. He looked down at it, let it prepare to bite, then smacked the horsefly with the flat of his hand and let it fall to the dirt, where he ground it with his foot. "That print could be anybody's," said Dar. "Could be one of the children that came with that Tinker family. They were here just last week." "It could have been them, but that doesn't explain the sighting and my missing pants." "Yes," said Dar, "the missing pants that were under your bed." "I saw something today," said Tarlin. "I'm sure you did. But I'm also sure that your beating this morning has you rattled. Do you remember when you were a boy and saw the shadows of a number of Og in the yard?" Tarlin remembered. Their wagon had cast a shadow in the light of a full moon, and he'd been sure the creatures were in the yard ready to tear them all to pieces. Of course, Dar had taken him by the hand, kicking and screaming, and forced him to face the fact that it was only moon shadows. "I saw a leg," said Tarlin. "I don't understand why you're not concerned." "Concerned?" said Dar. "I'm mortally concerned, but not about hatchlings. Nobody knows that the woman they've caged is Sleth. There was no seeker, no proving.
What I heard, said Nettle, was that she moved with unnatural speed.
Things are perceived differently in battle. When your mind is tinged with fear, the foe's strength and speed and ferocity are always exaggerated. But let's assume the worst. Let's assume she did move with power. She might have been wearing a weave. Did you think of that?
That's treason right there, said Tarlan.
Is it? Asked Dar. A weave bestowed by some Coromite divine to her family a century ago.
It is if she didn't bring it forth.
But that's different from sleth work, isn't it? It's a legitimate weave. Outlawed, not because it's evil, but because it might pose a threat to the Mercadian lords.
Tarlan sighed. Dar never had anything good to say about divines. Tarlan remembered when he was a child and had learned the 6 paths from a friend's mother. The poem described the different orders of divines. He came home excited to perform and began to recite the poem with the appropriate actions. The fire wizard's harvest, the cane's forge and store, the skiermasters ride the powers with traps and ancient lore. At this point in the poem, Dar's face began to sour, but Tarlan had thought it was because he'd done something wrong. He continued, trying his best to remember the hand movements. The guardians live like dragons, the green ones heal the dead, and the glories rule o'er them all with centuries in their heads. Dar had clapped in a perfunctory way.
You're a sharp one for sure, he'd said, and such a sharp mind needs to be kept that way.
Then he'd made Tarlan learn a poem he'd never heard before. It was long and started with a traveller visiting a tavern. The host spreads his table, then calls with honey charm, a steaming loaf of ignorance to keep your belly warm, an unending keg of fear to turn your wit to froth, and tender cuts of poisoned pride to turn your gentle heart. The poem continued, describing 2 companions, one who takes the host's offer and another who refuses. The first one is treated with firmness but kindness and put out, like a steer to pasture, to enjoy the gardens, orchards, and plenitudes of the vale. The second faces privation and a multitude of dangers trying to get his friend to leave. In the end, he fails, and the first one, the one who trusted the smiling host, is brought forth for butchering. The second makes a brave attempt to rescue him from his captors, but fails, barely escaping with his life. Powerless, he watches from afar as the mighty inhabitants of that awful vale kill, roast, and then serve his friend up on platters for a community feast. It was a long poem, but the story was so fascinating, Tarlan memorized it in less than a day. At first, Tarlan thought Dar made him memorize it because he'd wanted to challenge and thereby increase Tarlan's mental skills. But after he'd learned it, he began to consider the story and see it was a moral tale, teaching how a man could be self-reliant and wise. For a long time, he thought that was Dar's purpose in making him memorize it. But as he grew older, Tarlan began to suspect Dar had planted that poem in him for another reason altogether. There were 6 families in that vale that seemed to correspond to the 6 paths of the divine. The butchering was performed during the annual Festival of Gifts, which is when the divines asked for the annual sacrifices. The name of the host meant the same thing as the name of the first glory of ancient times. As he grew, Tarlan found many more connections between the inhabitants of that vale and the 6 paths. It was as if Dar had planted that poem in him so that it might bring forth in its due time a suspicion of all things divine. But why? He'd once asked Dar what it all meant, but Dar shrugged and said it was only an old poem he'd learned as a child. Tarlan tried to detect prevarication in Dar's answer, but found none. Nevertheless, he knew Dar was hiding something. Tarlan had known 2 divines in his life, Lumen and the Green Beggar. Lumen looked down upon the Coromites, but the Green Beggar went around healing people and teaching them the paths to joy. He refused all authority, refused pomp, choosing instead to live in a log hut he made himself. He leased land to farm, established a following, and had done nothing but bless goats and vegetable gardens. 3 years ago, he'd sailed away, waving goodbye to the throngs of his fellows standing on the docks. Many still wore the green shoulder patch that marked his followers. "What about the Green Beggar?" asked Tarlan. "He would have spoken out against the Sleth woman's use of the weave." "What about him?" asked Kay. "The Goat King, the Witch of Cath, the Scarlet Tiger, they were all once glories of great nations, benefactors who had preyed upon their own people. Who can say what the Green Beggar's real purpose was?" Tarlan knew all the stories about those glories who had gone mad and eaten the souls of those they ruled.
"Let us not forget that every divine was once a man," Dar said.
"Yes," Tarlan said, "men that were raised to wield the powers of life and became almost immortal. The stories of divines who turned on the 6 are few and far between."
"What if Lumen himself ate souls?" asked Dar. "Who would have known it? Nobody. Isn't that a greater horror than some farmer's wife who uses a little weave to bless her and her family?"
"But the power doesn't come from the same source," said Tarlan. It's like comparing an ale brewed using pure water with another made using swamp scum. They may look the same from a distance, but in the mouth they're night and day.
I'll tell you what I think, said Dar. I don't think this has anything to do with magics. I think this is nothing more than a bunch of cowards worried about their cattle and land.
You don't believe the reports?
I believe that men see what they want to see, and what they saw was a Coromide Smith who was richer than any 7 of them combined.
Tarlan had seen his father's judgment blinded before by his pride and anger, and even though it grated, the Macadians weren't always in the wrong. Maybe all you choose to see is the wrongs done to our people. To admit that one of us was evil would spoil your arguments. Wouldn't it be better to cut out the corrupted part than let it ruin the rest of us? This is why we need a divine protecting our shores, said Nettle. They all looked at him. Nettle had brought his bowl outside. He stuffed a large spoonful of porridge in his mouth. A mere human can't hope to unravel such mysteries.
That's true, said Kay, but you don't need one to know there's no greater risk now than there was before. Let's say Tarlan is right. It's no more dangerous to walk about now than it was yesterday or the day before. If there are Sleth lurking about, they were there before.
What kind of logic is that? Asked Tarlan. If you find out there are wildcats in the woods, then you take precautions. You don't assume they pose no danger.
Ah, said Kay, but if the wildcats always kept to themselves, are they really a danger now? Perhaps a hunt will only corner them and make them fight.
Yes, said Tarlan, but wildcats don't murder whole families and devour their souls.
Maybe Tarlan's right, said Dar. We should take precautions. But this all leaves a bad taste in my mouth. The Firnoi had no authority to organise a hunt in the village of Plum. Our band of armorsmen today had no authority to hunt here either. So even if there are Sleth, there are far more Firnoi eager to run a Coromide through.
We need to post a watch, said Tarlan.
Aye, said Dar. I suspect there's more than one group of idiots in the woods.
There were more than idiots in the woods, and Tarlan knew it. He was going to catch whoever had been lurking about. Normally, you only masked your scent when trapping animals, but it was possible that the hatchlings had eaten the souls of some beast in an attempt to obtain its finest sense of smell. He did not have days to let the snow weather, nor did he have any urine or gall from the last deer he killed to mask his and Nettle's scent. So after Dar and Kay lost interest in the prince, Tarlan led Nettle into the fading light, down to a swampy bend in the river. He found a spot where there was plenty of rotting vegetation, and dug out a pail full of mud. By the time they hiked back up the bank and to the run between the barn and the garden, it was dark. Dar had shuttered up the windows against the evening insects, and so they only had starlight and a half moon to guide them. Tarlan had wanted to wait until dark, so the hatchlings wouldn't be able to see much of what they were doing. Now he wondered if he had enough light to set the snare properly. First, they pushed the wheelbarrow and 8 empty barley sacks out to the crosspost fence that enclosed the mule pasture. A long mound of stones taken from the field stretched along the base of the fence. They doubled the sacks and then filled them with enough stones to equal the weight of a large man. Then they pushed the sacks back and into the barn underneath the pulley that allowed them to lift loads up to the barn loft and bound all 4 sacks together. Next, they pushed the empty wheelbarrow out to the run between the garden and the barn. They set it next to the side of the barn and angled it out into the path in such a way that it would direct someone walking here to step right into the trap. They dug some beets and carrots, complaining loudly about having to work in the dark as punishment for fighting earlier with Kay and River. Then Tarlan announced that he would leave the vegetables just inside the garden gate and finish in the morning. Anyone listening in the woods would have heard and known a meal was waiting in the garden. Then he and Nettle coated their hands, the noose and trigger pegs with the mud. Nettle disappeared into the barn. A few moments later, he opened the loft doors. Tarlan threw him the end of his rope and waited until Nettle had fed it through the outside pulley to the one that hung above the stones. When Tarlan heard Nettle's soft whistle, he knew Nettle had fastened the end of the sack to the stones, and he began to pull. Both he and Nettle had to work to lift the stones aloft. When they'd finally lifted them to the pulley crane inside the barn, Tarlan began his work. He set the noose, trigger line, and pegs. Tarlan had caught deer with counterweight snares before. It was possible that the noose would grab a leg, but it also might tighten up around the neck. If all worked well, they'd have a hatchling before dawn. Of course, a real deer might trip it as well, but Tarlan didn't think so. The dogs were usually very good at chasing most things off. And that reminded him, the dogs would have to come in. This trap could very easily choke and kill one of them. He went to where Blue lay, then picked him up and carried him back to the house. A soft light from one lamp spilled from River's room. In the main room, a double spout lamp burned on the table. Dar held the wastebasket to the edge of the table and brushed wood shavings into it. He'd been working on a rose carved in cherry wood. Kay sat at the other end of the table, rubbing sheep's tallow into his boots. Queen went to Dar silently, wagging her tail and asking for attention. Dar looked up.
I don't want the dogs in here.
I'll keep them in the loft with me, said Tarlan. Blue needs to be close.
Dar grunted. So what were the two of you doing out there?
Nothing, said Tarlan.
You were doing something.
Tarlan glanced at Nettle and back at Dar. Tarlan knew he'd make them take down the snare. We were just talking. Dar grunted again and then went back to his work. What are we going to do about the watch? Tarlan asked. Dar motioned at a harness of parade bells.
Kay's going to take first watch. He's going to string a line around the property. That line will be rigged to these bells. Anyone trips that line, and we'll hear it.
And then what? Then we see what tripped the bells, Kay said. That didn't sound like much of a plan, but Tarlan didn't argue. He took Blue upstairs. Nettle and Queen followed behind. When they reached the loft, Nettle said, If something comes, we won't have time to be looking for our bowstrings in the dark. We'd best get them ready now. It wasn't good to leave a bow strung, but in this case Nettle was right. So they strung their bows and leaned them and their quivers against the wall, and then they lay down in their narrow beds. Queen came over and licked Tarlan's face until he told her to settle down. The light coming up the stairs diminished. Someone scraped open River's tin candle safe and closed it. She loved the smell of beeswax and herbs, even if it did cost more than oil or tallow. But the mice loved beeswax, so the candles had to be put beyond their nibbling. Soon the light from downstairs disappeared altogether. Tarlan heard Dar go outside and draw up water from the well, and then come back in and retire to his room. The house quieted. An owl hooted outside. He lay on his bed, unable to sleep. He waited for what seemed a long time, staring at the ceiling. A jingle sounded from below. Nettle, Tarlan said. I heard it, said Nettle. Another small jingle, then one big one. Tarlan and Nettle jumped out of bed, startling Queen, grabbed their bows and quivers and dashed down the stairs in the dark. Nettle slipped on the narrow steps at the bottom and crashed into Tarlan. They would have both sprawled out onto the floor, but Tarlan held onto the railing and swung into the wall instead. "Ho!" said Tarlan. "The alarm!" There was laughter in the darkness. And then Dar lifted one side of a lantern to illuminate him and River. Dar was shaking so hard with laughter he almost knocked the lamp over. River sat next to him holding her sides. Kay stood across the way in the doorway of his room grinning like an idiot. Dar grabbed the alarm line, gave it a good shake. "Just testing your speed, son. Just testing your speed." Dar, he was worse than River. "Very funny," said Tarlan. That only settled three of them to laughing again. "Come on," Tarlan said to Nettle and marched back upstairs. They had both just lain down when the bell jingled again. "I'm busting my sides with laughter," Tarlan called down. Dar laughed again, but he was going to find crickets in his boots this week and next week. He'd sink to the ground while sleeping with loose bed ropes, and then it would be Tarlan's turn to laugh. He heard three more jingles and laughter, and then Dar called up a good night. After everything that had happened today, Dar was joking. It was ridiculous. It was... Tarlan stopped mid-thought. He suddenly knew why Dar was making light of it. He was trying to relax them, just as he did his bowmen when they went into battle, which meant that Dar was taking this very seriously indeed. Maybe Dar was concerned about Sleth after all. Maybe all of his arguing against the Fear Noi was just a way to help them keep cool heads. This comforted Tarlan, and he suddenly found he could close his eyes for sleep. 14. Fugitives. Shouts jolted Tarlan out of bed. "Hold!" Kay said from below. "Identify yourself!" There was no joking in his voice now. Tarlan grabbed his bow in the darkness. This time when he and Nettle reached the bottom of the stairs, the door stood open, and Kay had his own bow drawn, pointing it out into the moonlit yard. "Zoo," the soldier said. "We are part of the Barbican Watch. I bring Captain Argoth's summons." The moon had risen, and Tarlan could see one man wearing a helm and chainmail shirt standing out in the yard. Men and horses stood behind him. Tarlan's first thought was of the armsmen they'd beaten earlier, but there were no Fear Noi markings on the soldiers he could see, only Shoka. Furthermore, this soldier's wrist also bore the tattoo weave of Shoka bullhorns, but then it had been Shoka that had beaten him at the village. Tarlan knocked an arrow and silently moved closer to the hearth in order to get a clear shot at the man outside the door and those beyond.
"What's this about?" asked Dar.
"You know the Sleth woman?" the soldier asked.
"You're referring to Purity, the smith's wife?"
The soldier said nothing.
"I know Purity," Dar said, "and she's no Sleth woman."
"You are summoned to be in Whitecliff within the hour."
"For what cause?" asked Dar. Captain Argoth wants help interrogating her. I can only suppose he thinks a Coromite might win her trust.
Kay pitched his voice low. It's a trap, he said.
Only a fool rides at night, said Dar. We've got a moon, the soldier said, and we will escort you back. That's not enough assurance. No, said the soldier, but this should be. He withdrew a linen handkerchief from his waist pouch and held it out for Dar to take. Dar took it. It had embroidery upon one of its corners, 3 trees with a red circle underneath. It was Uncle Argoth's sign. Dar took it and held it to his nose. Spearmint, he said. Uncle Argoth loved spearmint, planted it around his house, carried it with him. Tarlin lowered his bow. Dar sighed. Let me saddle my mule. We have a mount. I'll trust my own, thank you. Dar turned to Nettle. Your father, it seems, can't wait until morning. Then he turned back to his room to dress. Before disappearing within, he called back to Kay. Get Iron Boy saddled up. Kay put down his own bow, lit the lamp Dar had left on the table, and walked outside with it to the barn to get the saddle. And then Tarlin realized Kay would notice the snare's counterweight there. He hurried to the door and passed the shooker, but before he made it to the well, Kay called out. What's this? Don't touch anything, Tarlin called. Moments later, Tarlin heard a loud crash and the clank of the cowbell he'd attached to the snare. Kay cursed, then stormed out of the barn holding the cowbell in one hand and the lamp out in front of him with the other. A snare? He demanded. Yes, Tarlin replied, and a good one at that. A good way to cause problems. You don't go laying snares where others might go without informing us. Dar walked out of the house dressed for riding. You two? Again? Kay held up the cowbell. What's that? Asked Dar. Tarlin turned. Kay motioned behind him in anger. Around the side of the barn. You'll see. I'm going to fetch Iron Boy. Kay stormed past 2 of the fortress watchmen drawing water for their horses and to the horse pen. Dar called to River and asked her to get the men something to eat. With them distracted, he turned to Tarlin. Let's go see. Tarlin sighed and led Dar around the side of the barn to the snare. Dar looked up at the rope and noose hanging limply from the pulley in the moonlight. You know, it's one thing to give a man a beating. It's quite another to kill him. Then you've got blood debt and revenge and families to deal with. It wasn't for the hunters, Tarlin said. Then he pitched his voice low. You weren't going to believe me until I had one of the hatchlings swinging in the yard. Right, Dar said. And what if River had come here in the morning to fetch a few potatoes, sleep still in her eyes? I thought of that, said Tarlin. No, said Dar, you hadn't. The best way to avoid accidents is not to hide traps from your fellow defenders. But I give you credit. It's a good idea. Still, you're not going to reset this, not tonight. Tarlin had put the others in danger. You're right, said Tarlin. I won't. Now you're being sensible, Dar said, and clapped Tarlin on the shoulder. You can clean this up in the morning. Right now, you can help me saddle up Iron Boy. Tarlin did. Then he watched Dar mount and ride off into the moonlight with the men. When they disappeared into the moon shadows of the forest, Tarlin wondered, Dar was formidable, so what would they do now if the armsman returned, or if the hatchling worked some evil? Kay restrung his bell alarm line, then pointed at Tarlin. Since you're so eager to catch something, I think I'll let you take the next watch. In fact, you and Nettle can have the next 2. He didn't wait for their reply, just yawned and walked back to the house. Nettle and Tarlin followed. When they entered, they found River by the fire, a kettle over the fire. The water's heating. I suggest you make a cup of night watch tea. Thanks, Tarlin said. River smiled and retired to her bedroom. Tarlin looked at Nettle. First or second watch? He asked. First, Nettle said. Tarlin nodded and retrieved the kettle from the hot coals in the hearth. He made a cup of tea for Nettle and handed it over. Tarlin didn't think he'd be able to fall back asleep, but unrolled his blanket on the floor by the table and lay down on it anyway. Nettle rummaged through the pantry. He soon found a thick heel of 2-day-old bread upon which he spread salted lard. He sat around his mouthful of old bread. I don't know who to worry about more, hunters or hatchlings. I'm beginning to think we should have laid 6 snares. Call me when they attack, Tarlin said. Nettle opened the shutters to look out on the yard full of dark moon shadows. Queen's out there, although I don't know how much good that'll do. Listen for the bell, Tarlin said. He relaxed, listened to the crickets outside, and surprisingly found himself drifting to sleep. Sometime later, Nettle nudged him awake. The stars still shone outside. Did you see anything? Asked Tarlin. A family of skulks, said Nettle. He yawned. Came right up to the window, but they must have gotten a whiff of you because they turned tail and ran. Funny, said Tarlin. But true, said Nettle. Tarlan rose and put the kettle back over the coals. Before his tea had finished steeping, Nettle lay asleep. Tarlan waited at the window into the small hours of the morning. Twice he heard something and brought his bow up to the ready, but nothing materialized. Nothing moved but the night shadows as the moon made its way to the western horizon. He thought about the upcoming festival of gifts, where the people celebrated the end of the full harvest and all the gifts of the creators. There would be no divine bestowing gifts of healing and fire, but that would not stop the merchants and entertainments. He had planned on going and buying a few sweets and being content to look at everything else. But now he sat listing out in his mind what a hero and his reward might buy. He was going to surprise everyone. Nobody seemed to think he would amount to much of anything, but what would they say when he hog-tied the hatchlings and carted them into Whitecliff? He waited and watched and waited and began to tire of waiting. A pressure began to build in his bowels. He stood, tried various positions to hold it, but soon he realized that if he didn't get to the privy immediately, he was going to have other problems beside hatchlings. Lords and lice, he thought. There was an old chamber pot in the back room, but he couldn't imagine the ribbing he'd get if Kay discovered Tarlan had been too scared to go out. Besides, there was nothing in the yard. He nudged Nettle, but Nettle only rolled over to his other side. Tarlan looked out at the yard, the moon shadows about the barn and the dark woods. He did not want to go outside, but he could not wait. So he picked up his bow and a clutch of arrows, walked to the front door, and opened it just a nudge. He scanned the yard again and found nothing. Then he slipped out the door, hurried across the yard past the well with his bow and a clutch of arrows, and ran to the privy. But just before he flung open the door, he realized the privy would be a fine place to hide. A hatchling could lie in wait there, waiting for some groggy soul to stumble into its clutches. Tarlan knocked an arrow, took a step back, and waited for it to come out. But the privy was silent as stone. So he carefully stepped to the side toward which the door opened, reached out, grabbed the door handle, and counted to 3. Then he ripped the door open and stepped back. The door banged into the side of the privy. Tarlan drew his bow, aimed. Nothing emerged. Nothing but the night insects made a sound. He skirted round the front to get a clear view, but the privy was empty. Thank the 6, he thought, and then rushed in and closed the door behind him. With a great sigh of relief, he dropped his trousers and went about his business. As he did, he began to think of the story of the Sleth woman cutting people up and curing them like hog meat. And then he realized he'd just put himself in a box. If some Sleth abomination was out there, grabbing him would be like grabbing a fish out of a barrel, like fetching a chicken out of a bird basket. Goh! The hackles rose on the back of Tarlan's neck. He was a fool. He should have used the chamber pot, not come out here in the middle of the night when everyone was sleeping, because it was quite likely, with all the noise and theatrics he'd made, that the hatchlings had seen him enter the privy, and were now waiting in the dark shadow of the house to steal his immortal parts as he made his way back. Well, it was true they hadn't attacked him earlier, but that was during the day. Everyone knew Sleth powers waxed at night. He was an idiot. Tarlan finished his business and drew up his trousers, but didn't dare open the door. Instead, he dropped to his knees and peered at what he could see of the moonlit yard through a knothole about a foot from the bottom of the door. He spent what seemed at least half an hour at it and saw nothing. He held his breath and closed his eyes to hear better. Nothing. Maybe he'd slipped by them. Maybe they hadn't seen a thing. Tarlan rose up and sat on the seat and realized he could stay the whole night in the privy if he had to, but that would leave everyone else back at the house exposed. He sighed. His job was to stand watch, and by Regret's hairy arse, that's what he'd do. He reached for the door and heard the distinct creak of the well crank. He paused. Surely it was a floorboard underneath him. But the well crank creaked again, high and light. Tarlan dropped back down to the knothole. 2 dark figures stood at the well. The larger one was cranking the bucket up ever so slowly. It was a woman or girl with one long braid of hair. The smaller figure was a boy. He just stood there holding what looked like a goat's bladder. The girl drew up the well bucket, and then had the boy hold the bladder as she filled it. They filled it good and plugged its mouth shut. The girl quietly hung the bucket back on the peg, and then the girl turned toward the privy and began walking. The boy grabbed the back of her tunic and followed like he was blind. Blind? He was blind! Walking across the yard was a girl and a blind boy, no doubt her brother, the precise description of the hatchlings. One part of Tarlan felt the satisfaction of being right. The other shrank in dread. The hatchlings were here, and coming his way. There was no way Tarlan could get to the house now. If he were a coward, he might lift some of the loose boards off the seat and jump down into the cesspit. But the hatchlings would hear him prying the boards. They would know to look down there.
After all, it wasn't so uncommon for people to string a rope from underneath the privy bench to hang their valuables above the cess below. He was trapped. They were coming for him. And Nettle and the others, especially that cretin Sabin, would talk about how he died, his pants down, shivering on the stink throne with fright. It would be the talk of the whole district. They'd come for miles to see the spot where Lord Anal Thunder had died, his bow in hand and not one shaft released. He'd be forever known as the Bung Boy or some other such nonsense. The shame of it washed over him. He would not die here. Regret eyes, he would not die at all. What was he thinking? This was his opportunity. He wouldn't be able to trap the hatchlings and take them in alive, but so what? They were wanted dead or alive. He had his bow. He had 4 arrows. Dar had taught him well. He would take them now, despite the fact that he couldn't hear anything but his heart banging in his ears. He'd have 1 shot. If it flew wide of the mark, they'd be on him. But if he made the first count, they'd hesitate just long enough to let him knock a second, and that's the one he would send into one of their hearts, or lungs, either was fine. And with the one crying out in pain, he'd knock his 3rd arrow and take the other deep in the chest. It all depended on that first arrow, which meant he'd wait until they were a bit closer, until it was impossible he'd miss. Tarlan bent and looked out the knothole again. It was definitely a girl and a boy. It was definitely the hatchlings. He gauged the distance between them and the privy, then stood and slowly lifted away the bar that secured the door. He took a calming breath, picked up his bow, and knocked the first arrow. He reminded himself that he was an expert shot. He might not pull a bow as strong as Kay's, but what he did pull was deadly enough for a girl and a boy. He did not have space to properly draw his bow in the privy, but he didn't want to wait for them to open the door on him anyway. That would be far too close. So he kicked the door open, then draw. This was not going to be hard. He could do this. Tarlan took one more breath. Now was the time. They should only be a few paces away. He kicked the door with all his might, but it banged off something and swung back at him. Someone grunted. Lords, he kicked it into one of them. The shock of his miscalculation panicked him. He tried to draw his arrow and step back, but the privy bench got in the way and he fell against the wall. He expected the door to fly open and one of them to rush in with claw and fang. But the door just hung ajar. He heard the padding of feet running away and felt relief. Then he realized they were running. They were getting away. Tarlan kicked the door again, and this time it flew wide and banged against the outside of the privy. The girl ran, holding the boy's hand. They ran like the wind toward the old house in the woods. He took a step forward and drew the string to his chin. Calm. He had to be calm. The string was locked behind his thumb ring. He had practiced this thousands of times. There were days when Dar had demanded he draw and release his bow 500 times. He had used up 8 bows over the years, drawing then relaxing the position of his thumb ever so slightly so that the string might jump away. The precise moment of the perfect release, he had learned, would always come as a small surprise. The string hummed. The arrow snicked away into the dark, a perfect shot. But the hatchlings darted left as the arrow left his hand, and the arrow flew wide. He strung the second arrow. "Where?" Tarlan shouted. "Where?" he yelled again, and saw Nettle throw open the door just about the same time the creatures disappeared behind the old house. Tarlan ran to get a clear view of the open space between the old house and the woods. The things would not escape this time. But when he got a view of the open space, nothing was there. Nettle came stumbling out with his bow in one hand and a half-lit torch in the other. "What's going on?" "They're here!" Tarlan shouted. "Behind the old house!" Nettle's eyes went wide. Tarlan motioned for Nettle to take one side, he'd take the other. Nettle nodded, and then they both approached the old house. It was the first place Tarlan's father and mother had built. Tarlan had slept in it now and again, until a snake had come wiggling through the ceiling one night to land on him. Such were the hazards of sod roofs. Now it was only used to store things and shelter the dogs who had dug their warren underneath the old floorboards. Tarlan and Nettle split apart, giving the house a wide enough berth, positioning themselves so that each covered 2 of the house's 4 walls. "Nothing," said Nettle. Where could they have gone? Tarlan realized he'd given the creature the opportunity to slip in the front door of the house both this and the time before. He swung his bow and pointed it at the door. "Open it," Tarlan said to Nettle. River called out from the house. "Tarlan, what's going on? We've got them in the old house," he yelled back. Tarlan nodded at the door. "Go on, open it." Nettle looked at the door. "Right," he said. "Cover me." Then he grabbed the handle, shoved the door in and stepped back. "There's no use hiding," said Nettle. "Come out where we can see you." Nothing moved. "Queen?" Tarlan called, hoping that she hadn't already been killed by the creatures. A few moments passed, and then Queen wriggled out of the dog warren and came to him. All this time in the warren, Tarlan thought, and not one bark. Something was very wrong. It was as if the dogs were blind and deaf. "Stugo," Tarlan said to Queen and pointed at the open door. "Stu!"
Queen looked at the house and sniffed, but then she turned away and came to him wagging her tail.
"Are you sure it went in there?" Nettle asked.
Kay and River walked out into the yard, Kay with nothing but his underclothes on.
"What are you hollering about?"
"We've got ourselves a hatchling," said Nettle.
"Two," said Tarlin.
"Where?" Kay demanded. Tarlin pointed at the open door, and to his horror, Kay walked right in. Kay looked around, turned, and held his hands out.
"Nothing in here," he said. "God, you're an idiot."
But Tarlin had seen them, right here. Where else could they be? Then he looked at the dog warren, and everything came clear.
"They're underneath," he said to Nettle,
"with the dogs." Tarlin ran to the hole where the side of the house met the ground and pointed his arrow into the blackness.
"Bring the torch."
"No," said Kay. But Nettle paid him no mind. Tarlin took the torch and knelt to the side of the hole. It was definitely wide enough for the girl and boy to get through. He knew because he'd gone down himself a couple of times. But who would have thought they would be down there? He stuck the torch down as far as he dared. It illuminated a leg that quickly drew itself back into the shadow. Tarlin scrambled back and dropped the torch.
"God," he said, "they've subverted the dogs."
He drew his bow and pointed it at the mouth of the hole.
"Put that down," said Kay.
"You can't doubt me now," said Tarlin.
"River,"
said Kay, and motioned at the mouth of the dog warren with his head. River calmly walked to the side of the house and knelt by the dog warren.
"Stop!"
Tarlin warned.
"Get away!"
Kay's hand closed around the bow.
"Give me the bow and shut up."
"Didn't you see the leg?" Kay yanked the bow from his hands.
"What are you doing?"
"Get them," Kay said to River. Tarlin watched in horror as River leaned forward, then crawled partway into the blackness of the hole. He expected to hear her cry out or be pulled entirely in. But after a few moments, she backed out and extended her hand to help a girl and then a smaller boy out. The girl had long black hair and a scar on her cheek. She looked to be about Tarlin's age, maybe a bit older. The boy stared off at nothing. The girl looked at him with no fear. She looked at him like a bird might a bug. Tarlin noticed she was wearing River's trousers all rolled up on the leg. "There's that torch," said Kay. And when Nettle didn't move, Kay snatched it and ground its flame out in the dirt.
"What is this?"
asked Tarlin. "Will you shut up?" hissed Kay. He studied the woods. Deep in the woods, someone shouted.
"Hunters!"
"Get inside," whispered Kay. "Now!" Tarlin looked at his brother and sister. They were harboring Sleth. They were risking the anger of the 9 clans and putting all their lives in danger. Had they too been subverted like the dogs? When Tarlin didn't move, Kay handed the bow to River. He grabbed Tarlin by the nape of the neck with one hand and the back of his trousers by the other. Tarlin struggled, but Kay's grip was like iron, and he marched Tarlin back into the house. Tarlin watched in dismay as the girl hatchling led her brother to the hearth. When they were all in, River quietly barred the door and shut at the window. She faced Kay.
"I told Dara it would never work."
Someone called out again in the woods. River motioned for everyone to be still. Kay turned to Tarlin and pitched his voice low. "If you brought a pack of idiot hunters down on us, I'm going to kill you."
"Kill me?"
Tarlin hissed back.
"Kill me? You two and Dara, it appears, have already seen to that."
"Shush," said River. They waited and listened. Queen barked twice and then fell still. Tarlin strained to hear what was going on outside, but heard nothing. Of course, that didn't mean a pack of hunters were not moving now to surround the yard or running off to alert the bailiff. Tarlin and Nettle stood away from the girl and boy, watching them with alarm. After what seemed like hours, River opened the shutters enough to peer out. After a few moments, she closed them again.
"Queen's right in front of the door. She would have barked if someone were out there. I think we're safe."
"She didn't bark at these two," said Tarlin. River left the window and moved to the girl's side. She stroked the girl's hair like one might a niece or sister.
"There's no need for barking. Tarlin, this is Sugar."
She put her hand on the boy's shoulder. His hair shot up like a wild man's.
"And this is her blind brother, Legs."
15. Purity. Argoth did not want one of the guards on the walls of the Shoka fortress, jittery from the attacks at the village of Plum, to mistake Hogan for an enemy and kill him. The guards had their orders, but it was night and the moon was only half full, and Hogan was a Koramite. So Argoth waited atop the Barbican, watching the roads for his brother-in-law and friend. He brought a sprig of spearmint to his nose. Serenity, his youngest daughter, had tied it to a string and made yet another necklace for him. He could never say no to wearing her gifts. In his pockets he carried at least a dozen tokens of affection, a small black stone with a slash of red in it, a finely woven lock of hair, desiccated bits of flowers, the pit of a plum. He inhaled the fine, strong scent of the mint. Behind him rose the first of 2 rings of defense. More than 70 years ago, the early colonists had wisely located the fortress here, on a wide outcropping of rock that capped one of the 3 hills of Whitecliff. One side of the hill sloped to the town. The back side of the hill, consisting of cliffs and exceedingly narrow slopes, dropped straight to the sea. The first structure had been a simple timber tower and palisade, but that had been torn down decades ago. In its place, they'd built a fortress made of 2 roughly rectangular walls, one inside the other. The outer wall stood 20 feet high. The inner wall, placed almost 30 yards back from the outer wall, stood double that height. Tonight, at the base of the outer wall, guards with dogs patrolled the dry moat, expecting a sleth attack. Their silhouettes stood out against the whitewashed walls of the fortress. The Shoka had learned the whitewashing trick from an old Mungo slave who had won his freedom. Whitewash the bottom half of the walls to make it easier for defenders to see below at night, but leave the top unwashed, allowing the defenders to use the cover of darkness. They used the idea on the ramparts as well, painting the walkways white to allow the men to navigate without torches. As long as the moon shone, there would be no torches on the wall, not a lamp, not a whisper of light that might ruin a guard's night vision, except in the one tower where men were eating. The distant sound of laughter carried down from the tower. Then a guard somewhere up on the outer wall called out, having spotted movement in the town. Argoth looked out toward the town. In the distance he could see the dark, squat towers of the town wall. Closer in, and off to the left, stood the temple of the glory of Mokad on its hill. It was too dark to see, but within the round, domed structure stood the altar of sacrifice where the divines drew fire. Directly behind the altar stood the raised seat of the glory, and behind the seat stood the statues of the 7 creators in a semicircle looking down upon the altar. During the Festival of Gifts, 7 15-foot statues would be made of wood and erected around the temple. They would then be paraded in a long procession to the fortress, and then to the sea. 7 statues to represent the 7 creators. Each would be festooned with the creations for which he or she was responsible. The first and greatest was smeared over with rocks and clay. The second was in the form of a tree, decorated with garlands of seaweed, flowers, and sheaves of grain. The third had the horns and hides of animals and eyes made of butterfly wings. The fourth wore the skins of sharks and whales. The fifth bore great wings upon its back and was clad in feathers. The sixth was in the form of a man with a face of gold. These were the 6, dangerous as they may be, who brought life. The 7th, meant to symbolize regret, was misshapen and black. Upon its head sat a crown of thorns, and about its chest was woven a breastplate made from the bones of 1,000 animals. There were men and women who bound themselves to regret and worshipped him openly, and maybe the creature that killed the harvest master in the village of Plum was one such. But in all his long years, Argoth had only found a handful who gave themselves to darkness in that way. Mostly, Argoth found regret worked in more subtle ways, coming to you smiling and with an open hand, so that you served him and never once thought you were doing anything but standing in the light. That's how it had been with him before he found the Order. In his own way, he had been a servant of regret, even though he didn't know it at the time. But that was behind him. He was now, bless the 6, part of the Order, and the Order would get to the bottom of what was happening here with purity in this monster. Down at the base of the temple hill, a light moved along a dark street. It passed behind a number of dark homes. Then it reappeared on the fortress road. Whoever held the torch rode a horse and was accompanied by other men. A half-minute more, and Hogan rode into the torchlight at the base of the gate road. On a mount next to Hogan sat one of the Barbican watchmen. The man called out his name and rank, then said, "We have delivered Hogan, Bowmaster of the Coramites."
"He's mine,"
Argoth called down.
"Dismount, Bowmaster, then proceed."
Argoth descended the stairs from the top of the Barbican. As he rounded the last set of stairs, the voices of the guards below carried up the stairwell. "What's the warlord doing letting that thing among us? Who can tell which of them is part of the Sleth nest? Good Lord, man, it's Captain Argoth's brother-in-law. I don't care, this isn't right." Argoth scuffed his boot on a stone step, and the conversation fell silent. A moment later, he rounded the last steps and walked into the main passageway, and then out to the front of the Barbican to stand with the 5 guards standing posted there. A moment later, Hogan dismounted, then walked the ramp alone. When he reached the top, his escort turned to the stables, Hogan's mule in tow. Argoth could have ignored the guard's earlier comments, but he chose not to. "Do you know what I love about that Coramite?" "Zoo?" said the most senior of the guards. "Not his might, nor the many bone-faced kills to his name, but his loyalty." "Yes, Captain," said the guard. "Mark him," said Argoth. I would rather have that one loyal Coromite at my side than a whole company of backbiters." "Yes, Captain," said the guard. "Of course." Hogan walked the rest of the way to the Barbican gate. The guard stood attentively as he joined Argoth. Then the two of them walked through the gate, under the murder holes, and out the other side to the wooden drawbridge that led from the Barbican, over the dry moat, and to the first gate of the fortress. The fortress gate stood open before them like the dark maw of a giant beast, the raised portcullis looking like a sharp row of teeth. A set of guards with mastiffs stood just inside that mouth out of sight, waiting and watching for any enemy that slipped past the outer defences. On the drawbridge, away from the guards, Hogan ran his fingers through his beard braids and said, "I will hate to lose this tree." The order patterned itself after an aspen tree. Aspens sent runners under the ground that would shoot up saplings, which in turn would grow and send out runners of their own. A grove of aspens could cover acres and acres, and yet they were not separate trees. They were all connected to each other at the root. And so it was with the order. Each area where the order was established had a root, a trio of leadership that governed the tree and branches that might grow in that area. Hogan was the chief root here, Argoth the second. Matiga, whom many called the Creek Widow, was the third. Of course, the guards wouldn't call the grove an order. To them, all combinations of people such as Argoth and Hogan were nests, tangles, or murders. For some combinations, those were appropriate terms, but not for those of the order. Nevertheless, the guards would be horrified to know that a root of the grove of Hismeas was about to walk right past them. A single tree might be lost, but unless those that hunted the order, the divine seekers and their dreadmen, pulled up the whole grove, the roots would grow another tree somewhere else, and another, until the order filled the earth. Of course, some trees had to be culled to protect the others. Purity was a tree in the grove, and he and Hogan had to decide if she was to live or die, for the grove could not be risked. "Did you contact Matiga?" Argoth asked. "I did," said Hogan. "She is prepared." In each conflict, the Order took great precautions to make sure the full trio of leaders could never be found together at the same time. If two fell, the third would have a better chance to bear the rest of the grove off to safety and start again somewhere else, or to mount a counterattack. "I told her to ready the victor's crown," said Argoth. The crown of a victor was a special weave, an ancient device used by the old gods to bestow great might upon its wearer. "Do you think it will come to that?" asked Hogan. "The reports coming out of Plum," said Argoth. "If they're true, this is rare magic. Terrible. Who has wielded the power to animate such a beast? The older texts describe it, but when was the last time? Never. And it rises in a place where a divine has recently vanished. The new lands are vast. I wonder if we've awakened something here." Hogan sighed. "Do you think Purity is involved?" Argoth shrugged. "Purity had skills the rest of us did not comprehend. I wish Matiga were here. How can we make a decision to cull this tree without her?" Matiga was strong-willed, sometimes to the point of being obstinate. She was currently 3 months into a grudge against Hogan. She had found an excellent woman to join the grove, one she hoped to marry to Hogan. The woman was the widow of a Coromite boat builder. Matiga had prepared the woman and asked Hogan and Argoth to test her for admittance to the grove. Of course, the woman knew nothing of this. She could not. The grove's survival depended on strict secrecy. Hogan and Argoth had agreed to consider the woman and had tested her in many ways for almost a year. In the end, Argoth and Matiga had been satisfied, but Hogan found her wanting. They'd argued, but Hogan would not budge. The trio had to act in perfect unison on such matters, and so the woman was rejected. Matiga had been furious. In this case, Argoth thought she had grounds. Matiga might be strong-willed, but she was also perceptive in her odd way. The woman would have been an asset. Purity was an asset as well, and it was a terrible decision before them. Purity had been a friend for so long. But the grove couldn't risk putting all three roots together in this situation, and even if they could, he doubted he would have been able to convince the lords of the Shoka to let him bring in yet another person to see the prisoner. "If this tree can be saved," said Hogan, "we will do it. But if it cannot, are you prepared?" Argoth touched his pocket that contained the required poison. "I am prepared," he said, his heart groaning with the weight of those words. They said nothing more. Argoth led Hogan past the guards and mastiffs and into the first bailey. They turned left and walked to the second gate and another set of guards. The whole design of the castle was to create a series of killing fields, areas where attackers would be forced to expose themselves to fire from many directions. The path from the first to the second gate was just such a killing field, forcing a troop sideways to travel to the second gate. The moat, the fortress road, and the spaces before the gates and Barbican were killing fields as well. Argoth and Hogan passed the guards and walked into the dark tunnel. A rat spooked and scurried before them. They followed the rat out to the inner courtyard, which lay in darkness. An armsman on a horse trotting to the gate nearly collided into Hogan. At the last moment, the rider jerked his horse to the side and headed into the tunnel, the horse's hooves clopping on the cobblestones. Across the deep courtyard, the sea tower rose into the sky, moonlight gleaming dully off its ramparts. From the top of that tower, a watchman could see miles out to sea. On a clear day, he could see the out-islands. In most fortresses, prisoners held for ransom were kept in the tops of towers. If they wanted to escape, it meant they would have to make their way through all the defenses below. More importantly, it was more comfortable living at ground level, and so the lower rooms were usually taken by those with authority. But Sleth were a different matter. They could descend heights and break timber floors that other men could not. Experience had shown that they needed to be held behind tons of rock. The cleansing room, the only place in all of the new lands capable of holding Sleth, was built in the cellar of the sea tower. Argoth led Hogan across the courtyard to the tower. They passed a group of soldiers drawing water from the well. A number of yards farther, they arrived at a low wall, a dozen paces from the door of the tower. Half a dozen guards stood along the wall with 2 more mastiffs in their midst. "Hold," one of them said. "Captain Argoth, here at Warlord Shim's request. We've come to question the woman." "Aye," said the man. Then he walked back to the tower door and knocked. The door of the tower was set deeply between 2 wings, much like a fortress gate was, but in a smaller dimension. There were dark arrow loops in those wings that would allow archers, if there were any there now, to cover the door with crossfire. Moments later, a small block of wood set behind bars opened at eye level, revealing lamplight within. Part of a face filled the opening. "Your visitors have arrived," the man said. The face disappeared and the block closed. A moment later, the crossbar inside scraped, then the door opened. A giant of a man with a bushy beard held the door with one hand and a lamp with the other. His name was Droz. Many straps hung from his armsman's apron, for not only was he experienced, but he was also a dreadman of immense ferocity. Argoth had seen him chop men in 2. Both his right and left forearms were covered with warrior tattoos. "Ah, Captain," Droz said, "we've been waiting for you." He motioned for Argoth and Hogan to enter. Argoth led Hogan through the opening in the wall and to the door. When they entered the dimly lit room, Droz shut the door behind them and swung down the crossbar. The room was windowless, wide and bare, with only a plain hearth burning to one side. There were no tables or benches, not a chair or cupboard, nothing a Sleth might use as a weapon. The only seats or shelves were those carved in the stone. It was purposely large enough for half a dozen men to wield spears and bows freely. A few guards slept on the floor. 3 stood behind Droz, holding their weapons. 1 stood at the far end of the room, next to an iron lever set in the wall. It was clear the warlords considered purity a serious threat. Argoth wondered about Shim. If he wanted to trap Argoth, this would be the perfect way to do it. Droz motioned at Hogan with his lamp. "I expect you want irons for him?" "No," said Argoth. "He's working with me." "But he's not working with me," said Droz. "Now is he?" "Actually, Droz," said Argoth, "he is." Droz stood a head taller than either Argoth or Hogan. He folded his massive arms across his chest and looked down at them. The 3 men behind Droz shifted ever so slightly into a stance that would allow them to quickly spring into action. "Search him," said Argoth. "In fact, if you're worried about it, order him to strip. Send him to the cleansing room naked." No, said Droz. "We're not in the business of sending pretty men to the witch. This isn't a brothel, Captain." The other men smiled, but they did not laugh. "Well, there's your problem," said Argoth. "Not all prisoners can be cracked directly. Sometimes you've got to build a little trust, and Zun Hogan here will do that. So perform your search. It's late, and I want some answers." "You're not going to get any," said Droz. "Is that so?" "We've been pressing her. Quiet as a fish she is. Oh, she'll struggle and cry as loudly as the next one, but she won't talk." Argoth truly hoped it was true. If nothing else, purity had to keep their names hidden. "We'll see if different methods produce different results." "How many of us do you need?" Droz asked. "It will just be me and the bowmaster this time." Droz grunted. "Just the 2 of you? Are you sure that's safe?" "She's got the king's collar, hasn't she? So she's nothing more than a woman, and an injured one at that." Droz nodded. He pointed at Hogan. "He's her lover, then?" "She had one love," said Hogan, "and he wasn't a man even you would want to cuckold." Droz looked at Argoth. "We're going to have to search him. Can't be giving her keys or daggers or other sweets." "Of course," said Argoth. Hogan took a wide stance. A guard patted him down. When he finished, he stood back, looked to Droz, and nodded. Droz considered Hogan. So, Zoo, why are you here? He used a polite title, but not the one deserved by a bowmaster. I'm a friend, said Hogan. Droz looked at Argoth, and what was going on in that mind, Argoth couldn't tell. Droz was a cunning man, and a man with such a mind just might suspect everything here was not as it seemed. A beat passed. Then Droz said, Before you go down, you should know. Anything happens, anything at all, and Pony there, he pointed to a man standing by the doorway to the back chamber, will pull that lever. That will bring down 2 portcullises that 5 dreadmen together cannot lift. One will seal off the cleansing room, but just in case someone made it out of the cleansing room and to the stairs, the second will seal that back chamber. Should you be caught behind them with the witch, don't expect us to even think about saving you. You're on your own. I wouldn't worry about her getting out, said Argoth. I'd be worried about her kind getting in. Nothing's getting in here, said Droz. We've got archers in the wings of the entrance, men on the wall above. Nobody is getting in. It's dark out, easy enough to slip by in disguise. You don't need to worry, Captain, said Droz. We're tight as a drum. Argoth nodded. They'd planned for everything but a traitor in their midst. Droz led them through an arched opening to the back of the chamber. The heavy portcullis in that arch would not be made solid. It would have holes in it so they might shoot arrows at whoever was caught behind. Another lever was set into the wall of this chamber. Argoth supposed it would release only the lower portcullis. There was a stench in this rear chamber. What is that? Asked Argoth. Bones, said Droz. The man has the noxious flatulence of the Dark One himself. I think the designers of this tower wanted to suffocate their prisoners. There's no second window, and therefore no crossbreeze. So what do we do? The best I could come up with was to order the man to release his poisonous vapours back here. They still waft out to torment us, but at least their potency is diminished by a degree. Argoth wrinkled his nose. I tell you what, forget the crossfire. Just put Bones at the door. Droz laughed. I'd put him out if the man wasn't such a good swordsman. He motioned at the numerous squares on the floor with handles in them. Man the covers. Murder holes, asked Hogan. Exactly. Droz lit and handed both Argoth and Hogan an oil lamp, then held his aloft to reveal the stairs leading down. Droz said, They spend a fortune making this small fortress. You'd think they'd make it safe for the guards. But no, the 5th stair will try to kill you. Just mind its slope as you go by. They descended the stairs, minding the 5th one. The steps followed the curve of the tower wall to what looked like an empty cellar that lay directly below Bones' stink chamber. This chamber too had murder holes in the floor. It also had an iron grate door set into the floor on one side. Droz lifted the bar on the door and took them down yet another staircase. This stair opened onto a flat area about 10 feet deep. At the end was yet another grated door. 2 massive iron bars held it shut. Droz unbarred the door and opened it outwards toward himself, revealing a dark chamber. A breeze blew across Argoth's face, which meant there was an air hole somewhere down here. He sniffed. The air smelled faintly of urine and excrement and something else he could not identify. Droz held up his lamp enough to illuminate the grated doors of the first few cells. The woman's down at the end, said Droz. I'll wait here. Actually, said Argoth, I think we'll accomplish more alone. I don't like it, said Droz. If you want to rouse the warlord to discuss our methods with him, go ahead. Or maybe we can wait until he wakes. Of course, she doesn't have many hours left in her. If she dies tonight without us questioning her, that will be on your head. Droz grunted. You like to push it, don't you? No, Droz, we just need some answers. Fine, said Droz, but that means I'll lock you in. Thank you, said Argoth. We'll ring the bell when we're ready. Argoth dropped his voice to barely a whisper. I expect you'll want to watch, but please, don't uncover one of the murder holes directly above her cell. If she is Sleth, she'll know you're there. In fact, I'd recommend against opening any of them. Your stink will come through and she'll not say a word. Droz looked at him, and Argoth couldn't tell if it was suspicion or curiosity behind those eyes. But then he nodded, locked the grated door behind himself as he left, and retreated back up the stair. Hogan stepped forward toward Purity, but Argoth restrained him and motioned at the murder holes in the ceiling. Argoth held his lamp aloft and walked the length of the chamber, examining the ceiling for open holes. When he was sure nobody was listening, he motioned Hogan to Purity's cell. Purity lay in a blanket at the bars of her cell on a bed of straw. They'd stripped her, shaved her head roughly. A silver king's collar ringed her neck. Hogan knelt close to the bars and held his lamp up. Her wounds from the arrows were stitched in tidy rows. Even so, the wounds were red, angry, and corrupting. She would not last long in this room, but she might survive long enough to do the grove damage. "Purity," said Hogan. She spoke, but did not sit up.
"I hope you brought wolfsbane roots," she said. "If I'm to be poisoned, let it be quick, not an insufficient dose of hemlock and honey or some 2-day mushroom."
"Calm yourself," said Hogan. "It hasn't come to that yet. First, we need to know what has happened." She coughed, and her breath rattled in her lungs.
"I'm sure the Firnoi gave you the full report," she said.
"I don't care about the battle," said Hogan. "I want to know about the stalk and your child, and what happened to the Harvest Master's family afterwards." "I thought someone else in the grove decided to take justice in their own hands," Argoth whispered. "But it wasn't anyone in the grove. Nobody I know could have drained the bodies like that. Not even a divine can do that. I inspected the bodies and they were dry, completely wrung out." Argoth referred to the fire in the bodies of the family. Death was the separation of fire, soul and body. Some said the soul took the fire with it. Others claimed the fire poured forth like smoke or steam. Whichever was the truth, when fire separated from the body, there was always some that remained in the bones and leached away only very slowly. Fire could be found in bones 100 years old, yet the bodies of Barg's family had been empty husks. Argoth continued. There were the markings of an immense drawer of fire, a blackening of the skin. It looked almost as if some monstrous hand had grasped hold of each victim's face. Purity was silent for a long moment.
"I know nothing of what happened to the Harvest Master's family."
Hogan squatted down next to the cell. He reached in and gently stroked Purity's head, careful of the spots where they'd cut her. "Whatever you're hiding, you need to let us know so we know how to set it right." Purity looked at them then. Large cuts and bruises covered her face. Her left eye was almost swollen shut. Her lip was split.
"Give me the poison," she said. "You cannot free me. I have broken our trust. I am willing to abide by the covenant. Cut me down and preserve the rest."
Not a tear fell. And how could she weep? She was broken. Argoth's heart ached for her. He had once practiced forbidden law, but had been given a chance. Surely she deserved the same. Hogan continued to softly stroke her head. "We decide if the covenant is broken. Besides, not all is lost. Your children yet live." Argoth had not known that. Purity looked at Hogan, and now the tears began to well in her damaged eyes.
"I have done horrible things."
They waited for her to continue. Purity was a handsome woman, but her grief had shattered her, and now her face twisted with what she was about to tell.
"In the early autumn of last year, the children brought in a young stork with an injured wing. It could not join the others in their flight south, so we decided to nurse it back to health. Sugar and Legs made a pen for it next to the chicken coop and brought it frogs and fish to eat. They loved the excitement of that long, dangerous beak. It was a smart bird, and a temptation came to me, a forbidden and foolish thing. I wanted to reach out and touch its soul, to see what the mind of this great bird might be like. I'd done it before with other animals, and knew how to be careful. Every few generations someone in my family manifests this gift. I'd been taught by my great-grandmother, but I had never done this while pregnant. I was only a few weeks from delivering cotton."
Argoth suspected he knew where the story would end. Purity continued.
"One night, while seeking the bird, something in me slipped. I felt it leave. I immediately broke the connection, horrified, but nothing happened. I lay awake at nights worrying what signs would appear. I inspected myself and the bird every day, but there was nothing. Nothing. Then cotton was born. It was jaundiced, but that's common enough, and the yellowing quickly faded in the sun. All seemed right. I convinced myself I had imagined the slipping."
Hogan sighed. "Ah, Purity," she said.
"The bird healed, but would not fly with its kind. It always stayed close by, as if it were one of the family. We stopped feeding it, but it would not leave, and whenever Cotton was outside, it would come down and eye the babe. At first we thought it saw the babe as a tasty morsel, but it never tried to nip. It would only turn its head to eye him, and then settle down somewhere close. This went on for weeks, and we just accepted that the bird thought we were his flock. Then one frosty morning, I went out to the garden to dig onions. Cotton lay wrapped in the bassinet. This bird rose from its perch on the roof and flapped down to join us. But this time I noticed something. a sore on its head. Of course, I thought it had been in a fight with some animal, but when I inspected, I saw the bud of an ear, and then hair where feathers should have been.
Purity looked at the floor, desolate.
Cotton's foot had been roughening despite the butters and salves I rubbed into it, and it was very clear what had happened. My sole hadn't slipped. Cotton's had. I probed, hoping to untangle them, but the two of them had mixed. My honey child.
A dry sob racked her.
And that bird. I killed the bird, thinking only a small portion slipped and might return to my boy. But Cotton did not heal. He worsened, then died not many days later while lying in the bassinet on our kitchen table. I could not bring myself to burn either body.
She did not continue, but Argoth could guess the rest. In despair, she'd buried them together because her son had been in both bodies. She concocted her kidnapping story, and it would have worked. But then the flood had come and dug up both bodies. Hogan looked up at Argoth, but they didn't need to say anything. By the Order's law, she should die. "Why didn't you tell us?" asked Hogan.
"How could I?"
she asked. Hogan expelled a breath of sadness. "What about this family that was slain? Your story sheds no light there. Is there some dark grove we know nothing about?"
"No,"
said Purity.
"No, I would never."
"You were not supposed to touch souls either," said Argoth. Purity didn't answer. She didn't sob, beg, or plead. Hogan shook his head. "How do we redeem you from the Order's law, especially now that you've been discovered?"
"What about my children?"
asked Purity. "They're safe for the moment," said Hogan, his pain showing plainly on his face. Purity nodded.
"Tell them I'm sorry. Tell my children."
But she couldn't finish her sentence. Argoth reached for the tin, and then stopped. She wasn't someone who flouted the covenants of the Order, and if they could get her away from this place, if they could give her another chance, he knew great good would come of it. To be sure, there were many covenant breakers who needed to be put to death, but the good to be achieved by this woman's death was so little compared to what could be achieved by devising a way to help her live. "She must die," said Argoth, "but I don't believe there's any part of the covenant that determines how soon that must be. In fact, is there no precedence for delaying execution?" "For a day or two, a week," said Hogan, "but it was expedient in those cases. What if I said we could get her out of here?" Hogan waited for Argoth to continue. "We could use the Sallyport," he said. "Tomorrow night. The Sallyport and then down the cliffs to the sea." "You can get her past Droz?" asked Hogan. "I haven't figured that one out yet."
"It's too risky,"
said Purity. She held her hand out.
"Give it to me now."
That was all fine to have strict rules requiring the death of renegade members, but rules could never have prepared him for this. Lords, but this woman had advised him on how to repair the seemingly dead relationship with his own wife. Her strong purpose and wry humor had been invaluable. He couldn't do it. Hogan's face was grim. "I have a plan," said Argoth. "Tomorrow night I drug the guards and free you. You dress in the garb of one of the men. I take the drugs so they don't suspect me. Then you walk out of here on your own with a report from Droz to the warlord. I will hide another set of clothes. You can change into them and as a servant escape through the Sallyport."
"Except I can't walk on my own," said Purity. "I am one tree. I am not the grove."
"Then we'll think of something else."
"Please,"
said Purity.
"you risk everything. You risk the lives of my children. If you want to save me, save my children. Give me the poison."
Hogan put a hand on Argoth's shoulder. Argoth knew what had to be done. The truth was that he and Hogan might sneak her up, might even get her past Droz, but there were hundreds of men outside. They would not get her past them. And after he and Hogan had failed and lay bleeding out on the stones of the inner court, the clans would hunt and torture their friends and family. "Brother," Hogan said, "I shall never forgive myself." Then he reached down and twisted off the lid to the tin, and Argoth couldn't tell if Hogan was saying he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for killing Purity, or if he couldn't forgive himself if he put the rest of the grove at risk. Purity reached out, but her wounds prevented her from extending her arm far enough. Argoth hesitated, looking at the few inches between the tin and her damaged fingers. And then, as if it was someone else's hand holding the tin, he moved it close enough for her to take a pinch of rough powder.
"How much?"
she asked. "2, he said, his voice miles away. 2 should be more than enough. But it won't be as quick as you would like. We don't want them to link your death to our visit."
"I understand,"
Purity said. She took a pinch, then put her fingers to her mouth. She grimaced at the bitterness, sucked her fingers, then reached out and took another pinch.
Hogan's face fell. He stroked her head again. "My dear," he said. "My dear, dear." Something scraped above them. Argoth motioned for Hogan and Purity to be silent, and looked up. Argoth took on another tone of voice, as if they had been interrogating her. "There are many more things you must tell us," he said. He stood as if to stretch his legs. "Tonight is the beginning, and your children will reap the reward, but it all depends on what you do tomorrow when we return. It is your choice." He continued in that line as if he were a reasonable interrogator, all the while furtively searching the ceiling. And then he found one of the holes in the ceiling that did not reflect his lamplight back. It appeared Droz had not been able to contain his curiosity. He was only amazed Droz had waited this long. He made a small motion, letting Hogan know they should leave. "You've been helpful," said Hogan. "Every Coromite will thank you in their hearts." It was a good touch. Argoth only hoped it was enough to fool Droz. Purity said nothing in reply, only sucked on her 2 fingers. They stood and left her there, a noble and broken woman, and walked back to the door. A lump rose in Argoth's throat, but he pushed it down, hardened his face. At the door, a chain hung from the ceiling and connected to a bell in the upper level. Argoth gave it 3 good tugs and waited. A few minutes later, Droz opened the massive door and let them out. On the stairs, Droz broke the silence. "So did our fish speak?" Argoth looked at Droz. "We know that the murder of the butcher's family was independent of this woman," he said. "Go," exclaimed Droz. "There are 2 nests, then." "At the very least," said Argoth. "Of course, we'll have to verify what she said, but if it's true, then it raises many troubling questions. What else did you find?" "I've already thrown you a bone," said Argoth. "The rest is for Lord Shim." Droz nodded and led them the rest of the way up and out of the tower. Argoth led Hogan past the guards to a deserted place in the middle of the courtyard where they could speak. They didn't want to be up against one of the walls where their words might echo. And even if their words didn't echo, they couldn't know who might be close enough to hear. There were too many crannies and windows and deep shadows. No, it was best to talk in a spot where they could see everything that was to be seen. Hogan held the reins of his mule. A smattering of clouds had blown in and obscured part of the night sky, but there was still enough light to see most of the courtyard. "My heart is ash," said Hogan. Argoth could say nothing. "We will make a sacrifice," said Hogan, "so that her ancestors may be strong and lead her soul to brightness." "We shall," said Argoth. A sacrifice of fire would help her in the world of the dead, but he knew it wouldn't lighten the pain he felt in his chest. After a few moments of silence, Hogan said, "So, what emptied those bones? Wizards." It had always been a wizard's dream to collect the bones of slaughtered animals and deceased humans, to harvest fire without cost. The soul has departed, so there shouldn't be any power there to resist a harvest of what remained in the bones. Battlefields, slaughter pens, dinner plates heaped with the remains of a meal, they should all be rich with easy fire. But they weren't. The bones resisted them. "Either someone has finally discovered how to persuade bones to release their treasure," said Argoth, "or there's a new power abroad. Either way, it's very powerful. Perhaps it's one of the old gods," said Hogan. "Maybe some of them yet live here." The ancient stories told of gods inhabiting many places. In the beginning, the old gods were the servants of the creators. They were gods for fish and beasts and trees, each chosen from its own kind. Each was taught the law by the creators themselves, so that they might guide and bless a certain small territory, a vale, a wood, or a group of hamlets. But the old ones had proved unstable. One never knew if a god would end up being a curse or a blessing, and so the legends say the 6 creators withdrew their presence from them. Regret, of course, did not. In time, a new order arose, an order of human divines who sought to battle the old ones and rule huge territories. Some said the new order began with a group of gods seeking the ways of the first parents. Others said it had nothing to do with the old ones, but had been established by the creators directly. Whatever the origin, the new order began to hunt the old gods. There were many tales of ancient battles. In the end, the divines triumphed. They claimed total extermination, yet there were always rumors of old ones that had slipped through the cracks. Could this be one of the old gods who had survived? Cunning and powerful, gathering strength all these centuries. "This changes everything," said Hogan. "It does," said Argoth. "Of course, why Barg? That part makes no sense. He was the key to nothing. A mere butcher, a harvest master," Hogan said. He shook his head and looked up at the stars. "There's something else that changes the situation," said Argoth. "Lord Shim has been making comments again,
but these are not like the earlier ones. These cannot be mistaken. I believe he suspects me, but instead of forming a hunt, he's asked for help. Perhaps this is the opportunity we've been looking for, a chance to come out of the shadows and stand in the sun. We do have the book and crown. And who can read it? Asked Hogan. No, we won't risk that. Hogan was overly conservative. The book and crown of Hismaeus held many things now lost to the world. It was said that Hismaeus, the founder of their order, knew things not even the glories of this world knew, things given him by the creators themselves. We've discussed this before, said Hogan. Rushing to harvest only ruins the crop. The order is not yet ripe. What would happen if they declared their powers openly and joined with Shem? Some would join, perhaps many. They might defeat the Bonefaces, but many might also prefer to submit themselves to that rot rather than ally themselves with Sleth. Bossa was one of those. He would fight against Argoth, and sooner or later Mokhad would find out. They would send an army to obliterate anyone having anything to do with the Order. The 9 clans would join with them. But what if Shem were able to gather some to his side? A guard yelled back at the tower door. A mastiff snarled and was cut off. There were grunts, the sound of something metal clanging violently into the wall. Argoth turned and looked at the gate, but the shadows obscured everything. Something dark sailed across the courtyard. It thudded to the ground not 2 paces from where Argoth stood. At first Argoth thought it was a pile of rags. He stepped closer. It was not a pile of rags. It was one of the mastiffs that had been guarding the tower door, lying in a broken heap. A thundering crack sounded at the base of the tower. A dim light briefly shone where the door should be. Argoth thought he heard Droz's roar, but almost as soon as it started, all fell silent again, and the light vanished. There was no moaning that would suggest someone had been injured. No movement. Nothing but moon shadows and a monstrous dog at his feet. Argoth drew his sword and began to increase the flow of his fire. Hogan walked over to the dog and pushed at it with one toe. She said she wasn't part of a dark grove. That is what she said. Purity had a past with the law before she came to the Order, just as Argoth did. He had broken all ties with his former masters. Was it possible she had not? Be ready for anything, Argoth said. A guard called down from the battlements. Oh, what's about? They ignored the guard. Hogan took off his mantle and laid it over his saddle. Then he removed the hog from its bindings. The blade of the weapon shone with a dull gleam in the moonlight. Before Argoth had taken 3 steps, he stumbled across 3 bodies, all of them broken and lying in a heap like the dog. He found a dead guard a few paces farther, and another. When he reached the small wall, he saw the tower door hung ajar. Someone or something with immense power had come through here. Oh, Purity, he thought. Secrets within secrets. Breach! Argoth yelled up to the men on the battlements. Breach! Across the courtyard and upon the battlements, the guards took up the alarm. 16. In darkness. Hogan pushed the door open with the business end of the hog. Inside, 2 lamps had fallen and spilled their burning oil onto the floor. The light of the flames revealed guards lying in broken heaps. Droz was among them. There was no blood, but the gruesome angle at which he lay told Argoth all he needed to know. Shouts rose in the courtyard, but Argoth couldn't wait for those men. Besides, they would probably meet the same fate as their comrades. A dreadman might have been able to cause such carnage. But how fast must the man have been moving to dispatch all these men with hardly a sound? Let's try to take this one alive, said Hogan. He picked up a lamp. I'll go first. They approached the pitch-black chamber that led to the stair, and found nothing. In the chambers below, something crashed, then fell silent. Hogan began his descent, Argoth close on his heels. Argoth wanted to run, but knew that doing so would extinguish his lamp. Nevertheless, they took the second stair 3 and 4 at a time, their flames guttering the whole way. At the bottom, Hogan's lamp finally did blow out, but they hurried on. As they approached the door to the open chamber, Argoth expected to see a light, carried by whomever had broken in. But the cleansing room was dark as ink. Purity spoke to someone inside. What do you want? She asked in terror. Hogan turned and relit his lamp with Argoth's flame, and then stepped through the doorway. He held his lamp aloft. The light showed the door to Purity's cell lying on the stone floor. It had been wrenched completely out of its fittings. Inside the cell itself, someone large hunkered over Purity while she struggled in his grasp. The man seemed not to have heard their approach. Hogan changed his grip on the hog and set down his lamp, but they needed more light. Argoth spotted a small pile of straw used for the cells lying in a heap to one side. He kicked a portion of it away, poured oil over it, then hurled his lamp down into the middle of it, cracking the lamp and spilling the oil. The fire flared, illuminating the room and the back of the rough figure. Hogan approached the cell, poised to swing the hog. "Put her down," he commanded. The man supported Purity with one arm, and with the other fingered the king's collar around her neck. Her blanket had fallen to the floor to expose her injured and bandaged body. Purity pushed away from the man, but was too weak to free herself. The huge man wore an odd cloak of grass. But then he turned, and Argoth saw it was not a man. It was nothing like anything Argoth had ever seen. The grass he thought was a cloak was part of the creature, some patches whole, some burned. It opened its too wide mouth and took in a ragged breath. "Purity," demanded Hogan, "you said there was no dark grove." A terrible fear lit her eyes. "Run," she said. "It's full of souls." Hunger tried to devour Purity like he had all the others, but the thing at her neck fought him. It stunk of the men's magic. There was the mother's magic, but hers was always fresh and clean. This was something else. He felt along its weave to untangle it, and failed, and then the word for what it was surfaced in the murky waters of his mind like a giant fish. It was a king's collar, something forged in the secret fires of the Canes that could prevent even a divine from using magic. He marveled for a moment. How did he, Barg, a common butcher, know such things? He shouldn't know such things, which meant that Barg wasn't the only man he'd eaten. He looked more closely at the collar. If such a thing could harness a divine, it might be able to harness a mother. That thought made him hold very still. The mother was sleeping and had shut him out. She didn't know about this harness, didn't know about this bit of law that might bind her. Hope sprang in him, but he beat his thoughts back, took them deep inside so they wouldn't wake her. The mother was going to eat his family. He knew that. No matter what he did, she would eat them. Perhaps in the end she would eat him as well. But this collar, this might bind her up tight. After all, humans had beaten the mothers before. She said so herself. Humans with magic. Hunger looked at the king's collar. He looked at the Sleth woman. The mother wanted him to bind them all and bring them to her. Why? To use them, or because they posed a threat? Because they posed a threat, he decided. Hunger held very still again and listened, but the mother was not in him. The mother was strong, but perhaps this time, if he was quiet and planned carefully, the prey, with this slip of magic, might turn the tables and catch the predator. Someone called out from behind him. He turned and saw two men, a Macadian with a sword and a Coramite with an axe. Stink rolled off both of them in waves. Hunger recognized the Macadian, but he couldn't put a name to him. Then the Coramite charged and struck him with his axe. The force of the blow knocked Hunger back a step. Such power surprised him. But it didn't matter. Hunger was a man of dirt. What could an axe do to dirt? He caught the Coramite by the throat and held him up. He could snap him like he had the other men above. But there would be secrets in these two slethy men as well. Plenty of secrets, some of which might show him how to defeat the mother. He should eat them and discover their secrets. They weren't human, they were Sleth. In fact, by all laws, he should kill them. Eating them would not make him any more abominable than he already was, and it just might prevent the mother from working her evil further. Hunger tried to shuck the man, but he could not find a crack. It was like trying to use a spoon to peel the bark from a maple. All he could do was chip off small chunks. He searched over the man's body and finally snagged on the tiniest of gaps. He could feel the man's soul inside, could taste his fear. Hunger tried to dig deeper, but the man resisted him. Hunger changed his attack and was resisted again. But this man wasn't like the trees in his glade. Hunger knew he could crack him, he could feel it. He changed his attack again, and this time was able to pry the seam open to expose the man's soul. The Coramite struggled ferociously, but Hunger was stronger. Something flashed, and Hunger suddenly lost his grip and dropped the Coramite to the floor. Hunger turned. The Macadian had joined the fray. The flash had been his blade, cutting clean through the wrist of the arm Hunger had been holding the Coramite with. The Macadian swung his blade again at Hunger's neck, but the mother had built him solidly there, and the blade simply lodged in the rock she'd used for his bones. Hunger drew back the stump of his arm and swatted the Macadian to the other side of the room. He looked down at his hand on the floor, and then at his stump. The dirt in his forearm began to shift and form itself into a new, ragged thing that looked not so much like a hand as it did the wild growth from a coppice tree. These two knew how to resist him. This meant he was going to have to kill them before he unraveled them. That was trickier than just taking them live. Trickier, but he could do it. The Coramite backed up by the burning pile of straw. He held his useless axe ready. The Mercadian knelt at the far wall, looking like he was trying to regain his senses. Hunger would take the Coromite first. Then he felt the mother stirring, and all his attention turned back to the collar. He had to hide it quick, had to busy himself with some other task, otherwise she would know. She would know. She would know. She would command him to bring these men to her, and he would have to obey. Eventually he would have to obey. But if she didn't know, she couldn't command. Hunger turned and rushed back to Purity. He threw her over his shoulder like a sack of grain and ran for the exit. The Coromite tried to stop him, but Hunger flung the man aside. Then he was up the stairs and into the dark, back the way he'd come. He'd get out, and then he'd remove the collar before the mother fully wakened. He'd cover it and all thought of the men. And when she fell asleep again, Hunger would come back for them and their secrets and use them to wield the collar. Argoth watched Hogan bury the hog deep in the creature's leg, but it had no visible effect. The creature simply tossed Hogan to the side like he was so much straw. Then the creature rushed out of the cleansing room with Purity clutched to its chest and the hog still buried in its leg. Hogan struggled to his knees and winced, holding his arm close as if it were broken. That thing might just have cracked my collarbone. I've never, said Argoth in amazement. The power of that creature. What was it? I felt someone there, said Hogan, inside the beast. Who? Hogan shook his head. I don't know. A man yelled above. There was a crash, something heavy tumbling down the upper stairway. They're not going to be able to stop it, said Argoth. Hogan's face twisted in surprise. Lumen, he said. What? Lumen's soul. Lumen, the divine who had overseen the 9 clans, the divine who had gone missing last year. Is this how he had disappeared, taken by this rough creature? Or was this an experiment gone awry? Another crash sounded from above. Argoth raced out of the room and up the stairs. Smoke from the straw fire in the room rolled up along the ceiling, choking him. So he ran up into the darkness, crouched low to keep under the smoke. Toward the top of the first flight of stairs, he almost stepped on the hog, where it must have fallen from the creature's leg. He called back to Hogan to pick it up, then burst into the first cellar and heard the clamour of many men above. He ran up the next flight of stairs. On his way up, he found 2 guards lying on the stone steps. One was dead, splayed out in a horrible pose. The other lay on his back, moaning. Argoth sprang past the men to the main floor above. He emerged into the back room and found that the battle had moved outside, where men with torches and pikes struggled and shouted. The bulk of the men surged to one side as if hit by a large wave. He'd been able to hack off the thing's hand. Of course, it had done as much good as chopping a worm in 2, but he'd much rather face that thing in pieces, and if all they could do was dismember it, then that's what they must do. He charged outside. A number of the men shouted a warning and pointed at something on the wall. Argoth turned. The thing climbed the wall like a dark 3-legged spider, shielding Purity against its chest like a mother might her newborn babe. The half-moon made silhouettes of a number of guards on the wall above. Many took aim and shot their arrows, others threw spears. Those would do nothing to the creature, but they could kill Purity. If this was her monster, that might dissolve its bindings. But they needed a bigger weapon. At various points upon the wall stood 7 ballista. The shafts from those machines could skewer a horse. "The ballista!" he shouted up to the men. "Turn the ballista!" The guards manning the one closest to the creature began to turn the war machine. Hogan appeared at Argoth's side with the hog. "It's hers, isn't it?" "I don't know," said Argoth. "We'll soon find out," said Hogan. The creature moved with such speed he knew the ballista men were only going to get one shot. "Take it when it crests the top!" Argoth shouted. More archers arrived, and the thrumming of their bows made a chorus. He could hear the ballista men on the wall cranking their engine back. One 5-foot iron-headed dart from these machines could transfix several armored men. The only weapon more powerful would be one of the war wolves casting a massive stone, but those would be ineffective against such a small, mobile target. The creature neared the top. "Lead it!" a man shouted. The moon suddenly shone through a gap in the ragged clouds and lit up the wall. It was hideous how the thing moved, like an insect. Then it reached the top and raised itself up, its back bristling with arrows. "Now!" Argoth shouted. "Shoot now!" The men pulled the release lever. The ballista made a loud thwonk. The creature took one massive step upon the wall, a dark, hulking figure, Purity's naked form like a small pale flower held at its chest. Then, in the next moment, both were swept away. "Lords," said Hogan. "Quickly!" Argoth shouted. "To the bailey!" By now, most of the fortress guard had awakened and come to the call to arms. Torches burned in many hands. A quarter of a cohort, almost 150 men, rushed to the gate of the inner wall, Argoth and Hogan following behind. They disappeared through the tunnel, emerged in the bailey on the other side, then rushed to the spot where the creature should have fallen.
Argoth expected at any moment to hear the men in front call out they'd found the creature, but no such shout arose. Then one soldier lifted the massive ballista dart into the air. "Scan the walls!" someone shouted. Men stood back to examine the face of the moonlit walls. A group of soldiers charged forward, beyond the location where the ballista dart was found. Argoth grabbed a torch from a soldier and stepped up to examine the tip of the dart. It was clean, not a drop of blood, not a speck of dirt. He looked at the ground where the dart had fallen. Nothing heavy had landed here. He looked up at the wall. He knew the soldiers searching the rest of the bailey wouldn't find the creature. It was gone, vanished into the night just as it had come. "Purity," he said. "What have you wrought?" 17. Soul meat. The dart from the ballista might have passed through Hunger like a stick through a pile of sand, but the mother had created him with more than dirt. He had a skeleton of wood and stone. Of course it was not just wood, not simple stone. Whatever power the mother controlled had bound him. He wasn't just a piece of carpentry, for then the ballista dart would have shattered his chest. But it didn't. The dart stuck in his ribs, and the force of the impact threw him backwards. But it didn't throw him directly away from the wall and into the bailey. Instead, it cast him off the rampart and into the bottom wall of the hoardings, used to sweep attackers off the slopes and cliffs on the backside of the fortress. And that saved the Sleth woman, for Hunger was able to keep hold of her with one hand and grasp one of the hoarding timbers and swing up underneath with the other. Hundreds of feet below him, the sea sparkled in the moonlight. The waves surged and crashed upon the rocks, spraying forth great gouts of moonlit foam. Hunger would have survived the long drop to the sea, but the Sleth woman would have broken on impact. He heard the men yelling, and he felt pain. It was not sharp, but there was an echo of hurt. And then he realized it was not him, but the Sleth woman. He could feel the emotions roiling inside her body, feel them like one might feel a puppy thrashing in a sack. He realized he'd always been able to feel the souls of his victims. He wanted to devour her, but he couldn't do it here, and he didn't dare climb down the cliff, for the men would see him, and then she would die. So Hunger skittered like a spider along the belly of the hoardings until he was on the other side of the fortress, far away from the shouting. He laid the Sleth woman on the rock and sparse grass that grew here. He had probed the collar down in the cellar of the tower, but could not find its clasp. It was said only a divine could remove a king's collar, only they knew the law of unbinding. But did he not have magic also? He examined the collar again. There was no break. The collar seemed to have been woven around the woman's neck. But nothing was that perfect. He could find an opening if he searched slowly. It seemed he had only just begun when the mother stirred again. Hunger bent his concentration, moving faster and faster along the loops and whirls, finding nothing. She was coming. He could feel it, feel her fingers reaching out to his mind. Panic rose in him. She couldn't have it. She mustn't have it. Then he found a spot that seemed different from the rest, but he couldn't tell if it was the spot of joining. It wasn't a break, it was just a spot. "Hunger," the mother called. He tried to unravel the collar at that point, but he could not. It resisted him. So he pulled. He mustered all his strength, and when he thought he'd failed, the collar snapped. Fire and stink billowed up around him and into the sky. "What is that?" the mother asked. He could not resist her question. "Fire," he said. "Fire from the pretty collar about the Sleth woman's neck." She pushed into his mind, and he feared she would discover his secret. "This is the one?" asked the mother. "Yes." "She's weak." "The men beat her. They do not like the ones that stink." "Fool," she said. "They worship them." "Not this one," said Hunger. The mother directed her attention to the collar, and Hunger held very still. "A king's collar," she said. "Yes," said Hunger. "I broke it." "You did indeed," she said. And then she laughed. Hunger ran through the woods like a dark wind, carrying the Sleth woman to the mother. He held her like he had held his bonny girl when she was only a pint. He ran through the dark, piney forest, keeping the branches from the Sleth woman. And the movement of the trees and the feel of the woman in his arms brought forth the memories of his littlest, his Rose, for that was her name. The memories rose before him, her little dark, shining eyes, her little hands, and he had danced with her held close to his chest, and she had squealed like a piglet for joy. Around and around he had gone with her, dancing his jig on the banks of the stream in a piney forest, his fine wife singing her ballad for the 5th time, the boys clapping the beat, impatiently waiting their turn to whirl in the arms of their da. around and around until his head spun and he fell into the grass, and little Rose climbing upon his chest to look down at him with those dark, sparkling eyes, the blue sky at her back. A man of dirt does not weep. He cannot sob. Hunger knew this all too well. But in his deepest parts, he felt a longing, an emptiness, as something so vast and lonely and bleak that he stumbled with the Sleth woman and fell to one knee. The green beggar had taught that if a soul escaped the creatures that waited to devour them, if it managed the long trail in the world of the dead with all its perils, if it were wise, it would find that great brightness that awaited even the most plain and rude of creatures. It would find the everlasting burnings of joy prepared by the creators for those who sought true wisdom, who saw with the heart. He, obviously, had not had much wisdom, for the mother had caught him and devoured great portions of his soul almost as he was born into the other world, and he, in turn, had devoured others. Surely the six would destroy him should he ever win his freedom. But Rose, the boys, his good wife, they had done nothing. The mother called. She wanted this woman so strongly that her compulsion made him stand. He held the broken collar in one hand and looked at it. The mother had laughed at him. At that moment he'd seen that it was indeed broken. Dead. His hope was nothing more than a scrap of metal, its stink carried away by the wind. But he had the woman. He'd found her just as the mother had commanded, and she had promised to release his family. No, she hadn't said that exactly, had she? She'd never promised to release them. The mother called again, and he could not resist her. He ran across a meadow and down to the rocks where one of the mounds of the mother's caves lay. This kidney-shaped entrance to the warrens sat hidden in the folds of the ravines and cliffs along the sea. He climbed up into it and eased himself in. It was almost too small for him by himself, so he held the woman close to his chest and belly with one arm and scrabbled along. Again, he met the mother in the warm room, the one that smelled of what he now knew was sulphur.
"Here," said Hunger. "This is the one that will lead us to the others."
"Yes," said the mother, and she took the woman from him and laid her on a soft bed of grass and furs. "We will need to keep her for a number of days. That will be your task."
"She'll die down here," he said. "They need light."
"Then you fetch it. If you want those pitiful souls you call your family, you keep her alive."
"Yes," he said.
He would keep her. She would need food. She would need someone else to be with her, but someone else who would not run away. He didn't want to ask the mother the question, but he had to. He had to know.
"Will you release one of the souls to me now?"
"Perhaps," she said.
"You said—"
"Quiet," she commanded. She wouldn't do it. She was a liar. But a thought had been forming. All was not lost. No, he had an idea buried deep down. If the collar could be made, then it could be remade. He didn't know how, but those men— He cut himself off in the thought and turned to leave. The mother stopped him. "I want the others as well," she said.
"What others?"
he asked. "You'll bring them here, those two men, and keep them as well." She'd heard his thoughts, knew who he spoke of, and his inability to hide from her filled him with dismay.
"Even if you don't have the appetite for 3,
he said. "I'm not going to eat them," she said. Then she sighed. "It is unfortunate that, when I found you, your soul was bound to the mother of Mokad. I could only recover pieces." She shook her head. "Understand, the human wizards, those that stink, must swear allegiance to me. All of them." A memory rose in Hunger's mind. Before, when he was not in this body, he had been searching for something in her caves, something dangerous. He had been under orders from a different master then, who had had yet another master, and the mother had stolen him away from them.
"I had a name,"
he said. "That name doesn't matter," she said. "You are no longer that creature."
"Lumen,"
he said, and knew it was true.
"That was my name."
He himself had been a master, a divine, and a thrall. The realization of this crashed upon him. The divines, the glories, the rulers of men were nothing more than servants to creatures like herself. But that wasn't right. He was Barg. He was many names. Confusion clouded his mind. "You are mine now," said the mother. That also was true, but it didn't mean he was hers willingly.
"The Sleth will fight you. They will not serve you."
"They will all serve me, one way or the other. I will find my human to lead the harvest, and those that rebel will be put to another purpose."
They will die here in the dark.
Not before we use them to quicken the children.
Children?
Hunger tried to probe her mind to find out what she was talking about, for there were no children here.
Come,
she said, and led him down a passageway he didn't know, to a large room. The mother sang, and suddenly the ribbons of light that wove their way about her ranged out into the room and illuminated it. Half a dozen bodies lay slumbering in the dirt. They were not human or animal, and they were not small, not the bodies of children. They were bodies like his, made of earth, but they weren't exact matches. One had multiple arms, another had a vicious snout and head, another was tall and thin. One had a head shaped like an onion.
"These," said the mother, "are your brethren."
Hunger knew she'd formed these bodies just as she'd formed his, and he knew when they were ready, she'd call them forth just as she had called him.
"There will be more. We shall quicken them, you and I, and the master of the harvest shall lead them."
You're going to make war on us.
"War?"
she said.
You weren't listening.
But then what were these for?
War is the last thing I want. This land and people have been neglected. Coram is ours. It always has been, even far-flung fields like this one. We could not stop the mother of Mokad from taking them before, but we have recovered some of the old ways. The mother of Mokad is failing. Soon all her human herds will be mine, and I shall make them fruitful. They will become the envy of the earth and yield a rich harvest for many, many years to come. And these,
she gestured at the children,
will be the first of those that will protect them."
Hunger stared at the mother. Memories tumbled in. Stories of times when there were many minor beings with power. The old gods, this one ruling a valley, that one a small village, this one living on her own in the woods, that one farming with his people. Some protected and blessed, some, like the Goat King, did not.
You're one of the old gods,
he said.
aren't you?
The mother shook her head.
What you call old gods were humans, and sometimes other creatures who knew the law. They were like wild animals. They fought us, but in the end we tamed them and put them to the use intended by the creators.
Hunger looked at the children. He knew the powers the mother had taught him, how to separate fire from body, how to shuck a soul. He'd known what she ate, but he'd never seen the implications. Probably because until he'd eaten bark, he'd never had the mind of a man to grasp them. He was stunned, horrified. The mother smiled.
"You need not worry about facing the wrath of the creators," she said. "Did they not make us? And is it not the nature of creation for one thing to master and devour another? Humans feed on cattle, cattle on grass, grass on earth. It is only natural that something should feed on humans."
It was natural, Hunger realized, and there were creatures that did so. Bears, lions, sharks. But something about her logic was wrong. It took him a moment.
It's natural to devour a body, maybe, but not a soul.
"That's not true,"
she said.
"There are all manner of creatures that feed on the soul."
I don't believe you,
said Hunger. But he knew about the perilous journey after this life. She spoke the truth.
There may be predators,
he said,
but the prey sometimes turns and fights.
Your cattle and chickens do not fight you, do they? They do not flee, but come to you, depend on you. And that's what humans have been doing for ages. They've been depending on us. And just as it's easier for you to manage your cattle, it's easier to manage humans when they don't know they're mastered.
Hunger thought on her words, thought of the many things he'd eaten, thought of how delicious humans were compared to other creatures. She would eat his family. She had never planned on doing anything different.
"I've made you a promise, and I keep my promises. An obedient servant deserves a reward. This is the best way. Do you not sometimes pass over a favorite cow or goat when it's time for slaughter, and instead let it die from old age? This is no different. Fulfill your duty. I will let them free, and you, not your family, will be the first fruits of the harvest. Now, make me a weave to bind the woman you've brought to me."
Hunger turned to take the woman and bind her, but the woman scrambled back, and before he could reach her, she rose, and with what only could have been multiplied might and speed, ran headlong at the wall of the chamber, crashing into a rock. The woman fell to the floor.
"You careless fool,"
the mother said. She delivered a blow of pain that sent Hunger to his knees. The mother turned back to the woman. She bent to her and began singing the odd music of hers, pressing herself into the world of men. Soon, the scent of her clean magic filled the room, but the woman did not move.
She's dead,
said Hunger.
"Quiet,"
commanded the mother. He didn't deserve the reproach. He hadn't been careless. It was the woman, the wily woman.
How could Hunger know she would try to break her head like a squash? He didn't know how the woman could survive such a blow. But then the mother placed her hands upon the woman, and a moment later, the woman moved her head. "No," she said. "It is time," said the mother. "Nightmare," said the woman, slurring the word. "Depart." "Your son," said the mother. "Where's he gone?" "Dead," she said. "No," said the mother. "I can feel him through the weave. He is not dead." "He is dead," said the woman. "My son is mingled with the stork." The mother paused, agitated. "Do not try to deceive me." Then she did something, and the woman groaned. "Where is the one with the weave?" "Sparrow!" the woman called. "Sparrow!" "The weave," the mother demanded. The woman tried to roll over and get up, but she was unsteady, dizzy, and slumped back down. A flat, ribbon-thin eel emerged from the mother's wrist and burrowed a bit into the woman. Hunger had felt those parts of the mother bite into him. He hated them. The woman cried out in pain and dismay. "Where?" the mother said. "With horse," the woman said. "Where did he go with the horse?" "You can't have him. You will not sacrifice him for his fire." "I would never do such a thing," said the mother. "He is precious to me." The woman hesitated. "They're looking for him." "I will protect him. Where is he?" The woman paused, and the mother sent a second shimmering ribbon into the woman's arm. "To horse," said the woman weakly. It made no sense. The woman was babbling. She was not going to live. Not here, in the dark. Not with that injury. "Who is horse?" asked the mother. But the woman closed her eyes. The mother tried to bring her back with pain, but the woman fell limp in her hands. "She's dead," said Hunger. "Her heart is still beating," said the mother. "But what's this?" She sniffed. The mother put a finger to the woman's bloody head and licked the blood off. "That does not taste right." She savored the blood. "There's death there, but I've tasted worse. I can fix this one. She's going to live and lead us to the others. Now, make me my binding." Hunger made the binding, brought it to life, and put it round the woman's neck. Then the mother sent him out to find the others. Hunger gladly left the mother in the caves and emerged out of one of the exits. The winds were up, moving down from the hills, carrying all manner of scents to him. He lumbered through the woods. She commanded him to bring the other two men to her. He knew the Macadian was Argoth, knew exactly where he lived, and so set out in that direction. But he'd only gone a mile or so when he caught a whiff of magic. It was odd how often he smelled the magic of late. Perhaps the woman was bringing the Sleth out of hiding, drawing the nest to her. Or perhaps Hunger was simply maturing in his powers. One thing was for sure, he could smell a male in this magic. Maybe he wouldn't have to go to Argoth. Maybe Argoth would come to him. He followed the scent out of the lower hills and up onto the plains, to a farmstead past the edge of the settlements. He paused in the woods on the edge of a field. A bat darted above him and flitted over fields of ripe grain shining pale and blue in the evening. On the far sides of the fields stood a single cabin with a light shining from its small windows. Hunger took in a great breath of the scent. He knew he shouldn't do that because it only inflamed his appetite, and the mother had wanted this human to live. But he couldn't help himself. He walked along the tree line toward it and noticed a number of new stumps. Somebody had been busy this year clearing the land. When Hunger finally approached the cabin, he could hear the soft sounds of a man humming over the thrum of the night insects. He circled the cabin until he found a window. The scent of magic was pouring from the cracks around the window frame. Hunger looked in, but he did not see Argoth. A burly man stood naked in a large round tub set close to the hearth. He was washing himself. A pot of water steamed over the cheery fire. The man took a cake of soap and lathered his hairy chest. Hunger did not recognize him. He was not the Coromite that had attacked him in the tower, yet he stank. Hunger considered the mother's promise. It had raised his hopes at first, but the more he pondered it, the more it unraveled. What cattleman did his cattle favors? When did one spare a healthy animal from slaughter? You might keep a bull or a cow a number of years, the slaughter might be delayed. But when animals ceased to be productive, they, with all the rest, were harvested. It was that simple. The mother thought he was stupid, and maybe he was, but he could see through this lie. The mother had forbidden him to eat the ones that stink. Why was that? She didn't want him eating their secrets, that's why. Because if he knew their secrets, maybe he could challenge her. Surely they would know how to remake the collar, and if they knew that, they might hold other secrets far more powerful. secret strong enough to overpower the mother. Hunger walked up to the door. The man sang a few words, then continued to hum his tune. Something about the tune pricked Hunger's mind, and he paused, listening. The music filled him with longing as wide as the sky, but no thoughts, nothing to hang the longing upon. He felt a revulsion at the thought of eating this man. He realized he'd felt this revulsion before, but it had always been lost in the raging fire of his appetite. But the revulsion didn't matter. It didn't matter that what he was doing was abomination. What mattered was that he had an opportunity to stop the mother. What mattered was that he could free his family. The humming swelled. He could eat this man and satisfy his appetite. Hunger thrust open the door. The man did not look at him in horror, only surprise that turned to cold calculation. Then the man lunged out of his tub toward the window. Hunger followed. The man took 2 steps and dove at the window. He burst through the shutters. He was quick and would have escaped, but Hunger was quicker and caught him by the leg just before it disappeared through the window. The man kicked like a horse, but Hunger dragged him back in. The man didn't cry out. He simply turned and delivered a blow to Hunger's throat that would have killed a bull. But the mother's handiwork wasn't so easily defeated. Instead of felling Hunger, all the man succeeded in doing was breaking his own hand. He drew it back, pain racking his face. The mother didn't know he was here. She was crooning to her children deep in the caves and watching over the Sleth woman. Nevertheless, he expected to fight her compulsion. Then he realized she hadn't said not to eat this one. No, she hadn't said that. The man used his good hand to pick up a chair. He hammered at Hunger's grip, but Hunger did not let him go. Hunger would not bend to the mother's wishes like some idiot cow whose only thought was of grass. He was, underneath all this dirt, a man. And even though this Sleth didn't realize it, he was going to help save Hunger's family. He was going to be put to good use. And who knew? If Hunger learned the secrets and defeated the mother completely, then this Sleth would be the means of saving every mother and daughter and son of the 9 clans. Hunger felt along the fiber of this Sleth's being. Soon enough, he found an edge. It took only a few moments, and Hunger shocked his soul. The soul was sweet and beautiful, and Hunger could not help but bolt great portions of him. Then the mother stirred, and Hunger froze. He immediately released the remnants of the man's soul, which flew to the wind. He stood quietly for some time, bracing himself for her ire. But the mother didn't search him. She didn't walk into his mind. She was too busy, much too busy. Except now the man was gone. Hunger hated himself, and yet delighted in the savor of the man. He only hoped he'd eaten enough. He stepped to the table and fingered the comb. He handled a seashell brush, a polished mirror, and a length of yellow cloth, all woman things. He could not say why, but he threw all these in the fire. Then he watched them burn to ash. He knew the tune the man had been humming. He played it in his mind, waiting for the memories to digest, waiting for the secrets. But Hunger did not receive secrets. All he felt was the growing of an unaccountable sorrow. And then the picture of a tall, plain woman with laughing eyes rose in his mind, and the sorrow stretched wide.
I am a ruin,
he thought. He picked up one of the red, dying coals and held it in his hand. But if he had to become a ruin, if he had to become ash, then so be it. There were other Sleth to hunt tonight. He knew exactly the house of the Shoker's hammer, knew exactly where he could find Argoth. Hunger arrived in the dark of the early morning and walked up to the door of Argoth's house. He slid his fingers between the back door and its frame and silently lifted the bar. The dogs surprised him, but he quickly twisted their necks, gulping down their fire and soul. Hunger stood in the kitchen with the dead dogs at his feet. But when nobody came to investigate, he proceeded to search the house. He found 4 rooms. There was nothing in them but beds filled with sleeping children and servants. He creaked down the hallway and found Argoth's wife asleep. Argoth was not with her. Hunger retreated to a dark corner of the room and waited for Argoth, watching his wife toss and turn and finally kick the bedcovers to the floor. But when he smelled the beginnings of the morning winds, Hunger exited as quietly as he had come. He took the bodies of the dogs with him and waited in a tree line by a fat chestnut. He would catch Argoth when he returned. 18. A Cold Kiss. Sugar sat in the cellar of Zu Hogan's house, listening to Legs sleep. The cellar was both wide and deep, and hadn't yet been filled with the winter stores.
and so she didn't have to contend with the mosquitoes or any of the monstrous black and yellow spiders that seemed unable to stay out of the dog warren. It was vastly more comfortable here than out in that hole under the old sod house, but it was not safe. Not with the men in the woods, and that idiot Tarlan making a scene. God, that stinking load of scours had scared the life out of her. He'd nearly broken her nose throwing that door in her face. He'd nearly killed her and Legs both. But then, what would she have done in his position? These folks were risking their lives. Obviously, he hadn't been asked if he were willing to do that. Wouldn't she want to be asked to risk her life for a stranger? So she couldn't fault him totally for his behavior. But that still didn't make this cellar a wise choice for concealment. It was the first place anyone would look. Legs slept on the narrow bed River had placed down here, next to old cabbage leaves and the scattered potatoes with their multitudes of long, pale stems, looking like a nest of ghostly, spindly-legged crabs. He'd fallen asleep brushing her hair with his fingers, picking out the knots and debris. He was putting a brave front on, as Dar had always taught him to do. And Dar had taught him so much. He had spent hours, days, demanding Legs learn to do hard things despite his blindness. Chores around the yard, holding pieces on the anvil while Dar hammered them, working the bellows, learning every foot of the village and the surrounding fields, so he could take water in his goat cart to those that worked in the fields. Dar had seemed a force of nature, and now he was gone. What would he do in this situation? He'd tell her to stop aggravating over things she couldn't change. He'd tell her that she was bred to do hard things, that it was in her blood. She began to organize the potatoes and cabbages, putting them into tidy rows and stacks. It comforted her, calmed her. Tidiness helped a person think. They weren't safe here, and sooner or later Hogan's family would find out that Mother really was Sleth. It was hard to admit, but that was the truth. The questioners in Whitecliff would pry things out of Mother, and then these good folks would turn both her and Legs in. No, it wasn't safe. She and Legs needed to leave. They would do so tonight, under the cover of darkness, but that left a whole day of danger. She needed a plan for the next 10 hours of light. She pulled the spindly legs off a potato and placed it on the pile she was making. If Hogan didn't find out about Mother, she and Legs still had to deal with the hunters in the woods, some of whom just might stop by like the first batch had. She needed a plan should that occur, because sooner or later, here at Hogan's or in some other bolt hole, the hunters would come. They would find her, and she'd better have a cover. Kay had suggested a cover to Zoo Hogan when she'd first come. She could be a girl from Coramtown, Kate said. Visiting. Visiting who? Zoo Hogan had asked. Have your pick, said Kay. Both Tarlan and I are of marriageable age. Or maybe she's visiting River as a friend. Maybe, said Zoo Hogan. Maybe. But he'd never come back to tell her what he'd decided. Sugar had visited friends regularly in Coramtown. They were some of the happiest moments of her life. There was such an ease being among your equals. She knew what friends did when they visited. And while Kay was handsome, all the neighbours around this farmstead would know who Kay was courting, what his prospects were. Her tale would be news to them, and she didn't want to be news. She wanted to be nothing. Tarlan would probably not be making such arrangements. So he was an option, but she couldn't be sure. It would be easier if Sugar was River's friend visiting from Coramtown, someone come to help with the harvest. Sugar? Legs asked in a quiet voice. She said nothing and stacked another potato. He hadn't slept all last night and needed rest. You're not sleeping, he said. Oh, she said. You breathe different when you sleep, he said. It's something like this. He began to make small grunting noises, like a pig. I don't either. Yes, he said, you do. But then so did Mother. A momentary silence fell upon them both. Sugar should have felt something in that silence. But she was empty still. How was it that she could not feel? Does, Sugar corrected. She's not dead. You heard those soldiers. And not only that, but it's possible she will be freed. Those had been Zoo Hogan's words when he'd shown them the dog warren. Have hope. If your mother survives her wounds and is taken to Whitecliff, then there's a chance I can free her. Do you think he can free her? Legs asked. He's just a Coramite. I don't know, she said. Zoo Hogan has a powerful brother-in-law, a captain of the Shoka. Perhaps he will save her. But he wouldn't. Not even a Macadian territory lord would save a Sleth. Except she didn't feel like telling Legs that. She hadn't yet told him what she'd witnessed of the battle at the smithy and Mother's horrible speed. So instead of talking, she put down the leggy potato in her hands and scooted next to Legs. She reached out and began to smooth his hair, tracing the walls of his wild cowlicks.
The lines of her world were shifting, and where they'd stop she did not know. It was like the one time she'd seen a perfect rock to sit on and rest. But as she neared it, the lines and shadows shifted, and she realized the rough stem she thought was a weed at the base of the rock was really a brown viper, coiled in the dry grass and ready to strike.
"This isn't a good place to hide," Legs said.
"I know," said Sugar.
"We should make a cubby," he said, "like we did in the woods to escape the miller's son."
There weren't enough cabbages and potatoes to make a pile big enough to hide both of them. But if she used the bushel basket, there might be enough for Legs.
"You're right," she said.
Then she had him move over and started to arrange the cabbages to make a spot for Legs. She'd completed a good portion when someone walked heavily on the floor above her. Alarm shot through her. They weren't ready with the cubby. Then she heard River singing the fisherman's lullaby, the all-clear signal, and relaxed. But Sugar did not join River above. It was safer down here in the dark, and they needed to finish what they'd begun. After some time, someone came to the cellar door and stopped. She heard the person grab the hook, and then the door opened, spilling in the dim light of early morning. River looked down at her.
"Did you not hear me?"
"Yes," Sugar said.
"We did."
"I see," said River.
"Well, come on up, eat while you can. The boys are all out in the yard doing chores." "Do you have a chamber pot?" asked Legs.
River smiled.
"Somewhere," she said. "We refused to carry out each other's stink years ago, and who wants to carry their own when you can trot out to the privy? But I don't think we threw it away. Besides, I know someone who would benefit from playing the good host. Come up, you can eat and take care of your business like people instead of grubs."
Sugar and Legs climbed out of the cellar. A hard loaf of bread sat on the table. Fat slices of dark sausage sizzled in a pan over the fire, and a thick broth for softening the bread bubbled in a pot. River led Legs to the back room. When she returned, she sawed off a sizable piece of bread and gave Sugar a bowl of the broth. Tarlan, Nettle, and Kay came in shortly after that, taking off their muddy boots and setting them alongside the wall next to the door. When Tarlan saw Sugar, he stopped short.
"What's she doing up here?"
he asked.
"It looks like she's eating,"
said Kay, and shoved Tarlan along. Tarlan gave Kay an angry glance. Nettle held a creel. He walked over to River, eyeing Sugar the whole way, opened the creel, and pulled out an enormous catfish that had been cleaned, gutted, and skinned. "Here's our afternoon soup."
"Put it in there,"
River said, motioning with her chin toward an empty pot on the floor. Nettle slid the fish in the pot. Tarlan still stood on the other side of the room, brooding.
"What are you doing?" River asked him. "Go sit down."
"I'm not getting anywhere close to that," Tarlan said, and pointed at Sugar.
"Her name is Sugar," River corrected, "and you're going to be the gracious host."
Just then, Legs appeared in the doorway of the back room, holding the covered chamber pot. River smiled.
"Here's the perfect chance. It looks like you have a little business in the back room that needs to be dealt with."
Tarlan looked at Legs and curled his nose in disgust.
"A little business?"
he asked in dismay.
"No,"
he shook his head.
"I will not. You'll empty the chamber pot for him, and then you'll empty it for Sugar." "No," said Sugar. "Please."
They'd already put this family in grave danger. She didn't want them to do one thing more.
"You can't go outside," said River. "That would be foolhardy. Besides, we wouldn't have this problem except for Tarlan, so he can take responsibility for the messes he makes."
"I'm not doing it," said Tarlan. He looked at Nettle. Nettle held up both hands. "This is your house, not mine." Kay shifted his enormous frame in his seat to face Tarlan squarely. "You're going to be the little chamber pot man," said Kay, "and you're going to be happy about it." The threat was obvious, but Tarlan didn't move. Then Kay stood and took a threatening step toward Tarlan. "Fine," Tarlan said, irritated. "Tell him to put it down and step away." Legs set the pot on the floor and backed away.
"Come," said Sugar. "We'll go back down."
Legs began to feel his way over to Sugar. Only then did Tarlan brush past. He picked up the pot with great distaste and hurried outside.
"Please stay here," River said to Sugar. "Tarlan will be all right. You just sit down and enjoy your meal."
It felt so good to stand straight and see sunlight. Perhaps she could stay up here for just a little while.
"I can understand his reluctance," said Sugar.
"He's not the only one that's reluctant," said Nettle. When Tarlan returned, they ate in relative silence, River asking Sugar questions that would make any normal guest feel comfortable. But these were not normal circumstances, and they only made the meal more strained. Toward the end, River turned to Tarlan and said,
"Because of last night, Kay and I now must find Sugar and Legs another place, so we'll be hunting one up today.
That means you're going to stay here to finish the chores and to keep an eye out. Sugar and Legs are your charge until we return.
Tarlan just looked into his bowl.
Look at me, Tarlan. Do you think Dara and I are stupid people? I know Kay, of course, is suspect.
She grinned. It was a good effort to break the tension, but Tarlan didn't accept it.
Yes, given the facts, I do think you're stupid. But then I know you're not stupid, so that means you're hiding some of the facts.
River glanced at Kay, then back to Tarlan.
And you've been hiding them for quite some time,
said Tarlan.
It wasn't supposed to happen this way, she said. Dar knows these people. They're good, Tarlan, and there's more to this than you realize. So much more. But now's not the time or place to explain. All you have to do is finish the chores and keep an eye out. I want you to give Sugar and Legs some time up here, and that means you'll have to stay in the house because you won't be able to warn her or cover her retreat if you're outside. Then how do I do the chores?
Both River and Kay looked at Nettle.
Right, said Nettle. I'll be out in the fields. Oh, no, you don't, said Tarlan. You're not leaving me alone with these two. Chores have got to be done, said Kay. It will look odd, a fine day like today and nobody working. Besides, a man shoulders his own burdens. Sure, said Tarlan, and when these two eat me, I guess you'll be the one cleaning up what's left. River said, they present no more danger than me or Kay. Just the presence of them, Tarlan said, is enough to put a noose around every one of our necks.
But River didn't listen to him. She stroked Sugar's hair and finished eating. Nettle finished and went out to the fields. Finally, River and Kay stood and announced they would be back. Tarlan asked where they were going.
Out,
Kay replied. Then the two of them exited the house. While River had been there, Sugar, for the first time since the awful events, felt a lightening in her mood. There were some people that possessed such great quantities of openness and hope that it spilled over to others. River was one of these people. Of course, when River closed the door behind her, Sugar and Legs were left with Tarlan. He threw the bar on the door, then turned to her. He shook his head as if he still couldn't believe his predicament and picked up his bow. He withdrew 2 arrows from one of the 3 tall baskets that hung on the wall. Each basket held arrows that were ringed with a different color just below the fletching. She assumed the colors distinguished a different spine strength and weight that would match the strength of the bow. He knocked one of the arrows marked with an ochre ring. The other he kept in the hand that held the bow. Both had grey goose feathers. Both were plain, but they had clearly been heated and straightened and would fly true to deliver the iron tips that shone with grease to keep the rust off.
Here's the first thing we're going to get straight, said Tarlan. Me and my immortal parts are off limits. You see that smudge on the lintel of the doorway to the loft?
Sugar turned to look where he pointed. A moment later the bow hummed and an arrow shaft sank into a dark coloration on the pale whitewashed lintel. She turned back to him. He held another 2 more of the ochre-ringed arrows, one knocked just as before. Legs sat at the table, eating the last scraps of his food. He put down his spoon and held very still.
I've been thinking all morning, Tarlan said. I don't know what game my father is playing, but I do know this. If you cross me, I won't hesitate. In fact, by all rights, I should shoot you down now.
Sugar knew the look in his eyes. She knew he was considering it. Her father had taught her never to show fear in a fight, never show pain, never give an opponent any reason for courage unless you wanted to lure them into a trap. What kind of fighter was Tarlan? Was he one that only respected force, or was he one that was more interested in avoiding a fight?
Why does my father harbour a hatchling? He asked.
I'm not a hatchling, she said.
Whatever you call it. I practice no dark art, she said. No, you wouldn't think it dark, would you? I don't know any law, she said. But your parents do.
She had no response to that.
Right, he said. So what's been done to my father? Or is some threat being hung over us? Nothing has been done, she said. There are no threats.
He was agitated, angry, scared. She could read it all in his face. And she would have the same reaction in his situation, was having the same reaction to what her mother had done.
How do I know River and Kay aren't already under the spell of some foul master? He asked. How do I know they'll even return?
He raised his bow as if to draw it.
Nettle said to wait and see, but I can't see how that will help.
Sugar knew what was going through his mind. He thought she was Sleth, and only a fool would play games with such a creature. Better safe than sorry, that's what he was thinking. She had to calm him down, had to buy some time, because she and Legs would not survive the afternoon with him in this state.
I will not lie to you, she said. My mother did things that...
She didn't want to say it. Legs sat motionless as a heron at the table, his wild hair sticking up. She didn't want for him to hear it this way. But that wasn't the reason she'd stopped. She didn't want to name Mother, didn't want to pin that awful description on her. There were other explanations for what Sugar had seen her mother do. Maybe Sugar's fears had distorted what had happened. Maybe Cotton had indeed been stolen and magicked by Woodikin. Maybe the soul of one of the famished rode in the body of the stork they'd found. There were a dozen maybes. But the easiest explanation would not go away. She had to face the truth. There was no salvation in lies. I saw my mother charge an army. I saw her cleave a man's head in two. I saw her move with a dark grace that horrified me. The words dropped from her mouth like heavy stones, but she pushed on. And I saw the sleth signs on the dead body of my little brother. I know you have no reason to believe me, but I found out about this only a day before you. Tarlan did not raise his bow, but he didn't lower it either. Sugar continued. I am not associated with any murder of Sleth. I have nothing to do with any art, unless my mother has done something to me like she did to my brother. But I don't know what that would be. I'm as confused as you are, Tarlan. You're convincing, Tarlan said. But that's what you'd expect from a Sleth. Think on this, she said. If we were so wicked, wouldn't we have risen from the cellar early this morning and worked our mischief on you when you were all asleep? I didn't sleep, he said. Even so, she said, if we were Sleth, it would have been the perfect time. Don't you agree? He said nothing, but she could see the wheels of his mind turning, see him weighing her, weighing the situation. At last, he shook his head in frustration, then pointed at the edge of the table where Legs sat. That's the line, he said. Come across, and my arrows fly. She exhaled and realized she'd been holding her breath. But his decision didn't mean they were safe. He could change his mind at any moment and sink an arrow into each of them. She needed to have another plan to neutralize that bow, but couldn't see what she might use. Then she brushed the knife at her waist. A bow was a hard weapon to wield in close spaces. A knife, on the other hand, was perfect. She turned, so the knife sheathed at her waist was hidden from his view. Then she ran one hand through her hair, and with the other, she discreetly removed the loop that held the knife in the sheath. She and Legs were going to get out of here. Her mother had told her to take Legs and ride. She would have disobeyed her mother before and fought, but now she'd make up for that. She'd take Legs and stow him in a safe place. And then what? Go find Mother. That was a ridiculous thought, and unimportant at this moment. Right now, she had to figure out how to deal with this boy. She began to clean up the breakfast dishes, began to tidy things so her mind could work. When she was calm, the first thing she noticed was that he'd placed himself in the wrong part of the house. You can't look out of the windows from where you're sitting, she said. He shrugged. She said, you can't watch for hunters from that side of the room. You look out of the windows and watch for hunters. I'm watching you. She nodded in acquiescence, but if hunters did come, it would not do to have them find him sitting here, guarding her and Legs. You didn't guard a visitor. Any hunter with a brain would see something was odd. Legs stepped towards Sugar with his hands out. When he found her, he asked, should I go down? It would probably be best. That way she wouldn't have to worry about him should the situation change. But she didn't want him to sit down there alone, thinking about what she'd just revealed. He needed to know she was strong, that things would be all right. Stand with me, she said, and smell the morning coming through the windows. We'll visit the potatoes soon enough. The shutters by the dining table looked out over the farm. She pulled them completely open, then walked to the back of the house and opened the shutters on the window there so she had a clear view of the river. She scanned the woods and farm. Nobody but Nettle was there. Tarlan said, why did you take my pants? I didn't take your pants. You wore them the first night here. Why? Your sister gave them to me. She wanted to use our clothing to create a false trail should anyone with dogs come across our tracks. Tarlan nodded and fell silent. After a few moments, Legs began to hum one of the songs he'd often sung to entertain the men and women of Plum Village in the evenings as they sat drinking their ale. It was the one about a stupid boy trying to outsmart a gang of crows. She smiled. Perhaps it was she who needed him. Legs sang another few songs, and then he stopped, and Sugar could see he was thinking. A few minutes later, he began again. A half an hour must have passed that way. Legs humming or singing, stopping to think, singing again. Sugar tidied up breakfast, then the floor, all the time watching the windows. And the whole time, Tarlan sat on the other side of the room with his bow at the ready. Sugar ran through a number of scenarios. She knew if Tarlan changed his mind and decided to use his bow, then she would pick up a chair as a shield and charge him. He'd only get off one shot that way.
It would pierce her body or it wouldn't, and if it didn't, then she'd be close in with her knife. However, that wouldn't solve any issues should hunters show up. They needed to seem friends, and that would never happen with him holding the bow. She finished the floor, cleaned the ashes from the hearth, and put them in the tin ash bucket, then took a good long look out of the window. Nettle worked in the distance. Tarlan spoke. "What kind of name is Legs, anyway? It's not like he's tall for his age. I can't imagine he's quick, either."
"No, Zoo," said Legs. "It's rather hard to be speedy when you can't see where you're going. And you know what that means?"
"What?" Tarlan asked suspiciously. Sugar knew the tone in Legs's voice. This was him wanting to make a point, but the last thing they needed to do was provoke the bow boy who had just considered killing them both.
"Legs," said Sugar in warning. "It means it would be difficult for me to catch you and eat you."
Tarlan raised his eyebrows. "What's he going on about?"
"I'm just pointing out the obvious," said Legs. "And you can talk to me directly if you want. I'm not deaf."
Tarlan stood. "Maybe I don't like the way your eyes slide around." His eyes had indeed been sliding. Sugar knew it unnerved some people.
"Sorry, Zoo," said Legs,
and closed his lids tight.
"I know all the stories about Sleth. I've sung all the songs. I've been thinking about them. And you'd expect if my mother had the powers you think she does, she would have given me my sight. Why wouldn't she have done that?"
"What do I know about your mother's slethy ways? Ask her yourself when they put you in the tower."
"She wouldn't," said Legs, "because she couldn't. She's not Sleth."
Sugar wished she had Legs's confidence, but she didn't want to provoke Tarlan further.
"Legs," she said, "we didn't answer his original question."
She turned to Tarlan.
"Legs is his nickname. He was born Legs first."
Sugar didn't tell him that the midwife said when Legs's feet first appeared, he pulled them back from the cool air in the room and refused to come out. The first time she'd heard that as a girl, she'd laughed and laughed. She had made her mother tell it again and again. The memory of that happy time seemed so far away, so unreal, as if it was something she'd made up.
"I think I want to go down now," said Legs.
Yes, she said. I think that's a good idea.
Because who knew what Legs might say next? Lords forbid he'd probably tried to tweet Tarlan with some comment about him taking care of Legs' business earlier. Legs walked to her, hand in front, feeling the way. She took his hand and led him to the cellar door. When the door was up, Legs turned to her.
I don't care,
he said under his breath. And she knew he meant he didn't care even if Mother were Sleth.
No,
she agreed. But that was a lie. She cared. Legs descended the stair into the darkness with the potatoes, and she shut the door behind him. She turned back to the window and knew she couldn't stand there doing nothing while Tarlan watched her.
You can hardly make lunch over there, she said. I'll make us something to go with that fish. Can you tell me if your sister keeps any savoury?
Tarlan hesitated. She expected him to say something about poisoning the food, but he didn't. He pointed at a cupboard. It's in there.
Thank you,
said Sugar, and began washing and cutting vegetables. She found leaving the cellar door open put her on edge. Not everyone had such a cellar built into the floor. Many were outside the kitchen. She could see how having it in the kitchen would be handy, and it was not in the way, but she was not used to working so close to such a hole, so she shut the door. When she finished with the vegetables, she found what she needed to make flat cakes. She was about to ask Tarlan where they kept the lard when she glanced out the back window and saw half a dozen Macadians wearing leather cuirass and helms crouching at the top of the riverbank. Her heart jumped. A handful of them broke off and approached the house, crouching low as they walked. They were not Firnoi. They wore the colours of the Shoka and displayed Shoka tattoos. But it didn't matter. Shoka or Firnoi, they were still Macadians, still sneaking up on the house. She drew back from the window so they wouldn't see her, then glanced out the front and saw Nettle working the field in the distance, oblivious to what was happening. She turned back and watched the first man run up to the house and take his position at the corner. Her breath came quickly. The moment she'd been dreading had come and found her making flat cakes. All her mother and father had suffered to give them a chance to escape would now go to waste. But that couldn't happen. She wouldn't let it happen. She didn't have time to open the door to the cellar, descend and close it up again, and she wasn't going to sit down there like a fish in a barrel. She whirled round to face Tarlan. "Hunters," she whispered. Tarlan had been leaning against the wall in his chair, balancing it on two of its legs. He came away from the wall and brought all four legs to the ground. She pointed toward the river, then motioned for him to put his bow down. If he had truly been guarding against something in the woods, then he would have been outside. Both of them would be. They needed to appear to be friends. They needed to appear to be more than friends. It would have been better if Kay had been sitting there, but Tarlan would have to do. She only prayed he wasn't a fool. She could not speak, not if she didn't want to alert the man outside, so she hastened across the floor toward Tarlan. He stood, alarmed at her approach. 1, 2, 4 steps, and she crossed the line he'd drawn. He raised the bow, but either his fear had paralyzed him, or he wasn't a fool after all, because he allowed her to come right up to him, grab the wrist of the hand that held the bow, and whisper into his ear.
"They're outside," she said.
"Fear noi."
"I'm going to sit on your lap," she said, "like a lover."
Then she pushed him back into his chair and settled onto his lap. Tarlan's eyes were round with alarm.
"Put the bow down," she whispered. "Put your arm around me."
He was frozen, clenching his weapon.
"I'm your girl from Corumtown," she whispered urgently. "I'm visiting."
Something rustled along the outside of the house. Tarlan turned to the sound, his bow still clenched in his hand. Sugar raised his free hand to her ribs.
"I'm Lily,"
she said.
"What?" "Lily," she repeated. "The daughter of Ham, a farmer, living just the other side."
A man came to the door. Another cast a shadow by the open shutter. Sugar immediately dipped her mouth to meet Tarlan's. She kissed boys before, none of the Macadians in her village, but boys in Corumtown. Her mother had made sure they travelled to Corumtown regularly, more often this last year since Sugar was soon to be of age for marriage negotiations. She closed her eyes and cupped his head with her free, flour-dusted hand. Tarlan sat stiff as a log, stiff as a piece of furniture. She opened her eyes and found him staring at her, his eyeballs big as her face. It was like finding a large caterpillar on the end of your nose. More men gathered outside the door.
"The bow," she said, mid-kiss. "Drop the bow."
His mouth was parted in shock, frozen open like the stone of a statue. She had stolen her share of kisses, but this one wouldn't fool anybody. She flicked the tip of her tongue inside his mouth. Maybe that would bring him round. The bow and arrows clattered to the floor, and to Tarlan's credit, he tried to move his lips. They were dry, and the whole thing smelled of the morning's sausage, but he acted. Of course, she didn't think either of their performances would be enough. Someone tried to force the door. Then a man stepped out in front of the window with his own bow drawn. "You there," he said. "Open that door." Tarlan shot up like a flushed animal and dumped Sugar to the floor. She was still getting up when he swung the door wide. 3 men pushed in, weapons bristling. A young one in front with half his teeth missing, and 2 older men behind. Before Sugar could move, the young one stuck the point of his sword inches from Tarlan's neck. "You," he said. "Where's your father?" "He was summoned to Whitecliff," said Tarlan. "We should have known your family would cause problems," he said. A man with eyes like ice appeared behind the 3 that stood in the doorway. "Put the sword down," he said. Sugar did not know him, but from his clothing she suspected he was the bailiff. "Tarlan," he said, "I told your dad to order the Coramites in the district. I wanted them calm. Instead, I get reports of all sorts of things happening here last night." Sugar froze. There had been people in the woods. Had someone seen Tarlan rousting them out from underneath the old house? And what if Tarlan decided to turn on her and Legs? He was half convinced she was Sleth already. It had been a mistake to stay. She should have taken Legs and run. They could have hidden in the woods somewhere until dark fell. Now it was too late. "Why did you have to provoke the Fear Noi?" asked the bailiff. "I—" He narrowed his eyes at Sugar. "And who's this?" "Nobody," said Tarlan. "Nobody?" asked the bailiff. "So," said Sugar, "I'm Lily from Corumtown. And why did you bar the door in the middle of the morning?" Tarlan said nothing, just stood there with his mouth open. "We," said Sugar, and looked down. That's what she supposed someone caught in a forbidden embrace would do. She hoped she hadn't hung her head too quickly. "Speak up," said the bailiff. "We were," Tarlan said. He looked like he'd swallowed a chicken whole. "Sporting." "Boys play while the father is away, eh?" said the bailiff. He shook his head and looked around the room. "You and your altercation with those Fear Noi armsmen have caused me a bit of work. I've been ordered by the Shoka lords to conduct a personal search of every Coromite homestead in my district." "I'm sorry, Zoo," said Tarlan. "Look at me," said the bailiff. "What are you hiding?" Tarlan's eyes were wide with fear. If anyone was going to give them away, it would be him. "Nothing, Zoo, nothing." The bailiff shook his head. "Of course not." He signalled to his men to search the house. "I need something to drink." "We have no beer," said Tarlan. "Then fetch me a draught of sweet water from your well," said the bailiff. Tarlan complied without hesitation, leaving Sugar alone with the men. One of the bailiff's men stood on the far side of the room, opening cupboards. She could hear the second upstairs, and the third in the back room, and still others out in the yard. The bailiff himself paced about the room, and then noticed the cellar door. "Girl," he said, "open this up." Then he drew his sword and stepped back.
"You do not need to worry, Sue," she said, indicating his sword. "I will gladly open the door, but nothing is down there, only a few cabbages and potatoes. I saw them myself this morning."
"Oh, is that the trysting spot for Coromite youth?" The bailiff shook his head. "I thought Tarnan was being prepared for a Mercadian marriage." He shook his head. "I expected more of Hogan." Sugar looked down. Was that why he'd been so stiff? She walked over to the door, hoping Legs had heard the men and had hidden in the small cubby they'd made. "Get a light," he said.
"Yes, Sue,"
she said, then moved to the other side of the room to fetch a lamp. The man searching this end of the main room had moved to barrels and was poking his sword deep into barrels of beans and barley. What he expected to find there she could not guess. Sugar found one of Zoo Hogan's lamps and the oil jar. She poured a bit into the lamp. Then she took it to the fire, retrieved an ember with some small tongs, held it close, and began to blow. "I don't understand why a girl from Corumtown would risk hunters, alone, it seems, to come all the way up here." Sugar blew once more, and the wick caught fire.
"I came early yesterday,"
she said.
"News of the Sleth had not yet arrived."
Then she pulled out the cellar door. He pointed at the stair with his sword, indicating she should go first. Sugar nodded and began to descend the stairs a few steps. As she did, her light illuminated the room below, and the fact that while Legs had crawled into the cubby, he had not hidden his foot. It, along with the end of his trousers, was plain to see. The bailiff positioned himself above to get a clearer view of the cellar. Sugar switched the lamp to her other hand, moving it so that it cast a shadow over Legs. "Lift it higher," said the bailiff. "I can't see."
"Yes, Sue."
Her mind raced. What could she do? What lie could she tell him? None came to her mind. She shifted the lamp. "Oh!" boomed Zoo Hogan from the doorway. "What is this?" The bailiff turned, and Sugar saw her chance. She quickly descended the remaining steps and hurried to stand in front of Leg's foot. She held her lamp out as if she were trying to give the room its best possible illumination. "What kind of lunatic challenges Fearnoy armsmen?" asked the bailiff. Zoo Hogan put his hands on his hips. "The same kind that challenges bone-faced rot." Something was wrong with Zoo Hogan's voice. It was as raspy as sand. "That's all good and fine," said the bailiff, "but you put me in a position. The Fearnoy wants your head." "We have far greater things than Fearnoy honour to worry about," said Zoo Hogan. "The woman held in Whitecliff. She's gone." "Gone?" "Stolen out of the tower by a creature that tore Droz and his whole guard apart like they were puppets." The bailiff stood stunned. "God," he finally said. "Her creation, then, come to free her. Was it sent by her hatchlings?" "This isn't the creation of babes," Hogan said. "We don't know where it came from or whence it bore her. The dogs can't track it." Sugar slumped. There was no doubt about Mother now. She wondered what kind of creature it was that had rescued her, but she couldn't imagine it. She couldn't picture her mother as Sleth any more than she could picture her as a fish. She looked up at the bailiff and Zoo Hogan standing at the top of the stairs, wondering if Zoo Hogan was now going to turn her in. The bailiff cursed. "That woman is probably all safely tucked away now in some wicked bolt hole." He shook his head and looked at Hogan. "This does not bode well for your people." "It does not bode well for any of us," Zoo Hogan said. "Because when you do find them, even if you take 100 men, it won't be enough. The creature was shot through with arrows and stabbed with spears. Captain Argoth delivered a blow that would have beheaded a horse, which did nothing to it. Then the ballista men shot a dart and smote the beast squarely in the chest, but it still somehow managed to vanish. It cannot be harmed by normal means." The bailiff looked down at Sugar, scanned the cellar. "What's more," said Hogan, "if it's taken her, then I suspect it has also found the 2 hatchlings that escaped." The bailiff nodded. "We're done here." Then he walked to the front of the house, called his men off, and walked outside. A wave of relief washed over Sugar. A few moments later, the bailiff and his men were walking out of the yard. Zoo Hogan had lied for her and Legs, and in the same breath assumed a monstrous risk, may the Six bless him. Sugar whispered to Legs to stay put, and then she walked back up the stairs. Hogan, Talon, and Nettle stood out in the yard. She exited the house and joined them to watch the bailiff and his men walk back to the woods where they tied their horses. "Do you think he suspects?" asked Nettle. "No," said Zoo Hogan.
Although I do wonder how he missed marking Sugar.
We created a ruse, said Tarlin.
Oh?
We were
Yes?
sporting, finished Sugar. Nettle raised an eyebrow, but Zoo Hogan looked down at her with a sad smile. His face was bruised. He'd clearly been in a fight.
Purity's daughter indeed,
he rasped. What that meant, she could not tell, but she could guess what he was thinking. Her mother was a monster. Right now he had to be wondering how much the mother taught the daughter. But why would he protect the child of a monster? Because Mother wasn't a monster. There had to be an explanation if she could talk to her. About a quarter-mile down the road from Hogan's place, the bailiff halted the men. Prunes reined in his horse with the rest of them.
I've been commanded to post a watch on Hogan, said the bailiff, so 2 of you are going to stay behind. Prunes, you and Gid will have the first day. I'll send someone to relieve you in the morning.
That was just Prunes' luck. He gets an opportunity to sleep, but he has to do it with that garlic eater at his side. Still, some rest was better than none at all. Prunes simply nodded, then peeled his horse from the column, Gid following behind. They hobbled their horses in a small glen on the far side of the hill and began hiking to find the right position to watch the Coromite. A few steps up the slope, and Gid began to sing under his breath.
A lady green with lips so wide, I could not help but kiss her. But when I'd had my fill of tongue, I put her in the roaster.
Will you shut up? Said Prunes.
They're not going to hear us.
I don't care if they do hear us. It's your singing I don't want to hear.
I think Hogan knows something, Gid said.
Idiot. We're not going to find anything here.
How do you mean?
This is Captain Argoth's brother-in-law. We're not going to find anything here but some rest, and that's what I intend to take. And that's also why you're going to keep those lips shut.
You don't know what loyalties flow in that Coromite's veins, said Gid. In fact, for a Coromite on the run, this might be the very best place to hide.
See, said Prunes, that's what comes of eating too much garlic. Your brain gets the vapours.
It's got nothing to do with what I eat.
Stinking vapours of the mind, said Prunes. Gid made a rude gesture, but Prunes ignored it. Soon they found an outcropping of rock that gave clear view of the farm, then positioned themselves just behind the brush line. As soon as they sat down, Gid took out a whetstone and began sharpening his knife. Prunes shook his head. Stupid eager, that's what Gid was. If Sleth did indeed pay the Coromite a visit, then they'd need more than knives. Had Gid not heard the Coromite's reports of that creature in Whitecliff? They gave Prune the shivers. And if that thing showed up here, the best thing to do would be to run. Run or hide under a rock. Then Prunes realized he'd sat in the wrong place. You need to sit over here, said Prunes.
Why?
Because that places me upwind of your stinking carcass. But Gid gave him a look that said he wasn't moving. After a few moments, Prunes sighed in irritation. The man was in affliction, but it wasn't worth the battle. He picked himself up and found a better spot. You've got first watch, said Prunes. If I catch you sleeping, you're going to dance to a hard pipe. Gid grunted.
And who do you think will be my partner?
But Prunes had already laid back and closed his eyes, and wasn't even going to consider giving Gid an answer. 19. Summons. Tarlin stood in the house, listening to Dar relate the tale of what had happened the night before at the fortress in Whitecliff. Dar's face was bruised. His throat was worse where the creature had throttled him. It looked like he wore a blue and purple collar. Dar finished his tale, his voice broken. They all stood in silence. Tarlin glanced at the others. If they weren't going to say it, he would, and he didn't care that the boy and girl were standing right there with them. The evidence, it appears, is overwhelming. The Fearnoi were not making this rot up. Earlier, he hadn't known what to do. He and Nettle had discussed the situation from the moment the girl and boy had gone down into the cellar last night until the sun rose. They could give the girl and boy the benefit of the doubt, as it seemed Dar, River, and Kay were willing to do, and assume huge risks. They could distract the two until Nettle could call the authorities to come collect them, or they could kill them. Furthermore, if they were Sleth, and there was a nest of them out there, then anyone who killed the boy and girl could expect the same retribution that was visited upon the village of Plum. He'd sided with River, and decided to trust her good sense. But it was clear now that that had been the wrong choice entirely. He should never have let her sit in his lap, never let her kiss him. Lord's her tongue. Surely at any moment now he'd feel a shift of some kind, as some dark trap closed about his soul. He could detect no change in himself, but that didn't mean she hadn't worked some kind of magic upon him with her touch. How could you kiss a Sleth child and not be changed? It was obvious that there were now only two options: kill them or bring a hunt, and he preferred someone else face the ire of the nest. "It's time to give them up," said Tarlin.
"No,"
Dar said, his voice all hoarse and broken.
"That will never happen."
How could Dar stand there with that massive bruise on his face and say that? Perhaps he was trying to tell Tarlin it was foolish to talk about such things in front of the boy and girl.
"River and Kay will be back soon enough," Dar said. "We're going to keep them safe."
Tarlin leaned close to his father's ear. "I can get out and bring help," he whispered.
"No, son, you'll do no such thing."
"You want them here, with that woman's beast looking for them?"
"We don't know what that thing was," said Dar.
"Who cares what it was? It rescued her. That's all we need to know."
"That is not all we need to know."
It was obvious from the events at Whitecliff that there were powerful masters ruling this nest of Sleth. Had they gotten to Dar? Had they themselves delivered the boy and girl here? It was terrible to contemplate, but he wanted to know the situation. "You can tell me," said Tarlin.
"No, I can't. Not right now."
Which meant Dar was involved in some way. "Have you been threatened by other members of this nest?"
"Son," said Dar, "trust me."
"Trust me," Tarlin said. "If the masters of this nest have something hanging over us, I want to know. I want to help."
"There are no masters," said Dar. "No threats. This is very simple. Sugar and Legs are innocent of any offense."
"Did that monster happen to hit you in the head?" Dar sighed. Tarlin glanced over at Nettle for some help, but Nettle looked as concerned as he was. He turned back to his father. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I don't think you're in your right mind. If they're innocent, then let the questioners absolve them."
"Tarlin,"
Dar said more forcefully,
"you don't know of what you speak, so keep your mouth shut."
Shut? When they had armsmen seeking their lives, a Sleth on the loose, and the children of that Sleth standing right here. "Please enlighten me, father. I can clearly see the troubles these two have cost us, and it doesn't require a Lord's Counsellor to multiply such troubles across all the rest of our people. I do not understand why you didn't turn them in." The girl stood to the side of Dar, cold calculation in her eyes. The boy was looking off into space, his one eye sliding again. It unnerved Tarlin. That right there was probably the result of some Sleth abomination. Dar's eyes narrowed.
"You'll put a bung in that mouth of yours."
"Somebody is going to die because of these two. I don't want to be that person."
"We'll find them another place."
Dar's mouth was tight with anger. Tarlin wondered if all this speaking hurt him, but someone needed to talk sense. "Some wicked servant came to fetch their mother, and you want to harbour them." Dar's anger broke. He lifted up one side of the table and slammed it back down again. A leg gave way, and the table slid over to one side.
"I am about to lose my temper,"
he shouted. If his voice had been normal, it would have come out as a bellow. But this voice, as if he was sick, was worse to hear. Tarlin was going to say, "Don't worry, you've already done that." But Dar's eyes were round as eggs. His face was red. Years ago, Dar had let Kay and even River feel the open face of his hand. Kay had many a story. He also harbored much resentment that Tarlin didn't receive the same good instruction. But Mother had made Dar give it up before she died. Dar violently scratched the side of his head. He said,
"I can forgive you your ignorance, but I won't stand your disobedience. Do you truly think I'm such a drooling idiot that I would invite monsters into our house?"
"No," said Tarlin, "but you might blind yourself so you couldn't see the danger. All this time it's been about Coromite oppression, jealous Mercadians. Well, the facts are staring us in the face, but you won't look at them."
"You are the one that won't look at them," said Dar. "What do you think the questioners will do with them? What do you think the Fearnoy will demand?"
"They'd demand the children be locked up as bait. They would torture them until they produced answers, or they'd kill them." Dar said,
"Only a coward lets the innocent be punished when it's within his power to stop it."
This was crazy. These weren't two children accused of stealing apples from their neighbour's orchard. "It's not cowardice," said Tarlin. "We're talking about Sleth, Dar. Sleth."
"Sleth,"
said Dar. He sighed.
"Fine. I suppose River's right. It's time. Although I do not believe you're ready."
He turned to Nettle.
"That would go as well for you. Of course, this should be your father's office, shouldn't it? But we can take care of that. You two are coming with me today."
Tarlin didn't understand half of what Dar had just said, but it didn't matter. "What about them?" he asked, pointing at the girl and boy.
"What about them? River and Kay will return soon enough, and it doesn't appear you enjoy their company much.
You're just going to leave them here unattended? And then he understood what Dar was doing. You're going to give them a chance to run, aren't you? And that way, if someone asks, you can truthfully say you have no idea where they are.
Dar shook his head. Them running is the last thing I want, Talon, because then they'll surely be caught. You might want to think about that. Even if you haven't a nit's teaspoon of compassion, you'll want to consider what'll happen when the questioners begin their work. How long will it take before the boy is tortured into revealing who hid them for so long?
That was easy to calculate, as were the consequences. Dar had placed them all on a crumbling precipice and asked them to dance. I don't understand why you're doing this, said Talon.
Nettle, Dar said, tell me, does your Dar tell you everything that goes on in his councils? You're his son. If you were to ask him, would he tell you all his battle plans?
He tells me a lot.
Everything?
No.
Why is that? He trusts you, doesn't he?
Well, said Nettle. Then he fell into silence and shrugged. I guess he thinks I've got a butter jaw.
Dar laughed. Hardly. It's because some truths, if shared, would hurt those who do not deserve it. And it is at such times you cannot simply pass the responsibility of the secrets you hold to someone else. You either carry the burden of the secret or release the whirlwind.
Secrets? An alarm sounded deep within Talon. What secrets did Dar keep that concerned the girl and the boy? Talon said, There's more to this than the flimsy logic you've tried to fob me off with today, isn't there?
There's more to everything, son, even when all the words have been spoken. But right now, I have an appointment to meet the clan council. I was overtaken by a messenger earlier, and I've been summoned back to Whitecliff to testify about what happened in the tower. I can understand your frustration, but I can't trust you here alone, so you're going with me. Now, get the wagon hitched.
Talon buckled the second belly strap about Iron Boy, their mule. Nettle was gathering food, because despite the current turmoils, Dar said there were families needing supplies. And now, according to Dar, was just as good a time to deliver what they needed as any other. Talon suspected it was only to cover something else, but he couldn't guess what that was. He simply didn't understand his father. Talon stroked Iron Boy's neck. If the questioners found out they'd harbored the hatchlings, Iron Boy would go into the fires along with all the rest of them.
I'm not oblivious to all the dangers about us, said Dar.
Talon turned. Dar walked up to the wagon and secured the hog under the seat. He wore a poultice about his neck where it was bruised. He looked over the stores in the bed of the wagon, then came to stand before Talon. He pulled an unusually dark braid of godsweed out of his pocket.
I want you to wear this for protection.
Godsweed was used to ward off things not wholly of this world. It was most potent when burned, for the smoke chased the dead. But even having it upon you was supposed to have an effect. Why are you giving me that? This isn't about malevolent souls.
Oh, but it is, said Dar. Did you not listen to what I said about the creature at the fortress? It was full of the dead. Now, hold out your arm.
Talon pulled back the sleeve of his tunic and let Dar tie the braid about his upper arm. The braid was thicker than most, woven in an odd pattern. Where did you get this? Dar said nothing. When he finished tying the braid, he pulled the sleeve of Talon's tunic back down over it, nodded, then reached out and cupped the back of Talon's neck with his large hand. He looked deep into Talon's eyes.
Courage, son.
This was Dar's habit since Talon was a boy. He'd look him in the eyes and make him focus on a word. It was embarrassing. He wasn't a little boy anymore. He tried to shrug out of his father's grasp, but Dar's grip was even stronger than Kay's, and he waited for Talon's response. Courage, Talon repeated back to him. Dar smiled.
See, you feel better already.
All I felt was your hand, cold as the tomb. Talon hated that little ritual, and he swore at that moment he would never submit his sons to anything like it. Dar nodded.
We're almost done here. I just need a bit of barley.
Nettle returned shortly with what looked like most of what had been hanging in the smoke shed, including the salmon Talon had caught just last week. Nettle placed it next to a basket of cabbages and another of carrots resting in the wagon bed. Then Dar came out of the house, rolling a medium-sized barrel of barley.
God, said Talon, how many are we to visit?
Not enough, said Dar.
Every 2 weeks, Dar went to Whitecliff and delivered supplies to struggling families along the way. Most were widows whose Coromite husbands had died or been maimed in the battles with the Bonefaces. One of the families had lost both mother and father, and the oldest son had sold himself to one of the clans to pay their debts. Tarlin didn't know how Dar knew who to visit. He supposed they discussed such things in the Coromite Council Dar attended. All the Coromites in the area were supposed to donate their surplus to help the affected families, but it seemed a large portion of what Tarlin delivered came from his family's own larder and garden. This time was no different. Dar drove the wagon and made Tarlin and Nettle walk alongside to spare Iron Boy. When they got up on the flats, Dar looped the reins to the wooden hook under the seat and untied the thin black leather strips holding his beard braids and proceeded to comb the beard out with an old bone comb as Iron Boy plodded along. When Dar finished and began to retie the first braid, Tarlin figured he'd had enough time for his temper to die down. He looked up at his father on the wagon seat and said, "So have you got some godsweed for Nettle?" "Not today," said Dar. He held a braid with one hand and brought up a leather tie. "That's his father's office." "That's the second time you've said that." "I'm glad you can count," said Dar. "It never does any good to hold on to your anger," said Tarlin. "You're absolutely right," said Dar. Tarlin walked in silence for a few more yards, waiting for more. When Dar didn't respond, he decided to take another tack. "So what are all these facts you're going to bestow on me?" "What?" asked Dar in mock amazement. "A fart-brain like myself attempt to explain anything to you? I wouldn't presume." "Oh, come," said Tarlin. "You'll get your facts," said Dar. "Both of you. Just a little patience is all you need." "You didn't make us come with you because you were worried about us killing or turning that girl and boy in, did you?" Tarlin asked. Dar smiled. "How does that arm feel?" "Feels like an arm," Tarlin said, and rolled his eyes. Hunger watched from the woods as Argoth's daughters came out to hang clothes on a line to dry. The wife stood in the back doorway and whistled for the dogs that lay at his feet. Meanwhile, a group of servants walked out to the vineyard with baskets and cutting knives and began to pick grapes. When he was a man, he would have salivated at the thought of the red grapes, the skin coloured with a blue dust, and all of it bursting with a tangy sweet. But grapes held no appeal to him now. It was only a memory of a desire that ghosted by. He supposed Argoth would be conducting a search for him, but could they track a man of dirt? He did not think so. Morning grew toward noon, and then the breeze brought him a whiff of magic. The scent was barely detectable, almost a lie, but it was there. Hunger prepared himself, but the scent disappeared and did not return. It hadn't come from the direction of Whitecliff. The breeze was blowing from a different direction. What did this mean? It meant Argoth had simply crossed the wind's path and had moved on. Argoth wasn't coming home. Or maybe it wasn't Argoth at all. Maybe it was someone else entirely. Someone with more secrets. Someone he would not have to fight the mother's compulsion to eat. That idea burned in his mind. He had been stupid with the other man. He would not be stupid with this one. Hunger jolted upright and lumbered out of his hiding place, running in the direction of the breeze. He kept to the woodline, not because he feared attack, but because he didn't want to raise an alarm and scare off whoever it was. For a few minutes, he lost the scent. But he ran perpendicular to the general direction of the breeze, and then there was the stink again, more powerful than before. He traced the scent, moving like a dark animal through the woods, avoiding clearings and meadows as best he could, and when he couldn't, running with utmost speed through the grass. The scent grew and grew, taking him toward Whitecliff, but Hunger ran out of woods before he caught up to the source of the stink. He stood in the tree line at the foot of a hill and looked over the acres of fields that lay between him and the walls of Whitecliff and the shining sea beyond. Leagues to his left rose the ridges of white cliffs for which the city was named. They were the Forbidden Cliffs, riddled with crumbling warrens and wondrous carvings wrought by creatures long dead before the first settlers arrived, the same creatures that had carved the Mother's Caves. Just below him ran the Soapstone River. A toll bridge spanned it. Hunger looked along the road to the bridge, and then beyond. It was crowded with people. The Festival of Gifts was not too far away, and then the whole land would be celebrating the blessings of the creators given this year. There would be games and dances, sacrifices, and the divine would grant boons to even the most humble petitioner. A bearded man on a wagon rode out from behind the bridge house. Beside him walked two boys, a Mercadian and a Coromite. Hunger recognized the man. It was the Coromite who had been with Argoth. A mighty stink rolled toward him in great waves. It was more potent than anything Hunger had encountered so far, more potent than anything he'd experienced from the Mother.
He must have incredible power, that Coromite. But no, it wasn't the man. He remembered the Coromite's stink. This one was different. Small fingers of brightness rose from the boy, like steam rose from wet clothes in the winter. They were fingers of fire, fingers of his life spilling out into the wide world. It was the Coromite boy making the overpowering stink. He opened his mouth and took in a great breath of the scent. Was this the young male the mother spoke of? The band around the boy's arm wasn't a normal godsweed band. It was a weave smoking with power. He wondered if that weave was the cause of this reckless waste. Hunger looked at the second boy, and another memory tumbled into him. The second boy, the Macadian, was Argoth's son. Suddenly Hunger knew who the Coromite was. He was Hogan, Argoth's Coromite brother-in-law. Hunger was sure of it. But why release fire like this? Why waste it? Fire spilled like this would draw frights just as a dead carcass would draw crows. Frights were creatures not completely from the world of flesh. Most were small and very difficult to see because they only gained substance in this world as they fed. They were leeches, but not of blood. There were three parts to all living things. Frights fed on fire. They didn't have the power to separate a living thing like he did. But sometimes, if someone was mortally sick or wounded, their fire might bleed out, and this gave the frights an opening into which they could burrow and feed. Hunger did not know the full powers of such creatures, but it didn't matter. He would deal with them. And he would be careful of the boy. Who knew? Perhaps the boy was not being used to bait frights, but Hunger himself, to throw off a stink he couldn't resist. Perhaps these Sleth thought to trap him. But what trap could hold him? He could see none here. He should take them, the Coromite and his son. He should chase them down. And while the mother had commanded him to bring the Coromite to her, she hadn't said anything about the boy. Surely that boy knew some secrets. Hunger identified the line of pursuit that would cut them off, then stopped himself. The Coromite and his boy were Sleth. They would simply multiply themselves and run away. And then, when they were safely surrounded by the thousands in the city, they would cease their magic. The stink would die, and Hunger would lose them. They'd disappear, leaving Hunger exposed. There were priests at the temple in Whitecliff with a number of implements of law. Maybe the priests and the Sleth had joined forces. Or maybe they hadn't. Either way, if the boy was bait, then the trap, if there was one, was in the city. But he didn't have to fall into a Sleth trap. He sat down where he was next to a tangle of trumpet vine. The Coromite lived on this side of the river. He and his burning son would surely return from the city before long. And Hunger would be there, along an empty stretch of road, to greet them. Tarlin had never received so many hard glances in his life. He doubted they would have been allowed to cross the bridge had Dar not been wearing the token of the council, a sash that was sewn with the patterned cloth of all 9 clans and draped over one shoulder. Almost everyone they passed or overtook on this overcrowded road to Whitecliff looked at him like he himself had committed horrors, and the one man that hadn't given him the eye had shouted and waved his goose stick, rushing his gaggle of geese off the road so quickly you would have thought that Dar, he and Nettle were a pack of wolves just come out of the woods. It was obvious the events of Plum Village had only turned the ridiculous rantings of the Fear Noi against Coromites into truth. The road ran almost straight to the farmer's gate in the outer wall of the city, taking them through fields that stood half-harvested and onto the gaming fields. Every fortnight 2 or 3 of the clans would send their best to compete here. Their best horses, runners, archers, slingers and swordsmen. Along with the competition, there were jugglers and singers, storytellers and alewives. When the weaves had been full, the dreadmen would compete, sometimes against each other, sometimes against an animal. Only recently had Coromites been allowed to compete in the games, but Tarlin was sure the events of the last week would reverse that. Between the gaming fields and the city moat stood plots with timber houses on them. At one, a woman sat outside her door delivering well-spaced blows to the bottom of a kicking boy she held across her lap. At another, a girl with long black hair stood feeding old vegetables to a number of piglets. At yet another, 2 brown and white goats stood on the low-hanging branch of a tree, chewing what leaves they could find. A third attempted to clamber up the woodpile next to the house to get to the grass growing on the sod roof, but she only succeeded in slipping off and bringing pieces of wood down with her. Beyond the plots rose the outer wall of the city. 4 men, tiny in the distance, worked on the red roof of one of the newer stone towers set in the wall. The city of Whitecliff had 3 rings of defense, an outer wall, a fortress wall, then the fortress inner wall. The fortress walls were made of stone, but the city wall was made of a steep embankment and timber palisades, like the many walled villages. A few years ago, the clans had begun to replace that outer wall with stone, but it was far from finished.
More than half of the 17 towers were still made of timber. As they approached the farmer's gate, a guard motioned Dar to pull the wagon into a separate line from the Macadians. At least a dozen guards stood on the rampart with strung bows. From their colours, he could see they were a mixture of Fiernoi and Burund. Down at the base and off to the side of the gate, a guard held a dead rabbit up by its hind legs, baiting the 2 mastiffs chained to the wall. He tossed the rabbit between the 2 dogs. The result was a violent scuffle, but in moments the smaller dog had most of the rabbit and gulped it down, leaving only a tuft of fur and one leg that had flown off into the weeds. "See," said the guard, "that's the one to watch. And now, I'll take your coppers."
"They're posted double the men," said Nettle.
"It won't do them any good," said Dar. "Not against that creature of grass and stone."
2 guards motioned Dar to come down off the wagon. One told Dar and Talon to strip completely.
"Do you not see the token of the council?" asked Dar. "I've been summoned."
"Then we'll have to be double sure, won't we?" "They're not going to strip," said Nettle. "I vouch for these men." "You little piss," the second man said, and reached out to strike Nettle, but the first grabbed his arm and stopped him.
"That one's Captain Argoth's."
The second man wrested his arm from the other man's grasp. "Well, well, the Coramite lover's boy," he said. "All alone out here while Daddy is in the fortress? Where's your wet nurse?" He pointed at Nettle's belt. "I see they're letting you dress up like a man, are they? Good for you." Nettle clenched his jaw, but he didn't say anything. So Talon spoke up. "He's man enough to knock one of your armsmen about."
"Quiet," said Dar.
The second guard licked his bottom lip.
"Our orders,"
the first guard said,
"are to search every Coramite. Now strip."
"And you," the second said to Nettle, "you may move along. Wouldn't want you to get a hangnail." "Don't listen to them," said Nettle. Dar held up his hand.
"Talon and I will satisfy the requirement."
Then he began to pull off his tunic. Dozens of Macadians in the other line stood and watched. One wife stood with her arms folded and a scowl across her face as if this were his just desserts. Talon turned his back on her and gave her the bum. Soon the 2 of them were naked, except for the poultice around Dar's neck and the dark godsweed braid around Talon's arm. They stood in the sun, their legs spread and arms held wide, while the guards and flies came to investigate. When the guards found no Sleth sign, they allowed Dar and Talon to pull their clothes back on and bring the wagon round. But another guard stopped them there.
"There's 4 coppers to enter,"
he said. One of his ears looked to have been chewed off. Dar shook his head.
"Every man who works on the wall has rights to enter."
"Every clansman," said the guard.
"No," said Dar, "every man."
He pointed at the sea gate in the distance.
"I helped build that tower."
The guard looked over the contents of the wagon.
4 coppers, and I want that small sack of barley."
Dar did not raise his voice in anger. Instead, he enunciated every word.
"I am here at the council's request."
The man put his hand to his sword.
"There are many who think we should just beat you on principle. I'm doing you a favour." "You're robbing me."
The guard shrugged.
"Everything has its price."
Dar clenched his jaw. The guard flipped open the basket with the smoked meat.
"Ah," he said, "this looks good."
He pulled out a strip of salmon and took a bite. Then he grabbed another strip and tossed it to the other guards.
"I've got to let you in," the man said, "but I don't have to let your wagon through."
"I'll pay you 4 coppers," said Dar.
"No,"
said Talon.
"Be quiet,"
said Dar.
"Very good advice,"
said the guard. Dar reached into his purse and withdrew the coins.
"The council's going to hear about this. Give them my regards."
Dar picked up the reins and flicked Iron Boy on. Talon hated the Fiernoi, but he was beginning to hate some of the members of his own race. The smith and his wife, they had tainted all the rest of them, brought down a load of grief. He was happy the smith died. He deserved it. His wickedness was treachery, a stab in everyone's back. He thought about what Dar was doing with the hatchlings. That was treachery too. Couldn't Dar see that? Smoke from a multitude of city chimneys trailed into the sky, the wind blowing the smoke tails like a number of sooty smears toward the sea. Dar, Nettle, and Talon followed the road. The farther they travelled, the taller and more closely placed the houses became. More and more were made of brick and stone. Yet between roofs, Talon caught glimpses of the temple on its hill and the 7 statues for the coming Festival of Gifts. At the end of the festival, the community would pull down the statue for regret, tie it to a boat, and send it out to sea. And while it burned upon the water, thousands would sing the hymn of defiance along the shorelines. This same ritual would be repeated by the other clans in their cities, but none would match the festival held here in Whitecliff. Of course, this year it would not be the same. Usually the reigning divine would bestow gifts during the festival, including healings for man and beast. The festival was one of the regular times for people to offer up the days of their life for the good of all, by letting the divine draw quantities of their fire. It was also during the festival the common men were raised to the ranks of the dreadmen. But none of that would happen this year. Tarlan took his eyes from the temple and looked up the road. They were almost upon the lodger's field. Not all of the merchants could afford to raise a booth or tent in the central square, and many of those slots went to many of the permanent families who held homes in the city itself anyway. But there were 3 other spots in the city where merchants paid to set up their businesses. This was the largest of those spots, a 10-acre field filled with tents of all colours, blue and white trimmed with yellow, scarlet and black, green and blue, each with pennants above them declaring who they were and what they sold. "Look," Nettle said, and pointed. "The Kish?" Tarlan looked and saw the black and white tent of the Kish bowmaster. He was surprised that merchant was here. In the last 4 years of bone-face raids, many merchants had become wary of sending ships to the new lands. And now with the Sleth, it was a wonder those who did come would stay. Kish bows were the finest made. They were small and powerful, made of wood, sinew and bone. And it came to him that one of those hatchlings would buy him the finest bow for sale, along with 100 bundles of arrows. They passed by the lodger's field, watching a merchant guard chase 2 boys away from a wagon, and then, with a bump, the road turned from a humped dirt affair with weeds growing in the middle to a flat cobblestone street. What a fine arrangement for the rich to be able to step out of their houses in the middle of a rain and not muddy their boots. Up ahead, people thronged the way. In front of them, a man led an ass laden with bundles of dried hemp. To the side, a young woman wearing a yellow hat pointed to a clay prayer disc lying on a holy man's table. Each disc was engraved with some type of boon. The holy man would write your name on the disc in ink, then you could hang it on the wooden statue in front of the temple and let the fires carry your request to the ears of the creators. A young boy carrying a yoke of water across his shoulders cut in front of the wagon, followed by a girl in a pale blue dress selling candles that hung from a pole fitted with a double cross. The sound of a woman singing to a lyre wafted down from a window 1 level up on the other side of the street. Tarlan turned and saw it wasn't a woman at all, but a girl. A tall Macadian girl who watched him as she sang. A few minutes later, Dar turned off the busy street, following the lane that led to Master Farkin's. Farkin's house stood 3 stories high and had 6 smoking chimneys. Tarlan wondered how it would be to have a hearth in almost every room. A lot of work or money in firewood. Perhaps that woodsman was on his way here. A servant stood outside the door. Dar went inside to see what price he could get for the pelts they had brought. Tarlan waited on the back of the wagon and watched 2 carriages roll by, their curtains drawn. When Dar came back out, he had Tarlan and Nettle help him carry the pelts down an alley to the back of the house. Master Farkin was, according to Dar, one of the few merchants who bargained a fair price with every man, regardless of clan. While they were making the exchange, Master Farkin said,
"Have you heard the news about the envoy? Mockett has sent an envoy. Not only an envoy, but a Skeermaster. The message just came today. We're saved." "Is he here to stay?" asked Dar.
Nobody knows. There was no word of his coming until the birds arrived today, but it bodes well. We can at the very least hope for a hunt.
Creators be blessed, Dar said, smooth as cream, but Tarlan knew he didn't mean a word of that.
And look at this one,
Master Farkin said of Tarlan.
I would suspect that the girls would find much to admire there.
If they do, said Tarlan, they have a funny way of showing it.
Oh?
They tend to run away,
said Nettle. Master Farkin chuckled. He asked after Captain Argoth, told them he needed more mink, suggested they avoid the Dog Street tailors, then bid them goodbye. Back at the wagon, Dar said,
Kindness, boys. It's irresistible, don't you think?
Some people are immune to it, said Nettle.
I don't know, said Dar. I believe that a sufficient quantity of kindness can renew the hate-salted field of many a man's heart.
But people don't see kindness if they don't trust you, said Tarlan. He was thinking of the lies they'd told the bailiff, the small lie Dar had just told Master Farkin. What if Master Farkin discovered Dar's treachery, and that's what it was legally? How much kindness would he show then? Dar ignored his comment and asked,
How does your arm feel?
Why did Dar keep asking that question? It feels fine, he said. Then he realized it felt more than fine. His whole body felt rested and fresh, like he'd just woken up from a long and lovely sleep.
Good,
said Dar.
A little more patience, son. You're almost ready.
You talk as if you're waiting for a loaf of dough to rise before you put it in the oven.
That's not a bad analogy.
What in the six was Dar up to? I don't know that I want to be a loaf of bread. I could do with a loaf of bread, Nettle proclaimed. I'm starved. Add a bit of cheese and hog fat and, oh, that would be the summer's breeze.
It would indeed, said Dar.
He invited them up onto the wagon seat with him, then flicked the reins and directed Iron Boy to pull out into the road. They threaded their way down the street. When they came to the intersection that ended the street they'd been travelling and started the one to the fortress, Dar stopped the wagon. Dar looked up and down the fortress road. It was a relatively noisy spot, with a number of vendors bellowing about their wares a few houses down, but there wasn't anybody close by here. Dar turned to them and pitched his voice low.
I planned a good meal for us, as well as a good chat, but Master Farkin's news of this divine has changed things. I don't want you to wait for me. You must not. Deliver the goods we have left, and take a message back to River. Tell her the news, then tell her to prepare the garden for a frost.
But we're weeks away from a turn in the seasons.
You want to be trusted? Asked Dar. Then do this thing.
The way Dar said that made Tarlan think there was more to the message than he supposed. We're not going to the fortress, Nettle asked.
You're leaving as quickly as you can, without attracting any attention.
Tarlan saw Dar was serious. I'll take the message, he said.
Tell her not to delay,
he said, then opened his purse, fetched out a number of coins, and gave them to Tarlan.
Do not wait for me. They might keep me for an hour or a day, so get the supplies and make the visit to the Widow Larkin. Now, tell me the list.
Tarlan recited all the things they needed. When he finished, Dar said,
Don't pay the smith 1 grain more than 15 measures for them all.
Tarlan didn't know how they'd fare without one of them wearing the token of the council. Are you sure you don't want us to wait?
You'll be all right, said Dar. You've got Nettle with you.
Then he handed Tarlan 5 more coppers.
Purchase some honey. We'll let your sister eat her own poison.
I'm just thinking that it's not safe for you to travel back through the wood at night, said Tarlan.
I'll be fine, said Dar. Finish your business and go directly home. Remember, not everyone here is like the guard at the gate.
Then he climbed off the wagon, turned and reached under the seat and retrieved the hog.
Get moving, he said.
Tarlan took the reins. Are you sure?
Go,
he said. Then he swung the hog up over one shoulder and walked up the road to the fortress. Tarlan looked at Nettle. A bit ominous, Nettle said. They took the council's sash, said Tarlan. We're not getting through the gate we came in without it. I'm sure we can fight our way through with our mighty whittling knives, Nettle said in jest. At that moment, Tarlan realized that this was more serious than he thought, which also meant that by giving him this task, Dar was trying to tell him that he trusted him. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more sure he was of Dar's intentions. Tarlan looked up at the sun. It was past noon. He would have to hurry to make it home before nightfall. He did not want to be out in the dark with Fearnoy hunters and a monster running about. And if he didn't make it back home before dark, well, he would, so he didn't need the answer to that question. 20. Snake Games. Tarlan flicked the reins and drove the wagon away from the fortress. As he went, one fact pressed itself into his mind, and it was that sooner or later some over-vigilant Macadian would see Tarlan and decide he was Sleth by association. Someone would decide he needed to be taught a lesson. It was common for such lessons to be delivered in the form of some thrown object. Rotten food, dog turds, the other handy rock. But Tarlan didn't think he'd get off so easy this time. So as they clattered down the lane, he kept his attention on the corners of streets, on odd windows and sudden intersections. Having Nettle along should dissuade some from molesting him, but while there were many even-headed Macadians like Master Farkin, there were others who were not. He stopped at 2 houses to purchase harness rings and 40 feet of tight hemp rope, keeping an eye out the whole time, but the owners of neither house would let him in, nor would they allow Nettle in his stead. At the 3rd house, Tarlan sat back at the wagon like a servant and sent Nettle to the door as his master. Only then were they able to obtain the goods. When Nettle came back, he asked, "What have I got to do to get something to eat? People are giving me the eye, and all you can think about is your stomach." "What?" asked Nettle. "I can't get hungry." Tarlan shook his head. But after stopping at the Honeycrafters, Nettle walked over to the baker's, one of Dar's old friends, to buy a small meal. Tarlan waited again in the wagon. A group of men only a few yards down the road talked amongst themselves and kept looking up the lane at him. He didn't dare look at them directly, but it didn't matter. They reached some conclusion and all turned to face his direction. At that moment, Nettle exited the baker's, holding a number of items rolled up in the bottom of his tunic. Tarlan was only too happy to release the brake and flick the reins and start Iron Boy. Nettle shouted, but Tarlan didn't pull back. Nettle caught up to the wagon, held his tunic between his teeth, then jumped in and sat beside Tarlan on the wagon seat. "What are you doing?" asked Nettle. Tarlan glanced back, knowing the men would be following. But they weren't following. They stood watching him and Nettle go. "One of these days," said Tarlan, "your stomach is going to get me killed." Nettle followed Tarlan's gaze. "Gah, those dogs weren't about to do anything but bark. Besides, look what I got." Nettle unrolled his tunic. In it lay a disgusting half-loaf of bread pudding next to some tempting honeyed almond small cakes. "Am I good to you, or what?" asked Nettle. The thin, almost wafer-like small cakes were one of Tarlan's favourites, crunchy on the outside with a bit of honeyed almond paste in the middle. But now wasn't a time to think of food. He glanced back once more. The men had not dispersed, nor turned back to talking amongst themselves. "Lords and lice," Tarlan said. Nettle took a fat, moist bite of his pudding. "I don't think they like you." "Really?" Tarlan said. "Whatever gave you that idea?" "Act natural," said Nettle. "Here, have a bite." He held up his pudding. It had currants and nuts mixed in with a good helping of something green and shaggy. The whole thing was held together by some wiggling gelatin that reminded Tarlan of animal birthings. "I think I'd like to focus on the matter at hand." "What you want to do is distract yourself, because if you spook, those men will think you're guilty and asking for a chase. Now, take a bite." Nettle had a point. Tarlan waved off the bread pudding mess, took one of the sweet almond small cakes instead, and bit into it. It was baked with sugar, and while it crunched on the outside, the inside was soft and just about melted in his mouth. Any other situation, and he'd swear he'd visited the gardens of the righteous. Tarlan glanced over at Nettle, who promptly showed him the contents of his mouth. "Sooner or later," said Tarlan, "that stuff is going to gag you, and when folks ask how you died, I'll tell them you did it eating pig food." Nettle laughed. "No, you won't. You'll remember I used it to save your life, and then you'll eat it the rest of your days." "Being induced to vomit is hardly a rescue," said Tarlan. "It's a distraction," said Nettle, "and it worked, didn't it?" It had, but Tarlan wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. They crossed a small bridge spanning a muddy canal, and then turned onto Fuller's Lane. Down the lane, two boys circled a large black rat snake. It was as long as Tarlan's leg and as thick as his wrist. Tarlan tensed. He didn't have to see their faces to know who they were. It was Fabis and that lazy-eyed Sabin with his head shaved and dyed with temple henna. So much for disgusting mouthfuls of bread pudding. Suddenly Tarlan's small cakes didn't taste so good anymore. He took a drink of water from a goat's bladder to wash them down. "Fancy pants," Nettle said. Fabis wore a pair of finely woven scarlet and yellow trousers. The worth of the fabric covering that moron's sweaty bum alone was more than everything Tarlan had put together. Tarlan turned his head, not wanting to make eye contact with Fabis. "They're going about it all wrong," said Nettle. "Look at them." Sabin held the stick and kept heading the snake off. Every time he did, the snake coiled up and tried to strike him. But if they wanted to catch it, they needed to let it slither and then snatch up the tail. "Let's just get to the Fullers," said Tarlan. Sabin reached in to snatch the snake, but it struck at him. As they rode closer, Tarlan could overhear their conversation. "You've got to be faster than that," said Fabis. "Okay, Lord of the Basket," said Sabin. "You try." Fabis snatched the stick from Sabin, then used it to fling the beast a few feet. When the snake landed, it tried to slither to the safety of some weeds, but Fabis chased after it. He grabbed it by the tail and picked it up. At that moment, he glanced toward Nettle and Tarlan. Tarlan purposely ignored Fabis. He simply pulled up to the Fullers and set the wagon brake, hoping Fabis would decide for once not to torment him. Of course, Fabis, being a horned bunion, was unlikely to do that. Tarlan steeled himself and turned, knowing they must be close. But to his surprise, the two piss-pots disappeared behind a cluster of trees, Fabis holding the snake out before him. He let out a sigh of relief. Maybe his luck would hold out. "Be quick." "I'm going," said Nettle. "Be calm. Fine for you to say with your Macadian wrist tattoo, but you weren't beaten by a pack of village idiots a day ago or forced to strip at the gates." "This lane is full of people friendly to Coramites," said Nettle. "You'll be fine." Tarlan waved him away. "Try to avoid offending the household this time." "Bah," said Nettle. Tarlan stepped from the wagon and tied the reins to the hitching post while Nettle walked to the porch and knocked at the Fuller's door. The young foreign woman from Urs, who Nettle had offended the last time they were here, opened the door. She was beautiful, copper-skinned, with eyes as blue and bright as the silk she sold. but she only narrowed those eyes in irritation at Nettle. Nettle had flirted with her, but he'd said something that by the customs of her people indicated Nettle wanted to hire her as a prostitute. By the time word reached Uncle Argoth of the incident, it had been blown into a tale of unwanted pregnancy. Two families who had expressed interest in Nettle as a potential marriage candidate for their daughters had concerns. Nettle had been made to apologize to all of them. On any other occasion, Tarlan would have relished the exchange playing out on the doorstep, but Fabius and Sabin made him nervous. He eyed the clump of trees Fabius had disappeared behind, and hoped Nettle would have enough brains to know that the quicker they finished their business here, the better. Tarlan suspected Fabius had caught the snake for a game of fool's basket. The rules were very simple. You put a snake into a basket, irritated it until it was ready to strike, and then you tried to catch it without being bitten. You could use a short stick to draw the snake's attention, but the only thing that could touch the snake was your hand. Tarlan had played 3 times before with a small garden snake, and had been bitten every time. He almost needed to be a Dreadman to play the game. In fact, the game had started with them. He'd seen 5 Dreadmen play it once. Their speed was shocking. They would catch the snake at the base of the head before it had time to strike. Furthermore, they had been playing with a lance of fire, not a simple rat snake. One bite would have killed them. He hoped that Fabius was slow and the snake's fangs were long and bit deep. Nettle began to explain to the copper-skinned beauty what they'd come for. When she let Nettle in to fetch the cloth River had ordered, someone in the clump of trees into which Fabius had disappeared screamed like a river guard held him in its maw. Tarlan glanced at Nettle, but he was already in the house, shutting the door behind him. Whoever it was cried out again. The fear and pain in that scream turned his blood cold. "Please!" someone cried. Nettle was never around when he needed him. Tarlan glanced once more at the Fullers. If a Coromite sat around while a Macadian called for help, the Coromite would be punished for not lending a hand, even if it was someone like Fabius who deserved every misfortune that came to him. Another scream. Surely someone in one of the houses heard that one and would shortly appear. Tarlan waited, but nobody came. He could just sit here. Nobody else seemed to have heard. But he wondered. That was Fabius down there, and the voice had been high-pitched like a girl's. Tarlan cursed. Then he left the wagon and walked down the lane to the source of the commotion. He told himself he didn't need to get involved. He could just assess what was going on and, if needed, run to one of the houses and alert the inhabitants. Tarlan skirted round the clump of trees and immediately saw the situation. There on his hands and knees was a boy. Tarlan didn't recognize him. He was scrawny and dressed in filthy rags, obviously out of place here on Fuller's Lane. The boy attempted to scrabble away from Fabius and Sabin. When he tried to rise, Sabin kicked the boy's legs out from underneath him. But that wasn't what made this beggar boy cry out. Fabius still held the rat snake by the tail. He was laughing so hard he almost doubled over. Tarlan thought that maybe they were simply threatening the boy with the snake. But Fabius regained his composure enough to swing the snake's head up against the boy's buttocks. The snake's head bumped the boy. Once, twice. On the 3rd bounce, it opened its mouth wide and bit deeply. The boy cried out again with his high-pitched squeal, terror written on his face. He tried to run off again, but Sabin kicked him in the gut so hard it knocked the boy over. "Pull up his tunic," said Fabius. "We'll see if Zeus Snake wants a taste of walnuts and sausage." Leave it to Fabius to think something like this up. Rat snakes carried no venom, but that didn't lessen the pain of their bite. Fabius and Sabin had both gotten their clan wrists, signifying they were men, which only proved those tattoos meant nothing. These two were cruel children. Tarlan turned to see if anyone else had come, but he was alone. Tarlan didn't know this boy. He could quietly step back around the trees and let the Macadians do what they pleased. That would be the smart thing. He had a serious message to get to River and his own beating to avoid. But this would only get worse. Tarlan had been that boy only yesterday. Tarlan raised his voice. "Surely," he said, "you could get at the vital parts a bit better by making him stand." Fabius looked back over his shoulder. When he saw Tarlan, his face broke into a wicked grin. "I was just saying to Sabin here, wouldn't it be nice if Turd Soup joined us? Where's the Coromite lover you came with?" "At the Fullers." "Well, we don't need to wait for him. Come on over here, half-breed. You can help." At one of the musters last year, Tarlan had momentarily left his lamb soup to fetch a load of arrows for Dar from the wagon. When he returned, he took a spoonful and found someone had slipped rabbit turds into the bowl. When he looked around, he'd seen Fabius and Sabin watching him, grinning with delight. Tarlan knew exactly what kind of help Fabius meant. Usually, Fabius also had Cat with him, a boy that kept his dark hair oiled and shining and painted his eyes with coal, as many of the sons of the clan lords had begun to do. Tarlan looked about, but it appeared Fabius and Sabin were alone. "It appears," said Tarlan, "that you've done me a great service. The Fuller asked that I find his stable boy, and there he is. I'm sure the Fuller would be interested to know how you've corrected him." Tarlan held his hand out. "Now, come along, boy." The boy's eyes were red. His face was covered with dirt and tears. Sabin began to let go his grip, but Fabius put a hand out to stop him.
"This, a Fuller's boy?"
Fabius shook his head.
"I don't think so. Besides, the thief was sneaking into the house when we came along. We only thought to wring a confession from him. Maybe identify the members of his cabal. There's never just one, you know."
"I wasn't stealing,"
said the boy.
"Shut up,"
said Sabin, and clopped the boy on the head. Tarlan knew what that felt like as well. He was also positive the boy hadn't been doing anything close to breaking and entering. He'd probably been walking along, minding his own business, and Fabius had spied him and seen an opportunity for yet another small-minded torture. "I'm sure the street boss would commend your vigilance," said Tarlan. "Not to mention the Fuller. Think what it would cost him were his servant to be caught stealing. Let's take him to his master. I'm sure he'll reward you just to keep your mouth shut." Tarlan glanced about. Nobody had come to investigate the cries. His best bet was to leave now and get some help. Fabius looked at Sabin.
"Maybe he's right. What were we thinking? Deliver the boy to Master Half-Breed."
Sabin approached, malevolence in his lazy eye. But Tarlan knew exactly what he was going to do, and he wasn't going to let Sabin within a dozen feet.
"Just let him go,"
said Tarlan, taking a step back. "I'm sure he's seen the error of his ways."
"Of course,"
said Sabin. But just then, Tarlan heard something behind him. He turned and saw Cat, painted eyes and shining hair, with a rope. Tarlan dodged out of the way, but he wasn't fast enough, and the rope fell about his shoulders. Tarlan grabbed at the rope, but Cat gave it a yank. The rope tightened about his neck. Cat yanked again, and Tarlan stumbled to his knees, the rope choking him. Tarlan pulled at the noose with one hand and grabbed the rope with the other.
"It looks like we've rolled a double pleasure with today's dice," said Fabius. "Get his feet."
Tarlan imagined them forcing the snake to bite his face, the fangs sinking through the flesh of his cheek. He imagined Sabin the day before, raising that huge liver-coloured fieldstone to crack his head. Panic flooded through him, and then anger. He yanked at the rope with all his might so he might loosen its hold upon his neck. He expected Cat to stumble forward. Instead, Cat yelled and opened his hands like they'd been burned, giving Tarlan full control of the rope. Tarlan loosened the noose and rolled to his feet and found Fabius swinging the snake at him. But Fabius hadn't taken a good stance, and Tarlan delivered a sweeping kick that knocked Fabius's feet from underneath him. He fell, arms wheeling, the snake flying wide. Tarlan saw his chance. He snatched the snake as it flew, and before it could coil about his arm and bite him, he grasped it by the base of the head. Fabius landed with a thump, and Tarlan fell upon him, driving his knee into Fabius's gut. Fabius grunted. He tried to roll, but Tarlan stuck the serpent in his face.
"Should we see if Zeus Snake wants a taste of walnuts and sausage?" asked Tarlan. "No? How about a kiss?"
Tarlan shoved the mouth of the snake against Fabius's cheek. Fabius turned his head away.
"No kiss?"
Fabius tried to struggle away, but Tarlan found he could hold him. He couldn't explain it. This shouldn't be happening. Dar forced Tarlan to wrestle Fabius in the musters. He said the best practice for fighting someone bent on your death was to fight someone bent on your death. And since they didn't have a large supply of young bone faces about, he found the next best thing, a Fear Noi. Fabius always beat him. Once he'd broken Tarlan's nose just to spite him. But perhaps Tarlan had finally begun to get his speed and size. He glanced over at Sabin to make sure he didn't get blindsided. But Sabin just stood there with his mouth hanging open like some great fish. Cat hadn't moved. He still stood in the same spot, his hands out in front of him. Nettle stood just beyond Cat, a look of surprise on his face. "Oh, now you show up," said Tarlan. "Grab the boy." The beggar boy looked at Tarlan with fright. Nettle moved to help the boy up, but the boy scrambled back in fright and then turned and fled down the lane. Tarlan looked down at Fabius. "Looks like your bounty just took heels." He got up, making sure to push down extra hard on Fabius's gut with his knee. The snake tried to coil itself around Tarlan's arm, but Tarlan simply changed his grip, grabbed the tail, and let it hang loose. Fabius scrabbled to his feet and backed away, weeds clinging to his clothes and hair. He had a strange look in his eyes.
"Nobody moves like that,"
he said.
"I just did," said Tarlan. Then he swung the snake at Fabius. "Don't be scared."
Sabin and Cat backed away as well.
"Oh, come," said Tarlan to Sabin. "You were willing enough to tangle with me yesterday." "Stay away," said Fabius.
He backed up, Sabin and Cat not a pace behind. Tarlan couldn't believe it. Dar had always told him that the meanest bullies were always the biggest cowards. He had never believed that, but maybe it was true.
"Cowards?" said Tarlan.
Fabius pointed at him.
"You're a dead man."
"Yah!" Tarlin shouted and lunged at them. The three of them startled, turned, and ran. Cowards. Except Tarlin knew Fabis. He wasn't running away. Fabis wasn't one of those who could be satisfied knowing he'd been beaten. He'd be back, and he'd bring others with him. "That was," Nettle said in astonishment, "unexpected." "You were right," said Tarlin. "I didn't need to spook." Then he gently let the snake to the ground, and the creature slithered away toward the cover of the trees. "No," said Nettle. "I meant you." What was his cousin talking about? "You plucked the snake right out of the air." "So?" "So," said Nettle, "I came around the corner and saw Cat holding the rope and Fabis coming at you, but before I took another step you were on him. It was too fast." "Too fast? Maybe at last my speed has come upon me." "Yeah," said Nettle, but Tarlin could see he wasn't convinced. "Is it impossible that Hogan's runt suddenly got some of his old man's growth?" "No," said Nettle, "but I can tell you this, Fabis won't see it that way." "What do you mean?" "That was Dreadman quick, Tarlin. I just grabbed the snake," he said, and trailed off. It was luck. He'd just been lucky. He'd been a little extra lively with alarm and fear. Nettle said nothing. But he was right about one thing. Fabis would twist what had happened. Sabin would add his twisted version of what happened yesterday. They would be back. And if they ran into that group of men by the bakers, they'd bring back a quick mob. "We need to get out of here," Tarlin said. "Act normal," said Nettle. "Normal? We're way past normal." 21. The Divine. The severed hand of the creature lay upon a table in the center of the Macadian council chamber. 24 council members crowded about Argoth as he probed the hand. They had heard almost 2 hours of testimony about the hunt at the village of Plum, the taking of Barg's family, and the battle at the fortress. It was now Argoth's turn to relate his portion of the tale. He wondered where Hogan was. He should have been there an hour ago. Argoth picked up one of the fingers they'd managed to cut and flaked away small pieces of dirt and grass with his knife. "You can see," he said, "what appears to have been bone and sinew. But look." He scraped at the finger innards with his knife. Shim stood next to Argoth, his bright eyes shining in his leather face. "It crumbles like common dirt," he said, "as if it were nothing more than a child's mud doll." The men crowded in. One nearsighted lord leaned over close. One of the lords cursed. "Who can fight dirt?" None spoke. All knew the answer to that question. But Argoth wondered. Matiga, who kept the weaves of the grove here, kept an ancient crown which gave its wearer incredible might. The powers it bestowed were not just those of the flesh, as were the powers given to Dreadman. It was power from the very earth itself. Victors were what the wearers of such crowns had been called. And, though records were sparse, it appeared these victors had put armies to flight. They had toppled fortress walls. Surely such a one could overcome this beast. Of course, much had been lost. They knew how to quicken the crown, but could they wield it like those of old? Abilities ran in bloodlines. Some men could multiply themselves. Others who couldn't might be able to do other things. Hogan and Kay could control some of the crown's power, but they had been waiting to see what Tarlin might do. He had not yet been awakened, and so whatever gifts he might have still lay dormant. But he was full of peculiarities, full of possibilities. It seems all were given some gift, and so there was always much anticipation seeing what gift the new member of the Grove would bring. The crab caught Argoth's gaze. He was not looking at the hand like the other men. He was looking directly at Argoth, as if he had something to do with this, as if Argoth was involved with the magic. The Mithrosh warlord spoke up. "And what of its bones? Are those dirt as well?" Argoth started to answer, but a clamour arose outside the chamber. The men crowding around the table turned, and the doors opened. In walked 3 Dreadmen, the only 3 with any power left in their weaves. Between them, they escorted Hogan as if he were a criminal. About his neck was a king's collar. Argoth's heart dropped like a stone. Did they know about the order? He caught Hogan's gaze, but he could read nothing there. Shim turned to the Dreadman. "What is the meaning of this?" He did not raise his dry voice, but every face turned to look at him. The crab, the red-faced Fearnoy territory lord, raised his hand in a placating gesture. "It is what prudence demands. If he's innocent, we'll find that out. If he's not, it will have prevented us from having to hunt him down. Because, once alerted, I'm sure we would not have gotten a second chance." Argoth looked at the council, wondering who was in on this. The council was made up of a primary and secondary body. The primary, those who spoke for each clan, consisted of the territory lord and warlord for each clan. It also included 3 lords of the Coramites. Their faces revealed nothing. Argoth looked at Shim. Had Shim revealed his secret? Had he been trying to trap him before at the fort? Shim didn't look like a man playing cat and mouse. Argoth knew his lined face. The expression he wore now was the same he wore when preparing for battle.
You cannot simply collar a man without cause, Shim said to the crab. Unless, of course, this is some ploy to goad us into doing the same to some troublesome relative of your own.
Some in the room smiled at his joke, but the crab did not.
We do have cause,
said the crab. Shim folded his arms and waited. If the crab and his allies knew Argoth's secrets and had devised a trap, this would be a good time to spring it. Argoth glanced at the Dreadmen to see if they were positioning themselves to overcome him, but they remained by Hogan. Nevertheless, Argoth began to build his fire.
The Coramite was there when the creature broke into the tower, said the crab. You yourself say that you were only there for a short time. What are the odds that this beast would show up exactly at that moment? Nonsense, said Shim. I ordered Captain Argoth to be there, and the Coramite himself fought the beast. Look at him. The bruising on his neck and face belies your charges. Almost, said the crab. But when Captain Argoth was cast aside and only the Coramite stood in its way, it suddenly fled. Isn't that odd?
That is not what happened, said Argoth. The crab turned on him.
Your devotion to the man's deceased wife might be clouding your vision.
Argoth had borne all the backbiting when his sister had first decided to marry Hogan. He had told everyone that Hogan had indeed enchanted her, with his wit, his handsome strength, and his good-hearted laugh. He thought that had all been put to rest, but he saw that there would always be people like the crab who thought it their duty to keep such doubts and rumours alive.
My vision is crystal clear, said Argoth. I was there. You were not. We were outside when it broke into the tower.
The crab turned back to the council.
It had no eyes. The Coramite might have been acting as its guide.
Argoth had seen something that looked like eyes on the monster, but they might have just been deep pits, all askew and in such an unnatural position.
You assume it needed to see, said Argoth. But if you remember, we found it in the dark. It navigated well enough to elude the cohorts of the fortress. If it could do that, I do not think it needed a guide. We only wanted to be sure, said the crab. Nobody can speak with any authority about this creature, but even if we could, you are right. The timing of the creature's appearance is certainly not enough to accuse a man. But there's more. A pattern, if you will. The Coramite refused a legal search.
Legal? Asked Shim. He looked to a bailiff with ice-cold eyes.
Did those armsmen apply to you for a token?
No, said the bailiff. Nevertheless, I myself conducted a search.
And?
We found nothing but 2 youngsters sporting behind a closed door.
They were alerted by the first attempt at a search, said the crab. They had a night to remove anything that might compromise them. Oh, come, said Shim. Your zeal has exceeded all bounds. And here is the third part of the pattern, said the crab. We just received word that the Coramite's own son has been seen in the city performing feats only a Dreadman can.
He turned to the whole primary then.
And this witnessed by at least 5 Mercadians. What's more telling is that Captain Argoth's son was with him.
A murmur arose in the chamber. What had happened in the city? Argoth hadn't even known Talon and Nettle were here. Shim waved his hand, calling for quiet.
Anyone can make up a story. Where is the corroboration? 1 or 2 stories, said the crab. I agree, we could discount them. But too many swirl about this man. He was a friend to Sparrow the Smith.
Argoth looked at Hogan, still wearing the token of the council, obviously a ploy to get him to come in. The crab and his allies here had manoeuvred Shim.
On that basis, then, you yourself should wear this collar, said Shim. Didn't you visit Sparrow's smithy many times? And did you not visit the tower on the night it was struck? A pattern, is it not?
Argoth could see that Shim's comments had struck true with some of the council members.
We will proceed with the correct protocol, said Shim. Let those who accuse Hogan's son come forth and swear to take upon them the punishments prescribed by law should they be found to bear false witness. If they swear, then we shall proceed, and we shall do it fairly, with me or one of the Shoka overseeing the questioning. But we have already applied to a divine to oversee the questioning, said the crab.
Argoth felt he'd been punched in the stomach. This was going from bad to worse. A murmur arose. A lord of the Vargon spoke.
Mokad has finally sent us aid. No, said the crab. Not just aid. The glory of Mokad has sent us Rubeloth, Lord of the Winds.
Many of those present stood straighter and looked at each other. Surprise shone on their faces, and then it turned to hope. There were only a few dozen divines in the whole realm of Mokhad, unless of course the glory had raised others since Lumen disappeared. Rubeloth, the Skier Master, was the most ancient of them all. He was powerful, some said as powerful as the glory himself.
When did he arrive? We heard no report, said Shim.
The crab smiled.
The ship came in the harbour just after the council convened.
By glory, a bailiff from one of the outlying vales said. Why did you keep this good news? Word must be sent. He must come here and see this creature.
Word has already been sent, said the crab.
Smiles broke out on many faces. On the outside, Argoth mimicked those who welcomed the Skier-Master, but on the inside, he cursed. There was nothing he could do should the divine agree to seek Hogan. Of course, members of the Grove practiced avoiding a seeking, one of them playing the role of the seeker, the other the subject. But none of those in this grove were masters, so their practice sessions in reality were like preparing for war by fighting boys.
Gather your witnesses, said Shim. Even divines are bound by protocol. And when the divine comes up empty-handed, you, since it seems you are Hogan's primary accuser, will proclaim his innocence and act as his footstool. The sight of the Fianoi Lord bowing to a Coromite, perhaps, will be worth it all.
The crab's face revealed the smugness of a man who had just won a battle. He inclined his head, accepting Shim's burden, but he couldn't do otherwise. The laws governing the hunting of Sleth were very strict. Heavy consequences were put upon those making accusations to prevent any from bringing casual charges. Both Argoth's and Hogan's life now approached a precipice. If the divine searched Hogan and uncovered his secrets, they would collar Argoth. The grove would be exposed. His family would be tortured. Argoth knew his duty. His duty was to eliminate yet another friend, then run and take the grove with him. Hogan looked at him, and Argoth knew he was thinking the same thing. Argoth did not want that burden, even if many lives were at stake. One thing was for sure, he wouldn't be able to kill Hogan here. No, he'd have to contrive his death. More poison or some torture gone awry. Perhaps he'd kill him on the way to the divine. And then he'd have to face Kay and River and tell them he'd just sacrificed their father for the good of all. He groaned inside even as he looked at Shim and said,
I will escort Hogan to the tower.
Then he turned to Hogan.
Come, brother.
Hogan gave him a look, and it was as if Argoth could read his mind. Hogan was a man of duty, but Argoth would not kill him. Not yet. There had to be another way. Suddenly, the trumpeters outside the building blew a fanfare, and a crier announced the arrival of the divine. Hogan stiffened. Argoth tried to move him forward to get out the door before the divine arrived, but the lords moved to greet the divine and blocked the way. Argoth excused himself and skirted around the side. If all else failed, he had surprise on his side. They could fight their way out. But then the doors opened, and he saw that fighting would not be an option. A crier preceded the divine's company. He stood forth and proclaimed Rubeloth, divine Skier-Master, holy defender of the glory of Mokhad. A dozen guards followed the crier into the chamber. Upon their sparkling brass cuirasses was the white lion of Mokhad. All of them were dreadmen. Argoth could see it in their walk. He could read it in the tattoos on their forearms and around their lips. Another dozen dreadmen stood in the hallway. So many, enough to form what the Macadians called a terror. Enough to rout 3 cohorts given the right terrain. More than enough to subdue him and Hogan. The guards took up positions around the square room, facing all the council members, while the Skier-Master and his guide walked to the divine's throne. The crab looked over at Shim and smiled smugly. The Skier-Master was ancient, and some said failing, but he did not look feeble in the least. He stood upright and alert in his finely cut clothes. His skin was that of a middle-aged man. His hair was cut short, only his beard and eyebrows that shot out like grey growths of wild grass betrayed his age. He too wore the Macadian clan tattoos, but they were from another time. Simple, small, and elegant, as were the tattoos of his raising. The Skier-Master surveyed the room. Argoth had seen Skier-Masters in Mokhad before he'd made the journey to these lands, but it didn't help. The divine's eyes unnerved him, glass black and glittering with the light from the windows. The path of magic Skier-Masters followed did that to them. It blinded them to the world of the flesh. Except the Skier-Master did not walk with the caution of a blind man. At his side stood a massive man, another dreadman, but he didn't wear armor as the rest did. This one moved with the languid power of a great cat. He was speed and power waiting to be unleashed. Odd tattoos flared out from his eyes. Argoth guessed this was the Skier-Master's guide, even if he did not hold the divine's arm to lead or steady him. All in the room bowed deeply. Argoth did as well, knowing this Skier-Master was just a man, one fiercely hoarding secrets that should belong to everyone, which made him nothing more than a thief and a liar. But Argoth's heart quailed nevertheless. If the reports were true, this Skier-master had once summoned a being that had laid waste to an entire city. He was more than 200 years old. He'd had a century more than Argoth to learn and grow in the lore. Argoth glanced up at those glittering black eyes and wondered how he could ever think to challenge such a man. He waited for the Skier-master to tell them they could stand upright again, but the divine did not give the command. Instead, he slowly swept the room with his black snake eyes. Then that black, empty gaze settled on Argoth. Argoth lowered his gaze. He held that pose, but the silence stretched too long. When he glanced back up, the Skier-master held his glance and then looked away. Or had he been looking at Hogan? And why was he looking at them anyway? What could he see with those eyes? The Skier-master turned and addressed the council. Lords of the 9 clans, the glory of Moked bid me come to announce your burden. For you have sat in your ease, withholding resources from your brethren in the Heartland. You've been hoarding water, while those about you scorch in the sun and faint. You have stood by and watched as the wolves devoured your neighbors' flocks. You have joined the enemies of the realm. You have but this one chance to repent and turn back to your heart. Refuse, and by my hand, on the morrow, the glory of Moked, the morning sun, the guardian of the righteous, shall rise up and utterly destroy you, starting at the head. And these lands will be given to those who do not turn their backs on the slaughter of their brethren. The room stood in stunned silence. What evil had they committed? It was Mokad that had neglected them, refusing to send a replacement divine. Great One, how have we sinned? The question came from the Prime Counselor, the one who had presided over the Council's deliberations in a divine's absence. Teach us, we beg, the error of our ways. We have received reports last year of a weapon that put your enemies to flight. Yet you did not send it to your brethren, who are dying every day by the hands of Nilium. Twice we sent command to aid us. Twice we were denied. This was about the sea fire. Argoth had unlocked the secret to a fire that burned on water. He'd seen it used before in battles with the Rajan of the East. They cast it in pots like many other armies cast pots of living snakes or scorpions. In the end, the pots of fire were not enough to hold back his army, but they had caused havoc, and Argoth had captured one who knew the lore of its making. Before the captor died, Argoth learned part of it was fire water, distilled from the substance that came out of black springs. But he didn't know what else had been mixed with it to make it into a semi-liquid. He'd experimented with various mixtures until he mixed it with pitch from pines and terebinth trees and sulfur. He didn't recreate their fire pots. He went beyond them, for his substance burned and would not be extinguished, except by vinegar, urine, or earth. And yet even that wasn't what had turned the clan's galleys into fire ships. Fire pots of various kinds were used by all armies. No, Argoth had dreamed one night of a brass tube that hissed and spat fire on the ships of the Bonefaces. In the morning, Argoth had finished the design, then asked Shim's smiths to forge 4 brass tubes the length of a man. On one end of each tube was a nozzle, fashioned to look like the head of an animal or person with its mouth open wide. Argoth's favorite was of the beautiful woman looking like she was about to kiss her lover. The other end of the tube was connected to a flexible leather hose, which led to a barrel of sea fire. Midway from the tube to the barrel was a pump. A 5-man team operating the tube, pump, and barrel could spray a thick stream of the fiery liquid almost 60 yards, more if the wind was at their backs. 1 tube was placed on each of 4 ships. The violent sound and large quantities of brown and yellow smoke was enough to shock any man. But when the Bonefaces saw that it burned on water, clung like tar, and could not be extinguished, they surely must have prayed to their bloody gods for deliverance. Being able to force the fire out in a stream turned fire into a weapon that, instead of merely harrying an enemy, could turn the course of a battle. His men had sent 5 of the raiders' ships to the depths that way, spearing those that survived the flames in the water like so many carp. Then they burned the Boneface secret island port. His fire, Argoth's fire, had saved the 9 clans last year. The Prime inclined his head in respect. Great One, we did not deny your request, but sent, asking the glory to provide a ship of dreadmen so that we might convey the fire lances. We dared not send them forth only to be lost into the hands of the enemy. You should have supplied your own dreadmen. But we had only a handful, Great One. You had enough for the battles last year. But the winter storms were too severe. Besides, sending them would have left us defenseless. Do you argue with the glory's envoy? No, Great One. I merely explained that we delayed not from indifference or traitorous alliance, but from the greatest concern that this weapon would fall into the hands of those who would use them against you. And when you fell, when your weaves failed and the enemies overran you, What then? But their weaves shouldn't have failed. Mokad should have sent a replacement when Lumen vanished. If Mokad hadn't sent, it was because Mokad had not supported them.
We were foolish, Great One,
said the Prime. He prostrated himself on the floor.
Please show us how we may repent.
Who cast the lances? Who devised the liquid?
The lances were cast by a smith of the Fear Noi, Great One. As for the liquid,
The Prime pointed at Argoth.
the glorious servant who created it stands there.
Argoth deepened his bow, but he saw that the Skiermaster did not turn. Ashoka, the Skiermaster said, still facing the Prime. Hard to believe Ashoka could devise this. Wasn't it Ashoka who spied for the old widow of Kath so many years ago?
A blight upon our name, Great One,
said Shim.
but those elements were culled from the clan decades ago. Our loyalty has been tested. Was it not Ashoka who saved the glory's blessed father from the flood?
The Skiermaster turned and smiled. Indeed. And now it seems the Shoka have yet another opportunity to do a great deed or a greater evil. What will it be? An anger began building in Argoth, but Shim dropped to one knee, and Argoth followed his lead.
The Shoka serve the glory of Mokad,
said Shim. Does anyone else know the secrets of your firewater? Asked the Skiermaster. No, Great One, said Argoth. A handful know parts and help with preparation, but only I know how it all combines at the last. Actually, that was a lie. Hogan knew all the steps, and Hogan had sent the secrets along so that the Order might have this weapon as well. Then you shall be the savior to lift the burden from this people's neck, said the Skiermaster. You now have your ship of Dreadman. You will gather up every fire lance, every part, from the cannon to the fittings on the ships. You will collect every drop of the firewater and all the tools and substances used to create it. You will have them loaded on my ship by morning. And you, he turned to Shim, you will deliver all those who help prepare it. Do this, and the glory of Mokad will forgive this people its cruel inattention. Argoth was stunned. Did the Divine not know he was taking their last defense? With those words, he'd just ordered the deaths of all the fine warriors of each clan. He'd ordered the rape of their women. With those words, he had put the collar of slavery upon every child born for as many generations as it took to rise up against the invaders and finally throw off their chains. With those words, he had cut the hearts out of hundreds to be burned upon the barbaric altars of the bone-faced priests. Do you waver? Asked the Skiermaster. No, said Argoth.
Great One,
said the Prime.
does this mean that the glory has blessed us with your wise leadership?
The Skiermaster shook his head. All of the arms of Mokad must now defend the heart. I too will sail in the morning. Again, the room fell silent. Argoth could not believe he was hearing this. And then he realized he did not believe this. The Skiermaster was deliberately provoking them, testing them. Why would he do that? Deliver your burden, said the Skiermaster, and I will reward you immediately with the replenishment of 3 weaves. 3? 3 would never be enough to protect this land.
Great One,
the Crab said.
did you have time to consider our request for a seeking?
A proper seeking takes many hours, said the Skiermaster. I cannot draw for your weaves and perform a seeking by morning, and I will not delay my departure. No, take your prisoner and put him to the question yourself. You can break through a man's defenses with a proper questioning, almost as easily as you can with the seeking. He gestured in a way that took in the whole council. Or is this seeking the boon you desire?
Weaves,
said the Prime.
bring our weaves to life.
The Skiermaster signalled for his guide, but before he left, his gaze landed on Argoth again. Lest something happen to such a valuable resource as yourself, 10 of my Dreadmen will accompany you. Losing you is a risk I will not bear.
Very wise, Great One,
said Shem.
very wise.
Argoth looked into the Skiermaster's eyes. Did he know Argoth's secret? Argoth glanced at Shim. Had Shim revealed his suspicions about Argoth? Argoth bowed. 10 Dreadmen to guard him, but only 3 for the whole of the New Lands. Do not disappoint me, the Skiermaster said to the whole council. Now, I have heard of your baths. Lumen wrote incessantly of them and the delights of your blueberries, and I mean to enjoy them both before I leave. The council erupted after the Skiermaster left, but the Crab, ever fixed upon his purpose, came to take Hogan.
It appears we'll have to find another to oversee the questioning,
he said to Shim.
It will be one of the Shoka, said Shim, and it will be done in the fortress of Whitecliff.
The Crab hesitated, and Argoth wondered if he was going to try to forcibly take Hogan from him. but he only made a gesture of surrender with his hands.
As you wish.
Shim caught Argoth's eyes, as did the Shoka territory lord, but Argoth ignored them. He took Hogan, pushed through the council's chaos, and rushed him outside. The 10 dreadmen assigned by the Skiermaster followed behind. Before they had exited the building, a messenger entered and set off another round of alarm. Lartha the Hunter had been found dead on the upper plains, with the same blackening about his face as was found on Barg's family. Hogan looked at Argoth. Lartha was one of the Grove. At one time he had thought River would marry Lartha, but that had never come to pass. Instead, Lartha had cleared numerous acres of Argoth's land up on the plains that he might satisfy Jill the carpenter. The carpenter had demanded that his daughter, who was smart and clever and had waited so very long for a man to notice her, would not spend her life in a dirty hut. 3 years Lartha had cut and cleared. They were to be married this season. Hogan passed his hand over his face. Then he spoke with his eyes closed. This was his habit when trying to catch and pull together the threads of many elusive thoughts.
It's not a coincidence.
The dreadmen were too close for Hogan to speak loudly, so Argoth put his friend's arm in his and began walking out the hall and left into the street, toward the fortress. The dreadmen followed a few paces behind. Hogan did not speak for some time. They walked down the cobbled lane, the great houses towering like walls on either side. They passed a man pushing a vegetable cart loaded with enormous radishes, 2 boys chasing after a yellow cat, and a serving woman in blue and white cleaning a doorstep. Hogan pitched his voice low so the dreadman couldn't hear.
Purity, Lartha, he said, and suddenly a divine appears who doesn't care to do his seeking, doesn't even mention the fact that some creature of legend stalks our land. I can't see it yet, but he's tightening some noose.
Hogan licked his dry lips.
And here's another thing. What if the creature was his to begin with?
If that were the case, then the Skiermaster had already performed a seeking on Purity. He might already have their names and the names of contacts in other groves.
The grove must flee, said Hogan.
Who? You and me, guarded by 10 dreadmen. And if we do the noble thing and kill ourselves, it won't help the others.
Matiga is ready. She's strong. Her knowledge runs deeper than either of ours. She will bear the grove off to join with Harnock.
But what if that's precisely what this Skiermaster is hoping for? The Order always flees. He's expecting it, expecting us to send out warnings. And what if he already knows about Harnock and is waiting for us to lead his men to him? Hogan said nothing. Harnock, rarely seen, a ghost of man and beast. It was he, in his secret mountain valley, who kept the seed, the hope that would start the one grove. It was he who kept the book and crown of Hismaeus, the ancient god who had founded the Order. Into these 2 objects Hismaeus was said to have put all his knowledge and power. The problem was, none had yet found the way to unlock them. Nevertheless, these 2 objects could not fall into enemy hands. I have a better plan, said Argoth. One that might just save the grove here and all the unknowing wives, sons, and daughters who would not be able to flee with the power of the law. One that would not only discover what exactly the Skiermaster knew, but also ensure that any secrets he had extracted would never reach the other side of the sea. One that would allow him to put the tools he had before he came to the Order to a righteous purpose.
No,
said Hogan.
Yes,
said Argoth. I'm going to run right into his teeth. 22. Riders. Tarlan suspected the Macadians would be watching for him at Farmer's Gate. For that matter, they'd be watching for him at all the lesser gates on that side of the city, so he decided to use Gallows Gate on the far side. When he and Nettle drove the wagon up to the gate, they found it manned by 6 men, a city guard to oversee the watch, and a number of commoners performing their required 3-day service. Moreover, Nettle knew the man eating slices of raw fish with his fingers. Nettle hailed him by name, and the man waved them through with a, "Give Zu Argoth the compliments of the Lanny family." Nettle nodded, and they passed through the gate. Tarlan expected someone to call them back, but he and Nettle rolled through the dry moat, over a slight rise, and continued on toward the river. A surge of relief washed over him, as well as something he didn't expect, a sympathy for the hatchlings. Perhaps it was as Dar said. Perhaps what was wrong was that the world was full of Fabises. With every rod they travelled, it seemed that Tarlan felt better and better. A great sense of energy and well-being washed over him. He felt like a spring day, one where the mud had dried and the leaves had begun to break their buds and colour the world with a light green. It was odd. It was as if the earth itself had touched him and given him an extra portion of life. Perhaps he'd been more scared than he thought, and so now felt a greater relief. The wagon bumped along and kicked up a haze of powdery dust. Not far down the road, along a bend of the river, rose a fat grove of cottonwoods. A number of naked bodies hung on ropes from the massive limbs of the trees. All had been found guilty of one crime or another. Of course, Sleth would never hang there. Sleth were dealt with in an entirely different manner.
I want to ask you something, said Nettle, and I want a straight answer.
Tarlan looked at his cousin.
When that hatchling girl kissed you, did you feel anything odd?
Besides being panicked out of my mind?
I've heard the love-making of Sleth is feral.
Gaw, said Tarlan.
We weren't love-making. The Arsmen are right outside.
I think you need to get out more. Forget your parents' ban. Slip out and kiss a girl now and again. You have enough who are willing.
Are you mad? My father would skin me, especially after the incident with the Fuller's maid.
You think I've got a life of cake and pie, but my parents have got me so hemmed in and roped down I'm going crazy.
But you said she put her tongue in your mouth.
That's going a bit far for play acting, isn't it?
And I'm not interested so much about the lovemaking anyway. What I'm wondering is if she did something to you.
She'd done nothing to him. Nothing he could feel. But Nettle wanted a story, and it was clear he wouldn't be put off. Tarlan gave him an earnest look.
You won't tell anybody?
Nettle's face lit with curiosity. He raised his hand in oath.
Silent as a mole.
Tarlan took a deep breath.
I was helpless. Helpless? Yes. She took my arms and pressed them down so I couldn't do a thing. You wouldn't think a slip of a girl could do that. I wanted to tell her to get back, but the words wouldn't form. I was helpless before her. You can't imagine what it felt like when she pressed in close to me.
Tarlan paused for effect and waited. He could almost feel the silence drawing Nettle's curiosity like a bow.
So she pressed in? Oh, snug as a glove. It wasn't proper. And that's the troubling thing. Despite all logic, despite my fears, I can't deny the desire that rose in me. I see.
They were almost upon Gallows Grove, and the stench of those twisting in the breeze made Tarlan bring his tunic up over his nose. About the whole grove, crows and magpies squawked and fought. These trees could hold a prodigious number of bodies. After last year's battles with the Bonefaces, a horde of prisoners had been executed. They'd hung along these limbs thick as candles on dipping rods. But those had been cut down. These here were criminals. The rumours of their deeds and hangings had spread quickly. Such news was always part of the talk in the houses of the alewives. Tarlan motioned at the bloated and decayed bodies.
Look at that one. I bet he's that cattle thief from the sinks.
The man in question had obviously been drugged behind a horse. His flesh was torn and open. He had no eyes. He had no hands, for that matter. Those had been cut off. Wasps mixed with the flies in a cloud, all of them buzzing in to get their tiny bites. Nettle pulled his tunic over his nose. Some of the bodies here had been hanging for weeks. The first was withered, but it was clear he'd been emasculated. When they rode close to the second, a raven that had been tugging at the flesh of the man's face rose and flapped away, revealing a half-eaten, gruesome smile. They passed another. Tarlan stopped the wagon by the fourth and fifth, a man and a woman. The man was hung with a thick rope punched through the skin and threaded through his ribs. The woman's dark hair hung over her ruined face. She tilted slightly, twisting gently in the evening breeze, one arm sticking out as if she were reaching for them. Both had been in the trees long enough for the maggots to hatch.
Killed her mother-in-law, said Tarlan. I said she struggled and bucked for the better part of an hour.
I don't need a history, said Nettle. Move it along. But Tarlan didn't want to move it along. He looked up at the bodies hanging about him. If anyone found out about the girl and boy at his house, his fate would be worse than those hanging here. Why would Dar risk something like that? Nettle reached forward and shook the reins to start Iron Boy again. When they put enough distance between themselves and the grove to erase the stink, Tarlan pulled his tunic from his nose. Nettle did the same. They were both quiet for a time, and then Nettle produced another half-loaf of bread pudding and took a big bite. Where he'd been hiding it, Tarlan had no idea. Tarlan groaned. I don't understand how you can eat that. The stink of the grove is still in my nose. Nettle shrugged, chewed a few more times, then said, So?
So what? So, what did she do after she slid in?
Good old Nettle, Tarlan thought. Not even death hanging about in trees could sway him from girls or his gut.
I was fearing for my soul, said Tarlan, but not minding it either. The hunters were outside, and yet I couldn't think of them, only the creature on my lap.
Tarlan shook his head.
She took my hand and pressed it to her. Her side.
Oh no, said Tarlan, and he gave Nettle a look that said she'd done nothing as innocent as that. Nettle's eyebrows rose, and Tarlan fought to suppress his smile.
You mean?
Said Nettle.
Tarlan nodded. I'll tell you, I was paralyzed. My brain was cider muzzy. Her with a wicked gleam in her eyes, and me thinking to myself that she's done this before, that these were experienced hands. I'm only thankful she exposed herself when armsmen were about. Who knows what she would have forced me to do? As it is, I feel I've been touched. It is said that they make sounds. Sounds. The beast in their natures takes over. There was no sound, said Tarlin, but she did indeed bite.
Nettle narrowed his eyes. Tarlin could see he'd pushed the tale a bit too far.
You're such a liar, said Nettle.
Tarlin pulled his collar down to show Nettle his neck.
Look for yourself. I don't see anything. Why I ever listen to you, I'll never know. Look,
Tarlin said, and pointed. Nettle leaned in close.
There's nothing there.
Tarlin clocked him on the side of the head.
Of course there isn't.
No glamour, no petting, no grunts or lustful moans, no wicked babies conceived. I told you, it was like kissing the wall. Except that wasn't entirely true. Nettle shook his head dubiously.
Look, said Tarlin, if she's there when we get back, you can have a go. Tell her not to forget the tongue.
She wasn't that bad looking, said Nettle, as if considering the idea. Better than most.
Who cares, said Tarlin. She's a hatchling.
You yourself said nothing happened.
Nettle was considering it. You can't be serious, said Tarlin.
Gotcha, said Nettle, and grinned. Tarlin pointed at him.
You can't fool me. You were actually considering it. If it makes you happy to think that, go right ahead and think it.
Tarlin refused to rise to his bait. Instead, he fetched the last of his sweet almond small cakes and popped it in his mouth. A moment later, they entered the trees on the hill that lay beyond Gallows Grove. Tarlin turned in his seat to see if there was any sign of pursuit, and his heart fell. About a mile back, well before Gallows Grove, a group of mounted men followed the road. He watched them disappear behind a small hill. Tarlin cursed.
You think they're looking for us? I think we better act as if they are, said Nettle.
Tarlin urged Iron Boy on, scanning the woods ahead for a hiding place, knowing there was no way two boys in a wagon could outrun mounted men. The men behind began to trot their horses. 23. Scent. Hunger lost the scent of the Coromite in his son. At first it didn't bother him. He watched the people and animals come and go. But toward late afternoon, it occurred to him that the Coromite and his son might not have gone to the city at all. They might have simply ridden on by. This gave him pause. What if they weren't coming back this way? What if they weren't coming back at all? Argoth might hold lands in that other direction. They might be gone visiting. They might be gone for a week-long hunt, for all he knew. He shouldn't have let them go. No, he'd made a miscalculation. He should have given them chase. But then he calmed himself. They were either in the city or they were beyond it. The wind was blowing in from the sea. All he needed to do was walk the edge of the forest in a line running toward the city. If the Coromite and his boy were in the city or going to travel back, he'd pick up their scent. And if they weren't, well, then they had the start on him, but that shouldn't prevent him from picking up their scent. Hunger would find them. Of that he had no doubt. He'd been a great hunter in his time. At least one of those he'd eaten had been. Hunger stood and began making his way down the hill. Below him on the road, 3 boys in red hats herded a large flock of sheep. Their long-haired, black and white dogs barked to keep the sheep from straying too far from the road. Hunger stepped out of the brush into the middle of the flock and sent the sheep running. The second boy, walking perhaps only a dozen feet ahead, turned and looked back. His expression of curiosity turned to horror. Hunger paused. He could smell them, taste them on the wind. He could eat them all. No, he told himself, he would not. If he did, he wouldn't be able to stop himself the next time. One of the dogs began barking. Something drifted to him on the breeze. He opened his mouth. The burning boy. The scent was faint but unmistakable. This time, Hunger thought, you won't get away. He turned from the shepherd and his sheep and crossed the road. Behind him the dog came to the edge of the brush, barking. Up on the road, the young man found his voice and yelled a warning. But another 3 steps and Hunger was well into the wood, the sounds of the shepherds and their dogs receding behind him. 24. Trees. After going around one corner and losing sight of the men, Tarlin had hidden himself in the wagon bed. When the men caught sight of them again, they would think Tarlin had jumped out and fled on foot and would stop following. But they hadn't fallen for the ruse. They're gaining on us, Nettle said. I'm jumping out round that next bend, said Tarlin. You continue on. They're too close. You should have done it for real earlier. I'm not going to be here when they catch us. Just act normal, said Nettle. Will you shut up with your normal nonsense?
I'm Captain Argoth's son. It will count for something. Yeah, said Tarlan. That's why I was standing around the city gate this morning batting horseflies away from my splendid nakedness. As soon as they realize you're gone, they'll know. They'll send one back for help. The rest will watch the area, and the woods here don't run unbroken. They'll see you. No, said Tarlan, they won't. But he knew they would. By the farting lord of pigs, they would. Unless he hid so well, so quietly, like a mouse in a tuft of grass, that they'd have to be standing right on him to know he was there. Just get me to the bend in the road, said Tarlan. They didn't have dogs, and it would be dark before they could bring them. That was the only thing he had in his favor. Tarlan caught another glimpse of the men, perhaps a half a dozen rods behind. There were 8 of them, all shoka. The wagon bumped along, making it difficult for Tarlan to keep himself flat and out of sight in the wagon bed. At this pace, they weren't going to make the bend. Speed it up, hissed Tarlan. We'll say you're sick. It won't work, said Tarlan. Behind them, the men urged their horses into a canter. Faster, said Tarlan. Nettle flipped the reins and Iron Boy began to trot. The wagon bounced off a rut. They were almost to the bend, and Tarlan readied himself. It was odd, but the sensation of energy and well-being he'd noticed passing through the city gate had not vanished. If anything, it had built. He felt as if he could keep pace with a horse, maybe outrun one. Of course, that was stupid. Still, with every jolt of the wagon, his strength grew. He could feel it, like a crazy itch seeping through him. He wondered about the sweet almond cakes. This would not be the first baker to mix a comeback into his breads. Comebacks were something to make a body depend on his bread, something besides taste to make a person come back and continue to buy. Of course, such herbs were outlawed in the New Lands, but this had been a Whitecliff baker. He probably didn't think such rules applied to him. We're almost to the bend, said Nettle. The men were closing fast. One of them yelled out. The wagon passed into the shade of trees and out of the line of sight of the men. Nettle reined in Iron Boy to slow the wagon. Tarlan rose to his feet. You're not going to have time to find cover. It was true the forest floor was covered with leaves that would crackle underfoot. If they didn't see his tracks, then they'd be sure to hear any step he took. Tarlan looked up. The trees here were massive giants. All the lower limbs had been cut by clan road gangs, and the closest branch towered more than a dozen feet overhead. It was an impossible height for him. Except, he knew he could reach it. His limbs ached to jump. What did he have to lose? Tarlan stood on the wagon seat and eyed the limb of a towering elm in front of them. The branch was thick as his leg and hung almost 20 feet above the trail. The tree limb was too high. He knew it, but he couldn't help himself. His legs cried out for a sudden burst of power. He had never imagined his growth would come upon him in this fashion. He stood on the wagon seat and held his hands out to the side for balance. He would jump a bit to the side just in case he missed. You'll never make it, said Nettle. Maybe my legs are as quick as my hands. That wasn't quickness back there with Fabis, said Nettle. That was you grabbing a snake that was just about dead. No, Tarlan thought. It had been as live and wriggling as any serpent he'd ever held, not to mention that he'd moved quickly enough to take both Fabis and Cat off guard. Tarlan steadied himself. He was still a bit light-headed, but the itch inside him had built. He could feel the power. The sound of the horse hooves beating the ground sped from a canter to full gallop. They're upon us, hissed Nettle. Sit down. Tarlan focused on the branch. Tell them I struck out on foot after leaving the gate. Then he gauged the distance and marked the spot where he should jump. The galloping sounded like it was right behind them. The wagon passed underneath the branch, and Tarlan leapt. He soared. He must have got a bounce from the seat, because the branch was suddenly within reach. He grabbed it with one hand, and the wagon passed below him. A thrill washed through him. He'd actually done it. Then he reached up with his other hand and swung over. He looked down and realized it was impossible. He just made that jump. The distance between him and the ground yawned below. Lords, a fall at this height would break his leg. Such a leap. He wanted to whoop. Nettle turned in the wagon seat and stared up at him, his mouth hanging open. Then Nettle's attention snapped to the bend in the road. Tarlan got to his feet, and in 1, 2, 3 balancing strides, worked himself to the far side of the trunk and flattened himself against it. Nettle was now on the other side of the tree. The first rider rounded the bend. With a thunder, the others followed. By this time, Nettle had pulled the wagon to the side of the road, giving faster travellers the right of way as courtesy demanded. Please, thought Tarlan, let them ride on by. Let them ride on by. But the horsemen did not ride past. They pulled their horses up and around Nettle and commanded him to stop. Tarlan dared not move, dared not even attempt to glance below him. He tried to meld into the trunk. He couldn't see what was going on, but he could hear.
Where's the Kodamite?
One of the men asked. And who are you? Asked Nettle. I haven't seen you before.
You've seen me, another man said, the anger clear in his voice.
Now where is he? I don't need to answer your questions, said Nettle. You can address your concerns to my father.
It appears, the second man said, that your father has made the wrong friends, and he's not here to protect you.
What do you mean?
Metal scraped against metal, a sword being drawn.
Where is the Coromite? The man demanded.
Don't threaten me, said Nettle.
A pause. A scuffle.
Stop, said Nettle, his voice distressed. They left on foot the first chance he had after we entered the woods past the grove.
Tarlin wished he could see what was happening. All he could see was the bark before him and the rumps of 3 horses.
We saw 2 sitting on this wagon seat, saw him crawling to the bed.
That's what we meant for you to see, said Nettle.
You lie.
Nettle cried out in pain. Tarlin almost leaned out to get a better view. What if they had found the hatchlings back at the farmstead? If they had, Nettle was in terrible danger.
Fool, said Nettle. I rode with that barrel and sack of potatoes next to me, all covered with cloth. He's gone, flown.
You're lying,
the second man said. He raised his voice.
Search the woods.
25. A shortness of breath. The men below Tarlin fanned out, their boots crunching on the leaves. One man called out to the others, telling them to look for spoor in the leaves. Another told Tarlin to reveal himself or face harsher consequences. He pressed himself further into the rough bark of the elm. He couldn't see any of them at first. Then one man with a black and gold checkered scarf tied about his bald head walked into view in front and below him. The man held a short sword out in front of him. If he turned around and looked up, he'd see Tarlin as clearly as a pig at a party, and there was nowhere Tarlin could go. If he moved, if he scuffed one bit of bark to fall below, someone was sure to see. Lords, this had been a bad idea. Tarlin thought of his experience with Kay in the tree back home just the day before. You couldn't escape someone in a tree. Why had he jumped up here? The man with the gold-checkered scarf turned round, scanning the brush around him. If they saw him, what would he do? Not climb higher. He tried that with Kay. He'd have to go lower. Or like a squirrel, he could run along the limb of one tree to another until he'd put enough distance between him and his pursuers to drop to the ground and run like a madman. The man turned his back on Tarlin, squatted and examined the forest floor more closely. Then he looked up at the trees in front of him. Others moved farther into the trees, but the man with the checkered scarf began to turn about and scan the trees around him. Tarlin couldn't spring to another limb of this tree, it would rustle the leaves, but neither could he simply stand here and wait for the man to spot him. He looked about for any escape. To his left he saw a small stub sticking out from the trunk. It was barely enough to stand on. If he could use that, if it didn't break under his weight. The man continued to turn. Tarlin quickly stepped to the stub. It held, and he gripped the rough elm bark to steady himself. The move hadn't taken him totally from the man's view, but Tarlin couldn't go around to the other side of the tree because that was in full view of the road. He looked up. The next branch was too fat to grab onto, and far too high above him anyway. Despite Tarlin's fear, or maybe because of it, his limbs felt miraculously full of energy. His legs felt as if they carried nothing, as if his entire body weighed no more than a feather. He could make that leap to the next branch above him. He could leap and hang there if he had to. His arms felt that strong. The man scanned the tree next to Tarlin's from trunk to crown. One more turn and he'd spot Tarlin. Standing on the branch stub, Tarlin coiled himself as best he could. The man finished the tree he was looking at and began to turn. Tarlin sprang. The power in his legs was immense, but it wasn't enough. Perhaps the perch had been too small, or perhaps it had twisted just a bit at the last moment. Whatever the cause, he didn't make the branch, didn't come close. He reached out for the trunk of the giant old elm, his fingers spread wide, reaching out with toes and knees, reached out and grasped it in a bear hug. He clung to the rough bark with all his strength. He expected to fall, to dash his worthless brains on the ground below. But he didn't. His fingers, like his arms and legs, were full of life, and he clung to the trunk like some great four-legged insect. It was odd. He had to breathe like he was straining under a great weight, but it didn't feel like a great weight. It felt easy and natural. He looked down. While he hadn't made the branch he was aiming for, it was high enough to be covered by a large block of leaves. Lightheadedness washed over him. He was panting, hyperventilating, but he couldn't stop. He felt dizzy. The world below began to spin. He was going to lose his grip. Tarlin closed his eyes. The fat branch above wasn't so far away. If he could shinny up to it and rest, he was sure the lightheadedness would pass. Tarlin gripped the tree with his arms and legs and shimmied up. He found it easy as climbing a ladder. In moments, with barely a scrape of sound, he reached the branch. With a final move, he pulled himself on top of the branch and straddled it. He looked down and couldn't believe his height.
nor could he see a way back down. He looked about, trying to catch his breath, but the breath wouldn't come. He was panting, straining, labouring for air. He was suffocating. The edges of his vision began to blur. Tarlan struggled for another breath, but it wasn't enough. He couldn't get his breath. The world slid to the side. Tarlan's vision narrowed. He couldn't breathe. And then his vision narrowed again, and the last thing he thought was that he'd better collapse onto this branch squarely, because a fall from this height would surely kill him. 26. Baker's Herbs. Tarlan found himself face first on the branch. He was still straddling it, still panting, but not suffocating like he had been before. He reached up and felt the wetness on his cheek. It bloodied his nose, bloodied a small circle of the branch for that matter. The man stood below him.
"He's not here," one said. "There's not one leaf that's bent out of place."
"Then he jumped out earlier," said the one who had first commanded Nettle to stop. "Where is he?"
"I told you," said Nettle. "He's headed west. They've got family out there."
"Maybe we'll take you along just to make sure."
"Have they arrested my father?" asked Nettle. Tarlan heard one of the men spit. A beat passed. "No, they haven't," said Nettle. His voice changed. It rung with confidence. "My family died with the warlords just last week. We're set to dine again. Maybe I should pass your names along. Let the Lord know you have issues with his choice." They did not immediately respond to Nettle's threat. One finally spoke up.
"We're wasting time here." "He's not telling us something," said another.
"Interrogate him, then. I told you we should have broken into groups. I'm going back to look for spoor along the trail." Saddles and harnesses creaked below as men mounted up. A horse stamped its foot.
"I'm going to be watching you," a man said.
Tarlan thought he recognized that voice, but couldn't place it.
"Good,"
said Nettle.
"Then when it comes to it, we'll know exactly where to find you."
The men urged their horses forward with grunts and clicks, and then the horses thudded away. Tarlan watched them through the trees, but dared not say a word. Perhaps it was a ruse, one or two of them staying behind. So he waited. As he did, the itch to move began building in his limbs again. Or maybe it had never gone away. His breathing had eased, but he was still light-headed.
"Tarlan,"
Nettle called up. Tarlan didn't dare move.
"They're gone."
Tarlan looked below to see if any of them were hiding.
"Tarlan,"
Nettle hissed.
"get your godamite ass down here. We need to put some distance between us and that pack of goat shaggers."
Tarlan looked at the ground so very far below. How in the world had he gotten this high?
"I don't know how to get down," he said.
"Jump," said Nettle.
"I'll catch you."
Tarlan smiled, and it was enough to take the edge off his fear. He saw a branch he could let himself down to, and if he'd shinnied up, he could shinny down. And so he carefully made his way down to one of the monstrous lower limbs, and then down to the ground. Nettle held a hand to his ear. Blood stained his fingers. "Did they cut you?" "You owe me," said Nettle. He pulled his hand away. The ear was bloody and sliced nearly in two.
"God,"
said Tarlan. "That's going to require sewing. Just get into the wagon bed." Tarlan put a hand on the sideboard and sprang over. "We're not going to be able to take the normal roads home." "Brilliant deduction," said Nettle. "And there's something else." His legs, arms, his whole body itched to move. "I'm not quite right." "You've never been right," said Nettle. "You're only now just figuring that out." "No," said Tarlan. "I'm telling you, something inside is very, very wrong." It made no sense. Tarlan knew a Coromite boy in the district who had difficulty breathing and was always carrying camphor of peppermint about to clear his lungs. But this didn't feel like he couldn't get air. This felt like he did when he sprinted a great distance, except he hadn't sprinted, hadn't felt any awful exertion. Tarlan fetched one of the last sweet almond small cakes and examined it. "Taste this. I don't want your nasties. Taste it. I think our baker put comebacks in here." Nettle took the small cake, broke it, and examined the pieces. "If anything's in here, then the baker must have ground it into powder." He took a nibble and grimaced. "Ugh," he said. "There could be horse plop in here and it wouldn't taste any worse." He handed the small cake bits back to Tarlan. "What do you think he put in here?" Nettle looked up at the tree Tarlan had jumped into. "I don't know. That's quite a jump you made." "What are you saying?" "I want to try something," he said. "Take the reins, swing the wagon round and approach the spot like we did before. Don't we need to get out of here?" Nettle ripped a band of cloth from his tunic and wrapped it around his head to cover his bleeding ear. "Just do it," he said.
Tarlan climbed onto the wagon seat and took the reins. Then he turned the wagon around and approached the tree as they had before. Nettle stood on the wagon seat as Tarlan had when he jumped. They rolled under the tree. Nettle leapt at the spot Tarlan had, trying for the branch, and grabbed nothing but air. He landed with a grunt and rolled. He stood and put a hand back to his ear, leaves clinging to his back. How close did I come? He hadn't come close at all. 2, maybe 3 feet away? You're about as lively as a pile of lead. I don't think it's lead. Inferior breeding, then. What are you trying to prove? Nettle looked at him, sober as stone. Are you positive that girl didn't do something to you? Of course he was positive. This odd exhilaration didn't start until we left the city gates. I'm telling you, it's comebacks. I'll bet your smelly little linen's on it. Maybe, said Nettle. But what herb changes a man that much? Maybe I've got stag legs, said Tarlan. You've got the legs of a scarecrow, said Nettle. Then you're a piss-poor jumper, said Tarlan. Try it again. I saw you up there clinging like a bug. It wasn't natural. Try it again, Tarlan said. He didn't want to hear this. Lords, if this was sleth work, if that girl had somehow seeded some abomination into him. But it couldn't be. She hadn't. Nettle climbed back up on the wagon. Tarlan wheeled around again. Concentrate, said Tarlan. Nettle crouched. He breathed deeply. He jumped. But he didn't come close to anything except spraining his ankle. Nettle picked himself up and dusted off his hands. He looked up at the tree and then at Tarlan. Poor boy, Tarlan said, and made a small grunt of empathy. All your dar's golden cattle, and you can't outjump a runt like me. Nettle pressed his hand to his ear and gave Tarlan the eye. Don't look at me like that, said Tarlan. Maybe sleth magic is like some mushroom that takes a while to work its effects. She was on my lap and then almost immediately off again, said Tarlan. She didn't have time to do anything. Nettle raised his eyebrows. She had time to kiss you. Yeah, well, what's a kiss? Nothing. Right, said Nettle. And then Tarlan thought about what the girl had said, about coming up from the cellar and sneaking around the house in the night. She could have worked some magic then. She'd almost admitted doing just that. Rot those hatchlings, Tarlan said. Tarlan looked at the sweet almond small cake in his hand. What we need to do is get one of these to River. She can ferret out what the baker used. Nettle climbed back up on the seat. And if it isn't comebacks, then I'll become a sleth toy, said Tarlan, and my first depredation will be to wring your neck. He handed the reins to Nettle and climbed out of the wagon. What are you doing? Asked Nettle. Getting away from your stink, Tarlan said. Now that Tarlan had said it, he realized that he did smell more than before, or that what he did smell was stronger. The smell of Iron Boy, the road dust, the woods, Nettle's clothes that had sat in a cedar chest. The scents all lay heavily in the air. What's more, the itch in his limbs was building, almost compelling him to move. I'm going to jog a bit, he said. All we've got to do is work these comebacks through my system. A few hours, and I'll be right as rain. Hunger stood in a grove of trees, smelling the dead hanging about him, smelling the burning boy on the breeze. The boy had been here recently. He looked up at the bodies slowly twisting. A trio of magpies stood on the shoulders of one carcass that had a rope punched through its ribs. The birds jostled each other, flapped about, and pecked at the old flesh on the head. Hunger knew this place, but the name slipped away. He walked to the road. The scent lay here like a river. It took him a few moments walking up and back to discover the direction the boy had travelled. He tried to guess how far behind he was. Not far, perhaps no more than an hour. The smell of horses and men drew his attention. Hunger looked up the road. He couldn't see them, but he could see the haze of dust they kicked up. Riders were coming fast. He didn't want to draw attention, didn't want to delay reaching the boy, so he slipped off the trail and squatted behind a thick clump of brush. The riders soon crested the hill, 6 of them wearing sugar colours, 2 wearing Fear Noi. He watched them gallop by, watched them fade in the distance. Hunger stepped out of his hiding place and suddenly knew where he was. This was Gallows Grove. A piece of the map in his mind locked into place. He knew where this road led, knew it would take him back to the hills where the boy lived. Hunger checked once more in both directions, then began to lope down the road after his prey. 27. The Glassmaster's Daughters. When they arrived at the crossroads, Tarlan decided he'd jogged far enough. His legs didn't feel tired, but Tarlan's thirst had steadily grown since the run-in with the riders, and it felt like the back of his throat was going to cleave to the front. He dipped the water ladle into the small barrel lashed to the side of the wagon and drank. He'd drawn this fresh from the well this morning. It was warm and clean and tasted of the oak barrel, but it did not quench his thirst. He took another drink, and then a third. This was an unnatural thirst. "That baker should be hung," he said. "These comebacks are killing me." Nettle gave him a look that said they both knew this wasn't comebacks. "I'm worried about more search parties," said Nettle. "If Shoka were looking for us, then you know the Fearnoy are. They probably sent riders to search the roads from Whitecliff to your farmstead." "Fabish," Tarlan said with disgust. He pointed at the crossroads. "So which path do we risk?" The crossroads sat at the juncture of 5 roads. It was a large oval that often was the place for gatherings or a small market. Usually, a Shoka tinsmith camped here. His rat dog would lie in the shade under the wagon while he sat with his tin goods and tools under a blue awning that folded out of the side. Today, there was nothing here but grasshoppers and the rutted and dry roads stretching out from the place like spidery fingers. "Why risk any of them?" asked Nettle. "We should leave the wagon and set out on foot through the woods." "That's reasonable," said Tarlan, "except the woods are most likely already full of sleth hunters who've set a multitude of snares and traps. Besides, we can't leave Iron Boy tied to a post, which means we'll have him clomping along with us. I dare say the woods are more dangerous than the roads. Besides, it makes us look guilty." "It makes you look guilty. I'm just along for the ride." "Thanks," said Tarlan. "You're always such a tremendous pillar of support." Nettle sighed with exaggerated humility. "I suppose I am, especially when I've been promised a throttling." Tarlan waved Nettle off. "Look, I've got a better idea. What we need is an escort." Nettle looked at Tarlan as if he'd just sprouted a cabbage out of his ear. "An escort?" he asked, then motioned at the empty field. "Who are you going to get? The grasshoppers?" "If we were close to your home, we'd get a number of your father's men to go with us. But we're not, so we get someone who's a friend of your father's." "And who would that be?" "I say we go through the woods. If we run into anyone, we tell them we were hunting sleth. We just don't tell them we found them already. We don't have any black cloth for armbands, and even if we did, we have no tokens. Anybody we came across would spot us in a minute, and Dar would kill me if I leave the wagon and all the goods are pilfered." Tarlan pointed to the road at the far end of the crossroads. "We're going to the Glassmaster's." A powerful man, with many men in his employ. Tarlan would not have considered this, but Uncle Argoth had recommended Tarlan to a number of respectable Mercadian families, including Barton, the Glassmaster. Furthermore, the Glassmaster had expressed some interest should Tarlan get his Shoka clan wrist. Uncle Argoth had once told Tarlan that his mother's Shoka blood would eventually overpower the Coromite blood he'd gotten from Dar. This, of course, had incited Dar, but then that's why Uncle Argoth had said it in the first place. The two of them liked to dig each other as much as he and Nettle did. But lately, Dar had come around to Uncle Argoth's arguments that what Coromites needed was some binding to the clans. Tarlan was almost too old to apprentice himself out, but there were other ways Uncle Argoth might find a place for him among the Shoka. It wouldn't be a powerful position, but it would be better than being an unconnected Coromite. Just at that moment, a Shoka boy of about 10 emerged from one of the roads into the clearing. He was holding a throwing stick in one hand and 2 dead ducks in the other. He was a little short and wide for his age. "Lords," said Tarlan. All they needed was someone to see them. "Keep calm," Nettle said, and hailed the boy. The boy acknowledged them by waving his throwing stick, then headed toward them. When he came close, he said, "There are men looking for you. Hunters." "Oh?" Nettle asked. "A group of about 10 Fearnoy," said the boy. He pointed out one of the roads. "They accosted me, asked me what I'd seen." "What did you tell them?" "I told them I hadn't seen nothing but ducks." "You keep telling them that," said Nettle. "They accused you of slethery, but I spoke up, told them Captain Argoth was worth all 10 of them." Tarlan doubted the boy had said any such thing. He was currying favour, which meant that he might be thinking the exact opposite. "Fearnoy rot," said Nettle. "Always blaming their troubles on someone else. This whole sleth madness started in one of their own villages, not ours." "Aye," said the boy. "They may start it, but we'll finish it. Madar and I, we've got ourselves half a dozen traps set in the woods. We're going to catch those hatchlings. The Shoka will win the day, as we always do." "You're a brave one," said Nettle, "walking out here on your own." The boy puffed up a bit. "If enough Shoka take the initiative like you and your Dar," Nettle said, "we'll have the sleth for sure. And if any other Fearnoy come by, you've seen nothing but ducks." "Aye," said the boy, and raised the end of his throwing stick to the side of his nose. Nettle flicked the reins and directed Iron Boy toward the Glassmaster's road. Tarlan considered his cousin. He'd handled that situation well. Of course, the boy was still a risk. He could be planning to run to the Fearnoy or Shoka as soon as he and Nettle were out of sight. When the boy was out of earshot, Nettle said,
I hope your glass master is willing. Of course he'll be willing. He trusts your father trusts me.
Nettle nodded.
Well then, let's get out of here before that Fearnoy troop comes riding down the road.
The road to the glassmaster's home was broad, but it wasn't straight, and they were constantly worrying they'd turn a bend and run into some vigilante patrol. When they came to the part of the road that crested a hill and gave them the view of the glassmaster's vale, Tarlan heaved a sigh of relief, for there were no Fearnoy to be seen. Just the fields, the glassmaster's house, and the glasshouse itself belching smoke out of 2 of its 5 chimneys. Tarlan had walked the whole way from the tree, trying to work the baker's criminality through his system, but he was thirstier than ever, and the itch in his legs had grown. He told Nettle to stop, then drank deeply from the water barrel, dumping a good quantity over his head. He hadn't worked anything out of his system, and he began to doubt he would. Slethery wasn't something that could be sweated through the skin.
You know the stories of people bewitched to dance until they starved? Tarlan asked. Until their very bones turned to dust. Do you think it's possible to curse someone like that?
So now our hatchling wasn't just a post when she kissed you? Asked Nettle.
She was a post, said Tarlan. It's just my legs have put me to thinking what could have happened in the night.
Who knows, said Nettle. If you wake up tomorrow and find yourself dancing some chicken trot with Prince Conroy, then I'd be leaning toward curse.
Gah, Tarlan said.
We could take you back to the Skimaster, Nettle said. I'm sure he could ferret it out.
Yeah, after a little torture, I'm sure he'll have it all set right.
Tarlan shook his head and began down the slope.
He needed to take his mind off his troubles. He was just going to get worked up, and that wouldn't do anyone any good. So he began to think about what he was going to say to the glassmaster and his daughter.
Atra, the glassmaster's daughter, had expressed an interest in him at the last harvest dance. Or at least it had seemed she had, and he'd thought about her ever since. He knew it was nothing more than a fancy, but such an arrangement would be good for everyone. Dar would get a family member into a clan, Uncle Argoth would keep his promise to his sister, the glassmaster would be able to tie his interests with a man close to a warlord of the Nine, and Tarlan, if she accepted him, would be able to serve and ponder and love one of the most stunning creatures he'd ever beheld.
Tarlan said, If Atra comes to the door, I need to have something to say, otherwise I'll be staring at her like a great ox. He remembered that River had told him once the key to conversation is good humour, maybe a little banter, and a few helpful questions. Questions, not the stupid lines men came up with after a few pints of ale.
Helpful? He'd asked.
Yes, said River, a question that makes it easy for the other person to talk.
Well, how's a question going to do that? Either they have something to say or they don't.
No, River said. Everyone has something to say. There are some people that are like an irrigation ditch. You pull the stop up and they'll go on until you shut them off. But others aren't like that. Other people are like a pond or lake. You first got to make an outlet for them, only then will they flow.
I've never heard you go on and on about a man's questions, said Tarlan. All you talk about is their brilliant parts and all the presents they bring.
River smiled. Trust me, little brother, the splendour of fine hair fades quickly. Yeah, well, I'd rather fade than never shine at all. Except after trying to think up great things to say, Tarlan was thinking maybe River had the right of it. Let them do the talking. But he'd never asked River for examples. What was a helpful question? How did you make an outlet for them to flow? Well, it couldn't be that hard. He began to mumble questions to himself. What are you doing? Asked Nettle. Thinking up something to help Atra flow like a river. What? I'm thinking about making conversation. We've got men bent on doing us harm, and you're worried about conversation. I've had enough of hunts and hatchlings and bakers' comebacks. I want to think about something pleasant for a while. Is it going to tax you? No, Nettle said. Then he grinned. Maybe you can tell her she looks beautiful, and then ask her if she wants to breed. Sure, I'll do that right after I impress her with a little bit of farting. Tarlan rolled his eyes. Maybe he could ask after Atra's mother's health. Girls can smell desperation, Nettle said. You need to be like a fishmonger. If the first person doesn't want your fish, you call out the next. You don't want to get yourself attached to any one customer. Who cares what you say? I do, said Tarlan. It doesn't matter what you do. You're Captain Argoth's son, Shokarist and all. Honour and cattle hang on you like apples from a tree. You can do what you want and still be attractive. But I have to make a good impression, especially when I tell them I need an escort and then have to wait around for the glassmaster to gather one. Besides, we don't want them asking us questions, do we? You have a point, said Nettle. So? So we keep it short. You've been threatened, falsely accused by Fearnoy. I show them my ear. Then we say it would be mighty nice to have some Shoka with us the rest of the way home. Tarlan nodded, short and to the point. And if he got to talk to Atra,
That would be a small gift in a day that was turning out to be less than stellar. They reached the bottom of the hill, rode through the fields, and stopped at the border of the yard proper. Sometimes it was dangerous to walk into the grounds of a place where the dogs didn't know you, but nothing barked, and so he led Iron Boy in. The glass house sat a distance from the yard, its chimneys smoking. The doors stood open, revealing men moving about the shadowed interior. He couldn't tell what they were doing, which was precisely why it had been set apart from the house. The glassmaster wanted to avoid prying eyes that might discover his secrets, and that was also why the dogs hadn't greeted them, for the dogs were lying under a wagon in front of the glassworks, protecting the glassworks instead of the home. Tarlan knew that sand was part of glassmaking, and a fiery furnace. This land had once been covered with trees, but they'd chopped down at least a square mile of the wood and fed it to the furnace. A glassmaker needed wood to make charcoal to burn in his ovens, and so there was heat involved. He knew they used lime. He'd heard the dark blues were made with cobalt. But how it was all put together and blown into shape, he'd never know, nor would anyone outside the Glass Guild. It was a rare art, and the secrets were guarded with oaths and penalties of death. A grove of willows grew all up and down a creek. The willow branches were used to weave about some of the glass to keep them from breaking. 3 women sat at the side of the glass house, weaving willow sticks around large glass jugs. Back at the house, some women busy in the back room laughed. Tarlan wondered if Atra was there. He also began to wonder about his plan. The glassmaster was an important man, and his expressed interest in Tarlan might have been nothing more than a polite gesture. Furthermore, he supposed proper young men didn't come begging favors in soggy clothes. But what else could he do? And if the glassmaster did agree to send some of his men, Tarlan would probably end up waiting here for an hour or two that could land them in more danger. His thirst was such that he thought about going straight to the well, but that would be rude, and because nobody was in the yard, Tarlan would have to strike their bell. He smoothed back his hair as best he could, then wiped his wet hands on his tunic and walked up to the door. A brass bell hung to the side of the doorpost. The artificer had engraved delightful scenes of bears and deer on the bell. He'd engraved the symbols for health and welcome upon the striker. Together, the bell and striker were beautiful. Tarlan's family could never afford such things. When people came visiting his home, they simply said "Hoy" and waited for someone to respond. He struck the bell twice. He heard footsteps as someone came to the door. He hoped it wasn't Atra. Then the door opened, and Tarlan saw a serving girl of maybe 12 years. "Good day," said Tarlan. "I need to talk to the glassmaster."
"Your horses, son?"
Tarlan nodded. Dar had earned a new name a few years back. They didn't have Iron Boy then. On a wager, Dar had altered his harness, hooked the plough to himself, then told Kay to keep the line straight. They had ploughed their whole field that way. Not as deeply as a horse might, but deep enough. So he had earned the name Horse.
"I'll take your request back to the mistress. You can go on around to the well to water your mule."
As Tarlan walked back off the step, he got a feeling someone was looking at him. He turned and saw a curtain slide back into place. Tarlan could just see the outline of someone through the curtain and wondered if it was Atra. Tarlan smiled, and then the person moved the curtain slightly, very slightly, and stared at him. It was Elan. Mad Elan, Atra's older half-wit sister, hiding where she obviously thought Tarlan couldn't see her. She had a mole on her face from which long hairs grew and an awful habit of chasing boys and giving them huge slobbery kisses. As a child, Tarlan had been terrified of her. She'd caught him once, and he'd had to scream bloody murder to escape. She still put him on edge. Some had suggested the glassmaster sacrifice her. It was common for the lame, blind, and maimed to give themselves up to the divines. When a war is being waged and you cannot see, you can still give fire to those who can. If you cannot lift a sword, you can give fire that will allow a man to wield his sword with incredible might. In fact, the glassmaster had offered her up once for the war weaves a few years back, or so it was said, but they hadn't needed her or hadn't the time to draw her, and so Elan was still with them. He hoped Elan had learned to keep her affections to herself. Him being chased around the glassmaster's yard simply would not do. He motioned Nettle to take the wagon around to the trough. He could smell the smoke from the glassworks, but he could also smell the cold well water, a whiff of leather, hay, a rose, Nettle, Iron Boy. Far too many smells. He glanced to the back of the house where the women were. Their talking had quieted. One woman sat breaking beans and glanced his way. Then Atra walked past the other woman, picked up a basket, and walked out of his line of sight again. The sound of footsteps behind him caught his attention. He turned slightly. Someone holding a long, arching stem of wild white rose darted behind a tree trunk a few paces away. "Hoy! Elan!" said Tarlan. She quickly moved farther behind the tree. You couldn't tell for sure because her face defied a precise age, but he guessed Alan was perhaps 25 years old, well beyond the age of marriage. But did half-wits even think about such things? Did she dream of some handsome man giving her children? Did she know that such a dream would never become reality for her? "There's a fine scent on the breeze that I cannot identify," he said. "I wish I knew what it was." Alan didn't move. Tarlan walked over to the well and pretended he wasn't paying attention. A few moments later, Alan sneaked out from behind the tree and tiptoed up behind him. Tarlan looked up at Nettle, who was grinning, then turned to greet her. Alan was standing almost right behind him. The rose stem in her hand was about 3 feet long and bent over to the ground. She held it out to him, beaming with delight. "Muffin," she said. She had a yellow ribbon tied in her hair. It didn't do anything for her. In